Chapter 59, 51 2 Important Advantages. Vess found it difficult to rank the remaining three choices in consideration. The fourth, fifth, and sixth upgrade tracks all possessed a lot of promise. They promised plenty of benefits, enough to give him a chance of defeating enemies that were normally too powerful to overcome through conventional means. Vess already achieved great success through regular channels. He was the most successful senior Mech designer in the new frontier, so he had no urgent need to obtain more basic forms of assistance. What he needed was access to rare, high-end resources that could be converted into powerful advantages. It would be ideal if I can obtain more superclass resources. All three of the aforementioned upgrade tracks granted him a viable shot at obtaining resources that were powerful enough to upgrade relics comparable to the Mech designer system. He needed to be able to harvest strategic resources that could be used to construct more powerful war weapons. There were two kinds of advantages that Vess valued in particular. The first was to obtain massive amounts of fairly powerful or unique resources that could broadly augment the combat power of human civilization as a whole. The resources not only had to be fairly good, but they also had to be available in greater quantities. Hyper-materials was a good example of this. Compared to the previous age, the Age of Dawn sparked an immediate all-round improvement in the performance of mechs and starships. The reason: hyper-materials. It was a completely new category of resources that had real applications in and outside warfare. Adding them to any combat platform immediately elevated their performance. One of the reasons why Red Humanity was able to fend off so many alien raids in the past year was because the defending forces quickly gained an advantage in combat by relying on their newfangled hyper-mechs, and in certain cases hyper-warships. The aliens were a lot slower in their efforts to figure out hyper-technology and add hyper-materials to their own home ships. Their adaptability to an entirely new branch of technology was a lot poorer. Even if the Cosmopolitans stole Red Humanity's secrets and transferred a lot of scientific progress to the Red Cabal, the Phase whales and other alien races still found it difficult to master hyper-technology quickly. They lacked the historical legacies and a certain family of cultivation like the humans. The native aliens needed to build their understanding of hyper-technology and its related concepts completely from scratch. This was difficult when many alien scientists and engineers had long considered face water technology to be the strongest and most superior discipline. It was not only strong on an objective basis, but it was also blessed by the descendants of the elder gods. However, all good things eventually came to an end. Vess did not expect this tech disparity to last forever. Most of the aliens weren't stupid. They may be a bit stodgy and slow to embrace change, but when humanity's forces continued to pummel their opposition by relying on the advantages of hyper-technology, even the Phase whales would be forced to admit that face water technology alone was not enough for them to prevail. This meant that it became more important to gain a source of unique resources that the aliens of the Red Ocean could not obtain as easily. The three upgrade tracks in question all promised to make this possible. The second advantage that Vess sought to obtain was to gain access to a small amount of extremely high-end resources. The former might be able to elevate the overall combat power of humanity's fighting forces, but these changes mattered less at the higher levels of confrontation. Witnessing the dominion of man in action made Vess a lot more cognizant on the crucial value of top-end resources. The Rubicon spatial transfer system and the spark reactor wouldn't have been as domineering if not for the extremely special resources used to transform their functionality. Superclass materials and true god-level entities were the sort of top assets that could truly make a difference in fights against the true powerhouses of the cosmos. If Vess wanted to give his products a qualitative edge against the likes of god pilots, god ships, true gods, and possibly even god kings, then he needed to power up his best works with the most powerful resources that he could obtain. It was not impossible to design a mech with more commonly available resources that could pose a real threat against a true god, but he would have to work too hard to overcome this deficiency. A strong mech did not just depend on a strong pilot and an excellent design, but it was also contingent on the use of superior materials. This was why it became more important than ever to strengthen his efforts in this area. The biggest obstacle to obtaining superclass materials was that he had no way of obtaining them aside from negotiating with major human powers. Only the Red 2 and the first-rate superstates possessed the power, numbers, and infrastructure to produce or acquire a relatively small amount of top-end resources on a stable basis. Even then, they needed these highly strategic goods so much that they were almost never willing to trade them away. Though Vess could continue to play the diplomacy game, he would always suffer substantial losses if he tried to obtain the strategic materials necessary to elevate his mechs and starships beyond their usual limitations. Sure, his brilliant e-technology circumvented this problem to an extent, but it did not change the fact that a failure to obtain enough top-end resources would ultimately cause him and his clan to fall behind. Vess knew his shortcomings. He and his clan's refusal to strive for large, resource-rich territories limited their ability to solve this problem by themselves. If he understood the necessity of accumulating strategic resources sooner, perhaps he would have reduced his objections to colonization. Still, it was not as if the Larkinson clan was in a good position to do so in the past. It was only recently that it had gained enough power, influence, and clout to take possession of more lucrative territories and invest in their development. In any case, Vess needed to make a lot of strides to secure this crucial advantage. Even a small amount of superclass materials could elevate the combat power of a high-ranking mech by 20%, 30%, or even 100%. It's like implanting another version of one of Lucky's gems into a mech. Aside from that, strategic resources could also be used to dramatically boost the power of the Larkinson clan's future battlecruiser, as well as other starships. He also couldn't forget about his personal equipment. The unending regalia badly needed an upgrade, and he also needed to develop an entirely new battlesuit to increase his combat effectiveness as a phase lord. Vess did not forget that he had painted a much bigger target on his back in the last few months. While the Red 2 promised to bolster his security even further than what they had already done, he would be foolish if he assumed that was enough. The cosmopolitans and the native aliens couldn't be underestimated. Either of them were already threatening by themselves. Once they properly joined hands and coordinated their actions, ordinary measures no longer worked anymore. Let's see how these advantages stack up against the three remaining choices. As far as mass resources was concerned, Dimensional Tier definitely scored the highest in this aspect. So long as Vess was able to create as many permanent dimensional tiers as he wished, he could transform many barren star systems into resource-rich star systems. This would instantly change the balance of the Red War, as Red humanity obtained exactly what it needed to supercharge its military industries. Portal exploration comes second. Vess needed to invest a lot of AP to create permanent two-way portals that led to resource-rich regions. However, two-way portals could easily turn into a security vulnerability. Since humans could pass through them, so could the aliens. Vess would have little choice but to collapse the exposed and vulnerable portals, thereby wasting the AP spent on forming them in the first place. This sounded anything but ideal. I can't neglect the security aspect either. Random being acquisition scored the best in terms of security. It was practically tailor-made to kidnap powerful alien beings in the most risk-averse manner possible. It sacrificed a lot of other options just to excel in this activity. Dimension breach creation scored a bit worse in security, but portal exploration posed constant dangers to Vess or anyone else who passed through the portals. The probability that something might go catastrophically wrong by opening up a portal was too great. Vess could not discount the possibility that he would accidentally open a portal to a planet where a powerful phase whale already resided. Once the powerful alien creature detected the portal, the phase whale might be able to block the portal or launch a counter-invasion. Dimension breach creation is a lot safer, but not the safest. The dimensional tiers are too obvious. It will be difficult to hide their existence. In any case, Vess moved on to judging the remaining upgrade tracks by how well they scored in supplying strategic resources. It was a lot more difficult to judge this, as there were too many unclear variables. He could only base his judgment on brief descriptions and a lot of guesswork. I think that dimension breach creation scores the highest in supplying strategic resources, but this depends heavily on how easy it will be to breach a resource-rich dimension. He knew they existed. Eon Corona Roman 7 proved that it was possible to enrich a planet by exposing it with unknown higher dimensional energies. He just did not know how much AP he had to spend to open a semi-permanent or permanent tier to the aforementioned dimensions. Portal exploration scored the worst in this aspect. Space was big, and it was difficult to obtain coordinates to locations that were especially rich in resources. Superclass materials were exceedingly rare. The aliens would never expose their existence and locations so easily. Choosing this option meant that Vess needed to rely heavily on intelligence services to scout the right targets. Either the Black Cats or the many intelligence agencies of the major power needed to do a lot of work to discover lucrative targets. Even then, intelligence was anything but reliable. A lot of information could either be false, outdated, or simply misinterpreted. Too much could go wrong in a hostile portal raid. Random being acquisition removes much of the risk. It is more limited compared to the other upgrade tracks, but it is also the least likely to produce accidents, especially if its ability to capture stronger beings is limited without the corresponding upgrades. The limitations of this upgrade track were a bit too big, though. Vess could only extract value from a single being at a time. It did not matter if the alien in question commanded a home ship or owned a huge palace. The time and space gate would not give Vess the opportunity to plunder all of the captive's possessions. However, if Vess wanted to acquire valuable organic tissue, as well as powerful spiritual ingredients, then this option was by far the most convenient. To Vess, extraordinary organs as well as high-quality spiritual ingredients were his versions of strategic resources. He could do so much with them that he might not mind all of the other stuff he was missing out on. This was especially the case if he was able to capture phase whales and true god-level entities. Each key resource taken from a true god is probably equivalent to a superclass material. The prospect of upgrading random being acquisition far enough to stably capture alien true gods was the most compelling reason why Vess thought about settling on this choice. Even if he had to pay 1,000 AP or even 10,000 AP just to capture a single random true god-level entity, then Vess would still earn a massive profit. As long as the system is able to suppress these powerful entities as soon as they are taken away, the alien true gods are nothing but giant collections of top-end resources in my eyes. Vess derived a huge amount of enjoyment at the prospect of defeating powerful alien true gods by using their own strength against these arrogant enemies. By using their own carcasses as raw materials, Vess became a lot more confident in his ability to develop true god-killing mechs. Chapter 59, 52 Low Profile vs High Profile. After a lot of thinking, Vess did not manage to come closer to a decision. He evaluated the 3 remaining choices from many different angles. He could always come up with a compelling reason to pick one over the other. He also identified a lot of serious limitations and shortcomings with all 3 choices. When he weighed all of the pros and cons, Vess could not bring himself to rule out any of the 3 options. Vess felt paralyzed yet again. This was one of the most life-changing decisions that he could make. The benefits of each upgrade track was so massive that it would completely upend his existing development strategy. Honestly speaking, Vess believed that if he chose any of the three options, he would not be suffering a loss. The options were roughly equal in value. He may as well flip 2 coins in succession to settle on his final choice. It was a pity that he was stuck in a strange space without his body. He had no way of flipping a coin at this time. Vess thought about what else he could do to make a decision that he wouldn't regret. What about trying to determine how well the options fit with my domain? Life, Mech, darkness. These were the elements that currently defined his nascent domain. As soon as he advanced to the rank of Master Mech Designer, he would not only gain the ability to wield the 3 aforementioned elements to a greater degree, but also incorporate them into his domain on a more fundamental level. Once he took another step and advanced to the rank of Star Designer, Vess knew that a large part of himself would evolve into an energy-based life form. If he possessed a weak human body, then it became so unimportant that Vess might be able to discard it entirely. However, Vess was not sure how becoming a Star Designer affected his phase, Lord Cultivation. There was no way that he would give up such a powerful body, so he hoped that there was still a way to achieve success in both creation cultivation and body cultivation. Vess mentally shook his head. It's way too soon for me to think about these profound problems. I need to get back on track. The question now was which of the 3 choices synergized the most with his core elements. Random being acquisition obviously aligned the most with his life element. It could also complement his darkness domain if he just happened to snatch a creature that was strong in this element. In fact, mutated beasts with an affinity for the darkness element were rare and difficult to obtain. They were usually pretty sneaky, and usually knew better than to provoke human hunting teams. It would be a lot more convenient if he could acquire entities with a strong affinity for darkness by himself, with the help of the system. Portal exploration could help any cultivator no matter their domains. It all depended on where he was able to open a portal to. He could commence a portal expedition on an untamed planet or an alien factory world. The spoils he could gain from raiding these planets were completely different. Vess had little idea if dimension breach creation matched particularly well with any of his core elements. It's probably unlikely that I will find any living beings in those strange dimensions. I am not sure if I can stumble upon a lot of metals either. I think that darkness will be a lot more prevalent in many dimensions. It was unfortunate that Vess did not invest a lot of time on studying the properties of different dimensions. He would have been able to figure out a lot more answers if he took this matter a lot more seriously. How could he possibly know that the system would suddenly offer him a way to open dimensional tiers? Vess mentally sighed. The lack of information posed a major hindrance. In moments like these, it was essential for him to build up the confidence necessary to make the most logical decision. He failed. Logic only worked when Vess had access to enough reliable data. Since the rational approach was only effective up to this point, Vess knew he needed to resort to a different approach to make his final selection. I need to set facts and logic aside for a moment. I need to listen to my gut feeling instead. Which upgrade track resonates with me the most? Which choice gives me the greatest reassurance? Which one is more effective at stoking my passion? Vess found it easy to switch to a more natural mindset. It was a form of thinking where he deliberately suppressed his rational thoughts and gave full play to his emotional impulses. Portal exploration is out, he quickly decided. It's okay, but it is too structured, too boring, too predictable. It is difficult to jump outside the box and create truly unique works by relying on resources that are already available in the Red Ocean. It will be more interesting if I can reach as far as Messier 87, but how long will that take? This upgrade track most definitely had its good points, but it did not offer anything unique. Vess could simply wait a few years for completion of the conversion of the Greater Beyonder Gate. By then, he would be able to sign up his forces for deep strike expeditions that pretty much did the same thing, all without requiring any help from the system. At most, portal exploration had the potential to be safer, as long as Vess gained the ability to form two-way portals. It doesn't matter. I need to reject one more option before I am done. Vess became much more comfortable with trying to decide between two remaining upgrade tracks. He could make direct comparisons and let his heart swing back and forth. Dimension breach creation is the riskiest option. Random being acquisition is also inconsistent, but poses the least amount of danger. Whenever Vess had to make a decision between a low-risk option and a high-risk option, he usually defaulted to the latter. Of course, he was not completely crazy. He made sure that the high-risk option was viable enough for him to adopt with confidence. The reason why Vess recalled this was because he felt awfully tempted to choose dimension breach creation for this very reason alone. He hesitated because tearing the walls between dimensions was an extremely ostentatious display of power. Most people would probably assume that Vess was able to do this due to leveraging the power of a phase lord. But the smarter folk who understood how phase leaders worked would definitely attribute this ability to another source. I don't think that any phase whale or phase leader is able to create permanent dimensional tiers. At most, they can do so on a temporary basis. In contrast, random being acquisition matched his inclinations a lot better. Vess did not necessarily want to attract more attention. It would be better if he could let the heat die down and blend into the background. The best way to escape people's attention was by refraining from pulling off high-profile stunts. Compared to creating dimensional tiers that no one could ignore, random being acquisition was a kidnapping service that offered total secrecy. No one would be able to tie the random abductions to a simple Mech designer like Vess. How could he possibly be involved when he and his clansmen had never come anywhere near the star system where the kidnapping took place? The only way to tie all of the missing alien cases back to me is if my works clearly inherited the traits of the missing aliens. At first, it should be easy to hide this secret, but as long as more and more of his products exhibited the distinctive traits of powerful aliens, the secret would become known. So what? At most, it would prove that Vess bought valuable goods from unscrupulous businessmen. There was no way he did the deed himself, when he and his clansmen were clearly nowhere to be found. In fact, many of these kidnapping cases would probably happen in regions where there were no hostile humans anywhere in and around a star system. The lack of hard evidence that could prove that he was the chief culprit would keep his involvement a secret for a long time. Once people eventually deduced the truth based on the sheer amount of works that utilized ingredients harvested from all of the missing beings, Vess would hopefully be powerful enough at that time to cope with all of the heat. Might makes right. This was one of the fundamental truths of the universe. The more powerful he became, the more he could get away with. The premise was that he did not violate the interests of his allies and enemies he could not handle. The Red Cabal has already put an extravagant bounty on my head, so it is not as if my relations with the aliens could get any worse. Vess liked the fact that he could remain hidden and avoid notice for a long time if he opted to go for random being acquisition. This was not because darkness had become an intrinsic part of his domain. He just wanted to avoid drawing too much attention too soon. The more his enemies focused on flashy Mech pilots, the less they spent time on targeting Mech designers like himself. Dimension breach creation is a lot more open. There was no way to hide his involvement. Everyone in human space as well as alien space would know he gained the power to tear the walls between dimensions. If his ability to do so improved, then people would become even more dazzled. Vess might be able to explain the origin of this ability by talking nonsense about combining the power of a phase lord with human science, but that would only fool others for so long. Sooner or later, people would figure out the truth. The fragment of the metal scroll gifted him with this amazing power. What would happen then? There was no way for Vess to resist the combined pressure from all of the major powers of red humanity, especially when they were united in their interests. For all of his efforts to befriend and lock the major players in a web of mutual interests, when it became more profitable to extort him, the Red 2 and the first-rate superstates would definitely force him to cough up the system one way or another. After all, no matter what, Vess could not refuse cooperation when the likes of the First Flame came to his doorstep. He hated his inability to resist coercion. His lack of hard power and his increasing reliance on external protection forced him to restrain his behavior and seek compromises just to prevent these sorts of scenarios from occurring. I can still avoid the worst outcome if I go for dimension breach creation. How? By surrendering to the powers that be in advance. If he proactively admitted his new capabilities and offered to create a bunch of dimensional tiers for the major powers, he would be able to maintain the current status quo more or less. In fact, there was a more sophisticated way to placate the Red 2 and the first-rate colonial superstates. I can use this as a binding mechanism for the Red Collective. It would require a lot of deft diplomacy, but as long as he utilized the upcoming organization as the central administrator for all of the dimensional tiers, then the Red Collective's inherent division would ensure that all of the players would end up spending most of their energy competing against each other. Still, this potential solution did not remove the fundamental danger. Perhaps the only other way he could divert attention from himself was to find another user of the system to take up the responsibility of breaching dimensions. So long as Vess himself never exposed this power, he would be able to fade in the background as he originally wished. I only need to find someone trustworthy enough to wield this power. Vess already had a very suitable candidate in mind. Caddies. Chapter 59, 53 Raising Pillars. Dimension Breach Creation was an attractive upgrade track. Vess had both rational and emotional reasons to choose it over the other options. However, the biggest problem with this choice was not the uncertainty of finding a profitable dimension to breach, nor the amount of AP he needed to spend to unlock the ability to create a permanent dimensional tier. It was exposure. Vess had already attracted far too much attention. It would have been great if he was already a star designer, but he was still a senior Mech designer at this point. There was only so much weirdness that people could tolerate. Becoming too outstanding in a short amount of time would cause a lot of people to develop feelings of jealousy, envy, and greed. The creation of dimensional tiers that had the potential to provide a vast amount of valuable resources would also create major disruptions in the Mech industry and many other sectors. A lot of people and organizations were bound to suffer losses if they missed out on this new bounty. It was exactly because of how extensively Vess threatened the profits and benefits of so many different stakeholders that he got ambushed by the public inquiry last time. Ever since he went through that ordeal, he became a lot more sensitive towards similar instances of generating too much discontent. This is why random being acquisition is so much nicer. It is much easier for me to maintain a low profile while making use of this upgrade track. Dimension Breach Creation had a much greater potential to supply unusual resources on a massive scale, but it was exactly because the movement was so loud that Vess needed to be more thoughtful in its application. Vess found it troublesome to put in so much extra effort to manage people's reactions, but the expected rewards made it all worthwhile. He already became preoccupied with mapping out a suitable political strategy. Just because he hated politics did not mean he refused to engage in it. Everyone who became powerful enough needed to learn how to win support and convince others to play along with his plan. In order to spread his risks, divert the attention of his enemies, and reduce his suspicion, Vess needed the cooperation of a trusted partner. In order to spread his risks, divert the attention of his enemies, and reduce his suspicion, Vess needed the cooperation of a trusted partner. Caddies is the perfect fit. There were many politically convenient reasons to push her to the forefront. First, she was a Larkinson, but she was different enough from Vess to avoid close associations. She was part of a Sword Maidens, which outsiders saw as an outside group that somehow managed to become a subsidiary of the Larkinson clan. The implication was that Kedys had become a vassal of the Larkinson clan, as opposed to a core member. It was sort of true in a way. The Sword Maidens integrated into the Larkinson clan decently enough, but they stubbornly protected many of their old traditions, even though a few of them no longer made sense in civilization space. Combined with the fact that Kedys pursued different interests from Vess, she successfully managed to build a brand that was relatively independent from Vess and the clan. Second, she was already abnormal, but in different ways. She was the first swordmaster who also happened to be a journeyman Mech designer. Her ability to combine the two professions had caused her swordsman Mechs to gain more special features than normal, causing their popularity to grow without slowing down. Her efforts to revive and spread traditional swordsmanship throughout human society also started to build up momentum. Though Vess never paid attention to such matters, he occasionally heard about how more and more people had signed up for the distinctly different kind of swordsmanship classes. The Heaven Sworders of the Larkinson clan possessed a rich teaching tradition. They had taken upon themselves to set up schools at any planet where the Larkinson clan had set up branches. People yearned to become strong. People also yearned to obtain extraordinary power. With Kedys as the most prominent example, traditional swordsmanship offered many hopeful warriors a way to excel in battle, despite the fact that their genetic aptitudes prevented them from becoming Mech pilots. The longer the Red War raged on, the more people felt the need for need. Nobody wanted to become one of the many helpless victims who failed to resist when the aliens invaded their planets. Of course, there was nothing much a single swordmaster could do when an entire alien raiding fleet entered into orbit over a planet, but it was better than nothing. Kedys is a rising star. Vess had already reached the limit to his rise of fame. Kedys was just beginning to enter the galactic scene. This was the right time for her to gain more prominence by unveiling a fantastic new ability. She could easily promote traditional swordsmanship by exposing the ability to cut the walls that kept the dimensions apart from each other. It sounded so much more plausible that her mysterious swordsmanship somehow granted her the unreasonable power to create dimensional tiers simply by swinging her sword in a special way. The explanation fit so well that most people probably would not bother to investigate any further. The only issue with this plan was that Vess needed Kedys to play along with this deception. Even though it was technically Sharpie that was the swordmaster, Kedys would not sully her honor and integrity just so that she could promote traditional swordsmanship. She had her own principles as a warrior, and while they were looser than that of a professional soldier, she would not deceive her audience. She doesn't have to offer any explanation, Vess pondered. She will still be inclined to cooperate with me if all she needs to do is to keep her mouth shut. People can come up with their own explanations on how Kedys is able to master such an outrageous ability. It's not her fault that people develop misunderstandings. Maybe those who are better informed than others will attribute her new powers to the Heaven Sword. The important part was that the ability to breach dimensions must not be tied back to Vess. Perhaps Kedys might not like to participate in an act of deception, but as long as the goals and intentions were noble enough, she should be able to tolerate his demands. This plan was not only good for Vess, but also boosted Kedys' own personal causes. She had witnessed many times how her former mentor leveraged his increased fame and importance to secure greater advantages for himself. It was a much faster and more effective way to become more powerful than to stick to honest Mech design. More importantly than that, splitting responsibilities also helped the Larkinson clan as a whole. To prevent this scenario from happening, the Larkinson clan needed to be propped up by multiple strong pillars. Vess grew too quickly. His clan was growing faster than ever, but all of it rested on a single pillar. If anything happened to Vess, his overextended clan would collapse like a house of cards. To prevent this scenario from happening, the Larkinson clan needed to be propped up by multiple strong pillars. Gloriana was already on track to become a major pillar. Alexa Strion was too young and still needed a lot more time to develop before she could serve as an adequate substitute for Vess. So long as Kedis became the only person who was able to breach dimensions in a consistent manner, her importance to society would instantly skyrocket. The rise of the Larkinson clan would become unstoppable at that point. If Vess was the only Larkinson who was able to earn the appreciation of multiple Tier 1 galactic citizens, then people could still dismiss his clan as a personality cult. If the clan was able to produce 2 or more top figures, then it had turned into a much more durable human institution. His enthusiasm grew. He needed to spend a lot more time and effort to flesh out this ambitious plan, but the broad strokes of it was already enough for him to gain confidence in his ability to profit from dimension breach creation. The time had come for Vess to make his final decision. When Vess put random being acquisition and dimension breach creation side by side with each other, he knew that his decision would radically affect his operational approach for the next decades. This was a critical period of time that would make or break his career. His clan also stood at a crossroads. With the help of the resources provided by a powerful upgrade track, his fellow Larkinsons all had a chance to rise above their original limitations and achieve greatness in their own right. Vess just needed to settle his mind on whether he wanted to maintain a lower profile or whether he was courageous enough to attract more attention to his clan. His decision would not only shape his relationship with the major human powers, but also affect his involvement with the Red Collective. This is a big deal. A part of Vess yearned to stop tempting fate and take comfort in the high degree of anonymity promised by random being acquisition. However, an even stronger part of him was willing to defy his need for secrecy, just so that he could recreate the miracles produced on Eon Corona Roman 7. Maybe it is fate that the system has given me the option to replicate the unique state produced by the crashed Starlight Megalodon. The Eon Corona Roman 7 mission had thoroughly derailed his career and introduced him to a lot of wonders. The blasted mission made him forge deep ties with the flagrant vandals and the sword maidens. It also tested his survival skills and caused him to understand the truth about power. It had been many years since he put Eon Corona Roman 7 behind him. He had grown so much since that point that Vess had become involved in much greater affairs than a pathetic attempt to salvage high-grade life-prolonging treatment serum from a crashed CFA battleship. Yet, Vess had not managed to escape the grip of Eon Corona Roman 7. Vess tried his best to consider other alternatives, yet none of them appealed to him more than dimension breach creation. The likelihood that I can create a planet similar to Eon Corona Roman 7 is low, but maybe I can generate my own version of an ecosystem mutated by strange energies. If there was one thing a galaxy was not short of, it was planets. While only a fraction of them already contained alien flora and fauna, they were still numerous enough for Vess to pick an unoccupied one and conduct dangerous experiments. So long as the planet and star system did not contain any face water or other valuable resource deposits, nobody would care if the Larkinson clan opened a dimensional tier and exposed a lot of exobests and exoplants to dimensional energies. The quantity of resources that Vess could obtain through this channel was incomparable to random being acquisition. Perhaps he might even get lucky and breach a dimension that contained exceedingly rare but highly desirable superclass materials. The allure of hitting the jackpot tempted Vess even more. The system wouldn't make it easy for him, but as long as he earned enough AP, anything was possible. As a Mech designer, I need to chase after any opportunity to design a Mech that no one has made before. It will be a lot easier for me to do this if I can make use of much more exotic resources. Now that he had made up his mind, Vess did not delay his decision any further. System, I am ready to announce my choice. I choose upgrade track #6. Please integrate dimension breach creation to your feature set. The space around Vess' consciousness started to shake. The view switched back to the system space. What was different was that a section of the mountain actively began to form into a new clearing. A lot of rock and stone started to form into flat and straight surfaces as the system prepared to add an entirely new structure to the mountain top. Vess began to look more and more forward to seeing the results of this profound change. He needed to know how soon he could create his first dimensional tier. Chapter 59, 54, The New Clearing. Large quantities of energies concentrated over at the latest clearing on the mountain top. Whatever the system decided to add evidently did not take a lot of room, because the clearing was smaller than the ones that hosted the mission hall and the tree of possibilities. When Vess glanced at the time gate, he noted that it remained unchanged. Perhaps there may be a chance for him to evolve it into the time and space gate in the future, but Vess did not think that the system would present him with the choices at a later date. Even if it was possible for the system to implement the features of portal exploration or random being acquisition, Vess did not have the AP to upgrade and make proper use of them all. He did not even have enough AP to fully exploit the possibilities that would soon be available. Minutes passed by as the system space continued to change. Once the renovation had reached its end, Vess suddenly appeared at the bottom of the system space. Unlike other facilities provided by the Mech designer system, the Dimension Observatory is a unique structure that can undergo targeted improvements through the spending of ascension points. Existing features can be upgraded. New features can also be added. More possibilities will be added after the Dimension Observatory has developed further according to user direction. Finally, he regained his body, though he questioned whether it was real. It was probably a simulated version of his physical form. His actual body still remained in real space. Vess did not waste any time on pondering about this question. He immediately set off and climbed the steps leading up to the top. Though he originally intended to move towards the newly opened clearing, he reluctantly changed his mind and visited the other stations first to see whether anything had changed. The Vault of Eternity, the Wishing Fountain, the Divine Bazaar, and so on all remained unchanged. The transformation initiated by submitting EE 343F 00334R did not appear to improve any of the other functions of the system. This meant it became even more important for him to check out the latest facility. As Vess neared the top, he resisted the urge to turn towards the Dimension Observatory and headed over to the sacred temple in order to check whether it had changed. Vess became a bit more reassured when he confirmed that nothing had changed. The soul mark had not grown stronger, while the iron-resonant crucifix crown remained as docile as ever. He also checked his status to check on his budget. Damn, 132 AP is not that much. He recently spent a fair amount of AP on a Kai restoration potion. It was AP well spent, but that had also brought his reserve down to an uncomfortably low point. There was a very real possibility that he might not be able to make good use of the Dimension Observatory when it was at its most basic state. Vess needed to pay attention to the mission hall and be more proactive in completing different missions in exchange for hefty sums of AP. Now that he returned to New Constantinople Roman 8, he should be able to squeeze enough time in his schedule to work on a few side projects. Let's see what the latest upgrade has introduced. He could no longer hold himself back anymore. He left the sacred temple and moved down the steps. Soon enough, he stood before the facility that the system called the Dimension Observatory. Its name was certainly apt. It looked like a classic surface-bound star observatory. There was a large telescope that extended from the oval-shaped roof and pointed directly into the skies of the system's space. The exterior looked familiar at first glance, but it possessed a number of mystical elements that Vess was not able to decipher. Interesting. The fact that the all-metal structure adopted the form of an observatory signified that the new features did not just center around breaching dimensions. Being able to look inside them was also important. It would help save a lot of AP by opening a tier that led into Resource Spore dimension. Once Vess was done with admiring the interior, he approached the entrance and entered the darkened space inside. The interior of the Dimension Observatory was dominated by two obvious features. One of them was clearly the base of the massive telescope, a terminal that looked like nothing else allowed for users to operate this massive device. The second feature was the giant pillar in the center. Strong spatial energies emanated from the pillar that was suspended in the air. He decided to approach the terminal of the telescope first. An interface popped up as soon as he came close enough. Observe dimension 5 ascension points. Can observe the interior of dimensions #20 to #1000 for a maximum duration of 5 minutes. Vess wanted to scratch his head. This was a very brief description, though Vess was able to deduce a lot of clues already. The ability to peer into dimensions, numbered 20 to 1000, was a powerful function. Vess knew that this was only a fraction of the total dimensions in existence. Being able to look into 1000 of them was not that impressive in the greater scheme of things. The real value of the Dimension Telescope was that Vess would be able to scout the wealth and dangers of different dimensions in advance. In most cases, Vess expected to find absolutely nothing. On other rare occasions, Vess could accidentally stumble upon a horror dimension that was filled with monsters beyond his comprehension. It would be catastrophic if he opened a gateway to such a terrible place. This was why scouting his targets in advance became so important. It was just that the price of doing so was not light. 5 AP for a single glimpse is not a big deal, but the costs will quickly add up if I use it on a repeating basis. Of the 980 dimensions that the Dimension Telescope could peer into, how many of them were filled with valuable energy or materials? Vess had no clue. If only 15 out of the 980 dimensions contained the resources he needed to power up his mechs, then the probability of stumbling upon one of them was only around 1.5%. He quietly cursed. I will have to waste hundreds of AP before I can find a profitable dimension if that is the case. The good news, if there was any, was that a single successful hit was enough to allow him to earn back his investment. Assuming that the dimension was not inhabited by a large amount of indigenous life forms, there should be a lot of resources that no one had ever exploited before. All of it became ripe for the picking, as long as Vess managed to breach this lucrative and untouched dimension. Where are the upgrade options? Vess fiddled with the interface before he managed to find the right page. Telescope reach level 2 1000 ascension points. Can only look at dimension #1000 to #10,000. Observation duration level 200 ascension points. Can extend maximum observation time to 6 minutes. Observation clarity level 200 ascension points. Can increase the visual clarity and the data collection of dimension observations by a small extent. Observation search level 1000 ascension points. Can add an automated function to the Dimension Telescope that enables it to search a range of dimensions for designated parameters. His expression remained neutral while he processed the information. The situation roughly matched his expectations. The system merely delivered the Dimension Telescope in its most basic form. It clearly had a lot of potential, but unlocking it required a huge amount of AP investment. Vess focused his attention on telescope reach. 1000 AP is a ridiculous sum. It takes lots of work to earn this much. He was not able to earn this sum so easily in his current state. He earned just a single AP for every completed Mech design. This meant that he had to devote much of his time and attention on completing missions. Yet was it easy for him to do so? Many missions required him to do a lot of weird stuff that he was absolutely not comfortable with. There were only a few normal missions where he only had to design a very specific Mech. Vess felt more and more tempted to induct other Mech designers into the system. Earning 1,000 AP was a huge burden for a single Mech designer, but if 4 users agreed to split the cost, then each Mech designer only had to pitch in 250 AP. He shook his head. He could think about this issue later. He still needed to process the latest upgrade and form a new development strategy based on the possibilities opened up by dimension breach creation. Whatever the case, these upgrades are definitely worth it. I need to improve the dimension telescope as soon as possible. Given his current situation, observation search level 1 was his highest priority. The longer it took for him to purchase this critical upgrade, the greater the amount of AP he would waste by looking into completely empty or irrelevant dimensions. It only costs 5 AP to study a random dimension, but it takes 500 AP to look into 100 dimensions. The cost of using the dimension telescope did not go away. It took energy and maybe other resources to operate it. Since that was the case, Vess needed to resist the urge to use it right away and start to save up lots of AP so that he could avoid wasting even more of it in the long term. Observation clarity level 2 may also be necessary. Vess judged. Data is important. If this upgrade can give me more data readings on the properties of unfamiliar matter and energy, I can quickly determine whether any of it poses a huge threat if they are brought back to the material realm. It would be catastrophic if Vess inadvertently opened a dimensional tier that led to a dimension that was filled with antimatter. Once just a tiny fraction of it spilled out, a cataclysmic explosion would take place that was powerful enough to blow up an entire planet, if not an entire star system. Telescope reach will probably be necessary. It may unlock higher dimensions that may be filled with even more potent matter and energy. However, 1,000 AP is way too much at the start. He really wanted to purchase it, but he would have to do too much work to earn so many ascension points. He needed to ration his time and resources and spend his AP on more essential upgrades first. Vess lingered in front of the dimension telescope for 5 more minutes before he satisfied his curiosity for the time being. He felt tempted to spend 5 AP just to try it out a single time, but this was an incredibly irrational and foolish waste of resources. Save 1,000 AP first. Spend it on observation search level 1. Then I should be ready to take a peek. He moved away from the terminal and began to approach a giant glowing pillar that was placed in a central location. Vess could already feel the powerful spatial energies contained within this strange pillar. He could already deduce its function from that alone. Temporary breach 10 ascension points. Create a dimension breach of up to 20 meters by 5 meters that lasts for up to 10 minutes. Temporary breach 50 ascension points. Create a dimension breach of up to 20 meters by 5 meters that lasts for up to 1 hour. Damn. Vess was impressed that the giant pillar was able to create dimensional tiers. Vess was not impressed by how short they lasted. 10 minutes was not a long duration. It was only enough to conduct a quick retrieval operation. At least it is cheap enough for a starter option. Chapter 59, 55 short on AP. Vess became thoroughly captivated by the dimension blade. Even though it looked like a giant cylindrical pillar that did not possess a sharp edge, he could feel the spatial energies warping around its physical form. There was no need for the pillar to be sharp, because its actual cutting mechanism consisted of concentrated and highly volatile spatial energies. While Vess truly found the sight of the dimension blade to be inspiring, he was not as pleased with its starter options. A dimension breach that lasts for only 10 minutes only makes sense if I need to snatch something valuable with as little fuss as possible. It is much more efficient to open a dimension breach that lasts for a full hour. A prepared harvesting team can get a lot more stuff done. He wanted to see the dimension blade in action. He found it agonizing that he had to wait months, if not years, before he earned enough AP to purchase the necessary upgrades. I need to stick to the plan. Not only did he have to accumulate a lot of AP to purchase the necessary upgrades, he also had to induct Kedis into the system. Only when Kedis stepped forward and pretended to gain a blessing that allowed her to cut a hole through dimensions would Vess be able to draw attention away from himself. He decided to distract himself by inspecting the upgrade options. There was no way that the Dimension Blade was only able to create breaches that lasted up to an hour at most. Remote breaching level, 1,500 ascension points, can extend the maximum range of breach creation to 1 kilometer. Breach extension level 250 ascension points, can create a dimension breach that lasts for 1 day at the cost of 200 AP. Breach expansion level 100 ascension points, can expand the maximum breach size by 5x5 meters. Breach strength level 250 ascension points, enables breaching of more resistant dimensions, enables breaching at locations with slightly higher spatial stability. Breach barrier level 1,000 ascension points, can generate an energy barrier that can block the passage of undesirable energy and matter in both directions up to a low limit. Semi-permanent breach level 15,000 ascension points, can generate a semi-permanent self-sustaining dimension breach that is able to persist without any further input, can still be destroyed through external means. Now that is more like it. There are so many options. Many of them seemed nice, but there was one powerful option that offered exactly what he needed. I need to earn 5,000 AP as soon as possible. There is not much point in choosing this upgrade track if I don't obtain semi-permanent breach. This was the critical function necessary to transform more planets into different variations of Eon Corona Roman 7. It was also a way to grant red humanity access to strange dimensions that were filled with nigh-inexhaustible resources. Unfortunately, an asking price of 5,000 AP was so prohibitively expensive for Vess that it would take years, if not a decade, for him to earn that much ascension points in an honest fashion. Vess had already been leaning towards inducting other Mech designers into the system. If he previously gained 75% certainty in this strategy, he now became 99% convinced that he needed to break his policy of keeping the system for himself. Creating permanent dimensional tiers was too valuable for Vess to ignore. The longer it took to unlock this upgrade, the greater the opportunity costs he would incur for not being able to work with extra-dimensional resources sooner. Though Vess fixated his attention on the semi-permanent breach upgrade, he did not forget about the other ones either. He made sure to study them to figure out how the Dimension Blade worked. Without upgrades, a dimensional tier can only become an oval that encompasses an area of 20 meters by 5 meters. That's enough to send a few people or compact shuttles, but it is not enough to send a Mech or starship. He needed to expand the maximum size of the breach by many times if he wanted to make it suitable for large-scale use. For temporary breaches, it was best if they could become big enough to allow for starships to pass through. This way, their superior volume and cargo space should allow them to quickly retrieve a lot of high-value resources in the new dimension and leave before the breach closed up again. Size was less important for permanent breaches. Smaller ones were easier to defend, to control, and to hide. They made it difficult for monsters from the other side to break into the material realm. The remote breaching upgrade was probably a necessary safety precaution. Who knew whether opening up a dimensional tier would cause a huge amount of lethal energy to pour into the material realm? Being able to breach dimensions 1 kilometer or 100 kilometers away would drastically reduce the danger to himself. In fact, if the range is long enough. Vess suddenly gained the idea that he could weaponize this power. As long as the range and precision was high enough, he could time the creation of a remote dimensional tier right in front of an enemy warship. However, when Vess noticed the breach strength upgrade, his excitement cooled. The dimensional blade was not all-powerful, and the breaches were not impervious to external influences. Without any additional reinforcement, the dimensional tiers could probably be destabilized or outright destroyed. I will have to test this out at least once in order to gather the necessary data. In short, the most basic dimension breach was only useful for peaceful purposes. Vess needed to spend lots of AP on remote breaching and breach strength to strengthen this capacity to the point where he could tear apart enemies from a distance. This could become a trump card as long as I commit to this investment. The cost was too high, though. It made sense to upgrade remote breaching and breach strength at least once or twice, but any more than that was disproportionate. There was no need for Vess to rely on this gimmick to defend himself. He should have plenty of mechs and warships at his disposal. His own phase lord abilities should also suffice. Having to waste valuable AP just to get rid of an enemy was the worst move he could make. Before Vess completed his inspection of the upgrade options, he spent a minute on thinking over the implications of breach barrier. The fact that the system found it necessary to provide this additional feature as an upgrade option practically confirmed that opening up dimensional tiers could be dangerous. Being able to project a barrier might end up saving many lives. Vess did not intend to neglect this option, but with how little AP he had at his disposal, he had no choice but to dismiss this as a luxury option. Vess eventually grew a little glum at the end. It was so frustrating to gain access to so many powerful upgrades, yet find himself awfully short on AP. He felt more pressured than ever to go on a mad mission spree. The last time he did that, he almost went crazy from all of the manic stress he accumulated throughout that ordeal. Though Vess ended up earning a heap of AP, the thought of subjecting himself to that unique form of mental torture once again caused him to shudder. He needed to put his life in order and build up the courage to initiate a long mission completion session. In the end, Vess turned away and left the Dimension Observatory. He gathered all of the information he needed. Though he felt tempted to create a small breach, he quickly reminded himself that it would be devastating to do so while he was still residing in Diandi Base. If he really had to spoil his plan and reveal his newfound ability of breaching dimensions, then he should at least board a starship and move to the edge of a star system before he commenced his experiment. I have more patience than that. I need to meet with Kedis in person before I make any further decisions. It was a good thing that Kedis refused to undergo EdNet training. There were a number of things he could do. For example, he could make use of the 10 golden lottery tickets that he earned from completing a supply mission. He could also make use of the time gate. The only inconvenience was that Kedis was currently leading Task Force Solus over at Reticula Corine V. He could either take another trip or request his former student to come to him instead. It is much more convenient to bring her over. I am done with travel for the year. Before he left the system space, Vess checked whether he had missed anything. There were a number of things he could do. For example, he could make use of the 10 golden lottery tickets that he earned from completing a supply mission. He could also make use of the time gate. However, Vess had already exhausted his mind by trying to analyze his available options and selecting the most suitable upgrade track for himself. He decided to deal with these matters later. Vess hadn't entirely gotten rid of his laissez-faire attitude towards the system. He still preferred to solve his problems by relying on his own strength first. This was why he hadn't made use of the superpublish function as soon as it became available. If he kept using it as a crutch by discovering the shortcomings he needed to address, he would eventually lose the ability to diagnose the problems in his works. This reminded him that he needed to introduce dimensional tiers to red humanity without causing everyone to fall into a similar trap. That might be hard to do when red humanity had very few advantages to rely upon. Who cared about these problems when people were on the verge of going extinct? Vess briefly winced. A part of him regretted that he rejected the universal gate network. He could have started to work towards creating a gate that could lead him and his precious children back to the Milky Way. Alas, he rejected this easy escape route in favor of trying to upgrade Red humanity's combat power by supplying them with special resources. It was a choice that reflected Vess' unwillingness to become a coward and seek to defeat the most implacable alien enemies. Vess finally exited the system space and took a moment to catch his breath in reality. Meow. A dark-plated gem cat flew closer and took a closer look at Vess. I'm okay, buddy. I am really tired, but I still have a lot of work to take care of. Did you notice anything unusual? Meow, meow, meow. Is that so? That is good to hear. I don't need you to guard me anymore. You can go off on your own if you want. Meow. Lucky took that as an invitation to leave. The gem cat phased through the floor as he was probably looking to play with Andrast or the other kids. Vess raised his palm in front of his face and imagined that he wielded the dimension blade. Would he be able to tear a hole in dimensions if he swung it in a certain fashion? Maybe it won't be my hand that wields this blade. He needed Keddies to come over as soon as possible. With that goal in mind, he settled into his seat and briefly called up the latest status reports of the expeditionary fleet. He also called up the documents related to the Sword Maidens in order to catch up with the latest developments of this infamous Mech Legion. Keddies had been doing well. She gained valuable leadership experience by directing and overseeing the units responsible for surveying Reticulocorine V and harvesting Salu's gas. Aside from that, she made sure to keep up with her other work. She had learned a thing or two about his leadership style and heavily delegated responsibilities to her officers. This allowed her to squeeze more time in her design lab. The Stormblade Samurai Mark Roman II project was making a lot of strides as a result. There was a lot of market potential for a commercialized hyper version of the original Stormblade Samurai model. Keddies had good reason to believe it might become the Larkinson clan's next bestseller. Vess agreed. Chapter 59, 56 Emperor Tree. Hovering in orbit of Reticulocorine V, the Wild Torch occupied the center of a modest second-class fleet. The fleet carrier was one of the prides of the Larkinson clan. While the vessel had fallen behind the times, she performed well in relation to her circumstances. The presence of the Wild Torch bestowed the Larkinsons assigned to Task Force Salus with a lot of confidence. This was an effect that the Dragon's Den, the other capital ship in the task force, could never accomplish. The reason for that was because the Wild Torch hosted one of the most important members of the Larkinson clan. Many outsiders assumed that the young clan was entirely propped up by its legendary founder and patriarch. They were mostly correct about that. His contributions could not be denied by even the most skeptical observer. However, those who spent years in the clan knew that they had plenty of other talents to count on. Keddies had already made a lot of strides in stepping out of the shadow of her patriarch. Many clansmen saw her appointment as the leader in charge of Task Force Salus as vindication of their belief that she could be just as great as Vess one day. The Swordmaster herself stood in her private design lab. The Horned Woman wore a white lab coat over an armored training suit. This produced an odd contradiction in style, but Keddies wore her outfit with confidence. Sharpie, Sharpie. The Bloodsinger cheerfully floated up and down as the weapons soared through the air. The personal greatsword that accompanied Keddies for years had grown even more powerful than before. The reformed CFA greatsword had grown sharper and stronger than ever. Constant exposure to Sharpie's growing willpower and exotic radiation caused it to shine with deadly gleam that could make anyone fall into the illusion that the blade could easily sever the thread that kept them alive. At this time, she spoke with a physical projection of Vice Director Maria Abselin of the Larkinson Biotech Institute. Since Director Rania Wadden still had a few years to go before she completed her EdNet training, Maria Abselin had been doing an excellent job at keeping all of the biotech researchers in check. It helped that she was a fairly young but brilliant Terran biotech researcher herself. What she lacked in age and experience, She made up with it with passion and an unusual zeal for studying exobests. Everyone assigned to Task Force Salus knew that it was impossible for them to establish full or even partial control over a planet as wild and untamed as Reticula-Corine V. The effects of Salu's gas and the hegemony of multiple powerful calamity beasts had caused the planet's ecosystem to turn into a savage environment. This led to a myriad of issues, not helped by the daring strategy chosen by Kedis. Under the current circumstances, Chimera Base is still at great risk until we have completed construction of all of the planned defensive works. Vice Director Maria Abselin explained. We have gathered enough evidence to confirm that the Emperor Tree is a rare calamity plant. It is an exoplant that has not only gained sentience, but is also able to command wood energy at levels unmatched by any recorded calamity beast. If not for the fact that its favorable location is engulfed by Salu's gas released by a major deposit, many first-class biotech research institutions would have tried to claim this planet for themselves. We are lucky that no one else has discovered this exceptional plant ever since it managed to evolve to its current level. A calamity plant. Even Kedis heard about how much the biotech industry coveted them. Just like exobests, exoplants also had the ability to mutate and surpass their limitations as a species. However, the mutation rate of exoplants was much lower. Mutated plants also grew at a slower rate. Their lack of mobility also caused them to become prone to accidents. Far too many of them inadvertently got crushed or torn apart by rampaging mutated beasts. Only a few of them ever managed to complete a second evolution that turned them into calamity plants. That was when these powerful organisms truly gained the power to defend their foothold. Larger and more resilient than calamity beasts, these extraordinarily powerful plants not only gained enough sapience to think for themselves, but also displayed greater prowess in manipulating E-energy. Fortunately, most calamity plants that red humanity encountered up to date tended to remain rooted at their original locations. The so-called Emperor Tree, located a fair distance away from Chimera Base, was one of them. The Larkinson Biotech Institute had not managed to discover why the plant managed to survive long enough to be able to evolve to its current height on top of a major Salu's gas deposit. Salu's gas at these concentrations was lethal to all organisms, including the indigenous exobests and exoplants. The Larkinson Biotech Institute became excited at the prospect of studying the Emperor Tree for this reason. It was rather unfortunate that Rania Wadden was attempting to fast-track her promotion to a first-class biotech researcher. The opportunity to study the Emperor Tree was a dream come true for the exoplant specialist. Have you figured out whether Emperor Tree can move? Kedis asked the projected figure. We are still in the process of gathering data, ma'am. Our ability to do so is limited due to the interference of Salu's gas and the frighteningly effective detection capabilities of the tree. The entire area surrounding the Emperor Tree is under constant monitoring. Our best stealth probes cannot get closer within a handful of kilometers from the calamity plant before being destroyed by wood splinters or other violent responses. That is disappointing news, Kedis responded. I am receiving daily reports about the beast waves that are frequently attacking Chimera Base. They are doing so much damage that the construction work has slowed. It doesn't take a biotech expert to figure out that those suicidal exobests aren't throwing their lives away at us because they care about humans settling on their planet. Have you at least been able to confirm that these beasts are solely attacking us due to the instigation of the Emperor Tree? The vice director shook her head. We have yet to gather any hard evidence that indicates that this is the case, ma'am. We have only managed to gather circumstantial clues. The Emperor Tree does not rely on spreading pheromones to control the beasts that roam the regions surrounding the major Salu's gas deposit. There are sources that claim that some calamity beasts are able to dominate the minds of weaker exobests. This is usually the case for calamity beasts that do not excel in personal combat. They seem to have channeled their evolution into improving their ability to conscript an army of beasts. The reason why the Larkinsons referred to the Emperor Tree in this fashion was because it possessed the most outrageous ability to dominate exobests. Its domination range was extremely high, allowing the powerful tree to form entire beast armies up to hundreds of kilometers away. So you are certain that the Emperor Tree is actively responding to the presence of Chimera Base by flooding it with beast tides. Maria Absalon grimly nodded. It is safe to assume so. The Emperor Tree remains rooted in one location. Even if it has gained the ability to move, it clearly does not wish to do so unless it is absolutely necessary. This is the main reason why our task force established its first harvesting site on a minor deposit that is close to this calamity plant. While we are fortunate enough that the Emperor Tree has not seen fit to take direct action, it is clearly hostile to our intrusion into its territory. The beast waves will not stop for that reason. More exobests are constantly converging from elsewhere to occupy the rich lands around us. The Emperor Tree will subsequently take them over and throw them into the walls of Chimera Base. Kedis frowned deeper when she heard that. She glanced over at a projection that displayed a partial map of the planet. There were 27 major Salus gas deposits on the surface of Corine Reticula V. Each of them were occupied by calamity beasts or powerful mutated beasts. It was already bad enough that these powerful creatures occupied the best Salus gas deposits. What was worse was that the minor Salus gas deposits were all located in the surroundings of those major deposits. This meant that if the Larkinsons wanted to harvest Salus gas on an acceptable scale, they had to establish a harvesting operation in the territory of at least one powerful beast. It would be much easier to decapitate one of the calamity beasts and claim one of the major deposits. Kedis knew better than to initiate such a reckless action. While it was possible for the Mech of Task Force Salus to defeat one of these calamity beasts, doing so was not that simple. There were plenty of stories on the galactic net where other groups had tried to eliminate every calamity beast on a planet by defeating them in detail. However, the movements were so big that all of the calamity beasts on the planets became alarmed. The powerful creatures spontaneously dropped all of their animosity towards each other and converged upon the battlefield. Suffice to say, very few Mech forces were able to survive after getting besieged by dozens of calamity beasts that wielded extraordinary power. Incidents like this occurred so often that people learned the hard way that the calamity beasts instinctively possessed a common identity that was tied to their own planets. They might wish to kill each other in order to stimulate their evolution and devour the nutrients of the defeated, but when they were confronted by a powerful external opponent, they were smart enough to understand that it was better for them to unite their forces. This made the conquest of any untamed planet a lot trickier than normal. A human force could either deploy so many mechs that they could roll over the calamity beasts through sheer quantity, or it could try to defeat the powerful beasts without making too much noise. Task Force Salus did not have the numbers to pursue the former strategy, and it did not have enough intelligence to employ the latter strategy. For now, the Larkinsons had little choice but to leave the calamity beasts alone. This was fine, as their primary mission was to begin a Salus gas extraction operation. Yet just because the humans wanted to leave the powerful indigenous life forms alone did not mean that the opposite was true. Is there a chance we can reconcile with the Emperor Tree? Vice Director Absalon did not look supportive. No, calamity beasts have always been hostile to humans, especially since we are not native to any of their planets. They rightfully regard us as invaders who are trying to steal their home planet's resources. The beast waves will continue to assail us until we have begun to exhaust all of the adult beasts in a very large radius around the Emperor Tree. Once we have slain enough exobests to impact the population, the calamity plant will not be able to threaten us as much as before. That should be the best time for us to negotiate with the Emperor Tree, Kedis proposed. Just because the Emperor Tree is sapient does not mean it is willing to entreat with us. You should prepare to initiate an assault with the goal of eliminating it. Fielding too many mechs at a time or employing excessive firepower will draw the attention of every other calamity beast. But if you send a smaller force of elite mech units, you can challenge the Emperor Tree for control of the region. This is much less likely to provoke a collective response, as the calamity beasts believe that their own will not fall in a fight against a weaker and more inferior force. That had a lot of implications for Task Force Salus. Kedis already had a bunch of names in mind for a possible assault force. Chapter 59, 57 Chimera Base. Kedis continued to contemplate the information provided by Vice Director Maria Abselin. Task Force Salus wouldn't be able to complete its objectives as quickly as she previously anticipated. This was bad because it would keep her, and the Larkinsons assigned for his mission away from the expeditionary fleet for a longer period of time. However, Reticula Corine V was a nice change of pace for the soldiers who fought against the alien raiding fleets. The abundance of hostile exobests gave every mech pilot plenty of chances to polish their skills, spill more blood, and temper themselves in actual combat. The fact that the Emperor Tree kept sending over Beast Wave after Beast Wave provided the defenders with much more opportunities to accrue combat experience than if they stayed with the expeditionary fleet. Even if most battles took place on land, the exobests and mutated beasts that displayed unrelenting aggression towards the humans possessed a lot of diverse strengths and abilities. Each mutated beast was unique. Their strength may be weaker than expert mechs on average, but their abilities were often strange and confounding. One mutated beast possessed the ability to speed up its movement, as well as the movement of nearby beasts, by a factor of 5. That creature was responsible for breaking multiple Azure energy shields, as well as a physical wall the other day. Another mutated beast spewed out firebombs at a very long range. Each time a firebomb struck a target, it exploded with enough power to cripple a monster slayer in close proximity. The fact that there were always at least a couple of mutated beasts with highly unpredictable abilities in every beast wave made it difficult for the defenders to avoid losses. Plenty of mechs had already incurred significant damage. If not for the fact that Task Force Salus was accompanied by support ships that were able to fabricate or repair mechs at a modest scale, Kedis would have been forced to request reinforcements from the expeditionary fleet. That did not help much when the mutated beasts managed to inflict enough damage to breach a cockpit and kill a mech pilot in an instant. Her heart weighed heavier when she thought about the clansmen who died on an unimportant battlefield. There was much greater honor in making the ultimate sacrifice in a battle against the native aliens. Kedis could not afford to be soft-hearted in her first true independent command. She knew this was not an opportunity, but also a test. She needed to prove the situation was not sustainable, though. Until Chimera Base managed to construct enough defensive works, the beast waves would continue to inflict material damage onto the mechs. As Kedis continued to talk with Vice Director Abselin in her capacity as the commanding officer, she inquired about the studies conducted on the carcasses of all of the defeated beasts. "We have far too many beast carcasses than we know what to do with, ma'am. We have decided that it is best to throw many of them back onto distant forests and plains. This will help to preserve the ecosystem and divert many living exobests away from the domination range of the Emperor Tree." Kedis nodded in understanding. "That is a clever response. What of the mutated beasts?" "The carcasses of the mutated beasts offer a wealth of information, though not much of our discoveries are truly new. What we are particularly interested in is how exposure to Salus gas affects their physical states and their self-evolution trajectories. The gas is not toxic to the indigenous organisms in lower concentrations, but it can still inflict damage. One of our highest priorities at this time is to discern whether the mutated beasts can adapt to Salu's gas exposure and develop an immunity towards its harmful effects. This will give us a greater understanding of the Emperor Tree and other calamity beasts. Have you discovered anything important about Salu's gas that we do not already know? We have made a number of interesting discoveries. We have discovered that Salu's gas is organic in nature. It is likely generated by at least one organism, but whether the creature is alive or dead remains uncertain. We have initiated surveys of the underground environment, but the presence of underground Salu's gas deposits and channels makes it difficult to maintain contact with our probes. Can you send down manned probes? We have tried that, but there are dangers underneath the ground that have posed a threat against them. This planet is not simple. I fear that the source of all of the Salu's gas produced on this planet may be of a greater origin than we anticipated. That caused Kedis to grow concerned. Is it a phase whale? Do we need to evacuate some of our more sensitive and irreplaceable assets on the surface? We cannot say what the source may be, but we do not think it is a phase whale, ma'am. There would be more face water present on this planet if this was the case. There are multiple sources of danger on this planet, but the threat from below should not be acute. It is more reasonable to guard against the Emperor Tree over other threats. Calamity plants are known to be more passive compared to their beast counterparts, but they are also known to lash out much more violently than usual when they perceive any intruders in their territory. In hindsight, Chimera Base is placed too close to the location of the Calamity Tree. We would not have attracted so many beast waves if we planted our base 50 to 100 kilometers away. Kedis crossed her arms. None of the minor deposits that are located further away release as much Salu's gas. It may be safer for us to occupy those sites, but we will not be able to harvest enough resources to satisfy our needs. Aside from that, provoking the Emperor Tree to this extent is helping us clean up the surrounding region of exobests in advance. Our Mech pilots are also obtaining a large amount of practice from the daily intensive battles. It should not be long before the expert candidates assigned to our task force will have their chance to break through, especially with the help of my husband. They only need to participate in a battle that is more serious than a routine-based defense. Both Town Mellon and Laney Larkinson had thrown themselves into the thick of fighting. The Zeal's semi-modular guns roared with thunderous power as they shelled and pulverized scores of exobests with every attack salvo. The customized Lucid Rage often darted in and out to defeat and disorient specific exobests, causing chain reactions that caused the beast waves to become more disarrayed. Both expert candidates and their living mechs managed to improve their skills in ways that were not possible when fighting battles in space. The more grounded combat environment gave Town and Laney an opportunity to return to basics and immerse themselves in the fights. Kedis' hands twitched. She longed to go down to the surface and swing her bloodsinger against the horde of exobests that fought to the death in order to topple Chimera Base. Alas, part of being a commanding officer was knowing when to keep her head cool. She deliberately kept her distance from the battlefield and stayed behind on the wild torch in order to avoid the temptation to kill the exobests in person. "I have a suggestion," Maria Absalon spoke. "Explain." "It is not necessary, but our research teams should be able to speed up our effort of understanding the Emperor Tree if we can obtain a sample of its body. We can learn a wealth of relevant information if a team of mechs can move closer to the major Salu's gas deposit and obtain a sample of the giant tree's root, trunk, branches, and leaves. Our researchers can already make progress if they are able to obtain one of the samples, but the more we have, the greater our ability to deduce the Emperor Tree's strengths and weaknesses. A confrontation against the Emperor Tree was not set in stone. Removing it would allow the Larkinsons to set up a much larger harvesting site at the major Salu's gas deposit. This should yield enough Salu's gas to enable the mass production of mechs that incorporated this material as a means to counter detection and interfere with targeting. However, Kedis also saw the Emperor Tree as a potential ally. The Calamity plant may be hostile towards humans at the moment, but if the Larkinsons could prove that they did not have any intentions of killing every Calamity beast and destroying the planet's ecosystem, they might be able to form a compromise with the Calamity plant. Before that could happen, the Larkinsons still needed to understand the Emperor Tree first. I will instruct Joshua to form a plan to gather the samples you request, Kedis decided. An elite squad of mobile mechs will accompany his Evert Shanger. Even if they fail to retrieve any samples, the data gathered during this attempt should serve as a decent consolation prize. The two women talked a bit further about the affairs related to their current mission. Reticula Corrine V had thoroughly captured their imagination. Just the mysteries surrounding Salu's gas compelled them to persist in their investigation. Once the meeting came to an end, Kedis stood alone in her design lab. She reviewed the information she learned and went over her decisions to determine whether she had made any mistakes. Is it too soon for me to pit my husband against the Emperor Tree? She questioned herself. He has grown so much, but the Evert Shanger continues to hold him back. It will be difficult for his living mech to pose a threat to the Emperor's sword without the Scarlet Ember. It was difficult to make a proper strength comparison because Calamity beasts worked differently from other enemy types. They showed a huge amount of variation in strength and abilities. Most Calamity beasts possessed advantages that matched, or in certain cases, exceeded that of ace mechs. However, they also possessed weaknesses and shortcomings that caused them to be no better than expert mechs, especially when they had evolved relatively recently. The good news was that the Age of Dawn had only just begun. Less than 2 years had passed, so most Calamity beasts did not benefit from a lot of accumulation. The story would definitely be much different a decade or a century later. But for now, these outrageously talented and lucky beasts were still in a relatively controllable range. Despite all of the uncertainty, Kedis did not allow herself to coddle her husband. Venerable Joshua Larkinson was an expert pilot in his own right. His resonance strength may have grown rapidly through shifty means, but he fought and worked hard to make sure he lived up to his newfound power. It is just. As a mech designer who was familiar with Joshua's machine, she understood quite clearly how extensively the Evert Shanger fell behind the times. Third-order living mech or not, Vess originally designed and fabricated him in a time when the Facewater generation was still a stranger to the Larkinson clan. While the use of unending alloy unintentionally turned the Evert Shanger into a hyper-mech before such a classification even existed, the lack of transphasic components severely hampered his combat effectiveness against the alien raiding fleets. Aside from that, the overall specifications and hardware limitations of the Evert Shanger were mostly optimized for a low-tier expert pilot. Kedis had tried her best to raise the hero expert mech's upper limits, but there was only so much she could do to uplift a masterwork mech that was not of her own design. Kedis had tried her best to raise the hero expert mech's upper limits, but there was only so much she could do to uplift a masterwork mech that was not of her own design. Only Vess and Gloriana could do the Evert Shanger justice. Just as she was about to return to her design work, she received a call from a familiar friend. Her lips curled upwards. I wonder what he wants from me this time. Do you have any idea, Sharpie? Sharpie, heaven. Chapter 59, 58 more powerful than an expert mech. Vess stood up and straightened up his posture as the connection went through. A faint aura of sharpness and unyielding determination radiated through the remote connection as the physical projection of the Bloodsinger became visible first. The floating greatsword that looked sharp enough to easily split a human from top to bottom floated up and down in a friendly gesture. Sharpie, heaven, Sharpie. Hello there, Sharpie. Are you still in your heaven phase? Sharpie. A hand smacked the floating greatsword back. Behave, Sharpie. Hello again, Kedis. It's been a while since we communicated more directly. I apologize for not getting to you sooner. I got dragged into a lot of affairs as of late, as you may have heard. Caddies rolled her eyes. You mean you willingly threw yourself into one pit after another? Hey, the public inquiry was not my fault, says the founder of the Red Collective, an organization that does not exist at this time. I might not be the brightest politician, Vess, but even I know that it is doomed to take its place alongside the Red too. There is even talk about putting you in charge of it, especially after you somehow upgraded the dominion of man into a living dreadnought. I am curious how you managed to do that, but you probably aren't allowed to share those secrets. Vess nodded and started to pace around his office. You are right about that. A lot of changes are in store. My latest business trip has yielded many results. Let me tell you the details that I am allowed to share. He briefly summarized what he had done and what he had managed to obtain. Though he cut out a lot of portions of his story, he made sure to put extra emphasis on his many gains. I already heard about the first-class support Mech, the Destroyer Spear, and the Juggernaut, Keddies said. Personally, I wouldn't have gone for them. They are too costly and impose far too many requirements in order to put them to good use. What purpose does the Juggernaut serve, anyway? Did you just want to secure the bragging rights for owning an enormous Mech? I bought it for research purposes, Vess claimed with a straight face. It was emphatically not a toy for boys. You should know what I mean. We can deepen our understanding of Mechs if we step outside familiar ground and work on stuff that is different from what we handle on a daily basis. I already harvested a lot of insights when I participated in the transformation of the dominion of man. I think I can make similar gains when I start working earnestly on the Odhallen Spreus. And when will that happen? Not now, he admitted. Maybe in a decade. There is way too much stuff I need to take care of first. My to-do list is so long that it can practically be turned into a book. Then you should delegate more. Haven't you always taught me that no Mech designer can shoulder everything alone? You can easily shift more responsibilities to Gloriana and Alexa. I have spoken with that new student of yours a number of times. She has a bright head on her shoulders. I am not ashamed to admit that she is much more intelligent and sociable than me. Those Terran ancient clans sure know how to raise excellent descendants. Vess approached and raised his arm to pat Keddies on the shoulder. There is no need to denigrate yourself. Mech design is never about being the smartest. It is about serving Mech pilots to the best possible extent. As a swordmaster, you enjoy a unique advantage that makes your Mech designs much more suitable for your target audience, regardless of the imperfections they might have. The swordmaster smiled. Keddies did not need any affirmations, but it was nice to receive a compliment. They soon began to discuss the Mech designs that Keddies had been working on in the past few months. I have been working hard to complete the Storm Sword, Keddies explained to Vess as she pulled up the design schematics of the quasi-first-class hyper-transphasic swordsman Mech. It is by far the most powerful Mech that I have designed so far. It is also by far the most demanding and complicated one. Not even the original first sword can match the Storm Sword in terms of technological sophistication and material value. That sounded like an absurd statement at first. How could a standard Mech exceed the value of an expert Mech? However, Vess did not disagree with his former student. One glance at the design schematics already told him that the disparity had grown big enough to make such a statement. The first sword was an old Mech design that originally contained no face water. It was only later on that the Larkinson clan tacked on a number of transphasic parts, but the scope of incremental upgrades remained limited due to a reluctance to ruin what was already working. Her best gimmicks was the fact that she wielded the masterwork decapitator Mech sword and enjoyed the protection of unending alloy. That was more than enough to allow a skilled expert pilot, such as Venerable Deci, to challenge and defeat a myriad of challenging foes. Though the first sword was able to accompany Venerable Deci a lot further due to the living Mech's inherently high skill ceiling, the living expert Mech ultimately showed her age, just like all of the other early-generation Larkinson expert Mechs. This was how such an absurd situation came to be. Compared to a quasi-first-class Mech design that incorporated a hefty amount of hyper-technology and face-water technology, the Storm Sword model indeed outperformed a second-class low-tier hyper-expert Mech on paper. That did not mean that a Storm Sword, or even 10 Storm Swords, could defeat the first sword in actual combat. The combat power of a Mech should never be evaluated in isolation. This was especially relevant in the case of high-ranking Mechs. The current venerable Deci had evolved so far past the limits of mortal Mech pilots that she could handedly thrash a squad of storm swords without much suspense. The first sword would get upgraded sooner or later. Vess and Gloriana just needed to modernize the Dark Zephyr first before they could tackle other upgrade projects. Kedis understood this well, so she suppressed the urge to inquire about how much time needed to pass before the first sword got her turn. The current spotlight rested on the Storm Sword model. It was her latest pride and joy. She had worked hard to understand both face-water technology and hyper-technology to ensure her latest prestige project lived up to her growing reputation. "How well did you cooperate with your collaboration partners?" Vess inquired. "Well, you did not pitch in as much as you promised, but this is not necessarily a detriment to the design," Kedis said. "The Storm Sword is still a living Mech, but I do not believe it has to evolve into a third-order living Mech to earn back its value." "I know, but I think it is best if I make a final pass on your Storm Sword design," Vess responded. "Living Mechs is a near-universal feature among the Mechs fielded by our clan. Your sword maidens will feel as if they are missing out if they are the only ones who are piloting Mechs that aren't as alive as the others. Aside from that, my contribution also ensures your storm swords come with the Energy Weaver Mech ecosystem. This is a powerful force multiplier. The more Larkinson Mechs are able to combine forces and form a pseudo-domain, the greater the advantages they can gain just by relying on numbers." The Swordmaster's expression changed. "I have witnessed the Yume in action plenty of times during this mission. The Fey Fianas and the Transcendent Punisher Mark Roman III are making many Sword Maiden Mech pilots jealous. Those Currentgen Mechs are able to conjure firestorms or surround the battlefield with mist as long as enough of them have gathered together. They can even interfere with the special abilities employed by mutated beasts. The introduction of proper hyper-technology already made the two quasi-first-class Mech designs stand out from their peers. Adding the Energy Weaver Mech ecosystem on top of all of their other advantages allowed them to make an outsized impact on the battlefield. The greater the Mech army, the more dramatic the Yume became. If not for the fact that the pseudo-domain was weak and easily overpowered by entities with real domains, the Yume would have given living Mech a power boost akin to half a battle network. Vess was pleased to learn that Kedis had no objections to turning her Storm Sword into proper living Mechs embedded with the Energy Weaver Mech ecosystem. This would ensure that the high-end machines could fight alongside other Larkinson Mechs without looking out of place. Maintaining unity was paramount for morale and coordination. Mech ecosystems existed precisely to allow different Mech models to fight alongside each other with minimal friction. Vess studied the Storm Sword design closer. By default, they came with a blue coating, but were embellished by jagged purple patterns that represented lightning bolts. "I already have a good understanding of the Storm Sword's defenses and mobility, but tell me about the weapons. Have you added anything special to them since the last time we discussed this project in depth?" Kedis started to smile. "The Stormbreaker greatswords that are paired with this model perform better than expected according to testing data. However, the effectiveness of this Mech weapon is heavily reliant on the swordsmanship of the Mech pilot. In the hands of venerable Deci, the sword can be used to perform the phase cutter technique and break down transphasic shields with ease. In the hands of an inexperienced Sword Maiden Mech pilot, the Stormbreaker does not fully live up to its name." That caused Vess to furrow his brows. Does that mean that only a small proportion of Mech pilots are qualified to pilot the Storm Sword? The Storm Sword is a swordsman mech that is solely designed for elites. Only the very best sword maidens can earn the privilege of piloting one. Compared to my original plan, I have made many design adaptations that have raised the skill floor of the Storm Sword. That makes it so that only advanced and highly trained mech pilots can effectively control my new mech. But given how much funding and resources I have channeled to the Sword Maidens, I expect them to step up and keep up with the growth of our clan. I do not ask them to become as good as genuine first-class mech pilots, but it is not enough for them to be simple second-class mech pilots anymore. How high did you raise the skill floor of the Storm Sword? Exactly. Very high, maybe too high, Kedis responded. To be honest, there are not enough mech pilots who are capable of piloting the Storm Sword properly, but I expect that to change in the following years. I can be patient enough. I do not want the Storm Sword to get overtaken so soon by a more recent mech design in the future. Kedis may care a lot about the Sword Maidens, but that did not mean she wanted to pamper them. Her fellow sisters needed constant challenge and stimulation in order to sustain their growth and give them enough reasons to expand their limits. This did not come without a cost. Many of the old veterans from the early days had already given up on this rat race. An increasing proportion of sword maidens from the younger generations began to surpass the old veterans. The second-raters who attended excellent mech academies simply possessed better qualifications than a bunch of former third-class pirates. It is all worth it, right? That and more. Kedis viciously grinned. A squad of storm swords piloted by skilled and experienced sword maidens will be a sight to behold. An entire company of them should also pose a fatal threat against any enemy subcapital ship. Combined with their space suppressor modules, their Stormbreaker greatswords will easily rip any transphasic energy shields to shreds. It can take only seconds for my most powerful swordsman mechs to pass through the energy shield layer under the right circumstances. Chapter 59 Our Roles. The latest completed mech design, by Kedis, surpassed Vess' expectations. Sure, Kedis had raised the design budget of the Storm Sword in order to accommodate more expensive tech and materials. She also cheated by relying heavily on recycled first-class materials, originally taken from derelict alien warships, to save on material expenses. Yet it could not be denied that the Storm Sword design was one of the most powerful quasi-first-class transphasic hyper mechs that Vess had the pleasure of examining. I am truly impressed by what you have managed to come up with, Kedis. The mech may be on the expensive side, but you have made sure to justify every expense. Short of a first-class mech, your Storm Sword should be able to defeat any other mech at close range. Its offensive power is ridiculously high, and its defenses are also pretty luxurious. Its mobility is not the best, but it is definitely above average. The only faults are its complete lack of ranged counterattack capabilities and its relatively low endurance. The Stormbreaker is especially high in consumption. Did you dial up its power? There was nothing Kedis could do about that. The Storm Sword excelled in melee combat exactly because Kedis went all out on optimizing it for this purpose. Kedis had already utilized the best energy cells that she could add to this mech. The Storm Sword imposed heavy demands on all of its parts and systems. It had to allocate a lot of energy to its transphasic flight system, its Azure Energy Shield generator, and most importantly, its Stormbreaker greatsword. The Swordmaster waved her hand and called up the design for the Stormbreaker greatsword. I have worked together with the company that developed Stormblade technology to raise its maximum power settings. The result is a much more powerful form of Stormblade technology. The Stormbreaker is less efficient than the normal version of Stormblade weapons, but the additional power is exactly what my mechs need to quickly breach through enemy transphasic energy shields. Don't worry. It is up to the mech pilot to decide how much power should be channeled into the Stormbreaker. If our forces end up fighting a protracted battle, then the mech pilots of my Storm Swords will need to restrain themselves and conserve their energy as much as possible. Caddies trusted the Mech pilots assigned to the storm swords to control their fighting intensity and ensure that their machines did not deplete their energy reserves too soon. This was one of the many complications that the Mech pilots of this powerful new swordsman Mech had to take into account. It was far too easy for Mech pilots to lose track of how much energy they were using up as they became affected by the throes of battle. Fortunately, the sword maidens trained their soldiers to always retain control over themselves. They were still capable of feeling angry or passionate, but the sword maidens always emphasized the need to be deliberate with their actions. This had always been a necessity for them, as using great swords in battle always required a lot of forethought and planning. Making the wrong move during the wrong time could easily create a massive opening that could spell the end of a sword maiden Mech. The storm sword merely took this concept to a more exaggerated level. It could become the most powerful standard Mech on the battlefield, but it could also turn into a disappointing machine that succumbed embarrassingly quickly during the early phases of a battle. It all depended on the quality of the Mech pilot. I truly look forward to seeing your storm sword in action, Caddies. This is a machine that should easily be able to perform on par with the Transcendent Punisher Mark Roman III and the Larkinson edition of the Fey Fianna. Caddies shook her head. I appreciate your vote of confidence, but it is too soon for me to celebrate. I haven't been able to test everything. I can only make a proper verdict once the storm swords are put into action in earnest. That shouldn't take too long. The spirit of Bentheim is already prepared to fabricate them. The only annoyance is that it will take time for our clan to ship them over to Task Force Solus. Although the storm swords were primarily designed to fight against alien warships, they were also suited to slay exobests, especially larger and more formidable ones. I think they will do well. Your storm swords are so good that I don't think I can design a better swordsman Mech with the same tech and resources at my disposal. I doubt that. You always have a habit of pulling surprises out of your hat. If there is something important at stake, I have no doubt your imagination will inspire you to add an innovative feature to your Mech designs. She may be right, but Vess still believed that Caddies was blooming into a powerful authority on swordsman Mechs. Hyperspecialization certainly had its perks. Once Vess and Caddies were done with examining the storm sword, they soon moved on to other Mech design projects. The Stormblade Samurai Mark Roman II was another swordsman Mech model of great significance. Due to various limitations, Caddies encountered a lot of setbacks in her attempts to transfer some of the strengths of the storm sword to the commercialized iteration of the Stormblade Samurai line. Vess did not look surprised. You practically set your own design budget for the storm sword. You can't be so extravagant anymore when designing a second-class Mech that should be affordable enough. What is the design budget for the Stormblade Samurai Mark Roman II project? 3.5 MTA credits. That was a far cry from the 180 MTA credits needed to fabricate a single copy of the storm sword. I thought you had already moved on from second-class Mechs, Caddies commented. I was wrong. You are not giving up on designing second-class Mechs, correct? There is a much greater market for second-class Mechs. Of course, I won't give up on it. I will only assign an assistant such as Alexa to fulfill my responsibilities in my stead. That reminded Vess that he should pull Alexa aside and give her a thorough tutoring session on e-technology and other related subjects. The two continued to talk after they went over Caddies' remaining Mech design projects. Vess hesitated in how he wanted to approach the topic he had in mind. Caddies? Yes. You should know by now that I did not call you because I wanted to know what you have been doing as of late. The real reason why I wanted to speak to you is because I have a presumptuous request. Oh, please share. Vess took a deep breath before stating his request. I need you to travel to New Constantinople Roman 8 as soon as it is convenient. I need to talk about cooperation in relation to some of the massive gains I have made during my business trip. The issue I have in mind is far too sensitive to talk about it over an unsecure channel. Kedis sharpened her eyes. She had encountered schemes designed to trick her in one way or another ever since she became a swordmaster. Right now, her intuition warned her that Vess was definitely up to no good this time. Will I like it? Be honest, Vess. I estimate that there is 80% that you will like my proposal. However, I need you to come here in person before we can discuss the details. That caused the swordmaster to become upset. Can it wait? If you haven't forgotten already, I am still in charge of Task Force Salus. If you order me to put down my command and travel to where you are residing will send the wrong message. It will look as if I have failed and need to go back to you to account for my mistakes. She made a valid point. Vess had completely overlooked this dynamic. Fine, then stick around for as long as you have completed your main objectives for this excursion. How long do you expect that to take? Unknown. We do not have a good understanding of the situation on the surface of Reticula Corine V. It can take years before we can establish a stable foothold that will not be targeted by the indigenous calamity beasts. Vess' eyes lit up at the mention of that. I read about them in the reports. The Emperor Tree is of great interest to me. If its domain is based on wood energy, then it should have a strong affinity with life. It was rare for Vess to encounter mutated beasts that evolved with a strong affinity for life. He could not let this opportunity pass. If you want to study the Emperor Tree so badly, then why don't you come to this star system? No, I can't. There is too much work and obligations that I have to deal with in my current location. My wife and children will definitely grow more upset if I stay away for a longer time. Kedis was a mother herself, so she fully understood Vess' perspective. Seeing as the two could not come to an agreement, Vess decided to relent. Okay, if you insist on fulfilling your mission, then you can stay for the time being. Don't linger for too long, though. It is not desirable for us to delay this matter for too long. He already considered whether he should travel to Kedis instead if she continued to stay put. While Vess wanted to emphasize the importance of inducting his former student into the system, he really did not want to spill any secrets to those who might be eavesdropping on this conversation. He had already said enough. It was up to Kedis to interpret his meaning. Perhaps she caught a few hints or two from the serious look he gave her. This was bigger than getting to the bottom of Salu's gas. After conveying his request, he switched the topic and began to talk about more general topics. Our society is continuing to change, and so must we, he told her. What role do you think the Larkinson clan should adopt during these changing times? Our society is continuing to change, and so must we, he told her. What role do you think the Larkinson clan should adopt during these changing times? That was a broad question. Kedis crossed her arms as she glanced at her bloodsinger. I do not think it is up to me to dictate what our clan should be striving for. Our clan is already doing a good job at growing and trying to fit into the role where our clansmen are needed the most. We are soldiers and problem solvers. What if we can become more? Then, I would not object to stepping into a greater role if society truly asks for it. Is this about your political ambitions? No, not quite. Vess shook his head. While I do not mind it if I gain more clout, it is more important for us to do whatever it takes to strengthen our civilization. You are assuming too much responsibility, Vess. It is great that you have found so many ways to help everyone out, but you are anything but alone in this fight. No one is asking you to be a savior. It is enough for you to be a Mech designer. You make a good point, but being a Mech designer is not enough these days. Vess sighed. Red humanity is only a fraction as large as original humanity. We are way too far behind in terms of population, territory, resources, and production. If we want to win the Red War, it is not enough to settle for our current roles. Vess had a lot of expectations for the god pilots, star designers, and other brilliant people of red humanity. Yet he did not think that their collective efforts were enough to win the Red War, let alone repel the subjugation king. Vess knew better than to leave his fate in the hands of unreliable allies. He needed the help of a Mech designer he could count upon, and Kedis was one of the first names that came to mind. Chapter 59, 60 Inferiority. Now that he concluded his important talk with Caddies, Vess could only bide his time and wait. He hoped that she would find the time to visit him sooner, rather than later. "Don't make me go on another business trip," he muttered to himself. Now that he had done what he could to enact his ambitious new plan, he shoved all thoughts related to dimension breach creation aside. He lacked the AP to do anything useful with it, and he hardly thought it was wise to open a dimensional tier on an important planet located in a Terran port system. Time passed by as Vess handled other matters. For example, he returned to teaching his classes in person over at the Eden Institute of Business and Technology. It might be beneath his present status to continue to lecture to a lot of students like this, but Vess found it important for him to remain connected to the future talents of the Mech industry. It certainly helped that he was able to screen promising recruits for the Larkinson clan in advance. Aside from that, he handled other necessary chores, such as supervising the integration of the 2 new shipyards into the Larkinson clan. Enough time had passed for the first batch of existing Larkinson members to arrive at both Starfarer's berth and the E-66 experimental yard. With the cooperation of CEO Eric Podrin and Chief Shipwright Kazuramis Demodian, the personnel base of both shipyards underwent significant upheaval. It did not surprise Vess that a lot of employees who previously indicated that they wanted to leave and find employment elsewhere suddenly changed their mind. It was funny how thousands of shipyard workers tried to fight tooth and nail to retain their current jobs. There was one overwhelming reason why all of the shipwrights, naval engineers, and other workers wanted to stay so badly to the point of giving up their existing citizenships. "The dominion of man," Kezi said during a remote conference. "Everyone and their mother wants to work on the next living starship developed by the Great Devil Tongue." Vess grimaced when he heard that abominable moniker. "Well, they aren't doing their job security any favors by referring to me like that. Anyway, they are not wrong about their assumptions. I do intend to make more living starships with the shipyards under my control, but let's not get too hasty. I need to figure out a lot of stuff. There are a lot of luxurious conditions on the dominion of man that other starships simply do not have. Anyone expecting his shipyards to pump out miniature versions of a Carmine dreadnought would be in for a massive disappointment." Vess had not even begun to research a viable substitute for a spark reactor. He definitely wanted to start making progress on this front, but he didn't have enough time to fit this in his schedule. The most he could do was to suggest a few research projects to the T Institute. The researchers over there weren't competent enough to develop a substitute of a spark reactor by themselves, but they could still save a lot of work for Vess by conducting a lot of precursor studies. Find the NEW letter 1D486, ST letter 1D48F, OVELS on N/letter 1D490 Velbin, com. So long as Vess had access to enough empirical results, he could come up with a theoretical model that was much more grounded in reality. In the meantime, Vess spent most of his work time contributing to the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III project. A lot of Larkinson expert Mech had been waiting far too long to receive their upgrades. Vess knew that it was unacceptable to delay the completion of the revision of the Dark Zephyr any further. Now that he no longer became preoccupied with distractions, Vess could finally devote enough time on helping his wife complete her first proper archimech. It helped that they were making progress at a much more rapid pace this time. His wife's recent breakthrough had opened the floodgates. A lot of problems that had caused the two of them to get stalled for a long time no longer hindered them any longer. Vess did not nearly understand as much about Architect than his wife, but Alexandria's design network rapidly made up for that shortcoming. He did not expect to master Architect as thoroughly as Gloriana, but it was enough for him to master the basics. His wife was happy to take responsibility over translating and refining the parts and systems that would make up the reinvented Dark Zephyr. She loved to tinker with the subversive mechanics, material science, and electrical engineering aspects that made architects so fascinating. Vess helped with the broad strokes and the e-technology aspects of the Dark Zephyr. Though his wife played an indispensable role in designing the physical structure of the expert light skirmisher, Vess always thought that it conformed to his vision more than hers. The Dark Zephyr was one of his babies as far as he was concerned. In order to understand the Dark Zephyr's current metaphysical state better, Vess occasionally called Venerable Tusa and instructed him to examine the expert light skirmisher from many different angles. While Vess found it difficult to get a clear overview of the Dark Zephyr by remote, he was still able to ascertain the third-order living expert Mech's overall growth and development. So the Dark Zephyr has gained 14 ascension runes in total, huh? The physical projection of Venerable Tusa nodded. Yes, I cannot say whether that is fast or slow, but to my feeling, my partner has slowed down. I am not surprised. I do not fully understand ascension runes either, but I know enough to state that they are reflections of the growth of a living Mech. Your Dark Zephyr continues to grow at a slow pace by himself. He also grows whenever he fights. What is important about the latter is that the battles must be fruitful enough to significantly stimulate your expert Mech's growth. Has the expeditionary fleet fought a lot of easy battles as of late? Tusa pressed his lips. I would not necessarily say so. Master Benedict Cortez is willing to take greater risks in order to plunder more face water, but he still tries to do his best to keep the engagements under control. He avoids any battle where enemy reinforcements are more likely to arrive. In addition, fighting under one or several ace mechs doesn't give me the feeling that the survival of the expeditionary fleet rests on my shoulders. That said, we are planning a big operation, so that might change. Haven't you guys heard that the native aliens are close to launching a major offensive? We did, but that is exactly why we think it is a great idea to test the waters. Vess did not inquire any further. It was not appropriate to talk about military operations over the galactic net. He turned his attention back to the Dark Zephyr. He already figured out that the expert Mech invested more ascension runes in the path of the Wind Dancer. This significantly made it easier for the Dark Zephyr to ignore all barriers and pass through enemy transphasic energy shields. The consumption has decreased, Tusa proudly said. When I first started to perform the leap of true freedom, I was still very rough in the way I exerted my power. After the novelty wore off, I quickly became disappointed in myself because I could only do it once or twice before exhausting myself. What did you do to improve yourself? I practiced. I worked together with the Dark Zephyr to optimize my technique. I talked to the other expert pilots for advice. One of the more useful lessons I learned from them is to try to make use of E-energy radiation to fuel my ability. I was surprised when I found that it actually worked. Doing so makes it harder for me to control my technique, but the consumption is much lower. It would be stupid for me to go back to trying to fuel my leap of true freedom completely by myself. I take it that growing your resonance strength at a speedy pace has also made it easier for you to master this self-developed ability of yours. Being a high-tier expert pilot does have its perks, Tusa grinned. I do not deserve all of the credit for my improvement. Trisk has helped us as well. MHMM. By the way, how often have you practiced and utilized the Shadow Dance dagger style in actual combat? The dagger style has excellent drills. I use them to keep my body in shape and to become more used to flowing movements. As for actual battle, the Shadow Dance is not that useful against alien warships. I never saw much reason to employ it when I am fighting against an alien warship that is many times larger than my own machine. That is disappointing to hear. The Shadow Dance is very powerful, and I think it scales well as your resonance strength continues to grow. The darkness element may have negative connotations, but it has many useful strengths, some of which I intend to add to your partner. How comfortable are you with the idea of increasing the Dark Zephyr's darkness aspect? If you asked me this question a year or two ago, I would have told you not to bother. Now that you have given me a companion spirit, I think I can handle more of it, but only if it doesn't interfere with my leap of true freedom." A dark and shadowy bird flew out Tusa's head and cheerfully flew around in circles. Chip, chip, chip. Veth's eyes shone as he stared at the projection of Tusa's companion spirit. Though Tusa, along with many other Larkinson expert pilots, only received their companion spirits relatively recently, their strength already exceeded that of others. This was because they were all paired with powerful expert pilots. Blackwing may look deceptively small and weak, but it could pose a huge threat to people, especially if Tusa lent his extraordinary willpower to his companion spirit. If you have the opportunity to use the darkness element to add or augment a capability of your expert Mech, what would you choose? Tusa needed to think on how he should respond. Blackwing continued to flit around while leaving a shadowy wake in his flight. "I am already happy with the speed and the evasive solutions of my battle partner," the expert pilot eventually responded. "When I think of darkness, I think of engulfing my Mech in shadow or installing an active stealth system. That is not necessary as far as I am concerned. I can already outspeed most enemies while also evading virtually every attack aside from wide-area explosives at closer ranges. I am not in urgent need of stronger defenses either. What I truly need is a more powerful attack solution." Lackluster offensive ability had always been a persistent shortcoming of the Dark Zephyr. Vess was not surprised in the slightest that Tusa mentioned this point. Though Vess had given the Dark Zephyr a bandolier so that it could carry a bunch of transphasic grenades in battle, this was only a stopgap solution as far as he was concerned. Tusa did not want to become a grenadier. He wanted to defeat his enemies by relying on superior martial might. There were way too many instances where he looked at the Amaranto and the Promethea and grew jealous at their impressive capacity to inflict destruction. While it was not fair to compare the offensive power of an expert light skirmisher to that of a pair of expert riflemen Mechs, Tusa often felt that his Dark Zephyr never matched up to his peers. "I understand," Vess said in a sympathetic tone. "It just so happens that I have multiple ideas on how to boost the attack power of your expert Mech. Darkness is a very versatile element. With the right hyper materials and other tech, I think I can increase the lethality of your battle partner by as much as an order of magnitude." Tusa instantly became a lot more hopeful. "Please tell me more, cousin." Chapter 59, 61 Dark Attack. Hypertechnology had come a long way since the first year of the Age of Dawn. Many scientists, engineers, and Mech designers collectively studied the new phenomena that emerged after the Red Ocean became bathed by exotic radiation. Old families that retained ancient cultivation legacies also invested a lot of effort into deciphering the old texts for any solutions that could be applied in the modern era. The combined efforts of these two groups resulted in blazingly fast advancement of hypertechnology. In one instance, the effectiveness of hypertechnology increased by as much as 50% over a single quarter. This extreme occurrence did not happen again, but it still served as a powerful reminder to everyone that hypertechnology had a huge amount of untapped potential. During the second year of the Age of Dawn, most Mech designers and R&D teams no longer focused on attaining drastic performance gains. They had already picked all of the low-hanging fruit during the previous year. What they sought to do instead was to explore the properties of specific hypermaterials and develop unprecedented new design applications on the basis of their discoveries. There were so many different E-energy attributes out there that the list constantly expanded with each passing day. Every new element translated into new possibilities. This led to a pattern of dispersal. A lot of researchers no longer tried to figure out how to perform new tricks with boring fire or water hypers anymore. Instead, they sought to reduce the competition by studying more obscure hypers with attributes ranging from softness to delayed gratification. This trend caused the field of hypertechnology to undergo a rapid horizontal expansion. now that it became much more difficult to achieve vertical progress. A lot of research institutions sought to make quick accomplishments by being the first to develop viable design applications for all kinds of strange and exotic elements. Of course, the basic and fundamental ones, such as the 5 classical elements, still attracted a huge amount of attention. It was just that only the larger and more well-funded research institutions were able to remain competitive in these areas. In any case, not many research institutions invested research into studying the darkness element. There were a number of issues related to studying them. Darkness energy fell into the category of negative energy, which instantly repelled a lot of researchers. Negative energy tended to affect people in a detrimental manner. People became angry, depressed, morose, and even suicidal in a few cases. Darkness tended to be more difficult to control than other elements due to its incredibly broad meaning and definition. It was tied to so many associations that it was easy for experiments to produce accidents, because the manipulation of darkness energy produced radically different results than expected. Further, the demand for hyper-technology related to the darkness element tended to be skewed towards more covert and clandestine applications. There was little honor and glory to be earned in this research direction. Many of the Mech designers and research institutions assigned to explore the darkness element did so with the purpose of improving stealth mechs and all kinds of other unsavory devices. This was why the darkness element already managed to earn a bad rep in the mech industry. Anyone who was depraved enough to incorporate darkness hypers in their mech designs was reckless at best, or deliberately malicious at worst. Vess did not agree with this common sentiment. While he readily admitted that it was easy for flawed and weak-willed people to get corrupted by darkness, he believed he was exempt from this trap. Since the last lightning tribulation event directly incorporated the darkness attribute to his nascent domain without any contamination, Vess gained a thorough comprehension of this element without any additional biases or other unpleasant baggage. It was a remarkably pure and sterile way of embracing a new element. Though Vess could do little about the biases and associations he already possessed, they were not strong enough for him to treat darkness as a source of evil. Instead, Vess recognized the amazing potential of this broad and versatile element. Its scattered meanings and chaotic collection of concepts provided a near-infinite amount of versatility. Darkness was so flexible and malleable that he could transform it into a wide range of design applications. Unfortunately, Vess was limited by what he could do due to the physical constraints of reality. Vess tried to explain this as succinctly as possible to Tusa. Now that my wife and I are finally making actual progress in reimagining your battle partner as an archimech, a lot of capacity is freed up all of a sudden. It takes less parts and components to design an archimech that performs almost identical to that of a conventional mech. This is one of the most compelling reasons why we insisted on applying Architect to all of our expert mechs. What does this have to do with darkness? A decent amount of space has become available in your mech design. We have already reallocated the newly available capacity into strengthening various areas such as armor plating, sensor systems, and additional energy cells. Even after doing all of that, I made sure that there is still enough space left for darkness hyper materials. Your battle partner can accommodate one module that can add what we previously called a prime ability to your machine. Venerable Tusa was very familiar with prime abilities. He employed them often enough during his own deployments. Okay, I can follow you so far. What are the limitations? There are too many for me to explain in full. Vess sighed. Darkness is an incredibly versatile element, but trying to express that in real space is harder said than done. I need to identify and procure the right darkness-attributed hyper-materials. They not only need to be resilient enough to withstand hard knocks, they also have to be of the highest grade in order to keep up with the growth of the dark Zephyr for at least an entire mech generation. Lastly, most darkness hyper materials are much more suitable to be expressed in a specific manner. Not many variations of darkness hyper materials have been cataloged in the databases that I have access to. This will limit your options to an extent. The projection of venerable Tusa looked confused. Tell me what I need to do in order to get this done. Vess decided to simplify the decision-making process. Not everyone had the patience or the knowledge to appreciate the full scope of what he was trying to add to the Dark Zephyr. You need to state a preference. I already know you want to increase the offensive power of your machine, but there are multiple ways to do so by relying on the darkness element. How do you want to augment the attacks of the Dark Zephyr? Do you want your Mech to concentrate his power and let it all out in a single explosive burst? Do you want to soften up large targets by spreading corrosive energies that can weaken any material it comes into contact with? Or do you want your expert Mech to emit a psychic field that inflicts pain and suffering on the minds of every nearby enemy combatant? Tusa looked a bit overwhelmed. I never knew that you could realize all of these possibilities with the darkness element. I am not entirely sure what is best for the Dark Zephyr. You are the Mech designer. You should know what is best. Vess shook his head. I know what I would choose based on the knowledge that I have, but there is no single best choice. There is only the most suitable choice. Is there a difference? Yes, each Mech pilot is unique. What works well for you may not work well for another Mech pilot. Let's do this. You already understand your expert Mech in his current form, but think about the future of the Dark Zephyr. What should your Mech stand for? Use your own words to describe what sort of impact the two of you should have on the battlefield. The expert pilot began to envision a future version of the Dark Zephyr. He dreamt that he had become an ace pilot. He imagined that the Dark Zephyr kept up with him and became a much more powerful ace Mech. Once his new and upgraded machine entered onto the battlefield, it demonstrated a combination of speed and elusiveness that made it impossible for any alien warship gun to track the vast moving machine. However, moving fast was not enough for the Dark Zephyr to defeat all of his enemies. When the living Mech approached an enemy ship, the machine mysteriously disappeared, only to appear right inside the transphasic energy shield envelope of the vessel. Now that the Dark Zephyr entered into striking range of an enemy hull, the picture in Tusa's imagination started to get fuzzy. How did Tusa want his expert Mech to cripple or destroy the enemy warship? Should he pursue speed and somehow force the Dark Zephyr to overexert himself and burst out with a powerful energy release? Should he pursue efficiency and let the Dark Zephyr circle around to cripple all of the easily accessible weak points of the vessel? Don't think about what is best or what is most efficient. Vess continued to provide guidance. Let your mind go free. Better yet, let Blackwing's mind go free as well. Try to imagine how you would like your Dark Zephyr to crush the enemies in your way. Do you want to be subtle or discreet, or do you want to sow terror and discord? Do you want to inflict mass destruction, or do you want to be surgical and precise? As Tusa continued to take in these words, he began to imagine different scenarios for the Dark Zephyr. Many of them showed different ways his living Mech could inflict damage onto a large and sturdy target like an alien warship. While the products of his imagination all looked cool in different ways, the images did not resonate with him. This showed that this was not how he wanted to channel the power of darkness. Chip. Since Tusa found it difficult to come up with an image, he began to lean more towards Blackwing, who embodied the darkness element on his behalf. The companion spirit entertained a handful of different ideas before fixating his mind on one specific means of attack. Find the NEW letter 1D486, ST letter 1D48F, OVELS on N/letter 1D490 Velbin. Com. Tusa imagined the Dark Zephyr dancing his way towards a large alien battleship, evading every intercepting attack that tried to stop the ace Mech's approach. When his battle partner came close enough, Tusa performed the leap of true freedom technique, enabling the expert light skirmisher to bypass the energy shield layers as if they did not exist. The scenario up to this point was familiar to him. What was new this time was that the dark Zephyr did not stop. The machine made no attempts to reduce his forward momentum, nor try to circle around the hull of the enemy vessel. Instead, the living Mech continued to charge forward to the point where he was on the verge of crashing directly into the hull. Mech or not, Saint Kingdom or not, the Dark Zephyr at this level would not be able to withstand this ruinous impact without incurring damage, not at this speed and the thickness of the enemy hull structure. Yet instead of producing the expected result, the Dark Zephyr somehow turned into a shadowy phantom and phased right through the hull of the enemy vessel. A blink of an eye later, the Dark Zephyr managed to emerge out of the opposite side of the hull, where he promptly transformed back into his corporeal form. A quick leap of true freedom later, the expert light skirmisher deftly bypassed the intact transphasic energy shield on the other side and went on his way. In the meantime, the tunnel in the structure of the enemy warship that the Dark Zephyr just managed to pass through started to darken and weaken before collapsing entirely. In the meantime, the tunnel in the structure of the enemy warship that the Dark Zephyr just managed to pass through started to darken and weaken before collapsing entirely. Secondary explosions engulfed the weakened sections, causing the ship to suffer crippling damage that ended her participation in the battle. This was an amazing scenario. Yet Tusa and Blackwing were not done. It turned out that the alien warship was not floating in space by herself, but instead lined up in a row of over a dozen identical battleships. This neat formation proved to be the alien fleet's downfall, as the Dark Zephyr continued to pass through each of the warships in a single straight line. It took a remarkably short time for the blazingly fast Mech to reach the opposite end of the formation. Seconds later, all of the remaining warships began to partially collapse while becoming beset by their own secondary explosions. In just a single attack run, the Dark Zephyr single-handedly crippled 12 alien battleships. This is it. This is what the Dark Zephyr should become. My battle partner should become a Mech that neutralizes everything in his path. My machine shall become the ominous wind that leaves only darkness in his wake. Chapter 59, 62 Fight Close or Die Trying. Of all of the possible ideas that Tusa could come up with, Vess did not expect him to turn his own machine into a weapon onto himself. The sequence that Tusa had created in his mind was bold and surprisingly daring. It was also an exceedingly dangerous fantasy that was already giving Vess headaches. How the hell was he supposed to turn this dream into reality? Tusa clearly noticed Vess' distress. My apologies, cousin. I did not limit my imagination. My emotions and desires got the better of me. It is silly of me to ask you to turn the Dark Zephyr into a phantom missile that can weaken everything he passes through. Vess raised his palm. No, it's okay. I was asking for this. You have given me exactly what I wanted to hear. Whether it is unrealistic or not is not a critical issue. High-ranking Mechs and Mech pilots are known for defying reality. Even if you cannot destructively phase through an enemy warship at your current strength, the story might be different a few years later. Are you saying you can actually make my daydream come true? There is a chance, Vess grinned. It is not going to be easy. I have roughly broken down the components of the operation of this hypothetical special move. I need to gather multiple different hyper materials and combine them in a way that allows them to act in unison. I probably won't be able to solve all of the technical problems alone, so I will need to consult with the Red Association for technical support. Will that delay the completion of my project? Tusa asked with clear concern in his voice. He had already been waiting for a long time for the promised upgrade to the Dark Zephyr. If it got delayed yet again, he would probably decay into a skeleton by the time the perfectionist Mech designers were done with their work. I am not going to delay the project any further. I am confident that I can solve all of the technical challenges. Vess quickly placated Tusa. The main issue is that you are probably not strong enough to enable the Dark Zephyr to destructively phase through the hull of a single alien battleship, let alone multiple of them. You will likely need to advance to an ace mech before you can do that, and even then the consumption will be terribly high. It is a great way to inflict an instant and catastrophic blow to powerful alien battleships and maybe phase leaders alike. It was clear that Tusa's persistent fixation on his lack of attack power prompted him to overcompensate. He wanted his Dark Zephyr to deviate from the pattern of a classical light skirmisher and gain a killer move as a trump card. As Vess continued to estimate the steps he needed to complete to make this move possible, he became more certain that he would be able to get the job done within the deadline. He had learned so much about hyper-technology and e-technology during the last lightning tribulation. He had also grown stronger and more competent in designing mechs. The all-around improvement produced by the lightning baptism had given him just enough courage to tackle this critical side project. Tusa looked ambivalent, though. There was a part of him that truly yearned to turn his own speed and shadow as his weapons. There was also another part of him that believed his idea was too outrageous to be realized in his upgraded expert mech. "We don't have to start big right away," Vess gently said as he activated a projection that played out a very rough simulation of the proposed attack method. "We can start on a smaller and more modest scale. You won't be able to phase through something as big as an alien battleship, but you should be able to do so with a subcapital ship." The projected scenario showed the Dark Zephyr complete 6 steps in very quick succession. The first step was the approach. No matter whether the living mech followed an evasive pattern or just sped forward in a straight line, the Dark Zephyr still possessed no significant ranged capabilities aside from any compact firearms that he might carry. "Before I continue, do you want to equip your living mech with a pistol or something?" Vess asked. "The high-tier expert mech version has enough power and capacity to equip mounted or handheld ranged weapons. I highly recommend you do so as it will plug an obvious weakness. This is an especially viable choice once the Dark Zephyr is upgraded to a first-class ace mech when the conditions allow for it. Your living machine will become so powerful at that time that he can integrate a whole suite of ranged armaments." Narrow specializations was the norm in third-class and second-class combat. Mech pilots at this level were unable to handle too much complexity and maintain their full combat effectiveness. Mech models that tried to do too much stuff at once always became mediocre in everything. The only way to avoid this outcome was by raising the price of the mechs to a ridiculous height. These limitations applied to high-ranking mechs as well, but they became increasingly less relevant as they grew in power and rank. The Dark Zephyr happened to reach a point where he could take the first steps into transitioning into a first-class multi-purpose light mech. The enormous design budget and the advantages brought by a full Archimech conversation freed up a lot of capacity, creating enough room to support a couple of reasonably combat and efficient ranged armaments. Sure, the Dark Zephyr would never be able to match the performance of the likes of the Amaranto or the Promethea in terms of ranged combat, but that was not the point. Vess just wanted to give the light mech the ability to retaliate against enemies at range, in case it was truly necessary. Though Vess found this to be a logical choice, Venerable Tusa obviously looked conflicted. He originally started off as a third-class mech pilot. His entire education centered around learning the basics before committing to a single specialization to the very end. There was even less tolerance for third-class mech pilots to dabble into other mech types. They were allowed to mess around with other mech types in simulations and occasionally live practice sessions, but once they needed to deploy in the field for real, they were all expected to stick to the mech types that they excelled at the most. In hindsight, Joshua already managed to stand out as a ridiculously versatile mech pilot at the time. He may not have been the best at either melee or ranged combat, but gaining enough proficiency in both to handle himself in battle was a true testament of his talent and determination. Second-class Mech pilots tended to be a little more loose with regards to specialization. The elites usually benefited from advanced augmentations that increased their learning efficiency and gave them the opportunity to branch out a little further. If Tusa was raised as a second-class Mech pilot, then he would have said yes to the suggestion already. Unfortunately, old habits die hard. The Dark Zephyr has always been a light skirmisher to me, Tusa eventually replied. I do not think I am as extreme as Venerable Desi in this, but I think my Mech is ultimately the strongest in my hands when my battle partner sticks to his original archetype. I know enough about Mechs to understand that adding any additional weapon system will impose burdens onto the machine. I do not want to gain a safety net at the cost of making my expert Mech slower and less fragile. I think it is better to stick to what I am best at and follow that through the end. This was not an entirely unexpected answer. Expert pilots tended to be really stubborn and willful, and that often extended to their approach towards combat. A very famous example of this was General Axeler Strion. He could have switched to piloting a proper first-class multipurpose ace Mech a long time ago, but he continued to insist on piloting a machine that only had 2 weapon systems. 2 weapon systems. In the first-class Mech community, that was just a single step above piloting a combat Mech without any armaments. An even more renowned example was the Destroyer of Worlds. The former second-class Mech pilot always insisted on piloting a machine that was configured as a heavy artillery Mech. Though the Ragnarok contained a lot of hidden weapons and other nifty features, it was abundantly clear that the famous God Mech was still an artillery Mech in essence. In both cases, the pilots in question made their suboptimal decisions work. They had fought much of their lives without relying on additional modules or a luxurious collection of weapons systems. They still managed to prove their superior combat prowess while continuing to limit their options. These high-ranking Mech pilots were not stupid. Vess suspected that sticking to the original Mech type may be part of a ritual of sorts. Mech pilots who remained firm in their hearts found it easier to strengthen their convictions and remain true to themselves. Venerable Tusa never struck Vess as a particularly driven or intense expert pilot, but the man had his own persistence. I wish you good luck in that, then, Vess said as he reached out to pat the physical projection's shoulder. Getting back to the original topic, the sequence as you have described earlier has 6 steps in total. I already mentioned the first one. The second one was to use the leap of true freedom to enable the Dark Zephyr to move unhindered, even if there was a transphasic energy shield in the way. The third was to keep charging forward, while initiating the technique that allowed the Dark Zephyr to fly right through the hull of the enemy warship. The fourth step was to emerge from the other side of the hull, while hoping that the expert Mech did not incur any damage along the way. The fifth step was to initiate the leap of true freedom in a very short interval of time. The sixth step was for the Dark Zephyr to speed away from the initial target after emerging on the other side of transphasic energy shields that were probably still active at the time. Visit NOV letter 1D486LBIN. See letter 1D490M for the L letter 1D482 test updates. It would probably take a short time after that before the damage inflicted by the destructive phasing attack run truly started to catch up with reality. Trying to incorporate all 6 steps into the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman 3 sounded like an enormous undertaking, but the steps were mirrored from each other. Vess only needed to figure out how to implement 3 major mechanisms before changing them together to form a viable offensive ability. Vess relished in the challenge. His mastery in hyper-technology and e-technology gave him enough assurances that he should be able to cobble together a basic version of what Tusa envisioned. So long as the initial proof of concept worked, Vess would have all of the time he needed to expand and improve upon his design application. Tusa began to get swayed by Vess' confidence. Are you truly sure about this? Can you add a killer feature to my Dark Zephyr? I can, but it will take up all of the remaining capacity on your expert Mech. I won't be able to add any other features to your battle partner anytime soon. The only ways for the Dark Zephyr to defeat his opponents is by knifing them with his blades, tossing grenades like they cost nothing, or initiate this incredibly risky but rewarding phasing attack. All of these attack methods were only effective at closer ranges. Even if Venerable Tusa turned into an ace Mech and gained the ability to inflict damage through his Saint Kingdom, it still wouldn't amount to much. Tusa and the Dark Zephyr were destined to fight their enemies up close or die trying. Chapter 59, 63 Destructive Phasing. Ves ended his call shortly after he promised to add this exceptionally powerful capability to the Dark Zephyr. He did not make this promise lightly. He might not be a willpower cultivator, but he still valued his integrity as a Mech designer. Ves wanted to make a serious commitment to Venerable Tusa in order to soothe the expert pilot's fears about subsequent delays and scrapping of features. Managing relationships with high-value clients was part of a Mech designer's job. Tusa had clearly been more badly affected by all of the delays than normal. Ves felt responsible for this, so he deliberately subjected himself to a hard deadline to ensure he went all out into elevating the combat power of the Dark Zephyr. Of course, the consequences of failure were extremely serious. An irreparable break would form in the relationship between Ves and Tusa. Ves would also have to bear the stain on his professional career for the rest of his life. It was a lot safer if he kept everything vague and expressed a lot of uncertainty. Ves did not want to do that. It was a cowardly approach that was helpful in avoiding responsibility, but also pushed him into becoming more complacent. So long as Ves had sufficient confidence in his ability to complete the job, he believed it was best to be bold and make sure he tried his best. Even if he fell a little short of his goals, he could at least be satisfied that he had done his absolute best in fulfilling the demands of his client. Ves was completely satisfied with how he handled his discussion with Tusa. That was not necessarily the case for other people. When he dropped by the design lab to inform his wife of this latest development, she almost dropped from her seat. What? Alexandria reacted with just as much shock. Maya. The news dropped so hard that the queen cat interrupted her design network. Gloriana quickly lost her spiritual connection to Heckle. Her archglove began to generate friction sounds as she pressed her covered fingers together. The enslaved Archie engineer cowered and quickly took a few steps back in order to distance himself from his glorious queen's wrath. Surprisingly enough, Gloriana did not blow up and unleash a full-volume tirade at Ves. He expected this to happen and had psychologically prepared for this in advance. Gloriana would grow upset that Ves had introduced a significant deviation from the current design plan and tell him that he was being absolutely stupid for listening to his impulses. She would eventually cool down and reluctantly accept that Ves would have his way, though she certainly would not sound pleased by this course of events. Once they completed the project and Ves managed to prove that his inspired idea worked out, Gloriana would forget that she ever objected to Ves in the first place, and just accept that this additional change was part of her original master plan all along. Ves and his wife had repeated this cycle so often that he expected that he would go through the motions for the umpteenth time. Instead, her justified anger made way for acceptance. Yes, acceptance. You're okay with my proposal. Ma, Alexandria calmly replied. I am, Gloriana said. Do not get me wrong. I am displeased at having to revise our planning and change our assignments. You could have explored this feature in a much earlier phase of our upgrade project. Trying to tack it on midway is not supposed to happen. You're wrong, Gloriana. The Ves before he went on his business trip wouldn't have gained the confidence to realize this powerful new ability. The Ves that came back from the dominion of man is a lot better. I have gained a lot of new capabilities, and this is just right as my first true attempt at harnessing one of my newfound powers. You certainly do not lack confidence. I have learned that you usually end up reaching your goal when that is the case. You have proven yourself enough times to earn the benefit of the doubt from me. I do not have a single clue how you can enable Venerable Tusa and the Dark Zephyr to rapidly execute the 6 steps that you have outlined, but I do not dare to underestimate you again. If you could do the impossible by transforming the dominion of man into a living dreadnought, then you should probably be able to improve the Dark Zephyr's offensive power by a large extent. Narrow letter 1D484 hapters will be fully updated at nav letter 1D486L/bin. Though this conversation did not unfold as he anticipated, this was not a bad outcome. Vess smiled and moved forward in order to embrace her in a heartfelt hug. Thank you for trusting me. I will do my best not to fail or delay the completion of the Dark Zephyr project. I will even set aside my other duties if I need to invest more time than usual. Now that the anticipated conflict did not occur, Vess and Gloriana sat down and began to revise their current design. The two worked to explore their options and identify the most suitable darkness-attributed hyper-materials to integrate in the Mech design. The so-called destructive phasing technique of yours has never been created before, Gloriana said with a frown as she looked at a dozen different screens. Each of them was connected to a different database. The closest equivalent I can find is references to shadow missiles that are able to phase far deeper into the hulls of alien warships. The difference is that these missiles were never designed to exit their targets. Vess turned on his seat and glanced at the projection that showed a recording of the missiles in action. It's not the same, he said. These missiles make use of the shadow element. What I need to employ is the darkness element. Are they not practically the same? Their definitions are too far apart from each other. They definitely exist as separate concepts, Vess explained. That said, shadow can be treated as a derivative of darkness, so it is technically possible to mix and match the two together so long as you are precise enough. Why do you want to make use of the darkness element rather than the shadow element? The latter may be narrower in meaning, but that also makes it easier for us to shape into the desired form. I need the versatility and breadth of options of the darkness element, Vess patiently explained to his wife. What Tusser is asking from us is anything but simple. Shadow alone won't cut it. If I want to limit this ability to a single element, then only darkness can be stretched to fulfill all 3 core mechanisms of the destructive phasing ability. Even then, Vess needed to make heavy use of face water to enable the actual phasing process and strengthen it to a massive extent. Since there is no existing license or design that you can reference, you will need to develop the necessary parts and modules from scratch. Are you up to the task, Vess? Sure. I once made the Geist system completely by myself, remember. Hyper-technology and e-technology fall within my specialties. I pioneered these fields long before the start of the Age of Dawn. With the help of my new improvements, I think I can whip a solution together within the deadline. The Geist system, while impressive in its own right, was far from comparable to this new function in complexity and integration. Vess could not do it alone. He needed to obtain additional information on how to induce the frame of a high-ranking Mech into a state that enabled it to pass through an entire starship without actually crashing into anything. This was impossible, but then again so was the leap of true freedom. One of the reasons why he was confident that it would work out anyway was because the willpower of a powerful enough expert pilot often helped to plug any gaps. The Tusser of half a decade ago was completely unqualified to pull off an insane stunt like this. The Tusser that was promoted to a high-tier expert pilot with the help of General Cultivation Elixir was just powerful enough to succeed. Vess had no confidence he could implement a comparable function in a standard Mech. He needed to implement a lot more rigor and precision in his work, which was an impossible demand to meet at this time. While Vess still had a long way to go before he could fully flesh out the new feature of the Dark Zephyr, his wife tentatively approved of his early efforts. I can see that you have a definite plan in mind, she said. Thematically, this attack ability fits the Dark Zephyr remarkably well. It makes up for the living Mech's lackluster attack power in a form that makes sense. Speed is of the essence. Each time Venerable Tusa decides to initiate a destructive phasing attack, he is gambling with his life and the life of his battle partner. If the two of them do not exit a hull in time, they risk phasing back into the main dimensions in advance, causing them to become superimposed with any matter that is already present. She did not need to explain that this was a fatal outcome. It seemed that the Dark Zephyr could not escape the common weakness of light mechs. Their margin of error was much lower compared to other mechs. Vess never intended for destructive phasing to turn into the Dark Zephyr's first resort. Venerable Tusa needed to show restraint and only pull it off when the Larkinsons became embroiled in a serious battle. When the continued survival of powerful enemy warships resulted in constant losses to the Larkinson army, then it was more than worthwhile for Venerable Tusa to employ his trump card to remove an enemy vessel off the board. However, the consumption and associated risks were much greater at the high-tier expert mech stage. Venerable Tusa really needed to advance to Ace Pilot and acquire a powerful Saint Kingdom in order to unlock the full-powered version of this new attack ability. His latest escapades had given Vess a much greater insight and understanding of domains. The Saint Kingdoms of Ace Pilots was truly capable of defying reality to a large extent. This was especially the case when they acted upon the Ace Mechs themselves. The sheer willpower of a determined enough Ace Pilot was already enough to selectively bend and break a few rules. That was not the extent of what was possible. Saint Kingdoms were mere babies in front of God Kingdoms. Vess could do way more than turn the Dark Zephyr into a debilitating projectile if Tusa had the power of a God Pilot. Unfortunately, his God Mech had nothing to do with Vess, if that was the case. A senior Mech designer was not qualified to work on a genuine God Mech. Though Vess really hoped that Tusa and his battle partner would be able to transcend into godhood as a fused entity, it was too early for him to consider this possibility. The pair still needed to overcome their latest hurdle, and that was waiting for Vess and Gloriana to succeed in upgrading the Dark Zephyr into a powerful machine. Vess. Yes, my dear. If you are able to realize this insane ability, then I think that the Dark Zephyr may suddenly turn from one of the weakest to the most powerful expert mech in our clan. You truly think so, honey? If the Dark Zephyr can destructively phase through a warship, then he should be able to do the same to phase whales, other expert mechs, and more. No wall or obstacle is safe anymore. There is no need for him to carry a bandolier of grenades anymore. His own mech frame has become his most threatening weapon. Vess smiled. I have high hopes for this as well, but don't forget that the Dark Zephyr actually has to get close before he can initiate an attack run. Once our enemies start to figure out the details of our expert mechs, I think it will become much harder for Tusa to enjoy free reign. Chapter 59, 64 Advanced Hyper Module. The development of the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III consumed much of Vess and Gloriana's attention. Vess had not made life easier for himself after he took it upon himself to add destructive phasing to the Dark Zephyr's capabilities. He did not mind. He relished the additional challenge. It was precisely because no one had managed to pull it off that he became so passionate about trying to turn it into reality. Destructive phasing was a form of hyper-technology that went beyond the more basic applications. It was a way of manipulating E-energy to produce a result that affected reality a lot more than enhancing the defenses of a transphasic energy shield or increasing the damage of a laser beam. This time, Vess not only wanted to create a condition where the Dark Zephyr was able to phase his entire frame, but also leave a wake of corrupting energies behind his passage that weakened everything it touched. Neither of these effects were easy to realize. Vess knew he needed to involve multiple disciplines in order to make it all possible. Aside from that, he needed to make serious gains in deepening the application of hyper-technology in relation to the darkness attribute. Vess could only count on himself for this. Very few Mech designers and researchers conducted any academic research on this ominous element, and the few R&D institutions that explored it for the purpose of developing better stealth technology often hoarded their findings to deny their enemies and rivals the same advantages. This is going to be a test of my own ingenuity and mastery of hyper-technology. Vess needed to leverage his newly obtained affinity in darkness really hard in order to generate useful gains. The harsh deadline meant that he needed to make constant progress in doing so. He could not afford to make the wrong guesses and waste much of his time on experiments that ended up in failure. He already ordered a large batch of medium and high-grade darkness hypers. Once they got delivered to Diandi Base, he intended to explore and experiment on them right away in order to make progress on the hardware front. However, Vess never considered the hardware aspect of the speculative destructive phasing module to pose the greatest hindrance. They were merely the building blocks. The true challenge lay in combining them together into a functional device and programming it to perform the right functions. This was where the entire setup strayed into e-technology, or spiritual engineering, as he used to call it. Despite specializing in this field, much of his design applications only indirectly affected the material realm. The imaginary realm was the imaginary realm. The material realm was the material realm. Stuff that happened in one realm rarely affected the other realm. Even if it did, the effects were usually rather slight. This rule became increasingly looser and less relevant when powerful cultivators got involved in a battle. This was why it mattered so much whether Venerable Tusa was a high-ranking expert pilot or a junior ace pilot. The two ranks may be adjacent to each other, but there were massive differences in how extensively they could employ their willpower. This job would have been a lot easier if Tusa had already become a saint. That was unlikely to happen in the short term. Under normal circumstances, he should have been a mid-tier expert pilot by this time. It was only because Vess managed to wrangle a lot of general cultivation elixirs out of the Red Association that Tusa, along with all of the other Larkinson expert pilots, were able to grow their resonance strengths at least an order of magnitude faster than normal. They were worth all of the expense. However, Vess also understood that expert pilots who did not grow stronger on a gradual basis possessed weaker foundations than before. They were unaccustomed to their newfound strength. Their boost in power had come so quickly that they needed to spend years of adaptation before they could truly master their strength as ace Mech candidates. In addition to these shortcomings, their mental growth and polishing had also fallen behind. The elixirs might do weird stuff that exerted a heavy load on their willpower, but that was no substitute for introspection, self-discovery, and other activities that exerted a formative effect on their willingness to fight. It was not impossible for less experienced high-tier expert pilots to spontaneously complete all of these necessary steps and break through on the spot, but this only happened under exceptional circumstances. Given what Vess knew about Tusa, he feared that the light skirmisher specialist became so obsessed with the promised upgrade of his Dark Zephyr that he had fallen into the same trap that afflicted the likes of Patriarch Reginald Cross and General Ark Larkinson. Ace pilot candidates often struggled to break through their bottlenecks throughout their entire careers. It was agonizing for them to remain stuck in the same place when they previously made a lot of progress in growing their resonance strength. The lack of feedback from continued growth caused a lot of expert pilots to gradually doubt themselves. This was in itself a fatal blow to their chances of triggering their second apotheoses. Peak expert pilots who continually failed to break their limits came up with all sorts of rationalizations to excuse their lack of forward progress. Blaming their inability to break through on their inadequate expert mechs was a common excuse. It also happened to be true in many cases. Venerable Tusa's situation was therefore salvageable so long as the Larkinson clan worked to upgrade his machine to a much higher standard. The trap was not even a detriment if handled correctly. Delivering the Mars induced so much euphoria in Patriarch Reginald that he broke through right after receiving his precious Mars. The fact that General Ark Larkinson failed to break through after he received the Lionheart and piloted his new battle partner for a while was a disconcerting sign. Either his talent was not as good as Vess expected, or it was simply because he still lacked sufficient tempering. Even if the rate of breakthroughs had started to increase ever since exotic radiation came into the picture, Mech pilots still had to endure a lot of hardships in order to fight their way upwards. A powerful masterwork Mech alone was not a guarantee for a breakthrough. It just lowered the threshold to a more attainable level. The cold, hard truth was that Uncle Ark did not deserve to become an ace pilot in his current state. "It makes sense more or less," Vess murmured. Patriarch Reginald was a lot older when he became an ace pilot. He also led his cross clan through a time of betrayal and extinction, all while grieving for the loss of his powerful father. Vess did not like Patriarch Reginald's personality at all, but it was exactly due to his stubbornness and his strong urge to stick to his own views that he took another major step in his path to godhood. According to his current understanding of the Mech piloting profession, Vess deduced that the main quality that a Mech pilot needed in order to accomplish the impossible feat of becoming a god pilot was to unswervingly stick to their sense of self when the entire cosmos sought to turn them into something different. This was why Venerable Tusa did not actually develop all that much when he started to practice the shadow dance. Eating the enlightenment fruit may have contaminated the expert pilot with the power of darkness, but it was not an element that resonated with him particularly well. His developing domain was largely based on the freedom attribute, which could be considered a subclassification of the wind attribute. If that is all there is to Venerable Tusa, then it would do him a great amount of harm by forcing him to embrace the power of darkness. Mech pilots were always capable of change and growth. It was not impossible for them to acquire new specializations and develop a liking for new elements. Vess had already heard that Venerable Janzi had already built up a great affinity for gravity, for example. It was much worse than Tusa, who actively resisted the embrace of darkness. The pilot was too upright and honorable to stomach the idea of skulking about in the shadows. He was much different from Venerable Zimro Belson in this regard. This was exactly why companion spirits mattered so much. Though Vess did not create them with this specific application in mind, Tusa was able to make use of the power of shadows without compromising on his personality and principles, because it was his companion spirit that embodied this element. It sounded rather absurd when a companion spirit was just an extension of a person that had been seeded with a split personality. Yet the separation between a person and a companion spirit was just enough for them to count as two separate individuals in certain cases, and the same person in other cases. It's just like the wave-particle duality of quantum mechanics. Light was neither a wave or a particle. It was something else that exhibited the traits of either of them in different situations. Companion spirits worked in a similar vein. It behaved in a way that made the most sense in a specific context. It's essentially a cheat. Tusa can have his cake and eat it too. How brilliant. Vess couldn't help but mentally pat his own back for creating such a miraculous invention. The fact that the Destroyer of Worlds relied so heavily on Emma was a powerful example of how extensively his companion spirits could augment the power of every Mech pilot. This was also why the Red Association accepted the existence of companion spirits despite how subversive they were, and tried to propagate them as much as possible. Follow letter 1D48F EW stories at N letter 1D490V Elbin.com. What mattered now was that Vess believed that the existence of Blackwing played a pivotal role in making the destructive phasing module work under the current conditions. In a situation where neither Tusa nor Blackwing reached the second major cultivation rank, The latter needed to imbue the aforementioned module and channel all of his power into it to produce a strong enough effect. I can make this work. The design of the advanced hyper module was critical. It not only needed to combine all of the hyper materials in an efficient and functional manner, but also had to align perfectly with Blackwing. I need to design and shape the module so that it is the most favorite possession target for Blackwing. One of the reasons why Sharpie inhabited the Bloodsinger all of the time was because the greatsword truly served as an excellent abode for Caddy's companion spirit. The two matched so well with each other that it was as if they were an ideal match between body and soul. Vess needed to recreate this effect on a larger and much more complicated scale. The destructive phasing module would test his design skills, his research skills, as well as his problem-solving skills. It is crazy for me to get all of this done in a matter of months. Yet, Vess did not even consider the notion of planning for delays. He grew more and more excited about the prospect of successfully creating this advanced hyper module in record time. This is much more exciting than the Geist system. The Geist system was probably his first advanced hyper module, though it could barely be considered as such. Its creation was partially accidental, as Vess did not have the confidence that he could reproduce it again. The destructive phasing module would be different. Vess intended to conduct proper research and build up proper theories in order to develop it on a systematic basis. The workload was much greater and more difficult, but the main advantage was that once he mastered this new method, the next time would be much easier than before. As long as I can independently design and make one advanced hyper module, I can do so again for all of my high-ranking mechs. Chapter 59, 65 Honorary Naval Engineer. Vess grew incredibly motivated now that he had fleshed out a more structural plan. He knew much better now what he needed to do in order to complete his ambitious goal. Figuring out a clearer roadmap and a more solid direction would help him avoid a lot of detours. His next step to develop his first proper advanced hyper module was to do a lot of preparation work. He urgently needed to catch up to the latest developments in the field of hyper technology. He allocated a bit of his time on cramming sessions where he devoured as much academic literature that he could find on the Galactic Net and the Red Association's internal database. An important development at this time was that the Red Fleet finally completed the administrative paperwork that officially changed its relationship with Vess. Normally, Vess would have nothing to do with the Fleeters, but his involvement in the transformation of the Dominion of Man was too great for him to be a stranger anymore. Rewarding him with a battlecruiser token was just the first step. The Fleeters wanted to show their appreciation to him right away in order to improve his impression of the Red Fleet. It took time to arrange for all of the other perks, but the time had finally come for Vess to gain access to the Red Fleet's internal network. Captain Zonrad Rizet left the Babylon excavator and teleported directly down to Diandi Base in order to introduce Vess to his new benefits. The Red Fleet has awarded you with the title of Honorary Naval Engineer. It is analogous to the status of an associate of the Red Association, though it is more limited in scope. There are many implications to holding this new status, but the one that should hold the greatest interest for you is that you have received access to our internal database. Vess immediately perked up when he heard that. He petted the gem cat on his lap even faster due to his elevated excitement. Meow Tilda. Lucky yawned as he showed no interest in the conversation. What are my permission levels? What sort of information can I access? You can access a large amount of relatively basic information, the sort that does not require you to pay CFA merits in order to access. Sigrund explained. Much of the knowledge contained in our virtual library likely overlaps with the knowledge available from the Red Association. We still have our strong points. We employ many more researchers. Even if they are not as superhuman as high-ranking mech designers, they are much more numerous in quantity and systematic in their work. That meant the Red Association likely developed stronger applications, related to hyper-technology, while the Red Fleet built up a much stronger foundation in the basics of this field. It just so happened that Vess needed to consult a lot of sources in the study of darkness. The Red Fleet was known to employ a lot of stealth-capable warships. The 7th Light Fleet, where Captain Rizet used to hail from, particularly liked to snoop around. "Thank you," Vess smiled. "I do not feel my work has anything to do with proper naval engineering, but it doesn't matter so long as I can take a look at the entries related to face-waster technology and hyper-technology. I really need to improve my understanding in both fields if I want to complete a difficult project." They began to talk about the other changes that resulted from the Red Fleet's treatment. There are many shipwrights and naval engineers within the Red Fleet that want to have an exchange with you. They have already conducted their first examinations of the dominion of man. Our entire organization has become a buzz when it is confirmed that you have turned what used to be one of our largest and most powerful warships into a masterwork. The performance, along with the brand new synergies with the spark reactor, and so on, are so unprecedented that it could clearly be regarded as a blasphemous result, according to our original rules and regulations. Vess curled his lips upwards. Blasphemous she may be, but the current form of the dominion of man is too powerful for you fleeters to resist. Isn't that correct? You truly are a devil, Vess. The disguised AI shook his human head. While our R&D personnel are continuing to decipher the changes that have overcome the dominion of man, they can achieve much greater progress if you provide your feedback. They are requesting you to offer an explanation of what you have planned and what you have managed to accomplish from your own perspective. Are you willing to provide them with additional clarification? It did not surprise Vess that the fleeters desired his input. There were a lot of changes that were completely new and unfamiliar to the Red Fleet. Just the Carmine system and the Bloodfire Pact alone must have completely bedeviled the RF researchers. I am not so sure about this. We will compensate you for your time. We are aware of how busy you are these days. We do not ask much from you. We merely want you to reserve a couple of hours of your time every day. We will teleport you to the Babylon excavator, where you can remotely conference with our scientists and engineers. We expect you to lecture us on the solutions that you have applied to our dreadnought and answer any questions that we might have. Vess frowned deeper even as he scratched Lucky's metallic ears. I am willing to share my information with you guys, but I cannot share all of my knowledge freely. The survivalist faction and the transhumanist faction have tied me to an agreement that prevents me from divulging certain proprietary trade secrets. You will need to approach them and negotiate an exemption if you want to understand the theory of what I have done to make your dreadnought alive. Captain Rizet did not look too surprised at that. Discussions between the Red Fleet and the Red Association are still ongoing. Given that no progress on this issue has been made so far, I do not expect a quick result. It may be that the Mechers will continue to deny cooperation on this matter. If that was the case, then the Mechers would probably become more cooperative once Vess was finally allowed to unveil the existence of the Carmine system and the first batch of commercial Carmine Mech models. That was still more than a year or so away. Until then, the transhumanists absolutely did not want to leak too much information in advance. I can still talk about other stuff that is not related to the aforementioned proprietary trade secrets. It is not as much, but it should still be useful for your shipwrights and engineers. That would be for the best. Vess and Sigrund quickly negotiated an informal deal on the knowledge exchange. Vess did not want to waste too much time on this commitment, so he only promised to hold a handful of lectures related to his own interpretation of hyper-technology and e-technology. He also promised to answer questions related to specific aspects of the dominion of man's transformation, so long as he did not have to share classified information. As much as Vess wanted to improve his relations with the fleeters, he did not forget his original identity. He always needed to prioritize the interests of the Red Association over the Red Fleet. Perhaps it was acceptable for him to hedge his bets and try to form a closer balance between the two organizations, but it was absolutely not acceptable for him to defect to the Red Fleet entirely. In exchange for your cooperation on this matter, the Red Fleet agrees to raise your permission level, Sigrund said after they managed to hash out the details. We will selectively open up our internal library to you. We will continue to deny you access to archival mission reports, the disposition of our warships, our full organizational chart, our most up-to-date warship and warship system designs, any information related to the fire elementals, and other secrets that you have no business knowing about. The increase in permission level will only allow you to gain greater access to restricted repositories of scientific knowledge. A much greater proportion of the Red Fleet's exclusive high technology became accessible to Vess. This was exactly what he needed to increase the prep work for the development of the destructive phasing module. That sounds acceptable. I have no interest in most of your secrets. I just want to understand the principles of some of your exclusive and advanced tech. I am especially interested in the hyper-tech advancements made by your renowned research teams. This is the reward that you deserve. The two finalized the details before Vess signed a new contract. He even shook hands with Sigrund at the end. You can go now. Vess made a motion of dismissal. I need to study the reports and books your scientists have written about specific applications of hyper-technology. Sigrund looked amused. Impatient, are we? Very well, I shall leave you alone. Do not forget to schedule your first lecture and queue and a session. Once the RF captain teleported back to his reconnaissance cruiser up in orbit, Vess immediately accessed the Red Fleet's virtual library again. Just as promised, Vess gained access to a much larger selection of academic literature. It was as if the Red Fleet had unlocked an entirely new wing in a library building just for himself. Vess looked ecstatic to the point of hugging Lucky against his chest. Yes, there is lots of data and information about the Red Fleet's forays into developing hyper-stealth systems. This was definitely among the more sensitive pieces of knowledge that the fleeters made available to Vess. If he did not specifically insist on including knowledge on RF-developed stealth systems, he doubted that he would encounter anything related to them in the virtual library. However, the fleeters weren't stupid enough to provide Vess with all of the information he needed to detect every RF stealth vessel. The stealth section of the virtual library did not contain any component designs, or at least ones that were complete. Many of the textbooks and articles written by the RF research personnel were also outdated by at least half a year. The fleeters most definitely achieved greater progress by now, but Vess wouldn't learn about their advancements unless 6 months had passed. This was a bit more annoying to Vess, but it was not too detrimental to him. He was already happy that he managed to gain access to the RF's data and theories on darkness and shadow-attributed hyper-materials. This is really difficult to read. There were a lot of dense and complicated explanations. While Vess possessed just enough scientific acumen to interpret the content, it still took a lot of effort to digest all of this new knowledge in a short span of time. It was worth it, though. The fleeters spent big and allocated a lot of personnel on the projects related to darkness hypers. They managed to meet many of their goals, but also missed out on a lot due to limited understanding. While Vess did not find any entries that were directly related to the working principles of the destructive phasing module, he absorbed a lot of other knowledge related to darkness hyper-materials in general. This gave him much greater confidence that he would be able to identify and select the most powerful and suitable hyper-materials for the Dark Zephyr. Now, I need to find a way to bolster my e-technology credentials. That was much harder. Neither the Red Association nor the Red Fleet had made too many attainments in this very elusive field. Even if they did manage to figure stuff out, they would definitely keep it out of the reach of most people. I need to consult a real expert on this matter. Chapter 59, 66 Self-Development. What is it, my child? I already informed you that I am preoccupied with important matters. Veronica felt the powerful pressure of Cynthia's domain. It had grown stronger ever since she started to collaborate with the Evolution Witch. Her strengthening domain easily swept through the entire hull of the Throne of Light, the current flagship of the Oblivion Empire. This change was not only a reflection of her recent gains, but also an indication that she no longer suppressed her power as much as before. Cynthia directed a lot of attention to the ongoing preparations for a big operation. The fleet surrounding the Throne of Light had grown larger and more numerous. A lot of supplies were being shipped from unknown locations. The high centralization of the Oblivion Empress meant that Cynthia directly controlled a lot of different institutions. Part of that was because she wanted to grasp as much power for herself, but another part of it was because many of her subordinates were not competent enough. This was why Veronica could literally see a glowing cloud of activity surrounding the physical body of her mother. She was acting like a supercomputer that ran millions of different processes in parallel. Veronica could believe that the mighty Oblivion Empress truly had little attention to spare to her child at the moment. "I don't need too much of your time. I just want you to borrow your insights on the darkness element." "No. No." The true god pinned the cyborg cat with a judgmental stare. "I refuse to share my knowledge of darkness with you. I am aware why you seek it, but I will not oblige you. You can repeat this request 1,000 times, and you will receive 1,000 no's. You shall not receive my teaching on this subject." "Why? Why are you so adamantly opposed?" Cynthia narrowed her eyes as the cloud of thoughts around her darkened for a moment. "My comprehension of darkness is unsuitable to you. No matter how much I control my speech, I cannot avoid the process of sharing my own understanding and interpretation of this element. The manuals and other texts in my possession that can teach you about darkness and many of its concepts all share the same problem. They are written by cultivators who are too depraved for the likes of you. It is best that you do not come into contact with any repository of knowledge on this subject." "Then, how am I supposed to make any progress?" "Do what you have always done," Cynthia stated. "Conduct your own research, make your own discoveries. True wisdom can never be given by others. It can only be cultivated through diligent and earnest work. You possess a remarkably untainted comprehension of the power of darkness. Do not soil it by absorbing the flawed and corrupted understanding of fools who constantly try to gain strength by relying on shortcuts." Veronica was surprised by how vehemently her mother refused to teach him anything useful, but she had already taken this possible outcome into account. This was not the first time she refused to pass on her knowledge, though her reasoning this time was a lot stronger than usual. "I see," the cyborg cat sighed. "Can you at least give me a few general tips? Please give me direction." The true god briefly paused. "Darkness is not omnipotent. It is fickle and responds poorly to positive energy. If you imbue darkness into one of your expert mechs, then do not expect your work to perform consistently. Your machine will perform better when it is clouded in darkness, but the mech will also correspondingly perform weaker when subjected to strong light or positive energy." That was a helpful reminder, particularly when activating destructive phasing endangered the lives of Tusa and the Dark Zephyr. If their attempts to phase through an enemy target ended prematurely due to the phenomenon of attribute restraint, then a huge accident was bound to occur. Veronica needed to remind Tusa and his battle partner to never activate this offensive ability unless they possessed a generous safety margin. "Thank you for your tip. I did not sufficiently take this risk factor into account. Do you have any other tips?" "Get out." Veronica felt a firm hand taking hold of her feline body. She soon got tossed through the hatch right when it slid shut. Back in the red ocean, Vess briefly grew disappointed with what he managed to obtain. His stingy mother refused to share her knowledge with him. She had a better reason to do this than usual, but it did not change the fact that she left him to struggle on his own for the umpteenth time. "I shouldn't be blaming her," he softly told himself. She is correct that I need to learn how to solve my own problems. As a parent himself, he understood the desire to allow children to learn how to stand on their own feet. The fact that Cynthia chose to let Vess figure stuff out on his own implied that she believed that he could succeed. That was a good sign. Maybe she's right. Maybe this is something that I need to work on myself. It would be more time-consuming, but the insights he stood to gain from this would suit him the best. Vess took his mother's hints seriously and sorted out his extensive knowledge base. His current assumption was that he already possessed the knowledge and insights he needed to develop advanced hypermodules. He just needed to identify them and combine them with each other to produce the desired result. What connection am I missing? How can I boost the power of my proposed destructive phasing module? He paused for several minutes until he came up with a useful idea. Maybe I should take a closer look at my artifacts. He pulled the ocean collar and the flower parasol out of his system space. He hadn't made use of either of them after the transformation of the Dominion of Man. There weren't any situations where he needed to borrow their power, and he had become far too busy to care about their existence. I'm sorry for keeping you in that vault. I will practice with you as soon as my work session is over. Vess apologized to the ocean collar. The high-level artifact was alive and possessed its own feelings. Vess really shouldn't have treated the extraordinary flute in such a poor fashion. He still intended to deepen his comprehension of the water element. The greater his understanding, the more extensively he could apply it to his Mech designs. However, working with the water element was not his highest priority at this time. Darkness had become a lot more relevant to Vess now. He needed to become proficient in its use as soon as possible, or else he would be wasting the reward he earned from the lightning tribulation. As for you, I probably won't keep you. There are others who need your protection more than I do. You are a poor fit for a phase lord. The flower parasol lacked the ability to resize itself like the ocean collar. That made it a lot less practical to Vess during the moments where he desired its protection the most. Since it was only designed to be held in human hands, then so be it. Vess never really asked for it anyway. It was the fault of the wishing fountain that he received this embarrassingly pink parasol. I will gift you to one of my girls during their next birthday. I just have to pick the right recipient and time. The parasol was not small or light. His children may be stronger due to their partial primordial human physique, but that did not mean they could comfortably hold a parasol sized for female adults. Vess quickly recalled the reason why he pulled them out of the vault of eternity. Since time was of the essence, he quickly went serious and examined his artifacts with a critical eye. His recent growth and sublimation allowed him to glean even more details than before. He faintly managed to touch the secret that enabled his ocean collar to dynamically grow or shrink in size. The flower parasol intricately made use of the wood element to power its demanding defensive functions. However, there was a clear reason why the parasol was themed around flowers in particular. He deduced that it may possess a hidden function that was related to flowers. He failed to find out what that may be. Vess possessed no particular affinity for flowers, so the ones printed on the canopy told him nothing. The flower parasol never really approved of him. It merely tolerated him. The high-level artifact already made it clear that it preferred to be held by a lady. You will get your wish, but not now. It has to be the right time. Hopefully, whoever received the flower parasol might be able to convince it to unveil its secret function. Vess continued to study his system-issued artifacts. Their defective nature made it harder for him to appreciate their charm. He felt that he was missing a huge part of the original intentions of their makers. This hindered his ability to understand the artifacts. His examinations were not fruitless, though. As Vess spent an entire hour examining the artifacts from top to bottom, he managed to form a couple of connections and obtained a few useful insights. I see. Vess placed the ocean collar to his lips and began to play a short tune. Floating blue runes started to appear around the length of the instrument. Though Vess did not possess a thorough understanding of runes, he knew that they played a large part in turning the ocean caller from a simple flute made out of extraordinary materials to a high-level artifact. Runes. Anything became more powerful once runes became involved. Vess believed that he could make his destructive phasing module powerful enough to be of use to the Dark Zephyr if he augmented it with runes. I am not strong enough, Vess grimaced. Senior Mech designers still fell under the first major cultivation rank. He needed to advance to the rank of Master Mech Designer in order to become qualified to work with runes. The acquisition of a proper domain allowed a domain shaper to make contact with a deeper layer of reality. Vess speculated that this layer happened to involve runes. Unless Vess could replicate this effect through alternate means, it was not his turn to play around with runes this time. Yet is it true that I cannot do anything with runes at this time? Now that he thought about it, he had been working with runes for multiple years. His ascension runes were still a form of runes. Ried latest letter 1D48F, OV letter 1D486, LS at N letter 1D490 vel /B, I letter 1D48F, com. The key difference was how they came into existence. Ancient creation cultivators manually applied runes to the original versions of the ocean caller and the flower parasol. Vess applied his ascension runes by setting up his third-order living mechs for growth. They just happened to form their ascension runes without requiring Vess to do any of the work. This realization granted him a powerful inspiration. Can I apply this novel means of forming runes in other situations? What if I use a similar approach to slap a bunch of runes onto my upcoming destructive phasing module? Vess was much more confident that this would work. He did not even need to understand the individual meaning of every rune. He just had to set up the right growth process to avoid the module from becoming corrupted. Though the idea of forming runes through growth made a lot of sense to Vess, it was much harder to form them on a machine other than a third-order living mech. Unless the destructive phasing module can borrow the special qualities of the Dark Zephyr to promote its growth. It would be like growing a new organ inside a body. Vess believed this idea had promise. The downside was that the destructive phasing module wouldn't be functional right away, but as long as it had enough time to grow, it should eventually be ready for use. Chapter 59, 67 6th-generation living mechs. What are runes? Vess asked this question many times over the past few hours. He plunged the depths of his knowledge base and tried to form a coherent answer that made sense. He also accessed the books and tomes, both real and virtual, for any solid theories and references. It did not surprise him that the R-Ray and R-Ref's internal databases contained references to runes. However, any mention of them was scant and shallow. The scientific community was aware of them to an extent, but the prevailing rule that only domain shapers were qualified to work with them heavily limited people's ability to apply runes on a wide scale. Given how the mention of runes was so conspicuously absent among the academic literature he had access to, he began to suspect that the Red Association secretly maintained a high-level virtual library that could only be accessed by master mech designers and star designers. It made sense to restrict their knowledge and spread to lesser professionals. There was no point in getting distracted by them. Learning about the existence of runes may even distort their progression and end up harming their career prospects. To be honest, I have become one of them. Even now, I am thinking about inducing the development of ascension runes in my destructive phasing module. He couldn't get rid of the idea. It sounded incredibly promising. If he was able to master the development of a true rune-supported advanced hyper module, the Dark Zephyr would readily exceed his previous best works. The Phobos would look like an amateur in front of the Dark Zephyr. This was such an enormous leap in combat power that Vess believed it could radically redefine his high-end mechs just as much as Gloriana's Architect. His passion burned hotter and brighter when he began to envision all sorts of mechs that borrowed the power of ascension runes to accomplish feats that defied reality to such a massive extent that they could be regarded as miracles. He believed he had accidentally stumbled upon an idea so powerful that it could firmly separate every living mech that possessed it from older machines that lacked this feature. Vess quickly activated a projection and began to write down his thoughts and speculations. Driven by the inspiration in his mind, he rapidly fleshed out his theories and began to form a tentative new theoretical framework that formed the basis of his powerful idea. Ascension runes are runes that are naturally formed inside sufficiently powerful living mechs. That is because they conform to the rules of high-level artifacts as well as living entities. In most cases, artifacts can become comprehensively more powerful if a qualified artisan adds more runes to their makeup. Ascension runes turn this order around. Due to their powerful growth potential, third-order living mechs can gradually form them based on many different factors, causing them to grow powerful in a targeted fashion. The most important fact in all of this was that ascension runes did not require the participation of a domain shaper creation cultivator in order to add to a living mech. It was the living mech that did most of the work. The selection and formation of the ascension runes took place naturally over time. Depending on the preferences of the mech pilot, the guidance from a design spirit, and the influence of external stimuli, third-order living mechs possess the ability to grow in a similar fashion to mutated beasts or maybe even calamity beasts. Now that I think about it, third-order living mechs are akin to mechanical versions of mutated beasts that just happen to be pilotable. The comparison between third-order living mechs and beasts strengthened his belief that this was a viable research direction. Ascension runes are already an existing phenomenon. Any third-order living mech can grow them. I am not sure how many of them a mech can develop, but it has to be at least as much as the runes on the ocean caller. Would a third-order living mech with the same quantity of runes as the ocean caller become just as powerful? Not necessarily. It was not just the quantity of runes that mattered, but how well they synergized with each other. The runes were akin to a programming language. A software program could be weak or strong, depending on how well the coder strung programming commands together. Therefore, a well-designed artifact that made the most out of 40 runes could theoretically defeat a poorly designed artifact that utilized 400 runes. The problem with ascension runes is that their growth and formation is organic rather than directed. It is easy for each individual ascension rune to add a lot of individual power, but it is not quite clear whether they can be combined together to produce a transformative combination effect. This was still a bit unclear to Vess. Third-order living mechs did not exist long enough to form a large amount of ascension runes. Without being able to study a truly old third-order living mech, Vess lacked the empirical data needed to prove his theory. Wait, that is not entirely correct. There is at least one living mech that is a lot older. He immediately thought of the Ouroboros. Last, he managed to get into contact with Axeler Strion's famous ace mech. Vess had just applied a long-awaited upgrade that fixed many of its congenital deficiencies. By now, it should have evolved into a third-order living mech, and a powerful one at that. The Ouroboros in its current incarnation was like an uncaged beast. It was no longer held back by its deficiencies anymore. Even if the Ouroboros was not yet able to transcend into a god mech due to other major reasons, that did not change the fact that it had probably accrued a huge amount of ascension runes. Back when I upgraded it, I already completed the development of 5th-generation living mechs. Ascension runes was the defining characteristic of the 4th generation of living mechs, which meant that the current version of the Ouroboros was probably filled with ascension runes. I need to take a good look at this machine. The problem was that General Axeler Strion and the Strion ancient clan were preoccupied with the preparations for the proposed grand heist. Vess would have to leave New Constantinople Roman 8 and travel to the territory owned by the Strians in order to get a good look at the Ouroboros. "It's not necessary," he shook his head. "I can figure this out myself." He was confident he could harvest a lot of insights if he was allowed to examine the current iteration of the Ouroboros up close, but he resisted the urge to schedule a reunion. There were many unknowns and uncertainties surrounding ascension runes. Just because he was able to induce his third-order living mechs into forming them did not mean he understood their working principles. He just made an accidental discovery and just ran with it. Vess became akin to a hacker that barely learned how to exploit an aspect of reality. While it was better for him in the long run if he studied the rules and deconstructed all of the working principles, this was not possible. Vess strongly believed he needed to become a master mech designer before he could embark on this high-level research activity. For now, he should continue to stick with what was working and expand on that. Vess was hardly the first engineer or mech designer who willingly harnessed powers that he could not fully control. As Vess continued to flesh out his theoretical model for advanced hypermodules, he tried his best to figure out a solution for the application of ascension runes. He frowned and rubbed his hairless chin in thought. Advanced hypermodules cannot reach their full potential unless they are augmented by a set of runes. Third-order living mechs already possess them, but their ascension runes correspond to their mech frames as a whole. I can't just transplant them or copy them to the advanced hypermodule. That doesn't make much sense. Even if ascension runes possess a remarkably capacity of adapting to different objects, that still does not address the fact that they are far from optimized in enhancing the power of a new module. If ascension runes was akin to the programming code of a mech, then it was obvious that it could not be applied to a piece of mech equipment such as a laser rifle, a power reactor, or a flight system. Attempting to do so would just cause all of the parts and gear to crash and become inoperable. Vess had a hunch that the rules were much looser when it came to e-technology, but there was a limit to how much ascension runes could be stretched. This was a problem because the advanced hypermodule needed to derive its power from its own exclusive set of ascension runes. If it had to share power with the ascension runes of a third-order living mech as a whole, then that would severely discount the power of the advanced hypermodule. How can I induce a third-order living mech to produce a second set of ascension runes for its advanced hypermodule? It took a few minutes before Vess became struck by another bout of inspiration. Emerald. Blinky emerged from Vess' head and floated in the air. The fluffy purple spiritual cat swished his tail in both interest and curiosity. This might actually work. To be honest, he came up with this idea a few times in the past, but he always pushed it aside because it sounded like a solution without a problem. What was different was that Vess just happened to struggle with the problem in question at this time. In other words, the solution that had long waited to be used finally became relevant. Vess quickly began to adjust his theoretical model to incorporate his latest brainchild. The model became more complete. Everything fit together. Every logical relationship built on top of each other with no obvious incongruities. It was perfect in a way that resonated with his design flame. He knew that as long as he managed to prove the validity of this innovative theoretical model, he would complete the initial development of his 6th-generation living mechs. 6th generation, this is too soon. It had only been a short time ago that he came up with the 5th generation of living mechs. The Age of Dawn introduced red humanity to exotic radiation, which made cultivation a lot more accessible to every life form. Vess easily managed to develop 5th-generation living mechs based on a simple premise. Since his products were alive, they should also be able to cultivate by themselves. My 6th-generation living mechs take this comparison a step further. Since people can acquire companion spirits, living mechs should be able to acquire their own companion spirits as well. It was a simple, yet incredibly subversive idea. He had already applied it to living Fae in the past, but this was different. Instead of using companion spirits to empower an external module, Vess wanted to do so with an internal module, one that directly strengthened the Mech itself. Many people were still struggling to wrap their heads around the fact that they could obtain their own companion spirits as long as they ingested the right fruit. The notion of tying them to living mechs was even less easy to accept by the general population. Few people understood how the Fae-Fianna model actually worked after all of this time. Vess briefly frowned. Companion spirits is a clunky name. I need to change that into a different one in order to distinguish them from the normal ones. In any case, the existence of mech-based companion spirits had the potential to solve one of the greatest problems in the development of advanced hyper-modules. So long as these new subordinate entities could bond with advanced hyper-modules and gradually form their own set of ascension runes based on their specific situations, then that would allow mechs such as the Dark Zephyr to continually strengthen their hyper abilities. Now that I think about it, this setup sounds similar to characters in a virtual reality game. A third-order living mech can essentially level up by forming more ascension runes that act as experience points. The same mech can also increase the power of its advanced hyper module, as if it is an ultimate ability by adding skill points. Ascension runes acted as both experience points and skill points in this very simplistic example. The ascension runes were just being applied to different subjects. Maybe I should come up with a new name for the ascension runes developed by the companion spirit of a living mech. Vess continued to expand and refine his theoretical framework in order to form a complete theoretical base for his advanced hyper modules. He needed to come up with a whole net set of definitions in order to clarify a lot of stuff. Chapter 59, 68 Ultimate Invention. After several hours of theorizing and puzzling, Vess finally completed his latest theoretical framework. It lacked empirical support, but that did not stop Vess from appreciating it for its amazing potential. He also thought a lot on how to label every new concept and variable. Using the term ascension runes to describe the ones applied to the advanced hyper module could easily lead to confusion and misinterpretations. Aside from that, the term advanced hyper module no longer fit his latest project anymore. It had gone far beyond the scope of a conventional application of hyper technology. If he wanted to do his invention justice and make it clearer to his customer base that this feature was powerful beyond comparison, then he needed to match it with an appropriately grand-sounding name. By the end of the work session, Vess visited his wife's design lab and presented her with his recent progress. Gloriana raised her eyebrows as she took in her husband's fantastical ideas. Heckle was not present at this time, so she did not bother to wear her arch glove at the moment. Instead, she kept her hands busy by scratching and caressing the intricate archimetal exterior of a certain pampered gem cat. Meow Tilda. Gloriana continued to utilize her processing power to go over the implications of Vess' latest design application. She quickly recognized how it could dramatically boost the combat power of every high-end Larkinson mech, but only if it actually worked. I will not comment on the viability of this idea of yours. I trust you enough that you will not present this to me if you are not confident in your own work. She spoke up. I agree with you that if your advanced hyper modules have so much promise, then it has earned the right to carry its own name. You have already proven with your Fae-Fiannas that mechs can become more powerful by forming their own versions of companion spirits. I have a question, though. Ask away. Do you really have to call them ultimate modules, complete with capitalization? Vess grinned. I do. It sounds awesome, doesn't it? I do not use the word ultimate lightly. I truly think that the power of my proposed invention will live up to this word. Even if it isn't obvious at first, just give it a few years. As long as it can grow and accumulate enough ultimate runes, it will one day grow powerful enough to defeat mechs an entire tier higher. Standard mechs can defeat expert mechs. Expert mechs can defeat ace mechs. That was an incredibly bold statement. Though Vess had made this claim before in relation to other design applications, he firmly believed that this was the most effective implementation to date. Gloriana scratched Lucky's chin and tried to determine whether Vess was right. Can ultimate modules truly elevate the power of living mechs to this extent? They can. The key is E-energy radiation, Vess emphasized. A stronger spiritual foundation is not a curiosity anymore. Starting from the age of dawn, a stronger spirit can directly influence the power of heaven. Do you realize the significance of this, Gloriana? This is probably the most concrete and physical manifestation of the benefits of growth. Previously, a living mech that experienced growth isn't obviously stronger than ones that are still young and fresh. The guidance, piloting experience, and certain spiritual abilities have all become stronger, but the performance parameters of the machine have not really changed all that much. The addition of ultimate modules changes that. Older mechs can readily crush younger mechs by properly utilizing their stronger spiritual foundations. No wonder you think that this is good enough to form the basis of your 6th-generation living mechs. Gloriana recognized the significance of his invention. One of the shortcomings of your design philosophy is that it is very hard to affect a mech's material performance. It is well established by now that the vast majority of benefits brought by your living meals are intangible and impossible to measure. Ultimate modules invalidate this assumption. There will be even fewer reasons for customers to prefer products designed by other competitors. How difficult will it be for other mech designers to match or exceed your ultimate modules? It's not impossible, but it will be difficult. No ordinary mech designer can rival my work, Vess stated. My living mechs have accrued too many advantages over the years. Each generation of living mech adds a useful new feature. When multiple of them are in a single machine, they start to add up and synergize with each other. Ultimate modules do not exist in isolation, but are supported by other useful features such as third-order living mechs and active mech cultivation. Vess acknowledged that it was theoretically possible to come up with a hyper system that enabled mechs to manipulate E-energy on a wider scale, but such machines should not be cheap or easy. As Gloriana went over the documents shared by her husband, her expression shifted multiple times as she read his theories and assumptions. Ultimate modules were different because they combined hyper-technology as well as E-technology to produce an affordable combination that could deliver exceptionally strong results. As Gloriana went over the documents shared by her husband, her expression shifted multiple times as she read his theories and assumptions. She began to pick apart certain details about Vess's latest theoretical framework. The notion of creating companion spirits for your living mechs to empower your ultimate modules is a brilliant idea. Why have you opted to label them as ultimate seeds? I needed to distinguish them from the companion spirits that we are familiar with. The reason why I call them seeds is that they will all start out weak to the point where the ultimate modules of my living mechs won't display much power at first. The mech pilot of the living mech must put effort into nurturing the seed before it can begin to show its power. Each ultimate seed will grow more powerful when they accumulate more ultimate runes. It did not take any explanation for Gloriana to understand that ultimate runes were simply ascension runes that Vess renamed for his ultimate modules. The runes still worked the same, but they acted on different aspects of a living mech. If my guess is correct, an ultimate module will only function properly when one of your products has evolved into a third-order living mech. That means that there is a time interval where the module is a burden to the machine in question. That is true, but it doesn't take too much time for a second-order living mech to reach full sapience. According to the data collected by the LMC, it can take 6 to 12 months for a typical living mech to reach the third order. Vess was not too worried about this. Weak performance at the start of a mech's life cycle was a well-known issue with living mechs. Most customers who appreciated them already knew that they needed to give these living machines enough time to mature before subjecting them to serious battles. His wife pointed out another issue. If ultimate runes function as a programming language, then it does not make sense that they can incrementally increase the effectiveness of an ultimate module. The destructive phasing module that you proposed not too long ago is based on a sequence of complicated operations. How can the Dark Zephyr engage in destructive phasing when his ultimate module only has a handful of runes? Runes work differently than you think, Vess retorted. Even a single one can carry a full and complex meaning. It's difficult to explain, but trust me that the Dark Zephyr with a functional ultimate module can already pull off destructive phasing without needing to collect a lot of ultimate runes. It will start out relatively weak at first, but the advantage of my work is that it can always grow and exceed its original limitations. Yet can a growth process that is completely happening outside of anyone's direct control truly enable an ultimate module to improve its capabilities in an effective manner? Gloriana pressed. I believe that intent, desire, and other strong thoughts and emotions will cause the right ultimate runes to form. Vess confidently replied. I have made sure to modify the implementation of ultimate runes in order to facilitate this process. This is one of the many areas that set them apart from Ascension runes. In general, third-order living Mechs were able to select their own Ascension runes that represented different kinds of enhancements. They usually made their selections by listening to individual preferences of their Mech pilots. The growth of ultimate runes needed to happen without any direct intervention from Mech pilots. Only indirect influence was necessary to ensure that a living Mech's ultimate module evolved in a direction that best suited the circumstances. If this is the case, then many ultimate modules will diverge in performance over time, Gloriana remarked. This will make your living Mechs less consistent with each other. Maybe one ranged Mech is able to leverage its ultimate module to fire an energy beam that can bypass transphasic energy shields. Another ranged Mech can use the same initial version of the ultimate module to fire an energy beam that splits into 3 beams. The same hardware produces radically different results. Vess smirked and crossed his arms. I don't see a problem with that. Every Mech pilot is different. Every living Mech is also different. Consistency is not important as power in this new era. I do not mind sacrificing uniformity if my products end up winning more battles as a result of my work. His wife was not comfortable with this idea, but she knew it made sense. The two continued to discuss the theory behind ultimate modules. The existence of ultimate runes confused Gloriana for a time, but Vess did a decent job at explaining his underlying theories and assumptions on how they were meant to be used. I have another question. Vess, let us consider a scenario where a mature third-order living Mech has fought against a powerful energy and returned to its mothership with heavy damage. One of the more serious blows is the complete destruction of its ultimate module. How feasible is it to restore its functionality on the damaged machine? That was indeed a tricky scenario. Fortunately, Vess already thought about this possible outcome. It will be similar to the replacement of Fae, Vess replied. The physical Fae are expendable because their destruction or removal will not affect the state of the subordinate spirit. The ultimate seed will temporarily lose its home and will have to stay in another part of the Mech for a time. Once the living Mech is restored, the previously homeless ultimate seed should easily be able to inhabit the newly installed ultimate module. That was a convenient setup. It also ensured that the growth of the ultimate seed did not get lost with the destruction of its hardware counterpart. There was one more important question on Gloriana's mind. Each ultimate module design is different. They all demand different combinations of ultimate runes based on different elements and concepts in order to fit the function of the module in question. Is it possible to replace one type of ultimate module with another type of ultimate module and retain full functionality? For example, Let us consider the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman 3. It originally carries the destructive phasing module, but later on gets replaced by a super invisibility module. Will the latter perform to the same level as the former, or will there be a loss in effectiveness? That was a scenario that Vess did not consider as much. He frowned in thought. It depends on the adaptability and versatility of runes itself, but the greater the differences in ultimate modules, the lower the effectiveness of the newer module. Some runes won't fit anymore, while others operate at reduced effectiveness. I think that this outcome should be avoided as much as possible. Once a living mech has gained an ultimate module, it should stick to the same type. At most, we can design updated versions of the hardware that still retain the same functionality, but simply offer superior performance. I see, you should test that, Vess. It is already on the list. Chapter 59, 69 Malleable Legacy Products. Talking to Gloriana had been fruitful for Vess. He not only made his wife aware of the amazing potential of his ultimate module, but also allowed her to plan for its addition to the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman 3 in advance. Furthermore, his wife also asked a lot of good questions that allowed Vess to flesh out aspects that he had not properly considered. His theoretical framework became more solid and complete as a result. He gained even greater confidence that his latest idea would comprehensively elevate the combat power of the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman 3 and more. Since Vess had dabbled into multi-spirit living mechs yet again, he also went back and expanded one of his older theoretical frameworks. The Fey Fianna was the first asymmetrical multi-spirit living mech. It was multi-spirit because it contained multiple personalities. It was asymmetrical because its subordinate spirits were not equal to the dominant spirit. Now, Vess added another classification to distinguish his living mechs further. According to his expanded theory, the Fey Fianna should now be classified as an external asymmetrical multi-spirit living mech. The word external signified that the Fey Fianna's subordinate spirits acted on separate constructs. The living Fey were unable to augment the combat power of the base mech directly. In contrast, the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman 3, according to the latest plan, should be classified as an internal asymmetrical multi-spirit living mech. It gained a special subordinate spirit, called an ultimate seed, that exclusively occupies a physical ultimate module. In most cases, the ultimate seed needs to work together with the ultimate module in order to activate a powerful ultimate ability. The destructive phasing ability that Vess had come up with for the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman 3 qualifies as one. Since it is possible to develop an internal or external asymmetrical multi-spirit living mech, is it possible to design a machine that combines both of them at once? In other words, could the Fey Fianna or any similar mech accommodate an ultimate module as well? There is nothing that stops this from happening. The only issue was that the spiritual foundation of a mech bore a greater burden by maintaining so many subordinate spirits. There was always a price to pay, but it should not be too big in this case. The next update of the Fey Fianna model should include an ultimate module as well. Vess decided to call this possible implementation a combination multi-spirit living mech. It will probably take a lot of time before I am ready to design such a mech, but once I do, I'll be able to verify even more theories. He was getting ahead of himself. He had yet to design and build a mech with a functional ultimate module at this time. He needed to accomplish this first before he could think about designing more advanced mechs. His focus for the following years should center around the development of future internal asymmetrical multi-spirit living mechs. They held great promise and should have lots of room for refinement. I should have realized it sooner. It is such an obvious idea. He never fully recognized, until now, that the subordinate spirits of living mechs could develop their own form of ascension runes. Fortunately, it was not too late. Once he woke up and came up with his latest concept, Vess had essentially developed a brand new core system that made his living mechs more complete. Vess grew a lot more passionate about the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III project. This was the first Mech that would carry a proper ultimate module, and Vess became excited beyond belief. His productivity rose at a remarkable rate. He began to make rapid progress in his research. One of the more exciting moments was when the Red Association finally delivered a diverse batch of medium to high-grade hypermaterials. It was quite convenient to rely on the Red Association's service on this matter. The Mechers possessed an even greater collection of hypermaterials than the Terrans. The former were also a lot more willing to give him access to the more restricted and confidential samples. Of course, Vess still needed to pay for what they were worth, and that was not small in many cases. Vess did not mind, because he had plenty of MTA merits to spare. When he visited the underground storeroom that held the recently delivered samples, he did not come alone. He decided to bring Andrast along. Yeka's death affinity caused the girl to become more sensitive towards death and negative energy. Combined with the senses granted by her partial primordial human physique, she was able to perceive a lot more out of hypermaterials than most people. He currently held her in his arms. The girl looked curious at the cold, industrial surroundings. She never visited this section of Diandi base before and grew curious at all of the mechs, materials and supplies stored inside all of the storage spaces. So much stuff, the girl said with awe. That's right. It is better to have too much than too little. I have everything I need to fabricate or materialize first-class mechs. We can not only produce powerful mechs of our own design, but we can also produce a select range of mechs designed by other companies. We don't have enough pilots to make use of them all. We are still in the process of ramping up recruitment. Oh. Also accompanying Vess was Alexa Strian. The former Terran Mech designer had been busy in the past few months. She completed her pilgrimage to the Red Association. Though she did not really learn a lot of new secrets, she still returned as a changed woman. After she came back, she began to flesh out the basic structure of her design philosophy and began to explore what she was capable of by designing a few casual mechs. I would have thought that you would start a more serious project by now, Vess said as he passed through the entrance that led into the material storeroom. The sooner you start to produce your living legacy mechs, the sooner they can start their own mech dynasties. Isn't that the whole point of your design philosophy? The blonde woman shook her head as she walked alongside her mentor. Time is of the essence, but I cannot afford to botch the introduction of my living legacy mechs by publishing objectively inferior products. My preferred target audience comprises old and well-established family organizations. They already have their own channels for mechs, so it is an uphill battle to persuade them to invest in my legacy mechs. I need to present them with a product that they are already inclined to purchase without factoring the inheritance aspects. Vess frowned at that. You won't be able to sell any of your products to them if you design them by yourself. The only way to present an attractive value proposition is if you collaborate with other mech designers, or make your products malleable enough that the mech designers working for the family organizations can further refine and adapt your legacy mechs. Have you chosen your strategy? I have, sir. From the two possibilities that you have presented, I strongly favor the latter, she said. Do not get me wrong. If I collaborate with you, I am convinced that the resulting end product will be more than strong enough in its own right. My issue with that is that I will become too dependent on the contributions of other mech designers. That is not how I want to develop my design philosophy. This is why I have adopted a strategy and a business model that should make my products attractive to my target audience without requiring any help from you or other mech designers. It was a bold approach, but also a risky one. So your plan is to design a basic legacy mech that can be used as a starting point for further customization. Alexa nodded. I have grown up studying and working with the mechs of the Strian ancient clan. I understand how management handles third-party mechs. It is unlikely for such demanding clients to easily embrace mechs produced by another company. The Strians have their own Mech doctrines, martial traditions, technological standards, and more. If they want to add a third-party Mech model to their roster, then the product must be malleable enough to allow their own Mech designers to reshape it into a Strian Mech. I see. If this is already an established phenomenon in this side of the Mech industry, then I could see how it makes sense for you. It is much easier to design a variant of a Mech if it is only empowered by a single design philosophy as opposed to 5 of them. As long as the intrinsic qualities of your design philosophy remain intact, there are legitimate reasons for your target audience to embrace your works. There were clear downsides to approach, but so long as Alexa was able to persuade enough large clients to invest in her legacy Mechs, they would soon be able to cultivate a lot of Mech dynasties in a few generations. I don't think you'll be able to attract the appreciation of any first-class customers, Vess said. You are still too young and you haven't built up much of a reputation in the business. You may be able to borrow my reputation to persuade more open-minded second-class customers to trial your legacy Mechs, but their enthusiasm shouldn't be too strong at first. It takes far too much time for your products to show their true value. Although I prefer to design first-class Mechs, I am not opposed to designing second-class or even third-class Mechs, Alexa said with a smile. You have started your career by designing the most basic third-class Mechs. I am of the belief that I should expand my horizons and familiarize myself with third-class Mech design. Once I have earned enough success in the third-class Mech market, I may move on to designing second-class legacy Mechs. That was a pretty deep plan. I can see the logic in your approach, but it will take a long time before you can design proper first-class Mechs if that is the case, Vess said. Are you sure you want to commit to such a long journey? I do, sir. Do not worry. I am still available for collaborations on first-class Mechs. I can still pull my own weight in the design department and complete any assignments. I will only design third-class Mechs in my free time. That sounded acceptable to Vess. Personally, he would have chosen a different approach, but he admired Alexa for her willingness to work outside of her comfort zone. Her attitude and behavior were much more conducive to subsequent promotions. We're here, Vess said. The group stopped before a long table that held a large amount of secure metal containers. The alloys used to make the head-sized containers did a good job at isolating the fluctuations of the hyper-materials stored inside. Vess developed a greater interest in the containers themselves. The alloys reminded him of bee-stone. Interesting. I need to get more of this material. His daughter squirmed in his arms. Papa, go over there. Yeka senses something good in that box. She became so attracted by the unknown material stored in that specific container that a black spiritual kitten shot out of her forehead. My. It looked like Yeka couldn't wait to come into contact with the mysterious hyper-material. Emro. Ma'awa. Before Yeka could reach her destination, Blinky appeared and quickly bit her scruff, thereby stopping the naughty kitten in her tracks. Mazo. Emro. Papa, why did you stop my companion's spirit? Yeka merely wanted to take a closer look. It's not safe, dear. Some of these hyper-materials are so energetic or weird that they can inflict real harm on people. I need to examine them from a distance before I ever think about letting you get close. Oh, that's so boring, Papa. Chapter 59, 70 What are hypers? Mao. Emro. A black kitten continued to dangle from the mouth of the larger purple cat. As overeager as she may be, what Yeka had done could have been incredibly dangerous for the juvenile companion's spirit. Don't do that again. Vess admonished his daughter as he set her body to the ground while staring at her in the face. Not all hyper-materials are harmless. The samples I bought from the Red Association are rare and expensive for multiple reasons. A few of them are so dangerous that they can poison people just by proximity. The main reason why you can't sense their threat is because their activity is being suppressed by the special alloys used to make these boxes. That reminded him that he needed to look into the containers. He had many uses for a material that possessed similar properties to the B-stone that he obtained a long time ago, especially one that was powerful enough to resist first-class weapon attacks. "Okay, I will not go closer. I will be more careful, Papa." Andrast may be impulsive, but she wasn't stupid. Yeka just lost control due to getting attracted by something that smelled really enticing for whatever reason. Whatever the Mechers stuffed in that box had to be special in order to provoke such a reaction. Vess was glad that he could teach his girl this lesson. If not, she might end up falling into a trap if she faced a similar situation in the future. Mazo. Blinky let go of Yeka's scruff now that the smaller kitten had regained control over herself. Yeka then began to whine, as Blinky decided that this was a great time to give his child a bath. Mayoff Mazo. Emro tilde. In the meantime, Vess held Andrast's hand as he moved over to an elevated ramp that provided a clear view of the long table and the containers holding all of the samples. Although not all of the hyper materials posed a threat to humans, it was better to be safe than sorry. Maintaining a healthy distance from high-grade hyper materials was a mandatory safety precaution. Alexa Strion moved up the ramp as well. Maya had emerged out of her head and observed the containers with rapt attention. As a companion spirit aspected towards the more nurturing side of life, the ragdoll cat was biased towards positive energy. She did not like the vibe of the suppressed samples. They felt far too ominous and hostile. Maya. Alexa spent a brief amount of time checking whether all of the safety precautions were in order. "We can proceed at your instructions, sir." "Open the first container." Inputting command. The first container at the far left unlocked and began to slide open. A plain black metal bar began to float a small distance into the air, allowing the observers a clear view of the somewhat distant object. Fortunately, Vess, his daughter, and Alexa all possessed strong and augmented senses, so they had no problem with examining the metal alloy from this distance. "Do you know what hypermaterials are, Pumpkin?" Andrast leaned against her father's leg and furrowed her brows. "My teachers and the textbooks barely mention anything about hypers. They are so new that people are still trying to figure everything out. One of the theories that is popular is that a special kind of material exists that resonates with different elemental E-energies. As long as there is a connection, that material begins to absorb E-energy and gets changed by it to become more compatible with that element." Vess smiled. "That is an interesting theory. What is your opinion, Alexa?" As a proper journeyman Mech designer, Alexa had come into contact with much more extensive theories related to hyper-technology. "The theory mentioned by your daughter is unsubstantiated," the former Terran responded. "The truth is that we have not pinned down the true reason why hyper-materials come into existence. A common hypothesis is that hypers are similar to exotics in that they are remnants of old and powerful organisms. Another hypothesis that is gaining traction is that materials that turn into hypers possess a common property that is not observable in real space. It may be a trait that is hidden in another dimension. However, it is important to note that no one has yet to provide definitive proof for these assertions. It is best not to make any assumptions and work with hypers with the attitude of remaining cautious and keeping an open mind. Just because we have yet to detect any danger does not mean it is non-existent. We must always maintain our awe towards unfamiliar phenomena." Vess nodded in approval, while Andrast did not really look that interested. "I'm not a scientist, Papa. I have no interest in learning science." Vess tapped his daughter's adorable head. "Knowledge is power, my dear. Your learning ability is superior to many other people in the new frontier and the old galaxy. It would be an enormous waste for you to squander your superior conditions. Do you know how much I envied first-raters back when I was a kid? While it is true that you do not need to know how reality works in detail in order to be a good soldier, there are times where knowing how stuff works can save your lives. Besides, have you forgotten that Cadiz is a Mech designer as well as a swordmaster? She combines both knowledge and martial skill to excel in both of her professions. His daughter still did not seem receptive to the idea. She had never been the academic sort, which Vess attributed to the designer genes that influenced her behavior. She showed much greater enthusiasm towards practicing her combat skills. He sighed. His second daughter could be incorrigible at times. "What do you think about hypers, Papa? I bet you know much more about these weird materials than those snooty scientists." "I wouldn't say that," Vess responded with a chuckle. "I have my own theories, and I am pretty confident in them. That said, I am merely a senior Mech designer. I don't have enough credentials to claim that my views are true. In my opinion, hypermaterials are neither the remains of long-dead beings of great power, nor possess any special properties in other dimensions. Hypers exist because I believe that there may be a touch of life in them, however faint." "Huh," Andrest looked astonished. This was a much more radical theory than the ones circulating on the galactic net. Even Alexa did a double take upon hearing this strange theory. "My design philosophy is derived from yours, but I have not observed any form of life from the hypers that I have come into contact with," the female journeyman responded. "Do you have any proof that can substantiate your personal theory?" She was being remarkably polite. If she heard this theory from anyone else, she may have responded a lot harsher. Scientists were not supposed to let their biases and feelings dictate the truth. Only solid observations, logical theories, and undeniable empirical data should determine whether a theory was viable enough to become accepted by the scientific community. Though Vess considered himself to be an authentic scientist, he often found it difficult to abide by all of the rules. "I can't provide any proof that would satisfy anyone," Vess plainly admitted. "I cannot claim to have sensed any actual life in every hyper material. My theory is merely the product of a couple of hunches combined with a number of spurious logical inferences. It is difficult to explain my reasoning without sounding crazy or delusional, so you don't have to take my word for it. In fact, I encourage you to conduct your own research and build your own theories. No matter whether they match my theories or not, at least you are making progress into developing your own unique contributions to society." They did not persist in this talk. The nature and origin of hypers was a hotly debated topic that never seemed to end. It was pointless for the two of them to debate on this matter. They soon turned their attention back to the floating metal bar that comprised a refined hyper material. According to virtual documents attached to this container, this is an experimental new hyper material that is made by alloying multiple different hypers and exotics together. It is derived from a single formula out of a series of hundreds of similar formulas. This is one of the more successful outcomes. The prices for the component materials are lower than the expected market price for this hyper alloy. What is it called? It currently bears the name HHH, 3,432,134 to 34, REFF 3535NEF. The laboratory responsible for developing the associated formulas has yet to bestow a proper name to this hyperalloy. Vess twitched his lips when he heard that. It was not unusual for new materials to bear an awfully long code name that was incredibly unwieldy to use in verbal communication. "Andrast." "Yes, Papa." "Before I ask Alexa to summarize the known attributes and effects of this alloy, I want you to take a good look at this piece of metal. Can you use your senses to guess its properties?" "I can't. I am too far away." Use Yeka's senses instead. Her nature as a companion spirit should make her a lot more sensitive towards hypermaterials. Let me give you a tip. Try and observe the changes in E-energy radiation. As a hypermaterial, HHH 3,432,134 to 34, REFF 3535NEF most definitely had an effect on the E-energy radiation that flowed in its vicinity. It wouldn't be a hyper-material if it did not induce any E-energy reactions. Yeka, having just finished a quick bath, tried to extend her underdeveloped senses to ascertain what was taking place. Not every E-energy element became attracted to the hyper-alloy bar. Only a few of them showed abnormal signs. The remaining E-energy that possessed unrelated attributes continued to sail away as if there was nothing in their way. Mao. My companion's spirit senses darkness, the young girl spoke. She also feels cold. There is also noise, no, the opposite of noise. It is quiet, cold, not dead. It was never alive in the first place. Alexa, HHH 3,432,134 to 34, REFF 3535 NEF, and its related alloy formulas are developed by a research institution affiliated with the Red Ocean. The purpose of this formula series is to develop an artificial hyper-substance that can be used as substitutes of high-grade exotics in the development of stealth mechs. It tries to do so by combining multiple related attributes together to produce a higher-level compound effect. It seems that the research institution has failed to achieve its primary objective, Vess stated. That is so, but the alloy formula still holds value. It is at least capable of producing the effects of 3 hyper-materials while taking the space of only 2 hyper-materials. That is useful in itself. So the company responsible for developing this alloy is in the process of turning it into a commercial product. This was a common occurrence in the materials sector. A lot of mech designers and material scientists tried to develop powerful new wonder materials, but rarely succeeded. Most of their experiments either produced outright failures or partial successes. The developers often chose to recoup their losses as much as possible by converting the latter into products. There were always people out there that might have enough use for something that was originally supposed to be an unqualified result. Do you think that this alloy is a good fit for the planned destructive phasing module? Clearly not. Alexa immediately shook her head. HHH 3,432,134 to 34, REFF 3535 NEF is a viable option for the development of a stealth mech. It can also be applied to the overall frame of the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III to reduce the expert light skirmisher's emissions, which will make it harder for enemies to track and lock onto the machine. However, I would not choose this hyper material for this purpose. There are more suitable alternatives that can increase the performance of the Dark Zephyr. I agree. This alloy is useless for my current purpose. Let's put it back and check out the contents of the other crates. Chapter 59, 71 Hyper-Material Advancements. It was not necessary to use bad materials to make a good mech. The skill of the mech designer could compensate for many of the shortcomings of inferior materials. Yet there were hard limits to how extensively a mech designer could turn trash into treasure. Any professional mech designer should be able to cobble together a functional mech out of terrible materials if it was necessary. The mech designer would hate it, but it did not matter so long as they delivered. Even so, almost every mech designer preferred to work with superior materials if they had a choice. More powerful materials gave a mech designer more options. The mech in question could become extremely powerful in a single aspect or achieve a balanced performance profile with a very high baseline. Cost and resource scarcity prevented many mech designers from using as much expensive materials as they wished. This was not an issue that Vess had to worry about too much these days. The LMC was selling more products than ever. Partial ownership in Isthmus manufacturing gave Vess and his clansmen an even greater source of income than before, so he no longer had to worry about restraining his budget for high-end mech design projects. His growing relations with the Red II and the first-rate colonial superstates granted him additional channels for rare materials. He could trade MTA merits and other concessions for materials that were normally reserved for in-house usage. For now, Vess only ordered a batch of materials from the Red Association. The Mechers were most invested in discovering and developing hypers that were most suited to be used in their products. After Vess, Andrast and Alexa examined the hyper alloy stored in the first container. They began to open a few other containers. They became exposed to various different hyper materials with varying origins and properties. Though Vess judged that most of them were useless for his current project, he soon encountered a material that seemed to deepen the shadows in its vicinity. The sample came in the form of an unassuming matte gray alloy bar. Despite its dull appearance, the hyper-alloy conveyed an impression that it was about to transform anything nearby into shadow. Maya. Yeka pulled back as she received a small backlash when she attempted to examine the strange alloy. The kitten did not actually receive much harm, but that did not stop Blinky from licking her back to health. Emroa. It hurts, Andrast whined as she experienced her companion's spirit's pain. What is wrong with this hyper material? Interesting. Vess grinned as Blinky examined the shadowy alloy without suffering a backlash like his daughter. The star cat had faced much more powerful threats than a small piece of metal. For whatever reason, this alloy not only draws in a lot of shadow energy, but also tries to phase nearby matter into a different dimension that is strongly related to shadow, darkness, and other related concepts. Different dimension. Does it contain face water? It does. I can clearly sense that it contains a high concentration of face water. It is well known that any transphasic material that contains a lot of face water constantly destabilizes the local space. What you are seeing is this exact same effect, but themed around shadows. This is one of the many reasons why we are keeping our distance from the samples. It wouldn't be your companion spirit alone that would get hurt from exposure to this dangerous material. Vess did not care about the risk factors of this material. From his perspective, more volatile activity often translated in greater power. There were two major reasons why this hyper-alloy attracted so much interest. The first reason was that the material happened to possess an effect that closely aligned with what he was looking for. He needed to find a powerful hyper-material that could allow the dark zephyr to phase through solid matter, shifting the Mech into a parallel dimension that by borrowing the power of shadow sounded like a viable option, as long as Venerable Tusa was able to resonate with the ultimate module. The second reason why he wanted to work with the alloy was because it might actually allow him to locate the dimension connected to the power of shadows. If he was able to gather enough information about this mysterious dimension, would he be able to confirm its dimension number with the help of the dimension telescope? If so, it would save him a lot of AP and effort. Perhaps this was the proper way for him to discover useful dimensions. Instead of working hard to accumulate 1,000 AP so that he could purchase the observation search upgrade, he could skip all of that by relying on more conventional measures to find and locate profitable dimensions. Regardless of whether this shadowy alloy was suitable to be used as the key material of his experimental destructive phasing module, he was bound to study it for its transdimensional properties alone. So the Mechers actually did it, Vess said with growing appreciation in his voice. They actually made a transphasic hyper-material that is strong enough to be useful and tough enough to withstand the rigors of high-end combat. Naturally occurring hyper-materials originally did not possess transphasic properties. That meant that everyone had to go out of their way to merge hyper-materials and transphasic materials together. The fact that an alloy like this existed meant that the Mechers already managed to attain crucial breakthroughs in this area. Alexa, please explain the properties of this wonderful material. Gladly. TerraX 063 is a very recently developed transphasic hypermaterial. It was originally developed as a way to transform matter into shadow energy. While the end result is not able to accomplish this, it is able to phase any nearby matter into a parallel dimension that is remarkably easy to enter compared to the alternatives. The stability and reliability of this shadow phasing property varies depending on the presence of light and shadow in the immediate environment. It still performs well enough in brightly lit areas, but its effects grow remarkably stronger when engulfed in shadow and darkness. Trying to transform a Mech into shadow energy was way too ambitious of a goal. Only god Mechs possessed this ability as far as Vess knew, and that was because the line between energy and matter had already begun to blur at the third major cultivation rank. Terraix 063 was not a true god-level material, but its combination of properties happened to fit almost exactly what Vess needed. He couldn't hold himself back any longer. He hopped over the ramp and approached the volatile hyper-alloy without any fear. Once he got close, he ignored the volatile spatial activity and directly took hold of the sample of Terraix 063. Fascinating, Vess whispered as he utilized all of his senses to establish a more intuitive feel of this interesting material. The face water concentration of Terraix 063 is remarkably high. Under normal circumstances, this object should have turned itself apart a long time ago. How is it able to remain stable? Wait, the shadow energy, it exerts a dampening effect somehow. So long as the supply of shadow energy is not cut off, it will naturally maintain a suppressive effect. How convenient. Andrast wanted to follow after her father, but Alexa kept a firm hold of the eager girl's arm. Remember your father's lesson. Do not approach strange and volatile materials without sufficient protection. Then, why is Popper allowed to get close? He already enjoys sufficient protection. He is a phase lord after all. A being of his stature can withstand even greater dangers. Alexa is right, Vess said as he carefully placed the sample of Terraix 63 back into its container. Potential threats and hazards are not universally dangerous. It all depends on strength. The stronger you become, the less you have to fear from the cosmos. I am not one to boast, but I have grown pretty strong myself. Stronger than Keddy's, Andrast innocently asked. I am definitely stronger than your swordsmanship tutor. His daughter did not believe him. Really? I'm not as weak as I appear. I know that Keddy's can do pretty cool stuff with her swords, but she is only human. I might not possess any sophisticated fighting skills, but I have a lot of mass and energy at my disposal. Once my body reaches the height of 3 Mechs stacked on top of each other, do you think I can still be threatened by a sword that is as small as my fingernail? Keddy's can launch incredibly powerful sword energy attacks. You know, she can slay lots of giants. Vess inwardly sighed. His daughter had become such a Keddy's fangirl that she completely dismissed her own father's combat prowess. This was a travesty. If not for the fact that any footage related to the transformation of the Dominion of Man was classified, he would have shown it to his girl already. She would definitely root for her own father if he was able to see her fight and prevail against the clone of a god king. Oh well. Vess retreated from the long table and returned to the ramp. He continued the examination of hyper materials. Most of them were very powerful and interesting in their own right, but that did not mean they were suited for his purpose. He identified a number of hyper materials that were more suitable for the Phobos as opposed to the Dark Zephyr. He also encountered hyper materials that possessed desirable traits, yet also interfered with the functioning of Terraix 63. This was one of the problems with combining multiple strong and volatile materials. They tended to lose a lot of stability when placed in close proximity with other hypers with overlapping functions. Fortunately, Vess finally managed to encounter another high-grade hyper material that fit all of his requirements. What do you feel from this piece of rock, Andrast? Maya. According to Yeka, the dark stone makes her feel weaker. It is dangerous, but not as obvious as some of the other materials. It is much more insidious. That is an apt description. Its threat can be just as big as a sword or a laser weapon. It just isn't as obvious. Please introduce us to this material, Alexa. This hypermaterial is artificially produced by placing rocks with similar material compositions in specially prepared enclosed space. The exact configuration and details of the production site are classified, but it is clear that it is strongly related to the darkness element. The result is a batch of high-grade hyper rocks that absorb darkness energy and can utilize it to weaken the molecular bonds between molecules. Strong exposure to this effect can cause objects up to and including organics such as human bodies to collapse into fine particles. This was the second effect that Vess wanted to obtain. What is it called? Omen stone. That is a remarkably succinct and fitting name for this deadly hyper material. At least it wasn't named after its inventor. Alexa coughed. In fact, the Omen stone is a product developed and sold by Professor Erastus Omen, a relatively young but rising material scientist directly employed by the Red Association. Professor Omen does not have as many credentials as his older peers in his sector, but he is also not weighed down by a large body of work that has either become outdated or lost much of its relevance. He is a rising star in his field, much as you are in the field of Mech design. That was high praise coming from the likes of Alexa. She only respected a few brilliant people. Vess adopted a speculative expression. You are making me develop an interest in meeting Professor Omen. We may be able to establish a lucrative form of cooperation with each other. That reminded him that he already befriended another materials-oriented Mech designer. Last he heard, Tristan Wesseling was doing better than ever as his specialization experienced a renaissance after the arrival of the Age of Dawn. Perhaps Vess should get in touch with an old friend and see whether they could cooperate on a deeper level. Chapter 59, 72 Attribute Bonus. The physical projection of Tristan Wesseling looked surprised. He never imagined that Vess would contact him out of the blue one day. The distance between the two had become a lot more magnified after the last year. When Tristan learned that Vess had actually played a key role in transforming the dominion of man into a living dreadnought of all possibilities, he knew that there was no way he could catch up to his old friend anymore. Even if Tristan managed to make a lot of progress in the following century, Vess would make 10 times as many gains. This realization did not make the former Fridayman depressed. Instead, he felt relieved. The burden of trying to keep up with an insanely successful prodigy was impossible to begin with. It was better for him to stop wasting his time on useless comparisons and focus on his own work. That was exactly what he was doing before the infamous patriarch of the Larkinson clan contacted him in person. It quickly became clear that it was not a social call. Vess directly started the conversation by explaining his needs before extending a business offer. His old friend presented so much information in so little time that Tristan had to delay his response so that he could go over all of the implications. I am not opposed to working with you on commission, Tristan spoke. I am no stranger to them. The difference here is that you are not giving me enough information to work with. You want me to develop a hypergem that can augment the performance of an experimental hypermodule for an expert Mech of yours, yet you refuse to share their technical data. That is because it isn't necessary. You should be able to work out a gem without needing to learn the specifics. There is plenty of public footage of the Dark Zephyr in action. The upgraded version of the expert Mech will become a lot more powerful, but there are still plenty of similarities. That may be the case, but I cannot guarantee that the commissioned gem will perform up to your standards. You haven't even explained to me what this experimental hyper module is meant to do. I cannot work out anything too specific if you do not extend even the most basic level of trust. Vess sighed. I am sorry, Tristan. I am not treating you as fairly as I would like. Please understand that it is better for both of us if I do not share too many details. The experimental hypermodule is part of a major technological development. I do not want the wrong people to learn about it too soon. If the cosmopolitans ever get wind of it, they will most definitely lead the information to the Red Cabal, who will subsequently be able to account for this additional factor if they ever plan an ambush against my forces. Real lives are at stake. I do not ask for a perfect result. I am just fine with a satisfactory one. Don't worry, I will not skimp on the payment. As long as the gem is at least somewhat useful to the Dark Zephyr, I will compensate you fully. That mollified Tristan a bit. Those terms are acceptable. As a service provider, I do not want to deliver a disappointing product to my clients, but in the interest of full disclosure, I cannot promise to fulfill all of the requirements that you have set. If you agree to present me with a commission after this, then I will make the attempt to create the hyper gem you need. Given your demanding expectations, you will need to send me an advance in funding or materials so that I can begin the development of the hyper gem that you wish to add to one of your expert mechs. Funding and materials are no problem. Vess dismissively waved his hand. I will put you in contact with Miss Alexa Strion, who acts as my secretary and assistant in mech-related affairs. I will send her a message that she should procure all of the high-grade exotics and hypers that you need to develop your gem. More powerful materials are not always beneficial to my work. Vess, it is exponentially harder to form a stable and functional gem when you try to compress too many volatile and energetic materials together. I have found that it is always better to establish a stable equilibrium, even if that means foregoing more powerful materials. That made Vess appreciate Lucky's gems even more. They were much more powerful than Tristan's gems, but managed to isolate their energies so well that Vess was not able to perceive anything from the outside. Tristan's specialization had not yet approached that level, but that was not a big problem. He still had plenty of time to grow and develop his specialization. If you truly need more direction, then I can give you a single hint. The gem should enhance the Dark Zephyr's connection with the shadow element. That is all I can say. That is helpful. It is better than nothing. I have not worked with this element before, so please do not expect anything too refined. I understand. Even a minor difference can help. If it turns out that your gem doesn't really provide anything helpful to the Dark Zephyr, then I can always leave it out. I won't blame you if that happens. It was not in Vess's best interests to reduce his expectations for this commission. However, he did so anyway because he trusted Tristan to do his best regardless. They were more than client and producer. They were friends who went all the way back to the Komodo star sector. Even if their trajectories had diverged from each other, their mutual respect still remained strong. There was no need for Vess or Tristan to actively reaffirm their friendships. Their speech, body language, and other indicators already made it clear that they were still in tune with each other. A part of Vess even wanted to deepen his friendship with Tristan, but he decided against it. He was far too busy to spend his time on an activity that would not yield immediate gains. He already had too much work on his plate. After hashing out a few more details, Vess quickly bid goodbye to Tristan. Please produce results as quickly as possible. It will not take too long before we are ready to upgrade one of our oldest expert mechs. We will find out at that point whether your gem can serve as the capstone to our reimagined machine. Once the communication channel closed, Vess closed his eyes and pushed aside most of his thoughts concerning the Hyper Gem Commission. The typical effects of gems did not require Vess to design a mech around them. He could freely design his mech first before slotting in the gem to selectively augment a few capabilities. Lucky's gems were especially compatible with a lot of mechs. Tristan's gems did not possess as much adaptability, but as long as the effects were not too disruptive, he could still slot them into his mechs after making a few adjustments. Gems were convenient like that. Wait, the Dark Zephyr already has a gem. It had been such a long time ago since he imbued his expert mech with a gem that it had slipped his mind. This was despite the fact that its actual performance clearly exceeded its technical parameters. The blessing of a feline patron is stored in this gem, improves the agility of a mech by 20%. The effect was a bit weak compared to Lucky's newer gems, but it was still an excellent fit for an expert light skirmisher. Vess wondered whether the effects of Tristan's gems would overlap with the gems produced by Lucky. That shouldn't be the case. They might look identical to each other, but they worked according to different principles. Besides, their effects should be radically different, so there was little chance of any overlap. Vess soon returned to his work. He split his time between Mech design, research, teaching, raising children, and handling administrative duties. He deliberately declined to engage in any diplomacy and delegated this responsibility to his subordinates. Far too many people wanted to establish a relationship with Vess, but he could not afford to get distracted. He was way too invested in the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III project to get pulled away again. His wife made excellent progress as well, though it was a bit weird for her to drag Heckle along every time she worked on the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III project. Vess became accustomed to the Archie engineer's presence after a while. It helped that his wife had done an excellent job at taming the alien. The Archie was so damn servile and obedient that people started to treat it like a giant pet turtle. Meow. Meow. Both Lucky and Clixie yawned as they perched on top of the shiny Archeshell and took a nap. Heckle's Archeshell had become one of their favorite napping spots. Hi, let's ride. Andrast and Marvane loved to climb on top of the Archeshell so that they could pretend to ride Heckle as if he was an exotic mount. While his shell was not a particularly comfortable saddle, the children did not mind all that much. The only issue was that Heckle's movement speed was much slower than that of an Archie soldier. He was unable to actually ride in battle, not that anyone cared about this detail. As Vess tried to incorporate Omen Stone and Terrix 063 in his very first Ultimate Module design, he conducted lots of small experiments to study the interaction between the two hyper-materials. Only a few of these experiments yielded helpful insights, but a negative result was still a useful data point. The more experiments he completed, the more he became adept with the usage of these two interesting materials. Vess discovered that his newfound affinity for darkness provided him with a large advantage in understanding the two hypers and understanding their greater potential. It was as if Omen Stone and Terrix 063 hid their secrets behind encrypted texts. The greater his comprehension of darkness, the easier it was for him to decrypt these invisible texts and gain more crucial insights. Am I deciphering their runes? Vess had not observed any solid trace of runes in the two hyper materials. That did not mean they were absent. They might just be hidden from his sight. Though Vess had no evidence to prove that the hyper materials were marked with runes, he had reasons to believe that this may be the case. They did not have to be there by design. Nature itself carved the runes as the hyper materials started to react to specific elements and harmonized with a fundamental aspect of reality. Whatever the case, Vess had a powerful feeling that he would be able to draw out the potential of the two hyper materials to a considerably greater extent than other people. The ultimate module would become even more powerful if that was the case. Should I insert a darkness-oriented ultimate module in all of my expert mechs? Vess shook his head. This was too excessive. Darkness just happened to be compatible with the Dark Zephyr and Venerable Tusa in a way, but that clearly did not apply to other combinations. Vess should prioritize fit over raw power. Even if he possessed a clear advantage in working with the darkness element, he should stick to the ones that were already associated with his other mechs. It's a pity, though. He needed to pay more attention to the nascent domains of other mech designers. A lot more journeymen worked for the design department than before. That gave Vess access to many different specializations, each of which corresponded to many different attributes. I should pay more attention to them, Vess thought. I haven't really interacted with them all that much. It is usually Gloriana and Alexa who direct their work. Many of the new recruits had already acclimated to their new clan and responsibilities by now. Vess should check up on them and see whether any notable talents had bloomed. Chapter 59, 73 change in positions. In the days since he returned from his infamous business trip, Vess spent most of his time in the design lab by himself. Sure, he regularly collaborated with Gloriana. He also offered regular tutoring sessions to both Alexa Strian and the guest Mech designers from the Vulcan Empire. Each of them enabled Vess to remain somewhat connected to the happenings within the design department. Nonetheless, ever since he recruited a whopping 25 journeyman Mech designers at once, Vess felt out of touch with the rest of the institution. He missed the presence of many of the old-timers, such as Juliet Stameros and Sarah Voikin. They had all opted to undergo EdNet training for a maximum duration of 4 years, which meant they would be missing out on this crucial development period. Yet they all felt the need to undergo training in an accelerated virtual learning environment because they knew they would fail to keep up with the development of the clan. Vess looked forward to reuniting with the new and improved Larkinsons, but there were still a few more years to go before they rejoined the clan. This should have been an opportune moment for him to forge new friendships with the second-class Mech designers that were beginning to assist with updating a lot of old and outdated Larkinson Mech designs. Vess did not need to do a thing. Despite being the man in charge of the design department, he rarely involved himself with the management of all of the design teams these days. His time was more valuable than that. The less time he spent on getting bogged down on trivial affairs, the more time he had left for more essential design work. No one blamed him for this transformation. He was the most successful Mech designer by far. He commanded respect far beyond that of a normal senior Mech designer. The cute little low-ranking Mech designers all stared at him with outright hero worship whenever he walked past their workstations. Vess had become a living myth to all of the old and new Mech designers. In order to fill up the leadership gap, Gloriana had jumped at the opportunity. By now, she had firmly established herself as the de facto leader in charge of the design department. Whenever Mech designers wanted to obtain approval to start a new design project or request additional funding, they turned to Gloriana rather than Vess. She was the one that allocated resources, approved design projects, set the overall schedule, and mandated additional training. Gloriana did not mind the additional work and responsibilities. She enjoyed the power she held over her subordinates. The self-worth she gained for becoming the queen of the design department subsequently boosted her mood whenever she spent time on her own design projects. Vess had nothing to complain about her leadership style. She was stern but fair. She always held herself to a higher standard than the others, which made it easier for the Mech designers to meet her demands. Of course, not even Gloriana could handle everything herself. She had learned how to delegate a few responsibilities to more notable Mech designers, such as Alexa Strian and Kelsey Ampatok. It did not take a lot of thinking to understand why Gloriana leaned so much from the two notable journeymen. Both Alexa and Kelsey were genuine first-class Mech designers. The first was a former Terran Scion. The latter was a remarkably talented and ambitious former Rubarthan employee of Isthmus Manufacturing. Since the pair had studied first-class Mech design at renowned and demanding Terran and Rubarthan Mech design universities, Vess expected to rely heavily on them when they were finally ready to design the first batch of first-class Larkinson Mechs. In the meantime, what made Alexa and Kelsey so helpful to Gloriana was because their illustrious backgrounds granted them a lot of unique advantages. Alexa could easily manage relationships between the premier branch of the Larkinson clan and the Terran ancient clans that ran the Terran Alliance. She was able to negotiate favorable deals and utilize her extensive connections to get a lot of useful stuff done on New Constantinople Roman VIII. Kelsey lacked local connections, but what he brought to the design department was a higher standard of professionalism. He had worked for Isthmus Manufacturing for multiple years. During that time, he participated in many design projects and worked alongside a lot of different Mech designers. Even if he was just a cog in the machine, He spent enough time within this well-run institution to understand how it worked. Gloriana soon learned to appreciate the former Rubarthan's experience. The management of the design department began to undergo a noticeable shift. Everything became a little more structured, formalized, and efficient. Though Gloriana was careful to preserve the customs that made the design department a great place to work at, she did not shy away from importing the best practices that Kelsey had learned from his previous employer. The differences were obvious to Vess. Gloriana ran the design department a lot better than Vess had ever done when he was in charge. When Vess spent a few days observing the leadership dynamic of the design department, he decided that his wife had done such a good job that it was time for him to acknowledge the inevitable. This was why Vess summoned Gloriana, Alexa, and Kelsey to his office in the morning of the next workday. "Why have you called us here?" Gloriana asked as she left Heckle outside the office door. "And why did you not discuss your intentions with me beforehand?" Vess waved his hand before him. 3 metal plates hovered down from the ceiling and unfolded into a set of chairs. "Please sit down." They all did. Vess folded his hands on his desk. "I won't waste too much of your time. I called you here because I think the design department has grown and matured so much over the past years that the time has come to reorganize its leadership structure." His wife predictably lit up when she heard that. She was not stupid. She instantly deduced what Vess had in store for this meeting. He glanced at her enthusiastic eyes for a moment before he took a deep breath. "After contemplating the state of the design department and my place in it, I have decided that it is high time for me to implement necessary organizational reforms. In truth, I don't see this as a change in policy. I am merely formalizing a circumstance that has already come into being." The 3 journeyman Mech designers all looked up to him with expectation. Alexa and Kelsey had also figured out what this meeting was all about. "My first decision is to step down from the position of head designer after the conclusion of this meeting. I won't leave the design department, but I will no longer involve myself in its management. It is an unnecessary distraction to me at this point. I will instead assume the position of elder designer that I have created for myself." That was a more radical step than the 3 had predicted. They already guessed that Vess wanted to hand over leadership responsibilities, but to do so in a decisive fashion was a bit extreme. "Can you explain the position of elder designer to us?" Gloriana asked. "It is not a standard industry term." "That's because I came up with it a few hours earlier. My goal is to create a position for myself that allows me to enjoy a great amount of seniority, but without the obligations that typically come with a high position. Aside from that, I think that I will not be the only one who has need of this position in the design department. When we bring in future Mech designers who are much more capable than others, yet do not want to distract themselves with leading a large amount of subordinates, they can assume the position of elder designer and channel all of their productivity in what they do best." Everyone looked thoughtful at that. The explanation made sense. "You are planning for the possibility that we may hire other senior Mech designers and possibly even master Mech designers," Gloriana said. Vess nodded. "Yes, I am not telling you to go hire a master right away, but if you ever decide to do so in your new capacity one day, then the design department should already be prepared for such an eventuality." "And what is my new capacity, exactly?" "While I am still in charge of the design department, I will not transfer the title of head designer to you. It is far too understated of a title given your actual importance and responsibilities. I have decided to appoint you as the director instead. This will bring you on par with the directors of other strategically important institutions and make it easier for outsiders to take you seriously." Gloriana swelled with pride and happiness. Becoming a director of the most critical department of the LMC and the Larkinson clan was a huge boost in validation. She could finally brag about it whenever she attended the occasional high society gathering on New Constantinople Roman 8. Vess directed his attention to the other 2 journeymen. "Alexa, Kelsey, The two of you are relatively new to the Larkinson clan, but you have already made many contributions. One of the key principles of my clan is that merit should be acknowledged. There are many Mech designers who have worked with me for a longer time, and while I occasionally favor them at times, that does not stop me from elevating you to greater positions of responsibility. Doing so is best for our clan. I can think of no one else in the design department that can do better at your new jobs. Starting from today, each of you will receive the appointment of Vice Director of the Design Department. In reality, your work and responsibilities will not change all that much. You have already been fulfilling this role. I am merely making it official. The former Terran and the former Rubarthan both looked pleased and humbled by his praise. Thank you for your trust and confidence in us. Alexa placed her hand on her heart and made a short bow. I will endeavor to prove to the entire clan that you have made the right decision to appoint me to the position of Vice Director, Kelsey Ampatok eagerly said. The latter was a lot more enthused about this promotion than the former. Vess recalled that Kelsey used to work as a low to mid-level grunt in the much larger Isthmus Manufacturing. The winner of the Fey Shaper contest expressly resigned from his old company and caught Vess' attention for a reason. Kelsey wanted nothing more than to break through the societal barrier that stalled his promotions and ascend into a big shot. Vess gave the two new vice directors a moment to celebrate their promotions before turning to his wife again. Once you become the director, you will be in charge of the design department. You don't need to ask for permission to change stuff to your liking. I implicitly trust you that you will not do anything that will lead to severe dysfunctions. Do not forget that I still have effective control over the LMC, so do not think I am unable to override your orders anymore. If there is sufficient cause for alarm, I can use my ownership of the company to force a change in policy. Please do not give me a reason to resort to this measure. His wife turned serious. I have not overlooked the fact who is truly in charge. I will not give you any reason to intervene in this fashion. The design department shall prosper under my directorship. I will do my best to turn it into the most desirable work environment of our clan. A new era had begun for the design department. Vess gracefully resigned from his leadership position, while Gloriana officially gained her first fief as its queen. Chapter 59, 74 Larkinson R&D Expansion. Just as Vess predicted, the design department did not undergo a lot of upheaval when the organizational changes took place. Nothing really changed as far as most people were concerned. They had already taken their orders from Gloriana and her two first-class deputies. They continued to do so going forward. The only difference now was that the instructions had become a lot more legitimate as they were backed by concrete authority rather than nebulous influence. Gloriana previously managed to get everyone to listen to her because Vess implicitly backed her actions. Now he essentially made it all official, so there was no excuse for the Mech designers to reject her anymore, not that this ever happened. As the shifts continued to take place, one of the more awkward circumstances was the position of caddies. The Swordmaster was a member of the Old Guard and had proven herself more than the other journeymen of the Larkinson clan. She already had a few best-selling Mech models under her name and only got beaten by Vess in terms of earning revenue for the Larkinson clan. This granted her the rare but coveted position of exemplar. Though she did not get to own any shares in the LMC, she still received a hefty monetary reward equivalent to the dividends issued to a 1% ownership stake. That had made caddies very rich, especially in recent years. She did not have the habit of hoarding money or saving up for useless luxuries, so she had made herself a lot more popular in the clan by spending much of her personal income on upgrades for the Sword Maidens and the Heaven Sworders. Even though Gloriana firmly placed herself on top of caddies within the hierarchy of the clan, the actual balance of power between the two had a lot more nuances. Gloriana never dared to issue orders to caddies. The most the former could do was to issue politely worded requests. It hadn't been a problem so far. Keddies never made any excessive demands and preferred to spend most of her work time on her personal swordsman Mech design projects. Still, that did not change the fact that Keddies had become an existence in herself. She was the most successful student of Vess so far and had recently completed the very powerful storm sword design. It only took a few days for Gloriana to come to Vess with a proposal. Keddies has exceeded the status of a lead designer, she explained to her husband. Her design skills may be rougher than mine, but she possesses a remarkable ability to innovate, just like you. I think it is better if she assumed the position of elder designer alongside yourself. Vess raised his eyebrow when he heard that. You are in charge now. It is within your right to make this decision without consulting me. That is the entire point of me stepping down from my former leadership position. Gloriana let out a frustrated grunt. I am not ignorant of that, but this goes beyond the usual concerns. I do not want to alienate Keddies, nor all of the other Mech designers, many of whom think they can do far better now that they enjoy the same opportunities as her. The issue right now is that Keddies has only earned part of the qualifications to become an elder designer. I cannot fully justify an immediate promotion, but delaying it is not fair. It is difficult for me to form a decision. He chuckled. I see that you are beginning to understand the true burden of leadership. I get where you are coming from, but in my opinion, you are worrying too much over an issue that is ultimately not a big deal. Keddies has been doing fine as a lead designer. Sure, her status has grown along with her reputation and accomplishments, but that does not demand an immediate adjustment. Give it time. Allow her to prove herself further. You have already mentioned that there are a lot of journeymen who are not convinced by her. They need to be taught a lesson that Keddies can sell more Mechs than multiple of them put together. She will not back away from this contest. His wife looked thoughtful at that. So your recommendation is to maintain the status quo for the time being. Yes, I think the best you can do in this situation is to avoid making any mistakes. You do not want to alienate Keddies and the others. Doing nothing is the best course of action because you have not taken direct responsibility so far. If anything, I am the one that is culpable, as it was my original leadership that has resulted in this situation. You make a good point, Gloriana said as she tried to game this scenario. I will do as you advised. Once Keddies has proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that she can contribute much more to the Larkinson clan than almost all of the other Mech designers, no one will have any reason to fault my decision to elevate her to the position of elder designer. It should not take too many years, I believe. Both of them had watched Keddies grow up and become more established as a Mech designer. They believed in her potential, and they believed that the Larkinson clan would give the Sword Maiden Mech designer enough of a stage to showcase her talents. Aside from this little incident, Gloriana did not come to Vess to discuss any further problems. The design department was well behaved as a whole, and the recently appointed director had amply proved her ability to run this important institution. Weeks went by, as everyone continued to remain productive. Vess had made a lot of strides in the development of his first ultimate module. He did not hesitate to conduct a lot of experiments related to both Omen's Stone, Terrix 063, and other compatible hyper materials to determine how they worked and how they could be combined. The empirical data, combined with his increasingly more detailed theoretical framework, gave Vess the backing he needed to develop a viable destructive phasing module. In the meantime, Gloriana did not let her directorship go over her head. She understood the importance of prioritizing her progression as a Mech designer. To that end, she not only delegated more work to the vice directors, but also implemented a huge expansion in staff. The design department gained a new staff office that comprised of a lot of staff personnel. From secretaries to occupational therapists, every Mech designer gained access to much more extensive support and conveniences than before. Aside from that, the ambitious new director also began to lay the groundwork of setting up new technological development companies under the Larkinson clan. This was a goal that went beyond the scope of the design department. She presented her plan to the chief ministers, who saw merit in the idea. The current Larkinson clan depended far too much on external research institutes and development companies to gain access to superior component designs. Vess previously rejected the notion of setting up more development companies because the barrier of entry was way too high. It cost a lot of money to create a decent development company, and it might not even end up creating anything useful due to the lack of star developers. Neither money nor talent became an issue anymore. The income of the Larkinson clan had grown so much that it could easily fund a major expansion in R&D activities. So many people wanted to join the clan that Vess presided over that qualified manpower never became an issue. The rise of the Larkinson Advanced Research and Development Institute showed that it was the right time to expand on this front. Vess originally founded the Lardy a few years ago in order to figure out how to make better use with all of the face water that the Larkinson army earned as spoils. Its pace of development had never caught up to Vess' insanely fast progression. That was not the fault of the researchers working at the Lardy. They had not received as much funding, infrastructure, and top researchers until fairly recently. Vess expected them to produce better results now that they could embark on more ambitious R&D projects under the leadership of proven and successful lead developers. Though Vess occasionally paid attention to the planning on this subject, he remained hands-off and trusted that the existing leadership structure of the Larkinson clan would be able to handle this matter from beginning to end. The initiative sparked a lot of debates. Plenty of people had a lot of opinions. Many Mech designers possessed their own wish lists, and they all thought it was best if the new development companies conducted R&D in their respective specializations. Ultimately, the Larkinson Assembly voted on a bill that reorganized the clan's existing R&D institutes and mandated the creation of 4 additional ones. The Larkinson Biotech Institute, the T Institute, and the Larkinson Advanced Research and Development Institute mostly remained the same. What changed was that they needed to coordinate their R&D activities better and provide a better accounting for their spending. The Larkinson Mech Component Development Institute was a very necessary addition to the Larkinson clan. Its purpose was to conduct independent research and development on many ordinary Mech parts and components that did not fall under the responsibility of other institutes. The LMCDI became responsible for developing in-house models of power reactors, Mech engines, flight systems, boosters, armor systems, and more. The Larkinson Industrial Development Institute was meant to support the Larkinson clan's rapidly growing resource harvesting and industrial activities. They were meant to develop better ways to harvest gases and mining ores. They were also tasked with developing superior production machines to facilitate both light and heavy industry. Any Mech designer working for the design department was allowed to collaborate with or request support from the relevant R&D teams of any institute. They no longer had to conduct a lot of specialized work themselves anymore. The Larkinson Industrial Development Institute was meant to support the Larkinson clan's rapidly growing resource harvesting and industrial activities. They were meant to develop better ways to harvest gases and mining ores. They were also tasked with developing superior production machines to facilitate both light and heavy industry. The Larkinson Naval Design Institute previously consisted of the old Naval Design Department that used to be part of the Larkinson Army. By turning it into a fully fledged R&D institute, the LNDI not only expanded by a large extent, but also gained a lot of status and priority. This came at a good time because the acquisition of both Starfarer Berth and the E-66 experimental yard had turned the Larkinson clan into a legitimate starship producer. The LNDI not only designed new starship designs, but also updated the designs of existing Larkinson vessels. The new naval-oriented institute also became responsible for providing support and coordinating with the 2 Larkinson-owned shipyards. Vess appreciated this expansion because the additional support would massively speed up the design of the first true Larkinson battlecruiser. The Sea Institute was the most controversial and least understood of the bunch. This was the only part of the new bill that he saw fit to intervene. The reason why he insisted on the creation of the Sea Institute was because Vess wanted to found an organization that was centered around individual and more traditional forms of cultivation. Although it would take a long time to hire the right personnel and get the institute up and running, it would eventually conduct structured research on Kai cultivation, traditional craftsmanship, as well as traditional swordsmanship. A part of its functions overlapped with the Tea Institute, but Vess made sure to divide their responsibilities. The Tea Institute shifted its focus on hyper-technology, e-technology, as well as Mech pilot support. If this arrangement proved unworkable, then Vess could always come back and implement further changes. For now, the new and reformed institutes deepened the foundation of the Larkinson clan and reduced its dependence on external service providers. Vess felt a little sorry for the Cross clan for reducing his dependence on its own development company, but the Larkinson clan had outgrown all of its allies. Chapter 59, 75 First Interim Session. The large-scale expansion of R&D activities was a big move. However, the Larkinson clan had grown large and wealthy enough to support such an ambitious endeavor. Though Vess had to allocate a bit of time to guide the process, he became relieved when he confirmed that the other leaders of the clan were able to handle most of the work themselves. It helped a lot that the Larkinson clan not only hired a lot of bright and talented second-raters, but also started to hire first-raters at an increasing rate. First-raters were generally superior in everything. They were also a lot more capable of supporting the future activities of the premier branch. There was no way the Larkinson clan could continue to rely on second-raters alone anymore. However, the recruitment of tens of thousands of first-raters also reduced the cohesion of the clan. The first-raters still maintained an inherent class superiority towards their lesser brothers and sisters. The second-raters, on the other hand, disliked the elitism of the snooty first-raters. While the Larkinsons mostly managed to reduce the tension between the two groups by keeping them apart for the most part, this could not persist forever. Vess wished that the two groups got along better, but the firm sense of separation between the two had become so ingrained in modern human society that it was impossible to erase the barriers entirely. The most he could do was to ensure that the Larkinson clan continued to offer EdNet slots to the second-raters. So long as a clansman earned enough Larkinson merits, they could redeem a quota and hopefully earn the qualifications to become a first-rater by the time they completed their accelerated virtual reality learning programs. Many second-raters were satisfied with this arrangement. The clan did not possess a lot of EdNet slots, so competition for them was fierce. What mattered was that the criteria for securing them was open, transparent, and fair. Ambitious clansmen just had to figure out a way to contribute more to the clan than their rivals. As the clan's R&D organizations quickly started to establish or expand their operations, there was an even greater sense of optimism among the Larkinsons. They were growing more powerful by the day. It was not just Vess that was making progress. Plenty of Larkinsons, both old and new, benefited from the rising tide of the Larkinson clan. As the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III gradually came closer to completion during all of this growth and expansion, Vess occasionally had to step away from his work in order to meet his other obligations. After several months of preparation work and behind-the-scenes negotiations, the evolution which finally saw fit to organize the first session of the Interim Leadership Council. Vess expected for the recently appointed chief counselor of the ILC to organize a session sooner, but she was apparently a lot more thorough than he expected. He knew enough about high-level politics that stuff like this always involved a lot of horse trading outside of public view. He had no doubt that the evolution, which approached every member of the council in advance in order to figure everyone's goals and bottom lines. The God Pilot may have even forged a few agreements in advance. Red humanity could not wait too long. The Red Collective needed to get up and running in less than a year, so the evolution which had to put a lot of effort into realizing Vess's original proposal. Strangely enough, divine Lucy Miyazaki never approached Vess about the Red Collective before the first session. Her plans evidently did not require her to establish any preliminary agreements with him. He felt a little insulted by her decision to skip him over. Then again, Vess had repeatedly made it clear that he did not wish to get bogged down by the affairs of the Red Collective. The best thing he could do was to leave all of this politicking to others and focus most of his attention on his Mech design projects. When Vess entered the hyper chamber built inside Diandi Base, his entire surroundings changed into one of the grandest and most solemn meeting chambers he had ever seen. Huge stone walls formed a huge cylindrical room that was topped by a transparent dome. The light that descended from above began to take on rainbow shades. Once the light fell onto the floor, they began to illuminate a large variety of sparkling gemstones. The way the light shone on the floor produced dynamic images that resembled mechs and mythical beasts in action. In the center of the exaggeratingly large meeting chamber was a circular table that could easily accommodate over 1,000 people. Instead, only 100 high-backed seats were spaced relatively far apart from each other. The wooden chairs were made out of exotic wood. What was interesting was that the chairs were also embedded with flowers, leafy branches, and other active plant structures. Bouquets of sparkling and lovely-smelling flowers extended from the edge of the circular table. Together with the colorful light shining from above, the flowers added a strong touch of warmth and life to the meeting chamber. Vess already noticed that he was not the first to arrive. Plenty of counselors had arrived as well. Each of them had already found their designated seats. A small line that was only visible to himself guided Vess to his own chair. He immediately noticed that it was positioned next to a larger and more ostentatious seat. His lips pressed into a line. Great, the evolution which most definitely forced him to sit adjacent to her own position. He shrugged and began to sit down on the remarkably soft and comfortable seat. The wood looked hard, but it was actually soft and malleable enough to adjust to the contours of his compressed body. Nobody spoke out loud. If they communicated with each other at all, they did so over private channels. Vess did not really recognize the counselors who came early. The projected nameplates set in front of them helped to clarify their origins. He smiled. It seemed the evolution which took his advice seriously. In a council as important as this, the God Pilot had gone out of her way to invite representatives of the middle and lower zones to add their voices to the sessions. None of these counselors were under the illusion that their voice carried as much weight as the genuine big shots of red humanity. However, their role was not to decide, but to inform. All they needed to do was to voice the concerns and opinions of the humans that always got ignored whenever the leaders of human civilization made big decisions. More people steadily entered the impressive meeting chamber by remote. They all came from different parts of human-occupied space, but they all took this initial session extremely seriously. This became obvious from the way they dressed. Each of them had opted to wear extravagant outfits that could easily allow them to maintain dignified appearances within the Star Emperor's court. Colorful fabric, exquisite embroidery, embedded jewels, and geometric patterns caused the men and women to look as if they were ready to have their appearances recorded in the history books of red humanity. Vess looked down at his own outfit. He had not been complacent enough to attend this virtual council setting with just his regular patriarch uniform. His wife made sure to choose a custom smart dress uniform for himself that was predominantly red and white. Subtle gray embroidery and dashes of golden filigree added much-needed sophistication to the ensemble. Though the outfit would not win him any contests, he believed it looked good enough to pass muster. Once over half of the seats became filled, the more important counselors arrived. A trickle of Tier 1 and Tier 2 galactic citizens arrived and took their seats. Almost everyone paid little attention to the Tier 2 galactic citizens. No one directed a glance at notable leaders such as Master Vero Goldstein and the Mace of Retaliation, because more impressive figures arrived at the same time. Vess started to see a lot of familiar faces at this point. Not every Tier 1 galactic citizen had been invited to the Interim Leadership Council, but that made the identities of the ones that did attend the first session all the more important. Fleet Admiral Stanley Argyle briefly nodded towards Vess in greeting, before he went back to exchanging a few words with Fleet Admiral Amelie Jameson. The Light of Sol was the first god pilot to arrive, but the spacelock came right afterwards. Neither of the two interacted with each other. They instead chose to take their places at the opposite sides of the circular table. While the measure was effective to an extent, it was impossible for most people to disregard the god kingdoms of multiple powerful god pilots. This was why it was for the best if only a handful of god pilots attended this session. As several more star designers, god pilots and admirals entered the meeting chamber by remote, Vess grew a little disappointed that a few friendly god pilots had been left out of the council. Neither the Fist of Defiance nor the Destroyer of Worlds joined the Interim Leadership Council. Perhaps it was for the better. The star designers, but especially the god pilots, had done their best to suppress their powerful domains. The projection technology that formed their illusionary bodies deliberately made everything fuzzier in order to weaken the transmission of extraordinary power. While the measure was effective to an extent, it was impossible for most people to disregard the god kingdoms of multiple powerful god pilots. This was why it was for the best if only a handful of god pilots attended this session. As time passed by, only one seat remained empty. It soon became occupied when the Evolution, which directly teleported herself into the meeting chamber. Unlike every other counselor, the leader of the transhumanist faction was the only person who was physically present in this space. Her presence was stronger than any other god pilot, but she had done a good job at suppressing and diminishing her overpowering domain. It at least ensured that all of the second-class and third-class representatives could face her without feeling compelled to lower themselves to their knees in supplication. The god pilot, who chose to dress herself in a heroic suit that looked just as refined and sophisticated as the others, started the session after only a short delay. Counselors of Red Humanity, each of you have received an invitation to join the Interim Leadership Council to begin the vital process of reforming our society. Professor Larkinson has lifted a mirror in front of us and has exposed the flaws that continue to exacerbate our problems. He proposed the establishment of a Red Collective in order to meet the needs of the public and adapt the people to the latest age. I find myself in agreement with this goal, but doing so is not straightforward. The premise of the Red Collective sounds simple enough, but everyone has a different idea on how it should be run. Many challenging policy questions have emerged that we must resolve in order to secure enough public support. The Evolution which continued to explain what she sought from the Interim Leadership Council. There was no need for her to grandstand, as the people gathered here were beyond this level of manipulation. Even the weakest second-raters and third-raters were all reputable and renowned statesmen of their respective states. They were hardly representative of ordinary space peasants. There is a great matter of uncertainty and ambiguity in the role that the Red Collective must play in our society. The Evolution which continued. We can only discuss a part of the policy issues that we must decide upon sooner rather than later. They can entail questions such as how extensively cultivation needs to be centralized. We will also discuss whether we should make cultivation available to any human, or whether we should limit cultivation to a small selection of vetted and approved individuals to engage in cultivation. All of this sounded important, all right. Vess began to take this session more seriously. He did not want the Red Collective to grow too powerful and nosy. He needed to make sure that it did not try to amass too much power during these council sessions. Chapter 59, 76 Deep Political Maneuver. A sense of history overtook the well-dressed counselors. A diverse collection of 100 individuals spanning the top and middle layers of red humanity had gathered together in order to decide upon the formation of a third hegemon. It went without saying that the political and economic interests surrounding the Red Collective were immense. The fortunes and livelihoods of a huge amount of human beings were at stake. Entire states might rise or fall depending on the decisions made during the remainder of the year. Vess could already feel the tension in the air of the massive meeting chamber. Even though he and almost every counselor only attended this meeting by remote, the gathering of so many strong and powerful personalities inevitably caused a few invisible clashes. The suppressed domains of powerful god pilots subtly collided against each other. The powerful design philosophies of eminent star designers anchored their own presence in the meeting chamber. It was quite impressive how the relatively ordinary second-raters and third-raters managed to maintain their composure during all of this invisible posturing. Each of them understood that they served a vital function. If they botched their jobs, then the Red Collective could easily turn into an organization that trampled over the rights of space peasants. This was unacceptable. Faced with a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to reduce the rampant inequality of human society, many second-rate and third-rate states had temporarily set aside their persistent rivalries. United by a common cause, these lesser states invested a lot of support into the statesmen that had been lucky enough to join the Interim Leadership Council. The counselors who represented the interests of the less fortunate states had the most to gain from these all-important sessions as far as they were aware of. Each of them eyed the other counselors and estimated whether they could obtain additional support during the discussions. Many of these counselors couldn't help but sweep their gaze towards Vess. The seating arrangement around the large circular table was incredibly significant and filled with meaning. The counselors of the Red Association and the Red Fleet sat on opposite sides of each other. The counselors of the Terran Alliance and the Rubarthan Pact also faced each other across a large distance. Various neutral and lesser counselors sat between the aforementioned power blocks, serving as buffers that ensured that tempers remained cool. It was not a surprise that Vess was seated among the Mechers. He was an honorary member and a well-established Mech designer to boot. His overtures to the Terran Alliance and the Rubarthan Pact had not pulled him away from his current camp. His most recent collaboration with the Red Fleet did not sufficiently damage his relationship with the Red Association either. What was peculiar about his seating position was that he did not sit at the periphery as befitting of his status as a Tier 3 galactic citizen. There were multiple god pilots and star designers who wielded a lot more power and influence over Red humanity. An argument could be made that Vess deserved to occupy an honorary position next to the chief counselor due to being the father of the Red Collective. Without his impassioned speech during the end of the public inquiry, Red humanity would have never rallied around this broad and widely supported initiative so quickly. However, everyone heard his repeated attempts to absolve himself of any further responsibilities and obligations. If this was the case, he should have been seated a lot further away from the most powerful counselor in this grand and opulent chamber. Had Vess changed his mind and decided to exercise his newfound political clout? Or did the evolution, which simply granted him a position of honor without attaching any further meaning to this move? A lot of counselors tried to guess the truth, yet failed to come up with a concrete answer. None of them were crass enough to outright ask Vess or the evolution which of their intentions. That was not how the game was played. The counselors, instead, tried to form their own guesses. The evolution which never engaged in meaningless actions. Her difficult upbringing molded her into a legendary woman who never wasted her time and always tried to fulfill as many objectives as possible in the least amount of time. Therefore, a lot of counselors made the tentative conclusion that Vess became a serious player in this grand game. Whether this was good or bad was a very important question. Vess had already earned a lot of notoriety for being a change agent. His very words and deeds created massive amounts of change, no matter whether people asked for it or not. If that was not bad enough, the changes he introduced were so unpredictable that not even a star designer as smart as the polymath could plan around his moves. For the evolution which to pull the devil tongue so close to her position indicated that she may have made a secret agreement with him to muddy up the waters on her behalf. As everyone formed their own conclusions about this deep and profound political maneuver, the evolution which calmly introduced the agenda for the first session. The formation of the Red Collective begins with deciding on its mission. We cannot decide on its structure, hierarchy, principles, customs, and taboos if we do not form a consensus on what it should accomplish. This is why we must debate on what the overall purpose of our organization should be. For now, we should be in agreement that the Red Collective should be tasked with regulating and promoting the phenomenon known as cultivation. The question now is how much power the Red Collective should hold over this sphere. This was a big topic, all right. Vess and many other counselors braced themselves for an intense dispute. The evolution, which continue to speak. The first topic on the agenda is centralization. How extensively our new organization should centralize the institutions related to cultivation. Should the Red Collective become the sole sanctioned group that is permitted to allow its members to practice cultivation? Or should we pursue the opposite and permit many different organizations to engage in cultivation within the boundaries set by our rules? Cultivation is a corrupting force. Fleet Admiral Amelie Jameson took the word as soon as the evolution which finished her speech. I do not have to present any further evidence or documentation on this, as many counselors should already be aware of how our people suffered in the past. Humans cannot be trusted with the power to arm themselves with destructive power obtained from absorbing reckless amounts of E-energy. Just the psychological aspects of gaining personal power without the necessary training and discipline herald a future of great danger and instability. If we want to preserve our safe and stable order as much as possible, we must completely centralize cultivation under the Red Collective and nowhere else. As the head of the 5th Enforcement Speech, Fleet Admiral Jameson naturally wished to pursue the greatest degree of control and enforcement as possible. Although she took an extreme position, there were multiple counselors that showed obvious signs of support. The members of her camp within the RF automatically backed her stance. The counselors hailing from states that tended to harbor greater fear towards crime and anarchy also had reasons to support greater centralization. What was interesting was that a number of the lesser counselors seemed swayed by Fleet Admiral Jameson. A central authority that governs all areas related to cultivation can be a boon to the middle and lesser zones. An elderly man slowly spoke. Second-rate and especially third-rate states lack access to sufficient resources and other forms of support. If we are asked to fend for ourselves, we will not be able to develop our own cultivation methods, accelerate the collective evolution of our populations, and remain connected with first-class cultivators. Another lesser counselor added further support to this stance. Do not forget that there are talented and gifted people in every population group. There are many third-raters and second-raters who are ordinary on the surface, but may actually possess remarkable talent in cultivation. They are the equivalent of a grade Mech pilots. If our goal is to cultivate the strongest heroes possible to increase our fighting power against our alien enemies, then it is not wise to let many of our talents languish due to the division between the classes. A strong Red Collective that offers sufficient resources and opportunities to hidden talents will yield greater dividends in the future. This was a strong argument towards shaping the Red Collective into a powerful and more centralized organization. Many forms of cultivation were dependent on talent. A lot of ordinary folk would not be able to make much gains unless they had access to a lot of elixirs and other cultivation resources. However, most space peasants had no chance of obtaining such luxuries. Spending a lot of resources on strengthening so many weaklings was not a good investment, but the equation was different if a lot of talents could be found. Just like Mech pilots with high genetic aptitudes, these freaks of nature were able to comprehend specific elements a lot faster than others. Depending on the cultivation method, the most talented humans found to date were able to race their way through the first major cultivation rank as if it was a wide and smooth road. Although they still needed to spend at least a few more years before they could reach the second major cultivation rank, that was already the equivalent of becoming an ace pilot or a master Mech designer. It was so incredibly unreasonable that a handful of blessed humans could form their domains in less than a decade after they got started in cultivation. Although no one who understood cultivation well enough dared to ignore the potential of ordinary people who were willing to overcome their lack of talent with hard work, the priority right now was to raise a batch of human true gods as quickly as possible. Only when their civilization started to produce more cultivators of the third major cultivation rank would red humanity be able to tilt the balance of the Red War in their favor. This was why those concerned with the state of war saw merit in this direction. As far as we know, it is not necessary for humans to undergo extensive genetic modification or install many artificial implants in their bodies to excel in cultivation. Master Vero Goldstein of the survivalist faction spoke up. If we can promote simple and foolproof cultivation methods among every large population of humans, we can discover many talents that can help us hold back the ancient phase whales and defend against other major threats. If we want to identify them as extensively as possible, we must control or monitor the potential talents. By constantly tracking their behavior and their growth speed, we can discover their value early and invite them to a training camp where we can realize their potential as effectively as possible. The survivalist faction evidently saw great need for true gods in the future, so Master Goldstein did not hesitate to present an incredibly intrusive plan. Naturally, not everyone was willing to turn the Red Collective into an intrusive and controlling entity. Power corrupts, the famous Terran star designer known as the Arms Forger spoke. This ancient adage applies to organizations as well as individuals. We cannot put all of our eggs in a single basket. Letting the Red Collective control everything related to cultivation will stifle the potential of many people and make the organization more inefficient and unwieldy. It is better to allow individual people, organizations, and states to form their own cultivation groups. This will allow each of them to explore their own cultivation directions. More importantly, they will also be able to keep each other in check. Power corrupts, the famous Terran star designer known as the Arms Forger spoke. This ancient adage applies to organizations as well as individuals. We cannot put all of our eggs in a single basket. Letting the Red Collective control everything related to cultivation will stifle the potential of many people and make the organization more inefficient and unwieldy. It is better to allow individual people, organizations, and states to form their own cultivation groups. This will allow each of them to explore their own cultivation directions. More importantly, they will also be able to keep each other in check. With all due respect, Your Excellency, your proposal will lead to much greater infighting than we have witnessed during the age of Mechs, Master Goldstein calmly retorted. Dividing our cultivators into many different groups will scatter their collective strength and make it easier for them to get defeated in detail. We are at war. We cannot afford to extend too much freedom to our future soldiers and champions. If we are to survive as a race, we must pool our resources and manpower together in order to cultivate as many saviors as possible. We have no other choice. Chapter 59, 77 Accusations of Tyranny. The first fault line had already appeared. Two opposing camps had emerged. The 5th Enforcement Fleet, The survivalists, along with a substantial group of representatives of lesser states, strongly advocated for greater centralization. However, the arms forger hailing from the Terran Alliance immediately expressed his opposition towards this stance. Vess took a closer look at the famous Terran star designer. Lucas Nailed was a 260-year-old star designer who maintained a remarkably young and muscular appearance. If not for the fact that his domain radiated a strong sense of metal from inside out, people would have mistaken him for a particularly athletic journeyman or a senior. The biographies written about his life painted the picture of a talented and motivated descendant of the Nailed ancient clan. Having been raised in one of the most privileged positions possible, Lucas Nailed did not waste this fantastic opportunity and worked hard to become an excellent Mech designer. One of the factors that helped him make so much progress was that he had decided upon his specialization very early. Though the man did not set out to become a soldier, he had fallen in love with melee weapons after he picked up fencing as a mandatory hobby. He soon began to expand his fighting repertoire by learning and mastering all sorts of other weapons. Lucas became obsessed with learning how to wield spears, halberds, other kinds of swords, and more exotic melee weapons. Though Lucas Nailed spent way more time on practicing his weapon skills than he should, his studies did not suffer too much from his activities, so he was allowed to pursue his new passion. Once he graduated from Mech design, he quickly went on to develop a design philosophy that enabled him to forge or fabricate the best melee weapons for his clients. His overall design philosophy towards his famous melee weapons had started out simple, but changed very little over time. Sure, the arms forger had become a lot more skilled at forging his weapons, but he respected the old traditions of ancient human weapons so much that he never wanted to add any unnecessary gimmicks or frills to their design. Though his solid metal weapons initially seemed unassuming, they gradually started to show their value as the arms forger continued to improve his craftsmanship. Of course, as a Mech designer, the arms forger already knew how to design mechs that made excellent use of the properties of his iconic weapons. Over the course of 2 centuries, the arms forger steadily worked his way up the Mech industry, as his mechs and Mech weapons both earned greater renown within Terran space. Nowadays, his weapons had become so coveted and desirable that even god pilots were willing to make large concessions in order to obtain one of his famous arms. Every client that was fortunate enough to own his weapons already treated their possessions as treasured heirlooms. The reason why so many people desired to own one of his personally forged weapons was due to several reasons. The most basic one was that his weapons were much more solid and reliable than others. The arms forger had initially made a name for himself by forging Mech weapons that could endure far more abuse than was typical. This was especially important in first-class Mech combat, as there were plenty of powerful machines that possessed high attack power. A harder and more solid weapon would not break under a lot of abuse. The wielder could boldly use an arms forger weapon to block or deflect an incoming projectile. The most powerful arms forger weapons were rumored to be so damn hard and tough that they could even remain intact when they were tossed into a black hole. Few people took this rumor seriously, but Vess actually believed that this may be true, as crazy as it sounded. Aside from being able to forge unbreakable weapons, the arms forger also stood out for another reason. He was one of the few star designers who was known to produce Tier 1 destroyer weapons. Many powerful Terran god mechs wielded custom and extremely powerful Tier 1 destroyer weapons, thanks to the indispensable work of the arms forger. The fact that so many Terran god mechs wielded such supremely powerful arms caused them to form a strong deterrent. The Greater Terran United Confederation gained increased confidence over the course of the Age of Mechs for this reason. Fighting against any Terran god mech up close was a nightmare to others. Although precise information about Tier 1 destroyer weapons were scarce, Vess had heard plenty of rumors of how these unreasonably powerful arms were able to cut right through enemy god kingdoms, as if they were made out of butter. Vess recalled that the Light of Sol did not unveil his impressive Tier 1 destroyer sword during Operation Night Jazz. This was understandable, as the god pilot was already able to complete his objections without revealing such a powerful trump card to the aliens. It was a pity, though. Vess really wanted to see how easily a Tier 1 destroyer sword could carve up an ancient phase whale. In any case, if there was one star designer in the Red Ocean who still retained the ability to produce new high-tier destroyer weapons, it had to be the arms forger. This alone turned him into an indispensable star designer to Red humanity. When Vess thought about how the people of the Red Ocean could possibly resist the invasion of the Subjugation King and his armada, he believed that the unmatched lethality of Tier 1 destroyer weapons could give god pilots a realistic chance. The more Tier 1 destroyer weapons the arms forger was able to supply to every god pilot, the greater the probability of defeating the alien god king. However, Vess did not think it was that easy for the arms forger to fabricate his most powerful arms. He did not believe that any high-grade exotic or hyper could possibly withstand the extreme concentrations of destroyer particles. Perhaps only the rarest and most coveted superclass materials could be used to make a stable Tier 1 destroyer sword. Unless Red humanity managed to import a lot of strategically valuable materials from the old galaxy, the chances that the arms forger would be able to make another Tier 1 destroyer weapon was low. Mech weapons were very large as a rule. Their weight could often be measured in tons. In order to produce a Tier 1 destroyer weapon that was fit to be wielded by a Mech, the arms forger needed to obtain a large quantity of superclass materials. In any case, the arms forger had become an extremely critical star designer in the Age of Dawn. Vess, personally, had another reason to keep a closer eye on Lucas Nailed. Perhaps not every part of the destroyer weapon had to be made out of the most powerful materials, but its core at least had to include them in order to prevent them from tearing themselves apart. In any case, the arms forger had become an extremely critical star designer in the Age of Dawn. Vess, personally, had another reason to keep a closer eye on Lucas Nailed. He suspected that the reason why the arms forger became so good at making melee weapons was because he had access to the complete legacy of a divine blacksmith. It would explain why his simple-looking arms became so unreasonably powerful. It also explained why he respected a lot of old traditions so much. For now, the star designer's clear importance meant that no one was able to dismiss his words. His opinion had to be respected, especially when people wanted to commission powerful arms from him one day. Despite the pushback from his opponents, the arms master continued to argue in favor of his stance. Our Terran people have learned the hard way that forced unification and centralization is not attainable. Turning the Red Collective into a centralized organization with a strong mandate to regulate and control cultivation in our shared society will do nothing more than to restore the tyranny that we have rebelled against in our past. Do not squander the current level of public support towards this initiative. If the Red Collective is seen as a tool to enforce an iron grip on the masses, then the response from the public will be brutal and overwhelming. Those were strong claims, but many counselors found them to be plausible. Vess agreed with this sentiment as well. He not only agreed with the arms forger's logic, but also benefited a lot more if the Red Collective became weak and divided. The Evolution, which likely held her own opinion on this matter, but it was not appropriate for her to share her own opinion when she presided over this meeting. A short pause ensued as people waited for the next counselor to oppose the movement to centralize the Red Collective. The Spacelock eventually spoke up on behalf of the Rubarthan Pact. I find myself in agreement with the respected Terran star designer. Human civilization has remained divided throughout most of its history. The Red Collective must adapt its organizational structure to accommodate our current reality. It is not appropriate to impose radical changes to our current society by using the Red Collective as a cudgel on every state. The God Pilot had spoken. Both the Terran Alliance and the Rubarthan Pact had made their stances quite clear now. While they did not like each other, that did not stop them from implicitly banding together to ensure that the Red Collective did not become a threat to their respective first-rate colonial superstates. Vess already predicted as much. He too did not want the Red Collective to obtain too much power and boss everyone around. It was at this point that a third speaker took the word. The Mace of Retaliation stood up and maintained a stiff posture as he loudly voiced his stance. My father and I are of the opinion that the cure must never be worse than the disease. We have already flirted with absolute tyranny in our recent past. We must not allow ourselves to let our fears make our decisions, because you are afraid of empowering people who previously did not carry enough weight in our society. Accidents will happen, and people shall die on a larger scale than before. However, we are convinced that this is the best way for us to raise strong warriors that are willing to fight for their people. A lot of people looked intrigued. The survivalist faction had become divided. On the one hand, the survivalists represented by Master Vero Goldstein believed in the original stance of the polymath. They were convinced that the only way to keep cultivation under control was to exert strong control at the top. On the other hand, the survivalists represented by the Fist of Defiance firmly believed that giving people the freedom to do what they wanted in terms of cultivation would step up and fight a lot harder than the cogs of a huge machine. Though it sounded as if the Fist of Defiance and his son were not completely aligned with the Terrans and the Rubarthans, they at least shared a common cause on this subject. The debate continued to rage on, as two power blocks continued to argue whether the Red Collective should be heavy-handed in its treatment of cultivators or not. The implications were far too great for anyone to maintain a neutral stance on this highly consequential matter. Vess conscientiously kept his mouth shut during the debate. He did not feel the need to insert himself in this contentious argument and attract unnecessary attention to himself. However, just because he wanted to remain out of the spotlight did not mean that other people were willing to let him fade into the background. Professor Larkinson, the Mace of Retaliation loudly boomed from his position on the circular table. You have yet to offer your recommendation. Why not speak up and tell us what you think? The Red Collective is your invention, after all. You have earned the right to have your voice heard. Come on. Tell us how stupid and self-destructive these people are by trying to hoard too much power. Vess inwardly groaned as the other 99 counselors immediately turned their gaze in his direction. He wouldn't be able to get away with remaining silent anymore. Chapter 59, 78, Not This Again. The Fist of Defiance and the Mace of Retaliation developed a lot of infamy since they became prominent. The father was the worst of all. He was clearly smart enough to understand the delicate political nuances that caused a lot of division among people. Yet he often voiced his opinions and openly confronted whatever he considered stupid or wrong with hardly any restraint. This was part of his personality and identity. The Fist of Defiance literally derived his power from opposing what he considered to be a detriment to society. His frequent impolitic remarks had made others a lot more guarded against his presence. No one wanted to ruin relationships and cause hard feelings when a confrontation could be avoided. The Mace of Retaliation had inherited many of his father's bad habits, but he at least distinguished himself by being a little more reasonable. Of course, the difference was not that great. The Mace of Retaliation mainly held himself back because he was not as powerful as his father. He lacked the power to enforce his own will onto other people. Given that a bunch of counselors tried to follow in the footsteps of the polymath, the Peak Ace pilot grew alarmed with this development. Even though the Terrans, Rubarthans, and other groups were opposed to strengthening the control of the Red Collective, The Mace of Retaliation did not want to leave anything to chance. He needed to find a way to strengthen the case against further centralization, even further. This was why he called out the father of the Red Collective. Anyone smart enough would have been able to figure out that Vess valued his autonomy. He hated it when other people were in a position to demand his obedience. Since that was the case, the probability that Vess would back the stance of some of his old enemies, such as Admiral Amelie Jameson, was extremely low. The Mace of Retaliation grinned as he looked at the devil tongue in anticipation. Anyone who assumed that the Fist of Defiance and the Mace of Retaliation lacked political sensitivity were making a big mistake. They understood politics well enough. They simply refused to play by the rules if they became an inconvenience. To Mech pilots like themselves, they would rather confront their enemies openly than to engage in underhanded scheming. Yet there were also times when the Fist of Defiance and the Mace of Retaliation needed to accomplish their goals through slightly more indirect means. While the Mace of Retaliation saw no problem with drawing Vess into the current debate, there were many other counselors that thought otherwise. There had been far too many cases where the devil tongue completely upended the status quo and somehow swayed the majority into taking new and unprecedented stances. Will the infamous Professor Larkinson detonate another verbal bomb during this session? Nobody knew for certain, and that was exactly why so many people felt bothered by inviting him to speak. Couldn't the first session of the Interim Leadership Council proceed in a more orderly fashion? Everyone already possessed at least a rough understanding of each other's stances. The evolution which had already drafted much of the framework of the Red Collective out of the public eye. The sessions should mainly center around filling up the gaps and forcing decisions in situations where multiple sides refused to concede defeat. Since the important players already knew about this in advance, they could plan out their debating strategies and anticipate the moves by the opposition. All of that threatened to become irrelevant if Vess randomly caused the discussion to go off track. Vess smiled at the other counselors as he steadily rose to his feet. He became more thankful that his wife had been thoughtful enough to dress him up in an expensive and custom-tailored suit. Its refined appearance helped to steel his nerves and make him feel more confident than he appeared. In truth, his mind was racing on how he should respond to this invitation to speak. Clearly, many counselors expected him to take the Mace of Retaliation's side and fiercely shoot back at the centralists who wanted to turn the Red Collective into a brutal fist. Perhaps he might be more rude about it than others, but it was inconceivable that he would take the side of Admiral Amelie Jameson. Vess could feel the old woman's stare boring down on him. She was likely waiting to launch a counterattack immediately after he finished speaking. That was not a desirable outcome for him. He was tired of getting into disputes all of the time. There was no benefit to further antagonizing the Tier 1 galactic citizens that he disagreed with. Why couldn't these people leave him alone so that he could concentrate on his Mech design projects? Alas, since the Mace of Retaliation put him on the spot, Vess had to improvise a response that should hopefully sound so harmless and meaningless that people no longer asked for his opinions. Vess cleared his throat. I find myself in agreement with the opponents of centralization. Humans long to be free and in control of themselves. They do not take kindly to being forced to obey the directives of an oppressive and pervasive central authority. With respect, I sincerely cannot foresee any future where trying to bring so many people to heel will result in a good outcome. If the storylines of so many action dramas have any basis in reality, then the inevitable consequence of heavy repression is a full-blown outbreak of repressed cultivators. Not every counselor was willing to remain silent. The proponents of centralization had to stand up and defend their stance. Much to Vess' surprise, Fleet Admiral Jameson displayed a remarkable degree of self-control and remained silent. Instead, it was Master Goldstein who responded to an associate of his own faction. Anarchy has become a greater threat to our civilization than excessive control. War has come. It has become increasingly unsustainable for our society to be as free and peaceful as before. We must hasten our transition to a wartime footing, and that includes implementing martial law. If we do not militarize our society as much as possible, we will never be able to fight against our enemies to the best of our ability. Cultivation is an extension of our combat methods. Rather than allowing so many talented cultivators to squander their time and harbor weak commitment towards contributing to the war effort, we must identify them and treat them as strategic combat assets from the very beginning. This may not be fair to our people, but when the survival of our race is at stake, we cannot afford to hold back anymore. A lot of counselors felt uneasy as they confronted the cold, hard facts shared by Master Goldstein. The man was a true survivalist at his core. The survival of the human race was paramount. If that meant depriving people of some of their rights, then so be it. People such as Master Goldstein had no qualms about taking extreme positions so long as it was correct. The survivalist definitely made a persuasive argument this time. He repeated his earlier point, but added much greater emphasis on the consequences of refusing to mobilize for war. Vess was actually sympathetic towards Master Goldstein's argument. It was true that a lot of states and planets hardly made any moves to prepare for war. Many people continued to work at their normal civilian jobs instead of volunteering for military service. A lot of industrial capacity was being used to produce typical consumer products as opposed to much more essential war material. States cared more about maintaining a stable economy and keeping their citizens happy than preparing for an alien invasion that may possibly arrive one day. The more Vess thought of how planets such as New Constantinople Roman 8 had not gone far enough to prepare for war, the more he felt inclined to support Master Goldstein's stance. A perfect solution does not exist. The web mistress chose to speak up at this time. Nobody who has decided to attend these sessions will reject the possibility of maintaining enough control while giving enough room for cultivators to act by themselves. It is precisely because we are unable to satisfy everyone that we must choose a winner and a loser. Yet greater control was not necessarily the right answer. Vess still preferred to take the side of the mace of retaliation. Vess frowned as he tried to think how he should respond to Master Goldstein. Personally speaking, I think that both sides have made good points. Centralization will allow us to organize cultivators a lot more efficiently. Decentralization will keep people happier and create greater diversity within the cultivation community. I think that we can settle on a middle ground that should just be enough to satisfy the majority of the council. Interesting. The evolution which spoke for the first time since the debate commenced. Vess almost flinched when the god pilot decided to share her opinion. I look forward to hearing what you have devised as an acceptable compromise solution. My proposal to this dilemma is to ensure strict enough control while also giving individual cultivators a lot of leeway. A perfect solution does not exist. The web mistress chose to speak up at this time. Nobody who has decided to attend these sessions will reject the possibility of maintaining enough control while giving enough room for cultivators to act by themselves. It is precisely because we are unable to satisfy everyone that we must choose a winner and a loser. I disagree, Master, Vess retorted. I think there may be a way to address the concerns of both sides at once. Hear me out first. I am well aware that cultivators can do a lot of damage if left unchecked. A certain degree of supervision is essential to safeguard our society. However, why must the Red Collective be the organization that monitors and controls all of these potential dangers? That caused the counselors to realize that Vess was about to go off track. Vess smirked as became more confident in the argument he just came up with. In my opinion, people respond poorly to direct control from an organization that is too powerful and distant from them. There is very little chance that a majority of cultivators will develop strong affection towards an overbearing Red Collective. Rather than letting this happen, I think it is better if private individuals and groups are allowed to create their own special cultivation organizations. This will make it so that most of the responsibility for supervising cultivators will fall onto these special organizations. What is the role of the Red Collective in this proposal of yours? Master Goldstein asked. I am glad you asked, Master. It clearly should not be doing nothing. I think it is best if the Red Collective supervises the special cultivation organizations as a whole. This way, the former will still do what is necessary to safeguard our society. The collective will just do so with at least one intermediary organization in between. Why bother with adding another layer between the Red Collective and individual cultivators? This will make it less likely that wrongdoing will be detected in advance. That is because every special cultivation organization is different, Vess responded in a more assured tone. Each of them have their own goals, ideologies, cultivation methods, geographic interests, and more. Similar to mercenary outfits, these cultivation organizations will appeal to different people, ensuring that the recruits will align with the predominant values of their chosen group. That sounds dangerously similar to cults or churches. Fleet Admiral Amelie Jameson retorted. Your proposal will lead to widespread degeneration if that is the case. I will not allow you to replace a lesser evil with a greater evil. Cultivators must not be fooled into worshipping the gods of your own making or of other origins. Vess quickly shook his head. This is not about religion. The special cultivation organizations that I have in mind are purely secularist in nature. Instead of identifying them as cults, you should instead see them as sects. Each sect is bound by a common set of ideals and philosophies that help their cultivators practice methods that align with certain elements. The more organized the sect, the greater the consistency, and the lower the incidence of cultivation deviation. Compared to the alternatives, I think this is the best way to safely spread cultivation to the general population. His proposal certainly raised a lot of eyebrows. Counselors seriously began to think about his compromise solution. Chapter 59, 79 The First Consensus. Once Vess presented his idea, the counselors began to debate the merits of his proposal. Surprisingly enough, there were plenty of counselors who immediately embraced this compromise solution. They were all clever enough to understand the implications and figure out even more consequences that Vess had not foreseen. Professor Larkinson has made a fitting suggestion, the arms forger said. On the one hand, as the Mace of Retaliation has said, humans respond poorly when they are forced to abide by the rules of a single overbearing authority. On the other hand, I do not disagree with the counselors who claim that letting people to their own devices in this matter will lead to a massive drop in stability. Shifting the focus from the individual to a group organization in the form of a sect is a viable means to solve this dilemma. This way, the individual will have the ability to choose between many different sects, but still accept the necessity of accepting strict supervision. A certain Rubarthan God pilot also expressed his support for this idea. I support this proposal. It is a superior alternative to complete centralization. The Red Collective cannot and should not control people's lives in a direct fashion. Delegating this responsibility to private organizations will not only reduce its administrative burden, but also foster enough diversity in thought and methods that success and innovation will be rewarded. Controlled competition is the engine of growth. By imposing a controlled competitive struggle, the more successful sects will rise above the inferior ones, thereby elevating our society as a whole. More people began to get swayed by this compromise solution. The key phrase here was controlled competition. To the counselors who earned the qualifications to attend this high-level session, each of them were well aware of the model that humans use to stimulate their growth and prevent themselves from backsliding. The societal vitality theory, first espoused by the new Rubarth Empire, before subsequently getting adopted by humanity at large, was the prevailing ideology that underpinned human society. In an environment that was characterized by a finite amount of resources and space, only the best should get to enjoy the bulk of these benefits. States, companies, mercenary outfits, and even individual professionals all had to compete against each other in different competitive environments in order to earn the right to tap into a pool of finite resources. Many mercenary organizations and private military groups flocked to the front lines of the Red War not because they were altruistic, but because they wanted to gain greater power and rewards. Earning the status of line fighters allowed them to gain access to rewards derived from resources that were previously exclusive to the Big Two. As long as they won their battles, the brave line fighters also enriched themselves by plundering face water and other expensive materials from their defeated alien foes. Plenty of cases had emerged where line fighters started out with heavy debts, but quickly became rich enough to afford a home in a dream location, such as the Violet Central Star node. The Larkinsons were no exceptions to this rule. The participants of the highly successful expeditionary fleet of the Golden Skull Alliance all converted their wealth and war merits into powerful augmentations, customized mechs, high-end training programs, and more. The most worthy groups got rewarded for their efforts and steadily rose to the top. Yet not every mech force was successful. The fact that a lot of mech forces end up getting mauled or outright annihilated was a tragedy, but ultimately necessary. If these weaker forces continued to persist, they would only continue to claim an unreasonable share of resources, only to expend them in wasteful and unproductive ways. The societal vitality theory favored their removal so that more effective and productive rivals could occupy their places. The intended outcome was to create a society where only the strongest and most worthy individuals and groups were left. Continued competitive pressure prevented stagnation and ensured that no one became complacent. This was why a lot of counselors did not object to his proposal. They were already familiar with this model and could easily adapt their institutions to accommodate this change. Master Goldstein, of the survivalist faction, was the first counselor to change his stance. This model applied to so many other groupings in society. What Vess had done was present a proposal that already conformed to the prevailing ideology of human civilization. This was why a lot of counselors did not object to his proposal. They were already familiar with this model and could easily adapt their institutions to accommodate this change. Master Goldstein, of the survivalist faction, was the first counselor to change his stance. Professor Larkinson's proposal has great merit, he thoughtfully said. A high degree of control and supervision is necessary, but there are multiple strategies that we can choose from. Letting intermediary organizations handle the bulk of these responsibilities is a good alternative. The only issue with the proposal that I do not agree with is the use of the term sect. It possesses a negative connotation that is only moderately better than using the word cult. It would be more appropriate to our society if we utilize terms that are more familiar to the understanding of contemporary citizens. For example, we can encourage the formation of specialized cultivation schools. Fostering an academic environment is more conducive towards learning and restraint. That was a good suggestion. Multiple counselors agreed with Master Goldstein that it was better to use a less loaded term to name the organizations in question. School is too generic of a term and already possesses an existing meaning. Similar terms such as academy and college suffer from the same problem. It will lead to too much confusion in our society. We must make certain that we do not confuse a cultivation organization from a traditional school. We can use the word association instead. It fits the circumstances better than the other terms. Another counselor proposed. No, Master Goldstein firmly. We will not accept any measure that will degrade the meaning of an association. I would rather settle for sex if this is the alternative. You Mechers do not have a monopoly on the word association. As far as we are concerned, your Red Association is the biggest and strongest cultivation organization of them all. After all, what are mech pilots and mech designers if not cultivators in a modern coat? That seemed to rile up Master Goldstein and several Mechers. Do not compare us to more traditional cultivators. We have properly integrated ourselves into modern society. We do not need to be controlled like other cultivators. There is no need for the Red Collective to supervise us. It should be the other way around. Our high-ranking Mech pilots and true Mech are well-placed to enforce the rules and suppress any misbehaving cultivators and sects. Clap. The entire meeting chamber fell silent when the evolution which produced an unnaturally loud clap with her hands. Every projected figure that previously got caught up in the argument quickly regained their composure and settled down in their high-backed wooden seats. Let us keep this discussion on topic, the evolution which reassured order in the chamber. The subject of enforcement is not on the agenda for today. That is reserved for a future session. Please return to debating the relationship between the Red Collective and individual cultivators. A brief moment of silence ensued before the counselors began to speak again. Though there were still advocates for either complete centralization or granting cultivators a high degree of autonomy, only the most radical counselors stuck to their original viewpoints. More and more counselors became attracted to the balance promised by the compromise solution. The Terrans, Rubarthans, and other representatives of first-rate states freely abandoned their previous stances and fully placed their support behind the sect proposal. This was because it benefited them just as much as their original stance. The first-raters had access to a lot of wealth, resources, and heritage. They were in an excellent position to create excellent sects, schools, or whatever that possessed the capacity to train lots of cultivators from their respective states. The strong culture and sense of identity from the Terrans, Rubarthans, and so on ensured that the sects would start off with a high degree of cohesion. The counselors did not fear that there would be a lot of cultivators among the sects that would end up becoming mass murderers and taint the reputation of their people. Even if the sects weren't forced to monitor their members closely, the first-raters would definitely do so anyway, just to ensure that the future powerhouses of their respective states remained loyal and productive. While the first-raters embraced the sect proposal without any hesitation, there were other counselors who recognized that their states and organizations would lose out if it got adopted. Letting every state and private organization found their own sects will lead to widespread segregation. A lesser counselor from a third-rate state complained. There is already a strict separation between the classes in the Mech community and elsewhere. Professor Larkinson promised that the Red Collective would serve as a vehicle that would weaken the barriers that keep the classes separate. We should not treat sects as the only way to organize cultivators. We should still allow the Red Collective to train and supervise cultivators directly. We can make it optional if that is a concern. If a cultivator does not want to join any of the available sects, he or she can always enlist in the collective. That was a clever idea. The lesser counselor already recognized that the sect proposal was on track of getting passed, so the statesman merely offered a supplement that would reduce the negative impact on lesser states. Not many counselors supported this additional initiative, but not many people objected to it either. The idea needed to be fleshed out further in order to form a definite conclusion. Fleet Admiral Amelie Jameson frowned for a moment. She also recognized that the winds had shifted in the favor of the sect proposal. If her complete centralization proposal no longer had any chance of becoming the prevailing consensus, then she would settle for the next best solution. She stood up and attracted the attention of the other counselors. If these sects or schools will become the predominant interface between humans and cultivation, then they must not be governed with a light hand. Each cultivator is a weapon of mass destruction in the making. It is of utmost importance to ensure that sects are strictly monitored and that every rule is swiftly and decisively enforced. We must form a quota that limits the amount of sects that can be founded in a territory. Only the most upright, diligent, and honorable sects will be allowed to earn and keep their quotas. The organizations that have failed in their duties and allowed their cultivators to degenerate will be subject to heavy punishment. If the sanctioned sects have failed severely enough, the Red Collective must strip them of their quotas and reallocate them to more honest cultivation organizations. A lot of councilors had little objection to the Fleet Admiral's addition to the sect proposal. It was truly a good idea, and roughly fell in line with Vest's original argument. By limiting the amount of sects, the Red Collective could raise the competitive environment while simultaneously making it easier to supervise all of the cultivation organizations. Setting high standards on the sects and dangling the threat of depriving them of their quotas would give them a powerful incentive to play by the rules. The Red Collective could also create other mechanisms to foster greater controlled competition between the sects. By managing their relations and forcing them to compete for limited resources, the sects would mostly be focused on overcoming their rivals as opposed to harming ordinary people. This was a familiar model to the Red too. The Mechers and the Fleeters had long used the method of dividing humans into different states in order to give them a proper channel to vent their competitive desires. Since even a hardliner like Fleet Admiral Amelie Jameson threw her support behind the sect proposal, the outcome of the first session was no longer in doubt. The only topics left to discuss was hammering out a number of key details. Chapter 59, 80 Evolutionary Vision. By the time the first session of the Interim Leadership Council came to an end, most councilors ended up satisfied. The council ran with the sect proposal initially presented by Vess and expanded upon it. Many different interest groups tried to pass their own amendments in order to favor their own circumstances. Though not every amendment got passed, the councilors did not unnecessarily obstruct ideas just because they came from their political opponents. After all, the powerful figures gathered here all possessed a common responsibility for ensuring the survival of Red humanity. Even if they possessed selfish thoughts, they did not dare to go too far when they were sitting in the presence of multiple god pilots. As the most honorable and individually powerful protectors of human civilization, god pilots generally had little tolerance towards obstructionism. People such as Fleet Admiral Amelie Jameson used to have no qualms about targeting Vess because he lacked the hard power to deter such maneuvers. This did not apply to the god pilots. Appointing a more ruthless and proactive god pilot, like the Evolution Witch to the position of chief counselor, was a very savvy move in this regard. Under her supervision, no counselor dared to play any despicable games. Behavior that might be tolerated in their own states and organizations would never fly in a council under her charge. The Evolution Witch did not even have to issue any warnings or step in. Just her presence and authority alone was enough to keep the counselors honest. Under this atmosphere, the counselors who originally stood on opposite sides of the spectrum all managed to come to an acceptable middle ground. What was rather impressive this time was that most counselors ultimately became satisfied with what they got. They managed to get enough amendments passed that they managed to satisfy at least some of their interests. The Terrans and the Rubarthans were all happy by the fact that they avoided direct centralization. Their cultivators would not be in a position to lose their original loyalties and become indoctrinated by the Red Collective. Instead, their cultivators would be able to join one of the multiple sects that were mainly controlled by first-rate states, either directly or indirectly. The proponents of greater control, such as the 5th Enforcement Fleet and parts of the survivalist faction, also became satisfied by the fact that the Red Collective still obtained strong supervision and control authority. A lot of counselors took issue with the notion of letting the Red Collective exert strong control over individual cultivators. However, not many of them were sympathetic towards the plight of sects. It made sense to constrain their behavior by imposing a lot of rules. So long as the Red Collective policies towards sects were not too unreasonable, it was acceptable to hold them to a higher standard. In short, counselors such as Fleet Admiral Amelie Jameson and Master Vero Goldstein became more assured that the current setup would preserve human society's existing stability and order. Anarchy, chaos, and a wholesale deterioration of public safety threatened the interests of the Red too. The Mechers and the Fleeters always derived their legitimacy from being able to run human space better than all of the alternatives. Their argument would no longer hold any weight if they failed in this aspect. At least the sect proposal made it easier to guard the current order, as the Red Collective merely had to keep a close eye on a limited number of sects. Details such as how much the quota should be and other parameters could be determined at a later date. It was not necessary to involve so many Tier 1 galactic citizens and other eminent leaders in trivial affairs. Now that the Interim Leadership Council was done with shaping a single unified policy towards the purpose of the Red Collective and its relationship with human cultivators, the evolution which finally brought the first session to a satisfying end. The woman stood up from her larger and more regal seat and radiated a fraction of her god kingdom across the entire meeting chamber. Aside from the other Tier 1 galactic citizens, every other counselor momentarily became affected by phantom illusions. Each of them experienced visions ranging from advancing to the rank of true gods or living long enough to see red humanity conquer the entire Red Ocean and multiple other dwarf galaxies. Even Vess could not resist the effects of the evolution, which is God Kingdom. It was just that his momentary illusion was a little special compared to that of the others. He maintained enough awareness to know that his mind was responsible for creating a possible vision of the future. This caused him to develop a particularly exaggerated impression of what he became once he reached the level of a true god. Not only did he become a star designer that could create an endless amount of living marvels, but his various incarnations also became transcendently powerful. Blinky commanded an entire parallel universe. The Blinkiverse had not only turned into a material space, but grew to such a size that it was able to support the rise of many native alien civilizations. The prosperity of the primordial galaxy of the Blinkiverse exceeded that of the Milky Way. After all, the old galaxy might be populated by a lot of humans and aliens, but it was no longer blessed with the power of heaven. The story was different for the Blinkiverse. The Star Cat had not only assumed the role of the heavenly authority over the primordial galaxy, but also possessed the ability to summon a sizable fraction of that power into the main universe. Though Vess did not yet know how much Blinky needed to cultivate and sublimate his powers in order to reach this insanely powerful state, he was glad to learn that all of the painstaking accumulation eventually paid off at the end. As for Vulcan, his situation also became outrageous. He had become a literal deity to every dwarf and craftsman who believed in him. The incarnation also became an exceptionally capable traditional craftsman who was able to produce extremely powerful masterwork and occasionally grand work-level artifacts. This meant that Vulcan gained the capacity to produce artifacts that approached the level of the Heaven Sword. If he had access to enough superclass materials and gained the faith of enough worshippers, then it was not impossible for Vulcan to craft an artifact that matched the power of that mythical weapon. As for Veronica, her cultivation was a bit of a mystery. Vess only obtained fuzzy impressions of the cyborg cat after completing her transcendence. One detail that became clear was that she became a cybernetic phase lord. She might look as small as a house cat under normal circumstances, but as long as she became involved in any battle, her feline shape quickly reached the size of a moon large enough to produce tides if it orbited a planet. Veronica, under the active imagination, was not weak at all. This was because she was not a simple phase lord. She also benefited from a huge amount of cybernetic enhancements that augmented her combat capabilities in a targeted manner. With the expertise of both Vess and Vulcan, Veronica gained the traits of a god Mech, while simultaneously preserving all of the advantages of a true god-level phase lord. Despite the fact that Veronica lacked the transcendent willpower that made god pilots so strong, Her deep technological integration at least enabled her to hold her ground in a fight. Combined with a formidable command over the power of darkness, Veronica had a much better chance of evading any direct confrontation against the hostile god pilots. Vess took a deep breath. In reality, less than a second passed by. The evolution which only exerted a minute extent of her god kingdom for an instant. That had already been enough for everyone aside from god pilots and star designers to lose their minds to illusions that stretched on for a much longer periods of time. Some counselors looked as if they had become immersed in a false setting for weeks. Others looked as if they had just peeked at the future for a couple of minutes. None of the counselors looked as if they could resist such power. None of the counselors who had become affected by the evolution, which's power remained unaffected by this move. Many of them became more introspective, as they couldn't take their minds away from that tempting illusion. Was this what it was like to achieve greater success in cultivation? None of the counselors looked as if they could resist such power. Not even the fleeters who harbored the greatest misgivings towards cultivation could remain unmoved in the face of all of that temptation. What a brazen act of manipulation. Even if many of the counselors appreciated the momentary taste of power, they were still cognizant enough to realize that the evolution which actively tried to sway them to her mindset. Of course, none of the counselors possessed the courage or the motivation to accuse the evolution which. This was the privilege of power. The evolution which shamelessly smiled at the other 99 counselors. This concludes the first session. The date of the subsequent session will be announced at a later date. It will take time to expand on the amended sect proposal and incorporate it into our planning. Before you depart, do not forget the importance of our mission. Red humanity in its current state is too weak. If we do not adapt to our rich new environment, we will die. There is no ambiguity about this. Our alien adversaries will not be merciful towards us, so we cannot be soft towards them either. Only the fittest race shall survive in the end. If we cannot win this struggle, then we deserve to go extinct. With those ominous words, the first session came to an end. Many counselors deactivated the remote connection, causing their physical projections to disappear from the meeting chamber. Few people stuck around to exchange words with each other. If they wanted to discuss more serious topics, they could always switch to more private communication channels. Vess did not leave right away. It would be stupid of him to miss out on the opportunity to deepen his relationships with the movers and shakers of red humanity. He first turned towards the evolution witch. A coy smile graced her lips as she studied Vess with fascination. Interesting. You truly are your mother's son. You possess great courage for splitting off your soul so many times. The risks are great, but the ability to command the power of multiple true gods is a benefit that very few humans enjoy. Vess widened his eyes. Wait, you saw that? Oh, you naive child. You understand so little of what god pilots are capable of. What makes you think I am unable to see your future forms? Self-evolution is under my purview. Out of the counselors present today, you shine like a beacon in a lighthouse. You are by far the most hard-working cultivator among them. I expect great results from you in the future. That is no excuse for you to rest on your laurels, however. The evolution potential that I have glimpsed from you and every other counselor is not a prophecy. It is merely an extrapolation based on your current conditions. It is not impossible for others to exceed you at a later date. Work hard and do not slack off. Our society needs your many gifts. Vess awkwardly smiled. He felt awfully exposed in her presence. Who knew how many secrets she gleaned from him? If not for the fact that she had made a pact with his mother, he would have become apprehensive about what the god pilot intended to do with all of the sensitive information. I appreciate the visions, but can you please not do it again? You do not have power over me. I will inspect your potential whenever I am motivated to do so. Your strategic value has just increased from my perspective. Chapter 59, 81 Prelude to Transformation. Vess got reminded once again why interacting with the evolution which was not a good idea. The god pilot had violated his privacy and dug up a lot of secrets related to his complicated cultivation situation. She not only managed to identify all of his incarnations, but also gained a huge amount of insights into how much their strength had grown at the true god level. This was a pretty massive information breach. Vess had plenty of reasons to worry about this unanticipated leak. Although Vess trusted the evolution witch to avoid doing anything that directly damaged his interests, who knew what she might do with the intelligence she plucked from his mind? He could not forget that the evolution witch was still a leader of the Red Association. If Vess ever fell out with the Mechers, there was a chance that the god pilot might use the information against him one day. Ugh. There was nothing he could do about it. The only acceptable response to this incident was to train his mental defenses to the point where the domain of a god pilot could no longer dominate his mind to such an extent. He at least needed to gain the ability to fend her off for enough seconds to close the connection. I should prepare other defensive measures. It is really embarrassing how easily she had me at her mercy. It was times like these that Vess hated the fact that he was still stuck in the first major cultivation rank. He needed to work a lot harder and speed up his progression if he wanted to prevent a repeat of this incident. In any case, Vess soon moved on with his life. He briefly contacted the leaders of the Larkinson clan and conveyed a summary of the first session of the Interim Leadership Council. The message that the Red Collective would soon organize cultivation through a limited amount of sects had massive implications to everyone, including the Larkinsons. I am not sure what the criteria for obtaining a sect quota will be, but our clan probably won't have any trouble with securing one. Vess told the 3 chief ministers during a remote conference session. It is better if we can obtain multiple quotas. We need at least one that is orientated towards raising combat cultivators. Perhaps caddies can lead a separate one that is completely based on traditional swordsmanship. In addition, the Creation Association is pretty much a sect in all but name. It would be beneficial for us if we can formalize its status and allow it to gain support from the Red Collective. That was an ambitious layout. Whereas most groups that had heard of this news only thought about founding a single sect, Vess already sought to create 3 separate sects for the Larkinson clan. What if we failed to secure more than a single quota, Patriarch? Chief Minister Novelin Pernus inquired. It is not strictly necessary for us to found 3 separate sects. We can create a single sect that we can split into multiple branches or departments. As long as we grant them enough authority, they can enact their own policies with little interference from others. You make a good point, Novelin, but it is always better to have multiple sects than none. If one of them has gone astray to the point where the Red Collective revokes its quota, we will still retain our other sects. There are other reasons why it is better to have more. As long as our clan maintains its growth rate, I think that we can obtain more than enough cultivators to justify their existence. For now, I need our clan to lay the groundwork in the planning of this future initiative. So long as the news surrounding this measure remains obscure, we can build up a very advantageous head start. The 3 chief ministers all agreed with this logic. Though none of them had a clear idea of what a sect entailed, they had plenty of time to investigate this matter. Before Vess ended this private conference, Chief Minister Abigail Evern gave Vess an important notification. The expeditionary fleet is on track to launch a major operation, the former naval officer told Vess. The Golden Skull Alliance has been working hard to collect intelligence on powerful alien battleships that we can take over and use against our enemies. The Black Cats and other investigators all understand the value of your battlecruiser token. In order to put us in the best possible condition to embark on the deep strike operations that will commence in 2 or 3 years, we are willing to delay our acquisition by several months if necessary. There is no concrete timeline on when we can locate a powerful alien warship and begin our capture operation." Chief Minister Evans smirked. "The Red Cabal has begun to roll out modernized versions of their own home ships that have incorporated much more human technologies than before. While they are still rare at the front lines, we have obtained clues of the arrival of several alien warships that have incorporated hyper-technology as well as other advantages. If the expeditionary fleet was putting so much effort to locate an excellent alien warship, then she certainly had to be a lot more special than the low-quality or outdated hulls that typically made up the alien raiding fleets. Can you share more details about the power and capabilities of the alien vessels that the expeditionary fleet is targeting?" Chief Minister Evans smirked. "The Red Cabal has begun to roll out modernized versions of their own home ships that have incorporated much more human technologies than before. While they are still rare at the front lines, we have obtained clues of the arrival of several alien warships that have incorporated hyper-technology as well as other advantages. Such vessels were indeed worth all of the effort. There was too much of a performance gap between old and new." Vess did not request any further information. There was no need for him to know all of the details. He could only trust that the Larkinson army and the expeditionary fleet had the situation well in hand. It was not worth it for them to sacrifice so many mechs, starships, and human lives just to capture a fancy alien home ship. He was perfectly okay with converting a junk-quality alien warship into a temporary battlecruiser. "I will keep this in mind," Vess responded. "I think my clan can provide additional support to the Larkinson army before the operation commences. I will make sure to check whether we are supplying our Mech legions with enough updated Larkinson Mech designs. Hyper-technology is just too useful to miss out on it for so long." "That would be appreciated, sir. The more new and updated hyper-Mech designs you can complete, the better. Your latest product releases have all resulted in a comprehensive improvement in battle results. We are all hoping that you can continue this trend." After this virtual conference came to an end, Vess worked harder to complete his design work. Although the probability was not great, he wanted to see whether he could complete this crucial Mech design project fast enough to allow Venerable Tusa to participate in this ambitious operation with his new and improved expert Mech. Weeks passed by as Vess continued to place much of his focus on his research and experimentation. The development of his ambitious ultimate module did not go smoothly all of the time, but his persistence and ingenuity allowed him to overcome many different problems. Vess already figured out a broad plan for his destructive phasing module based on the key hyper materials that he had selected. He spent so much time familiarizing himself with the tangible and intangible properties of Omen Stone and Texera, 063, that he could come up with lots of ways to shape them into different products. However, his proposed destructive phasing module was not an ordinary hyper-tech product. Its advanced nature and impressive power demanded a lot more work and rigor from him. There were even times when he feared he might get stuck on the same problems for weeks on end. That did not happen. Vess gained more momentum with each passing day. His mood improved so much that he no longer feared failure anymore. He felt as if he had become invincible. No matter what problem or complication got in the way, he bulldozed over the issue through a combination of inventive solutions and brute force problem solving. Regardless of whether his work was elegant or robust enough, Vess merely cared about whether the end product became viable. Nothing else matters. After enough time had passed, both Vess and Gloriana gradually brought the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III project to a functionally complete state. They had both worked hard to speed up the development of the high-tier expert light skirmisher. Vess had completed a project that should normally take years to complete in a matter of months. Gloriana had also gone above and beyond to completely redesign the Dark Zephyr into a full archimech. The deep and pervasive substitution of conventional technology with Architect was so thorough that hardly anything that originally belonged to the Dark Zephyr would be left after its transformation. As the date of the planned upgrade session drew closer, Venerable Tusa Billingsley Larkinson and the current iteration of the Dark Zephyr departed from the expeditionary fleet and traveled all the way to the new Constantinople system. Vess and Gloriana personally greeted the expert pilot and his living Mech after they had been teleported down to the surface. "Welcome to New Constantinople Roman 8. Vess grinned and moved forward to embrace Tusa in a friendly hug. Though Tusa looked more bemused than sentimental, he appreciated the familial gesture. "I have been looking forward to this for years," the expert pilot mildly said as the two Larkinsons separated. "This is a nice planet. I have hardly seen much of it, but I can understand why you have decided to settle down here. Have the Terrans been treating you well?" "Naturally. The Terrans never fail to show their appreciation of my continued presence. They prefer it if I stay with them on a permanent basis, but I will not be able to oblige them. I will leave sooner or later. I just want my children to enjoy a somewhat normal childhood long enough before I leave." "Understandable," Tusa nodded before turning to Gloriana. "Thank you again for putting in so much effort to upgrade my battle partner. You cannot believe how many times he has obsessively studied the technical updates that you have occasionally transmitted to us. He is looking forward to completing his transformation into an archimech." "Truly, Tusa is speaking the truth." A male synthetic voice boomed from the Dark Zephyr's external speakers. "I am more than tired of being known as the oldest, weakest, and most outdated expert mech in the Larkinson army. Once I obtain this upgrade, IT will finally be my turn to laugh at my inferior brothers and sisters. As the only expert mech that incorporates Architect and an ultimate module, I shall finally become known as the most powerful mech of the Larkinson clan." The expert mech sure possessed a competitive spirit. He became so excited at the prospect of undergoing his long-awaited refit into a much more powerful version of himself that his spiritual foundation vibrated with excitement. "Calm down, Zeph," Tusa called and slightly resonated with his expert mech from a short distance away. "You will have your turn. We first need to complete all of our tests and examinations. If the mech designers discover any problem, then that needs to get fixed first." "Hurry up then. Please start right away. I do not need any rest. I am a mech." Gloriana smiled and gave the eager expert mech a friendly smile. "I originally wanted to postpone your examination for tomorrow, but if Tusa is willing to skip the celebratory dinner, I can examine you as soon as we have shipped you over to one of our workshops." "Please do, madam." Upgrading the Dark Zephyr mattered too much to everyone. None of the three Larkinsons had any objections to starting work right away. It was for that reason that Vess, Gloriana, and Tusa went straight to an underground mech workshop so that they could learn whether the Dark Zephyr was in a good enough shape to undergo a massive transformation. Chapter 59, 82 Difficult Maintenance. The return of the Dark Zephyr was a great occasion for the design department. Many mech designers knew about the living mech's return, eagerly suspended whatever they were doing and moved straight to the private workshop, where the machine had been moved. A lot of eager journeyman mech designers wanted to witness the oldest and earliest Larkinson expert mech to see how much he had grown since his birth. The 25 mech designers, originally recruited during the Fey Shaper contest, and afterwards, were particularly eager to witness one of the most celebrated and admired mechs of the Larkinson clan. Vess allowed them to pass through the entrance so long as they knew how to behave. They were all core employees of the Larkinson clan and had proven themselves trustworthy and capable enough to participate in all kinds of Larkinson mech design projects. It was not a bad idea to introduce them to the more advanced and high-end projects in advance, especially since they may be invited to contribute to a future expert mech design project one day. Many of these young and eager journeymen looked enviously at Adrian Marceau and Ariana Rue. The two had been lucky enough to contribute to development of the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III project shortly after they started to work in the design department. Adrian Marceau had worked alongside Vess, Gloriana, and many other engineers to develop a very high-end combat warp system for Tusa's expert Mech. Mobility was paramount for the expert light skirmisher, and the advantages of Marceau's quirky combat warp system sounded perfect for the occasion. If all went well, the architect-adapted combat warp system should allow the Dark Zephyr to generate powerful warp bubbles with minimal delay, enabling the living machine to alter his vector in an instant. The evasive characteristics of an already agile Mech would become even more ridiculous. Ariana Ruiz's contribution was also pretty significant. She worked alongside Gloriana to upgrade and optimize the new computing systems for all of the architect parts and systems. More importantly than that, she also applied a major upgrade to the Dark Zephyr's ECM capabilities. The new electronic gremlin system allowed the Dark Zephyr to hack many different machines within its range. So long as the virtual projection of enemy computing systems were not sophisticated enough, poorly designed by modern human standards, horribly outdated to the point of missing too many security updates, or simply too weak to withstand brute force hacking. Any human or alien computing system could be hacked. Even if the electronic gremlin system focused on quantity over quality, the Dark Zephyr would already have an easier time running circles around a lot of opponents so long as the latter's offensive systems experienced disruptions. Vess and Gloriana had a clear goal in mind when they permitted Adrian Marceau and Ariana Ruiz to participate in the development of the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III. The expert light skirmisher needed to become as difficult to pin down as possible. By enhancing the Dark Zephyr's mobility and ability to cope with crowds of lesser opponents, Venerable Tusa and his battle partner would gain a much larger chance to dive in the middle of an enemy formation alone. No standard Mech was able to keep up with the Dark Zephyr. Venerable Tusa had long become accustomed to operating by himself. He and his battle partner always attracted a huge amount of enemy fire as a result, and the Dark Zephyr's resonance shield always incurred heavy impacts, as it was impossible to evade every single attack launched in the machine's direction. Hopefully, the comprehensive upgrades combined with the contributions made by the two new journeymen should allow the Dark Zephyr to get hit much less frequently in the future. Both Mech designers looked inordinately proud and happy to see the Dark Zephyr in the flesh. They had both grown incredibly familiar with the expert Mech's old and new designs. They frequently inspected the machine by remote. Yet none of those examinations could compare to seeing the actual living Mech in person. The two had already gone ahead and touched the metallic surface of the old and proud expert Mech. The maintenance crews took excellent care of the Dark Zephyr while he was under their care, but there were still plenty of unmistakable signs of wear and tear. Subtle metal warping, new replacement parts taking the place of destroyed ones, worn and scratch coating, and other physical signs all showed that the Dark Zephyr not only existed for a number of years, but also experienced regular action throughout his life. All of that had led to a lot of accumulation, both physically and spiritually. When Vess joined up with Adrian and Ariana, they all stopped to appreciate the Dark Zephyr's accumulation of age. "You've grown so much," Vess sighed as he could feel the richness of the Dark Zephyr's tempered spiritual foundation. 14 ascension runes, that's pretty good. I see that you have embraced the concept of freedom with great enthusiasm. The eyes of the blackened gray expert Mech briefly flashed. To stop is to die. Moving is life. To stay alive, I need to possess the power to dictate my own movements. No one has the right to threaten my freedom to move. That is understandable. Don't worry. The coming upgrades will strengthen your mobility even further. The experimental dark wind module that I have recently completed shall become your strongest guarantee. No enemy warship will be able to stand in your way once you activate your trump card. A visible wave of excitement radiated from the Dark Zephyr. Even though the machine was technically inactive, that did not stop the living Mech from looking forward to gaining so much power. Just like Tusa, The Dark Zephyr had long grown tired of lacking enough offensive power to land a fatal blow on powerful enemies. Although the Dark Zephyr was slated to receive a lot more features than the Dark Wind module, Veth's new design application was by far the most exciting and impactful addition. The expert Mech understood extremely well that his male progenitor was by far the best possible choice to upgrade his combat capabilities further. While Gloriana also contributed a lot to the Dark Zephyr design and creation, the living expert Mech did not value her work as much. That might change once the Dark Zephyr converted into an Archimech. The comprehensive technical performance of Architect was so much better that it shouldn't belong to this Mech generation. As the four Mech designers continued to examine the Dark Zephyr in a more thorough and systematic fashion, they detected many small issues that the maintenance crews failed to resolve. This was normal. The Mech technicians and low-ranking Mech designers assigned to service and repair the Larkinson expert Mechs did not possess the full skills and technical acumen to fix every issue. They need the assistance of Gloriana or another highly competent Mech designer who happened to be familiar with the expert Mech in question in order to perform deeper repairs. Though these small issues never became serious enough to threaten the safety of machines such as the Dark Zephyr, Gloriana grew more and more upset when the deep scans exposed more and more signs of inadequacies. Wear and tear, imperfect repairs, ad hoc modifications, and simple mistakes all added up to slightly reduce the Dark Zephyr's performance. Any normal Mech force would have accepted the reality of this situation. The cost to repair all of these subtle shortcomings far exceeded the benefit of doing so. It was uneconomical to pursue all of these faults. Gloriana did not agree with that mindset. To her, even a 1% drop in performance was enough for her to kick up a fuss. Fortunately for everyone involved, she did not let her anger get the better of her and blame the maintenance crews for being too lazy and incompetent to restore the Dark Zephyr to a better state. Vess. Yes. Our expert Mechs are not getting the care they need and deserve. We should retrain the maintenance crews and hire additional technical personnel with superior qualifications. The problem may not seem too serious to you, but this is only the prelude of a greater fault. The current version of the Dark Zephyr is already among the simplest expert Mechs in the Larkinson army. Once we are done with him, the expert light skirmisher will reach an unprecedented degree of technical complexity. Vess' expression changed. That is indeed a serious issue. I can already tell you now that none of the Mech designers and Mech technicians will be able to learn how to properly service and repair an Archimech, Gloriana flatly stated. They do not have to understand the ins and outs of Architect, but even a superficial understanding of its working principles is already too much for their limited intellects to bear. We need to hire the graduates from the best second-class and ultimately first-class Mech design universities in order to keep the Dark Zephyr and every future Archimech in good condition. That sounded like overkill at first, but it was actually not. Architect was just too difficult and alien for humans to understand in a hurry. Gloriana only managed to get this far by relying on a couple of exceptional circumstances. How could ordinary Mech designers do any better, even if all they needed to do was to maintain, repair, and possibly fabricate new Architect parts? The exponentially greater burden of servicing highly advanced Mechs was one of the most important constraints that prevented a lot of forces from fielding Mechs beyond their usual means. So what if a group obtained a supremely powerful machine? A few years of moderate usage would steadily cause the advanced Mech's parts to wear out or incur significant damage. Without money and connections, it became far too difficult to purchase expensive materials, acquire the right production machines, and hire the highly skilled workers to preserve such an expensive machine. Vess realized that the Larkinson clan had already reached this awkward stage. The clan grew too quickly to adjust the standards for maintenance crews upwards and hire more capable Mech technicians to complete all of the more complicated tasks. I am satisfied with how you have handled the reorganization of the design department and the initiative to found several new R&D groups for our clan. I will leave this matter to you as well, Gloriana. Just make sure you coordinate your actions with Commander Kaysela Ingvar. Many of the old-timers who have enjoyed the honor of servicing our expert mechs for many years will grow upset when we attempt to replace them with better personnel. You need to take care of their feelings, but not in a way that compromises your goal. Do you understand? His wife maintained a serious expression as she nodded. I will address this issue immediately after completing this project. There is no acute need for the time being, so you don't have to push yourself. I think that fabricating your first full archimech will sap most of your concentration. I suppose you are correct, but I can still transmit preliminary instructions. This issue needs to be handled fast enough to prevent the Dark Zephyr from lacking the treatment that he deserves. Our living expert mechs have fought hard alongside our clansmen and experienced great dangers while fulfilling their missions. We cannot and should not accept any form of mistreatment and neglect towards them. The better they are taken care of, the harder they will fight when we need their protection in return. Well said, Vess smiled. He fully agreed with her sentiment. Living mechs could not be treated as ordinary commodities. They possessed their own thoughts and feelings, so gestures such as excellent care did not more than fix their physical ailments. The earnest care made the Dark Zephyr feel loved and welcomed in the Larkinson clan. The benefits of showering them with additional care and attention could not be measured, but Vess believed it could make a great difference during crucial moments. Chapter 59, 83 Difficult Architect. After closer inspection, Vess and Gloriana confirmed that the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman II was not in the best physical shape. The unending alloy plating had protected the expert mech for a long time, but it was impossible to procure more of it after it had been destroyed in battle. This forced the maintenance crews to make use of armor plating made out of entirely different materials in order to restore the expert mech's armor coverage. While the Larkinsons had done their best to match the mass and density of the replacement plating, it was impossible to make everything as congruent as before. The inconsistencies produced multiple misalignments and slightly reduced the fluency and the reliability of the expert mech. This was just one of many ailments that affected the Dark Zephyr's performance. Trying to repair it all was a massive endeavor. Gloriana estimated that she would have to spend at least 3 weeks to carefully reconstruct and restore the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman II to his original form. Fortunately, that was not necessary this time. I am glad that we do not have to restore the Dark Zephyr to his old state, Gloriana said, after she had studied all of the data readings. Once we commence our upgrade run, we will have to test the Ship of Theseus concept much more extensively than before. Hardly anything of the current mech will be retained once we are done with our work. The Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III was superior in every way, but all of that demanded a much more extensive reconstruction as a result. Replacing conventional metallic parts with archimetal equivalents was such a massive overhaul that it was impossible to retain so many outdated and inferior parts. Vess and Gloriana did not even like any of the materials that made up their oldest expert mech. Back when they originally designed their first batch of expert mech under the supervision of Master Moira Willix, the Larkinson clan used to be in a much poorer position. All of that changed drastically over the years. The Larkinson clan of today was in a much better position to design and fabricate high-end mechs. The LMC, the Open Consortium, the Tea Institute, and many friendly business partners all possess the capacity to supply rare and valuable strategic materials to the Larkinson clan. Vess also had the luxury to spend his MTA merits on a lot of exclusive goods from the Red Association's merit exchange. His Tier 3 galactic citizenship, combined with his many contributions, opened up access to a large selection of materials that ordinary mech designers could only dream of obtaining. Neither Vess nor Gloriana held back all that much when they selected a lot of powerful and expensive materials to elevate the physical parameters of the Dark Zephyr. Even though his slim frame prevented him from piling up a lot of armor, the advantages of Architect meant that his effective ability to resist damage had increased by a huge margin. This was especially the case when the structure of the Mech frame consisted of first-class alloys that were harder and tougher than unending alloy. So long as enough hyper-materials were added to the archimetal, Vess believed that the new and improved Dark Zephyr should still retain his spiritual prowess. It might even improve due to the use of superior and more specialized hyper-materials. However, Vess and Gloriana could not say for certain whether the Dark Zephyr's parameters would improve as much as they anticipated. After all, ever since the Age of Dawn had commenced, many simulation programs became inaccurate and unreliable. The Red Association had yet to publish a comprehensive new set of formulas and data sets that could be used to accurately model the performance of hyper-technology. Simulation programs already struggled to predict the performance of high-ranking mechs, especially when the extraordinary willpower of expert pilots and ace pilots came into the picture. Vulcan had been working to improve the realism of the MSDS, but it was very hard to account for phenomena that were difficult to reproduce. In short, every Mech designer, including the Larkinsons, had no ability to fully predict the actual performance of a hyper-Mech in advance. Additional complications, such as Architect and the Dark Wind module, made it even more difficult for anyone to have a solid clue of how good the Dark Zephyr may become at the end. This was incredibly frustrating for the people involved. Tusa and his battle partner had little idea what was in store for them. The lower and upper boundaries of the possible boost in performance were so far apart that it was pointless for them to think about it any further. This also put a lot of pressure on Vess and Gloriana. Both of them needed to trust that their design work was sound and that they could adequately handle the fabrication of Architect in the coming days. Tusa and a handful of Mech designers gathered before a brand new set of production machines. As you know, we intend to replace virtually all of the Dark Zephyr's existing parts with Architect equivalents, Gloriana explained. The necessary archimetal cannot be produced through conventional means. This is why we have purchased a set of archimetal fabrication machines. They are derived from the production machines used by the Archie race and produce blocks of archimetal in a manner that is similar to how the aliens grow their own archshells. It is an organic-like production process that is much different from what humans are accustomed to. It is a troublesome production method, but as long as we do not make any mistakes, the results are far superior to what we can achieve with normal parts and processes. The expert pilot looked at all of the advanced production equipment and felt totally lost. He did not understand how ordinary 3D printers and so on worked. How the hell could he judge anything from looking at these incomprehensible devices? "I trust in your abilities," Venerable Tusa said in a humble tone. "You have made a lot of promises about Architect. It is my hope that you are able to fulfill them all. I will not be upset if you can't, but I hope that everything goes right." "How sure are you that your work will live up to your highest expectations?" That was a difficult question to answer. Vess and Gloriana both exchanged glances for a moment. "My personal estimate is 50%, Vess added. "The quality of the physical frame will probably not meet our highest standards, but that is not related to the spiritual qualities of the Dark Zephyr. I have made massive strides in this area, so I think there is a good chance that the superior spiritual foundation of your expert Mech will overcompensate for the physical shortcomings of his archimetal frame. It is challenging to produce a nearly flawless result," Gloriana reluctantly admitted. "Our craftsmanship is unequaled among our ranks, but we have never seriously produced a full archimech. We have practiced the exotic new production processes many times in virtual simulations, but their fidelity is limited. We will most definitely encounter multiple brand new problems that we simply cannot prepare in advance." Combined with the additional complications related to the need to upgrade an existing Mech as opposed to creating one on scratch, we are not confident that we will be able to turn your Dark Zephyr into a masterwork Mech. I estimate that we have a 40% chance at best. My personal estimate is 50%, Vess added. The quality of the physical frame will probably not meet our highest standards, but that is not related to the spiritual qualities of the Dark Zephyr. I have made massive strides in this area, so I think there is a good chance that the superior spiritual foundation of your expert Mech will overcompensate for the physical shortcomings of his archimetal frame. This was not a new story for Vess. His solo masterworks had always been this way. He could never bring himself to care as much for physical perfection as his wife. His style and priorities were just too far apart from hers. Though Vess gave Tusa a little bit more hope, he still felt disappointed. Piloting a genuine masterwork Mech had long been one of his cherished wishes. Although he did not begrudge other lucky expert pilot for being able to benefit from piloting masterworks, Tusa could not help but feel inferior for missing out on this amazing benefit. The Dark Zephyr was too old. He had come to life during a time when Vess and Gloriana's craftsmanship was much rougher and more immature than now. The expert light skirmisher had also been built years before Gloriana successfully developed her groundbreaking God-body solution. Gloriana reached out and patted the seasoned expert pilot's shoulder. "It will be okay, Tusa. There is no real loss if we fail to create a masterwork. I have made sure to integrate the God-body solution in as many archimetal parts as possible. As long as the Dark Zephyr is able to absorb enough E-energy over time, his physical frame will automatically evolve to masterwork standard. It is just. We have never tested the combination between Architect and Gloriana's God-body solution in reality," Vess informed his cousin. "The interaction between the two might work as planned, but it might also result in anti-synergy that ultimately delays or hinders this gradual process. In my opinion, the additional complexity of archimetal components will probably cause the Dark Zephyr to improve his physical quality at least several times slower than before. There is just so much more that needs to happen in order to elevate your expert Mech's physical standards." Tusa only roughly understood the point that the two Mech designers were making. Instead of worrying himself sick over this complicated issue, he turned his attention to the two recently recruited journeymen that were standing right behind the miracle couple. "Will the two of them participate in the upgrade run?" Gloriana nodded. "They shall, but not in a capacity that you expect. Neither Adrian Marceau nor Ariana Rue have become proficient enough in Architect to fabricate the parts by themselves or under supervision. They shall act as our assistants instead. They will be responsible for moving parts and materials around. They will also be responsible for scanning the archimetal parts to verify that their quality is up to standard." That was the most that the pair of newcomers could do. The basics of Architect were just too difficult to learn in a short amount of time. Perhaps the story might be different in a few years, but that required a lot more time. "Will you be able to produce archimetal parts, Vess?" "Somewhat. I am not as good as Gloriana in this aspect, but I have learned enough from her to gain the qualifications to fabricate simpler archimetal components. I will still have plenty of work to do, but my involvement is not as great as you think. My wife is responsible for fabricating the vast majority of archimetal parts. We will all be working at her pace and schedule." That was anything but ideal, but there was nothing they could do about it. The success of this project largely hinged on Gloriana's mood and performance during the upgrade process. Though his wife was under a lot of pressure right now, she did feel nervous about it. She had studied Architect and worked with it for so many months that she was extremely eager to realize her latest Mech design. Even if her performance disappointed her in the end, she would at least gain crucial experience that she could use to increase the success rate of her next Archimech project. "There is one more thing I have to inform you about," Vess spoke up. "Before we begin the fabrication process, I plan to conduct a ritual. It will be a little weird, but just play along. Who knows whether it might make a difference in the end? Are you okay with this, Tusa? It is fine as long as it isn't too weird. I will not do anything that I personally disagree with. I hope you won't test my tolerance. Don't worry. It won't involve any human sacrifice or other lurid stuff. I still have standards. Vess needed to pay more attention to his optics. With the passing of the sect proposal, Vess needed to make sure to keep his act clean and avoid giving the Red collective reasons to deprive him of a sect quota. Chapter 59, 84 The Strength of Mech vs. Mech Pilot. The time of upgrading the Dark Zephyr drew closer. Vess and Gloriana did not begin their work right away. They conscientiously retired for the evening and enjoyed a good night's sleep. Once they woke up, they both regained their peak condition. Anticipation surged in their bones as they looked forward to creating a completely different Mech than they had ever worked with in the past. Breakfast became a happy affair as Tusa took a seat next to Vess and his immediate family. It had been a long time since the children last saw and spoke with their uncle in person, so they immediately began to chat with the expert pilot. Meow. Lucky rubbed his body against Tusa's arm before flying away to eat a few chunks of hypers and exotics. How are Doria and Giovanni doing? Aurelia politely asked. My children are doing okay. Tusa smiled when he recalled their faces. It has been hard for them to grow up without their mother in their lives, but there are so many other nice ladies over at the expeditionary fleet that they do not lack for aunties. Can their mother contact them while still remaining connected to the EdNet? She can, but the Mechers do not recommend it, the expert pilot said. The difference in the passage of time within the EdNet and outside of it is so great that she will perceive everything we say and do in slow motion. We can use technology to compensate for that, but it will lead to long and awkward delays in conversations. There are also other psychological issues related to breaking the relative isolation between different realities. This is why we limit these contacts to a handful of times a year. The more frequently Rania tries to connect with her children, the more she becomes disassociated with the EdNet. This will increase the load to her brain to an unacceptable level. It was difficult for many of the Larkinsons that started their own families to endure the years-long separation with their young children. Parents such as Rania were making an especially difficult sacrifice by subjectively spending up to 20 years in a reality where they could not hug their children. However, this opportunity was too precious for them to miss. They would regret it if they missed out on a free opportunity to advance to first-class professionals. This was an especially crucial transition period for the Larkinson clan. If they did not become first-raters by the time the clan was ready to participate in the first deep strike operations, they would lose their leadership positions as they were unable to keep up with the demands of their current positions. It was not fair for Doria and Giovanni to grow up under these circumstances, but the Larkinsons fostered such a strong communal family atmosphere that the damage shouldn't be too great. Ultimately, Rania should be able to provide a lot more for her children once she returned and resumed her responsibilities as the director of the Larkinson Biotech Institute. You look different, Andrast said as she stared at Tusa's more worn and rugged face. You used to look so young, but now you are beginning to look closer to Granduncle Ark. Tusa chuckled in a good-natured manner. I am not a young man anymore. Everyone ages. I am no exception to this rule. I thought that expert pilots age slower than other people. That is partially true, Andrast. A stronger will and a greater obsession in one's appearance can indeed make expert pilots look younger and more pleasing, but only to an extent. I have never cared too much about my appearance. I am fine with looking older and more appropriate to my current age. I am a father, after all, though he is doing a much better job at clinging onto his youth. My body is much more radically altered and enhanced than yours, Vess mentioned. I never really paid any attention to this, but now that I am looking at you, I can tell that your body is barely augmented. That is quite rare in the Larkinson clan these days. Your wife runs an institute that is performing a lot of augmentation procedures and is becoming better at this job with each passing year. I became an expert pilot fairly early on. As a third-rater, I never depended on implants and genetic modification to improve my performance. Once I settled in as an expert pilot, I found plenty of ways to improve my combat skills. Diligent practice, along with frequent enough combat, has allowed me to become better to the point where I never felt the need to augment myself. At most, I only installed a fairly basic cranial implant so that I can improve my ability to handle tech. The children all looked impressed at Tusa. Each of them were well aware that they were very far removed from baseline humans. They did not think it would be that difficult for them to rise to greatness, but it was different for Tusa. Augmentations matter less for expert pilots, Gloriana explained to her children. One of the definitions of apotheosis is the transformation from human to a god. The Mech community has adopted this word to emphasize how much expert pilots have transcended the limitations of ordinary humans. As their resonance strengths grow, they will continue to improve in many different aspects, some of which overlap with the benefits of artificial implants and gene mod templates. As long as Tusa fights well enough without relying on the advantages bestowed by augmentations, he can become just as successful as second-class and first-class Mech pilots, who are always augmented with very few exceptions. So is it possible to become a god pilot without ever making use of augmentations? Andrast eagerly asked. Not always, Ves shook his head. The less you rely on augmentations, the more you have to compensate in other areas. Talent, hard work, luck, and other factors must fill up the gap. You will also have to accept the fact that there are many strong and useful benefits brought by pilot-oriented augmentations that cannot easily be replicated through other means. Tusa seriously nodded. He's right. I am not as precise, and my reaction speed is not actually the highest. My body cannot withstand as many shocks and cannot go without sleep for too many days. There are many useful improvements that I am missing out on. It is not all that bad, though. I am comfortable in my own skin. I don't suffer from any compatibility problems. I don't need to change my habits or diet. Shouldn't light Mech pilots supposed to possess higher reaction speeds than others? Andrast looked confused. Why don't you augment your ability to react to rapid changes on the battlefield? Won't it make it easier for you to evade attacks? You are not wrong, little girl, but reaction speed alone does not make for a good light Mech pilot. Do I hate getting hit? Yes. Who wouldn't want to avoid harm? I pilot one of the most fragile expert Mechs in the Larkinson army. I have to pay constant attention to my movements and the actions of the enemy in order to prevent my expert Mech from getting struck. Since I cannot rely on super-duper reaction speed and other superior physical traits, I have taken to relying on another strength to make sure that my dark Zephyr remains untouched. Can you guess the answer? Andrast furrowed her brows for a few seconds. Is it intuition? Correct, Tusa grinned. The combat intuition of an expert pilot is celebrated for good reasons. It is one of our most powerful advantages as far as I am concerned. However, what not everyone knows is that intuition can be trained like a muscle. By repeatedly subjecting my dark Zephyr to enemy fire, it is up to me to help my expert Mech thread through all of the dangerous attacks. My intuition is constantly being tested to its limits each time I face enemies. When this happens often enough, my intuition has become so practiced at this that I can evade all of the attacks launched by a couple of hundred ranged Mechs without putting in too much effort. That is awesome, Marvane exclaimed. Intuition is so strong. So out of all of the Larkinson expert pilots, you are by far the best at evading attacks. Yes, I am the champion in this as far as I am concerned. I will challenge anyone else that thinks he or she can do better. My closest rival is Venerable Pedro Rodrigo. His newer and much more powerful Bloodripper is truly a fast and agile expert Mech. I do not think that it is all good, though. It is exactly because the Bloodripper's mobility is so high at the start that Venerable Rodrigo isn't able to exercise his intuition as much as myself. He will never be as good as me in evasion. He is much more accustomed to letting his expert Mech's tech save his hide. Are you suggesting that we shouldn't make our expert Mech so powerful for recent breakthroughs? Gloriana asked with obvious concern in her voice. I wouldn't say that, madam. The enemies we are fighting against are much more powerful than the Friday men and other rabble that we faced in the past. A single direct hit from the primary cannon of an alien battleship can easily tear up a weaker expert Mech. It takes years of constant training and repeated exposure to dangerous combat scenarios for me to refine my intuition to where it is today. Venerable Rodrigo doesn't have that luxury. Intuition is not the only factor that makes expert pilots strong. He can make it up in other ways. Vess nodded in agreement at Tusa's explanation. I agree. A stronger Mech pilot can compensate for a weaker Mech. A weaker Mech pilot can still be saved by a stronger Mech. You should never evaluate the two elements separately. Mechs and Mech pilots make up for a single composite combat unit. It is not necessarily wrong to rely more on the superiority of technology than human capabilities. You just need to be careful not to take it too far. A good Mech ultimately facilitates the growth of a Mech pilot. It is never meant to inhibit a person's growth. Personally, Vess valued Tusa's intuition a lot more than the alternatives. This was a trait that could never be bought or acquired by spending lots of money. The only way to improve intuition was by training and actual usage in combat. If Tusa had learned how to anticipate and evade lots of enemy attacks while piloting a relatively weak expert light skirmisher, his ability to avoid getting hit would definitely skyrocket once he gained access to the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III. Risks were proportional to the rewards. This rule applied to high-ranking Mech pilots as well. The harder they needed to work to overcome the limitations of their machines, the stronger they became in the later halves of their careers. Of course, all of this was dependent on whether the expert pilots in question were able to survive while subjected to all of their handicaps. Vess was glad that Venerable Tusa managed to stay alive while fighting under challenging conditions, but it could have been different. The upcoming version of the Dark Zephyr is ridiculously more mobile than the current version. What used to be an act that required you to dance at the edge of the knife will suddenly become as easy as walking down a flat bridge, Gloriana stated to Tusa. I hope that once you obtain your new and improved machine, you will not let your highly trained intuition atrophy. It would be a shame for you to forget what brought you so far and become a slave to advanced technology. The expert pilot did not take this warning lightly. I will not let myself go like that. I won't be able to become an ace pilot with that mentality. Rest assured that I will still do my best to challenge my limits. Every light Mech pilot is a daredevil in some fashion. If my Mech has become a lot better at avoiding danger, then I will seek it out with much greater effort than before. From what I have learned about the new Dark Wind module, I will not lack opportunities to dance at the edge of a knife once again. That was not an understatement. Tusa and the Dark Zephyr could easily kill themselves if they failed to utilize the Dark Wind module correctly. This risk was present even if they only fought against a single opponent. Chapter 59, 85 Fadestone. After a sumptuous breakfast, Vess and Gloriana entertained their kids for a time. Though the kids wanted to witness their parents embark on a great work yet again, their schooling was more important. Neither of the two parents permitted their children to skip their classes just so that they could see an expert Mech being remade into a much stronger version. This was not the first time their family went through this ordeal. Upgrading the Dark Zephyr was of great importance to the Larkinson clan. Aurelia, Andrast, and Marvane had to spend a week under the care of their nanas and other clansmen, as their parents could not afford to lose their focus. Please do not be concerned, madam. Shannon Maris spoke as her arms held the hands of Aurelia and Andrast. Your son and daughters will remain preoccupied for the remainder of the week. We have already scheduled several visitations to the estates of their wealthy Terran playmates. Gloriana lifted Marvane in the air and kissed his cheek before putting him down. Meow Tilda. Clixie ran up and rubbed her body against Marvane, causing him to giggle and pet her back. Once the children boarded the shuttle that would take them to school, many Mech designers moved down to the high-end workshop, where the Dark Zephyr awaited his life-changing transformation. Only Larkinson journeyman Mech designers received permission to witness the remaking of the expert Mech from afar. Plenty of them grew excited at the prospect of observing the best Mech designers of the Larkinson clan at work. Even though the journeymen all needed to complete their daily work quotas before they could spend their free time on observing Vess and Gloriana at work, none of them begrudged this demand. This was because the opportunity to see Gloriana, but especially Vess, transform the Dark Zephyr into an archimech that might or might not reach masterwork quality was an exceptional privilege to them all. Many other journeymen would kill to be in their position. So long as the members of the design department managed to obtain a few insights from observing the miracle couple at work, they could incorporate their gains into original new design applications that would subsequently boost their design philosophies. That was why neither Vess nor Gloriana minded the gallery. Letting their subordinates observe their work ultimately benefited the entire clan. Before Vess entered the workshop, he briefly encountered a group of disgruntled Mech designers. Not every Mech designer received the privilege of witnessing the transformation of the Dark Zephyr. Most of the low-ranking Mech designers accepted the reality. It was not always good for their development to become exposed to the brilliance of stronger and more capable Mech designers. However, there was an additional reason why Vess prohibited the current group of Mech designers from observing the upgrade process. Professor Larkinson, would you please reconsider your decision to leave us out of the workshop? We are aware of the risks, but we are not afraid of getting contaminated by your design philosophy. It is the opposite. We would love to become exposed to your work in close proximity. In the time we have stayed at your design department as guest designers, we have yet to make visible progress in reproducing the ability to design living mechs. We believe we may be able to achieve a breakthrough when we can observe you at work. Vess peered down at the short but stocky form of Trent Auden. He and 9 other dwarven novice Mech designers had dressed up in their most professional outfits and looked eager to secure this opportunity. Unfortunately for the dwarves, Vess had no intention of changing his mind. I have already explained to you why you are not allowed to observe the upgrade process. Not only will it be detrimental to your own development, the tech we intend to add to the Dark Zephyr are all highly sensitive. Don't get me wrong, Mr. Auden. I trust in your integrity. I do not believe you and your fellow Vulcanites are the sort of people who will sell out all of the secrets of one of my expert mechs. However, it is difficult to control such things when they have spread a bit too far and wide. There are cosmopolitans hiding in every corner. Once they learn about the strengths and weaknesses of the Dark Zephyr, our forces are prone to suffering a massive loss if the aliens ever make use of their information advantage. The two argued for another minute, but Vess refused to budge. He remained unmoved even when the test tube baby of the legendary Iron Emperor took the initiative to offer another starship from the eternal Vulcan Empire. Vess already took a considerable risk by allowing so many Larkinson lead designers the opportunity to observe the upgrade process. He was not stupid enough to grant outsiders the same privilege. While he was sure that the Red Association and maybe the Terran Alliance might have infiltrated the workshop to the point where they could observe every work process, Vess could not do much about it. He could just accept it and hope that these parties did not leak the information to their true enemies. Of course, that did not mean he was willing to make it easy for all of these third parties. As he entered the Mech workshop, he glanced over at Ariana Rue. Although the new recruit was not that useful when it came to working with Architect, her expertise in hacking also turned her into a highly competent virtual security specialist. Vess had tasked her, and lucky to cooperate with the clan's own resident security experts to thoroughly inspect and cleanse the workshop of any listening devices and spying software. Right now, a dark gem cat hung lazily on the woman's shoulder. Ariana gently lifted her hand and petted Lucky's head. Meow Tilda. Ariana. Sir. What did you find? Not much, she said. Your security experts and those dispatched by the Terrans, the Mechers and the Fleeters have been very thorough. The security consultants belonging to the latter three all kept each other in check, so I am reasonably confident that they have removed most of the subtle software taps in the old and new production equipment. It is just that it is not possible for us to guarantee that every form of tampering has been removed. The latest Architect fabrication machines are more advanced than anything I have seen. Their programming is highly convoluted. In fact, much of the proprietary software operates on an alien programming language. Our security experts will need to learn an entire language and culture in order to become fluent in its usage. Vess did not look surprised at this. I am not entirely satisfied with this result, but I am aware that this is the best that you can do for the time being. Go ahead and check whether the preparations for the ritual are in order. It might not seem important, but we cannot ignore the power of symbolism. As Ariana and Lucky moved towards a section of the workshop that had been converted into a completely incongruent ritual site, Vess moved over to Alexa. His newest and most reliable assistant performed a final inspection of all of the high-quality materials that would be used to upgrade the Dark Zephyr. Each of the crates and containers remained closed whenever possible in order to prevent the energetic materials from creating accidents. However, Alexa's attention was entirely taken up by a surprisingly small but decorated container. Encrusted with gems and covered with velvet, the small container looked like it belonged on one of Gloriana's vanity stations. Vess already guessed who sent this particular good. It seems that Tristan Wesseling managed to fulfill his promise. The Terran Mech designer nodded. It arrived yesterday. A fast courier vessel delivered it straight from Davut. I have already conducted a preliminary inspection. The raw data suggests that this hyper gem outperforms any other hyper material reserved for the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III. Vess gazed closely at the container. It was doing a decent job at isolating the energy activity of the gem, but it was not enough. It had actually arrived in an even larger and more effective container to isolate the gem. Open it up, please. Alexa transmitted a command that did so. As soon as the gem became exposed, the ambient E-energy immediately began to surge towards the exposed crystalline object. That's enough. The small container immediately shut down again, causing the surrounding E-energy radiation to resume its usual pattern. That was stronger than I expected from Tristan. Vess spoke with genuine appreciation in his tone. It isn't the strongest gem that I have seen, but he has made good progress. What can you tell me about it, Alexa? According to the documentation provided by Mr. Wesseling, he has managed to combine Terra-Ix 063 along with other powerful hypers and exotics to produce what he calls the Fadestone. It is his best work to date and works as a remarkably effective positive shadow hyper gem. It not only generates a strong attraction to shadow energy, but slightly weakens the barrier between real space and a dimension that is related to the shadow attribute. What is especially notable about the Fadestone is that it is notably pure. It has very little side effects that you should pay attention to, and it does not generate strong interaction with other elements, with the notable exception of light. What happens if it gets exposed to too much light energy? Vess inquired. Mr. Wesseling states that his Fadestone can withstand weak to moderate exposure to light energy. Any more than that, and it will weaken accordingly. I see. That is no different from other shadow hyper products. The Fadestone did not add any novel effects to the Dark Zephyr, but its concentrated power could directly enhance the effectiveness of the Dark Wind module. Due to volume constraints, Vess could not stuff it with as much Terrix 063 as he wished. The Dark Zephyr was already among the smallest and slimmest expert mechs of the Larkinson clan. Its architect conversion may have freed a bit of capacity, but Vess and Gloriana immediately filled it up with a lot of additional functions. This was why Tristan Wesseling's business was starting to take off at the start of the Age of Dawn. His expensive but compact hyper-gems allowed for much easier and stronger integration of hyper-materials in a technological device. The only reason why Vess did not commission hundreds of gems was because Tristan's product couldn't be stacked. Whenever two or more of his hyper-gems gathered in close proximity, they started to interfere with each other for whatever reason. This was a limitation of Tristan's special production process. Vess was no stranger to this restriction. Lucky's gems possessed the same limitation. Fortunately, one hyper-gem was enough for his purposes. With the arrival of the Fadestone, Vess internally increased the estimate of turning the Dark Zephyr into a masterwork mech by another 5%. That still did not guarantee a successful outcome, but there was little Vess could do aside from hoping that his luck would pull through. A part of himself was still intimidated by the prospect of making his first true archimech. Both he and his wife would have to forego a lot of familiar production processes that they had already mastered over many years. Trying to fabricate an archimech using new and exotic production machines was as weird as trying to produce a biomech as far as he was concerned. Gloriana did not suffer as much from this problem due to her significantly greater investment in architect, but even she could not promise to match the quality standards of her previous projects. Vess shook his head. There was no need to obsess too much over this aspect. The Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III design incorporated so many changes and innovations that he could not even guarantee whether the new and improved expert light skirmisher could be switched on anymore. Chapter 59, 86 Ritual in Shadow. The time to begin the upgrade process drew closer. Gloriana knelt and prayed in front of an altar of the Superior Mother as usual. No one took the initiative to join her. In fact, her pious display attracted a lot of puzzlement from the newcomers. In the months they spent under her management, Gloriana had never exposed any obvious hexer traits. Sure, she still possessed a lot of eccentricities, but she never said anything that was clearly related to hexism. That made it harder to believe that someone as smart and ambitious as Gloriana could also be a woman of faith. Everyone who was more familiar with her knew better. They automatically ignored her actions and just waited for her to be done with her private ritual. Rather than staring at his wife's attempt to obtain more psychological comfort for himself, Vess preferred to focus on a ritual that promised to create a more material effect on the upcoming upgrade run. The most recent transformation of the Dominion of Man had taught Vess a lot about the power of ceremonies and rituals. They were far from subtle and could be used to produce powerful outcomes if used correctly. Though Vess did not have access to millions of people or a powerful fire elemental, he possessed his own bag of tricks. Tusa had already arrived at the ritual site. The expert pilot looked a little bemused when he saw the black altar, the carvings made out of shadow hypers, and a particularly conspicuous bowl. Am I supposed to fill this up with my blood? How did you guess? The decor pretty much screamed it already. Please tell me that you are not joking. Vess smiled. I am not. Haven't you learned who my mother used to be? Rituals can change reality, and blood has many extraordinary properties. Combining the two will produce a stronger effect than usual. How many people will be involved? Not much this time. In fact, I am trying out something new. The first goal of this ritual is to increase the probability of transforming him into a masterwork mech. To do that, I will try to imbue the materials used to make the architect components with life energy. The second goal is to increase the Dark Zephyr's affinity with the shadow element. I have gained a lot of inspiration recently that may facilitate this process. This experiment should hopefully produce the result I want in exchange for a price. And what is the price that you are referring to, Vess? Don't tell me that I need to chop off my left hand or make the same commitment as Janzi. Vess shook his head. Nothing of the sort. Don't worry. I know you value your freedom, and I don't need you to harm yourself. Just a vial's worth of your fresh, juicy, and willpower-infused blood should be enough for our purposes. I will bear the biggest price. It will not be small, but I think it will be worth it in the end. His cousin felt relieved. Thank you, Vess. Before long, Gloriana, Adrian, Ariana, and Alexa all gathered around the ritual site. Vess first turned to Alexa. You will be my deputy and substitute while I am gone. Are you up for teaching my classes according to the lesson plans? She nodded. I have already become proficient enough in designing living mechs to teach classes about it. My fabrication skills are not even close to good as yours, but I have learned enough from you and Gloriana to exceed the vast majority of journeymen, so I can still take care of this matter for the time being. As for frontier wisdom, it is better to give the word to wise and highly experienced guest lecturers. Their unique perspectives will add much-needed diversity to the lesson content. That is good. They talked a bit more before Alexa departed from the workshop. As much as she wanted to witness the entire run, her responsibilities had multiplied for the remainder of the week. Vess turned towards his wife. Alexandria can deploy her design network now. Leave Tusa and I out of it until we have completed the ritual. His wife wordlessly nodded. Mao. The queen cat proudly made her appearance before binding Gloriana, Ariana, and Adrian in a design network. The pair of recently recruited journeymen had already experienced this several times before, but the experience was still novel to them. There was nothing else like it. Alexandria had to limit the transmission of thoughts and emotions to prevent Adrian and Ariana from getting distracted to the point of losing their focus on their work tasks. Emro. Blinky appeared next. The star cat appeared more powerful than before. The most recent tribulation storm had strengthened his blinkivers, which subsequently caused the star system reflected in his fur to grow more complete. As Vess approached the altar, the light levels of the Mech workshop began to dim. A large amount of shadows appeared. Each of them grew deeper due to the fact that a lot of ambient light sources had shut down entirely. Only a handful of directional lighting sources remained active, and their luminosities had dropped to the point where the entire workshop began to resemble an ominous cult temple. The inactive dark Zephyr hardly remained visible to baseline humans at this point. The machine was entirely engulfed in shadow, and so were most of the production machines. Vess picked up the empty bowl in one hand while holding a small knife in his other hand. For whatever reason, he looked as if he blended in remarkably well in the shadows. Vess indeed felt a lot more comfortable in his own skin now that the Mech workshop had lost a lot of light. His spirituality became more active, and he felt that if he mastered the right technique, he could convert the surrounding shadows into his own eyes and ears. That was not all. Blinky cautiously opened his mouth and began to release shadow energy. The darkness engulfing the Mech workshop seemed to grow thicker and more substantial. None of the attending Mech designers looked afraid, but they did not feel comfortable either. Since every Larkinson journeyman received their own companion spirits, they could more easily sense the flow of E-energy in the vicinity. They knew that Vess must have a good reason to engage in this strange behavior. Vess began to hold a speech. For many years, the Dark Zephyr has served as a partner to Venerable Tusa Billingsley Larkinson. Together, Mech and Mech Pilot have fought to defend the Larkinson clan and fight against humanity's common enemies. The shadow energy around the ritual site grew thicker. Not only that, but it began to get absorbed by the altar and the bowl, both of which were made with shadow hypers. The Dark Zephyr is the first expert Mech designed and built for the Larkinson clan. Though he is the smallest and arguably the least advanced expert Mech of the series, he has never allowed his shortcomings to limit his deeds and accomplishments. Tusa couldn't help but swell with pride when he heard that. He had indeed worked together with the Dark Zephyr to constantly push their limits and seek more effective ways to overcome their opponents. The ability to perform the leap of true freedom had been their greatest success so far. Years of hard work and persistent effort, without receiving any positive feedback, for such a long time had finally paid off in spades. Tusa took a lot of pride in the fact that he was one of the few high-ranking Mech pilots that possessed the capacity to bypass transphasic energy shields entirely. Yet the ability to move anywhere he wanted no longer satisfied him anymore. Yet as much as Tusa and the Dark Zephyr try to exceed their enemies, there are limits to how far they can go. This is not their fault. The lack of upgrades to the expert Mech has long held them back. This ends now. From the start of this day, we shall work day and night to transform the Dark Zephyr into a high-tier expert Mech that has the makings of an ace Mech. No longer shall Tusa be held back by a partner that has been showing his age. As the altar and bowl began to get saturated with shadow energy, Vess finally moved to use his knife. He approached his wife. "Gloriana, do you vow to do whatever it takes to turn the Dark Zephyr into a Mech that is fully worthy of his battle partner?" "I do." "Then seal this promise by shedding your blood." Though his wife looked more bemused than anything, she obediently extended her arm and temporarily deactivated her personal shield generator. Vess made a careful incision on her forearm with his knife. As Gloriana's clear red blood began to drip into the shadowy bowl, everyone looked fascinated or horrified. This was starting to look a bit creepy. Vess did not pay attention to this. He waited for a dozen more seconds before he moved away from his wife. Gloriana's smart clothing already moved to seal the cut and regenerate the damaged skin cells. After staring at the bowl that was no longer completely empty anymore, Vess approached Adrian Marceau and Ariana Rue while demanding the same vow. The two journeymen's involvement in this upgrade process was not significant, but Vess did not let go of the opportunity to pull them into the ritual. More blood spilled into the shadowy bowl. Due to the high concentration of shadow energy, the mixed blood already started to get affected to a degree. Vess approached Tusa next. "Venerable Tusa Billingsley Larkinson, as the first and only battle partner of the Dark Zephyr, will you do your best to prove yourself worthy of commanding the power of your living Mech and continue to fight together with honor and dignity?" His cousin slowly nodded. "I will do my best to continue to partner up with the Dark Zephyr. I shall always try to fight with honor and dignity if the circumstances allow for it. I shall always hold the Larkinson clan dear in my heart, and I will not ignore the plight of humanity." Tusa's blood soon spilled into the bowl. His blood was among the most important of all. Ever since he grew into a high-tier expert pilot, his biological tissue already started to contain more overt extraordinary properties. The addition of Tusa's blood seemed to excite the shadow energy. Though Tusa's affinity to shadow was not strong, Blackwing's relation to this element was much more intimate. Since Blackwing was a split personality of Tusa, this effectively meant that Tusa's blood already possessed a special connection with the shadow element. Though the bowl still felt extremely light and weak to Vess, he somehow gained the illusion that it had gained a bit more metaphorical weight. Vess smiled as he approached the altar and set down the bowl. The higher quantity and concentration of shadow energy began to interact more vigorously with the mixed blood. He held out his own palm. His control over his own body had reached a level where there was no need for him to cut himself. A cut spontaneously formed. Blood that was redder and more powerful than any other began to fall into the bowl. The shadow energy became a lot more active as a result. It was as if a nest of snakes had just come across a plump little mouse. "Since each of you have made a commitment, I, Vess Larkinson, promise to take care of the Dark Zephyr and imbue him with the power of shadow. The darkness shall be his ally, and the shadows shall become his weapon as well as his savior. I vow to improve the Dark Zephyr's ability to synergize with Venerable Tusa Billingsley Larkinson and give them the opportunity to ascend to godhood together. Let my blood seal my promise." After he spilled enough blood, Ves forced his wound to close. Just as everyone thought this ritual had come to a close, Ves surprised his audience by picking up the bowl and approaching Tusa yet again. The expert pilot began to have a bad feeling about this. His intuition already told him that it was best not to get too close to the bowl. "What do you want me to do, Ves?" "Drink." "Are you crazy? That is not healthy. Drinking the blood of other humans is supposed to be unhealthy, but drinking the blood of a Phase Lord is suicide." "Drink," Ves repeated as an ominous grin appeared on his face. "Do you think it is easy to ascend to godhood? Very few Mech pilots make it to the end. If you do not have enough courage to risk your life, you may as well give up on your dream. Trust me on this, Tusa. Drink this bowl and accept our combined blood. I will end up in the infirmary after this. That face water blood of yours will tear open my throat and stomach and cause a lot of internal bleeding. I have read the stories on the galactic net." Ves had read those reports as well. "That won't happen, Tusa. It is true that my blood is dangerous, but it doesn't have to be. Trust in your strength. Make use of the willpower that you have strengthened and refined over the years. As long as your will is strong enough, I am confident that you can tame this blood. Will you drink or not? You may refuse if you think this is nonsense." Tusa gave Ves an intense stare. A wave of pressure started to emanate from his body as his willpower became agitated by this challenge. "Fine." Before he could second-guess his decision, he grabbed the bowl and poured the dangerous blood into his mouth in a single motion. Chapter 59, 87 A Set of Trials. Tusa. The dark Zephyr was supposed to be inactive, but the living Mech had always been paying attention to the ritual. When the expert light skirmisher observed that Tusa had actually been reckless enough to swallow the bowl of dangerous blood, the Mech almost wanted to activate and run towards his battle partner. However, Tusa immediately raised his palm. "Don't." His expression immediately grew strained. His face grew redder as the foul and potentially lethal mixture entered his body. Ves' face water concentration had reached 3.8%. Even though he had only shed a tiny fraction of his own lifeblood into the bowl, there was already enough face water mixed in to heavily injure or outright kill any baseline human. The Larkinsons who watched Tusa with genuine concern all waited for disaster to strike. When that did not happen, they steadily grew relieved. This was because Tusa had mobilized all of his extraordinary willpower. After his resonance growth had exceeded the threshold of a high-tier expert pilot, it was no longer as weak and insubstantial as before. Even though it was still inferior to that of an ace pilot, Tusa's willpower already had the ability to override reality to an extent. Right now, Tusa's genuine and justified concern over his own health and life forced him to stimulate his willpower to the fullest. Even though he wasn't able to resonate with the dark Zephyr, he still managed to muster enough strength to force the minute amount of face water inside his body to remain calm enough to suppress their spatial activity. This is impossible. He's not even piloting his Mech. Have expert pilots already become that powerful by themselves? The reactions from the journeymen were not unjustified. It was general knowledge that expert pilots were not really strong enough to perform any of the feats they were famed for when they were by themselves. Without the amplification and synergy of a compatible expert Mech, expert pilots were almost just as weak and vulnerable as other mortals. The reason why Tusa still managed to suppress the face water in his body was not entirely due to his willpower. The truth was that he was not alone. Chip chip. Tusa's Blackwing became active and channeled all of his power to assist in the effort to suppress the spatial activity of face water. The companion spirit was not weak, which helped a lot to exert enough strength to stabilize the fabric of space occupied by Tusa's body. Even though Blackwing had no special affinity to space, he was able to produce a strong enough effect by drawing on all of the darkness and shadow energies from the environment. Blinky's output of shadow energy empowered Blackwing, just enough to keep the expert pilot safe. Yet as Tusa almost keeled over, it became clear that he and his companion's spirit were straining their utmost to maintain a stable equilibrium. If they lost their strength for any reason, then the face water that was still swirling in Tusa's body may eventually create a spatial outbreak, causing a lot of short-lived spatial twists that always proved damaging or fatal to human bodies. "Damn it, Vess," Tusa squeezed from his lips as he looked and sounded as if he suffered from a severe case of constipation. "Are you trying to turn me into a phase lord by force or something? This is an awful way to go about it. I don't even know why I accepted your dare and drank that foul bowl of blood. I can't keep this up forever. My willpower is getting more strained by the minute, and Blackwing can only help so much. What am I supposed to do now?" "Endure, adapt, overcome," Vess intoned in a serious voice. "What? Do you think I fed you my blood for fun? That is not the case. I exposed your body with face water because it is necessary." The Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III incorporates a revolutionary new ultimate module that can allow the expert Mech to phase into a shadow dimension of sorts and pass through solid matter. According to my theories and loose projections, it should not be a big problem for your upcoming expert Mech to engage in destructive phasing for a second or so. However, there is no guarantee that all of the advanced hyper-technology that I have applied to your expert Mech will extend to your frail human body. There is a realistic possibility that when the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III activates his new Dark Wind Passage ability, your own body may get left behind in the current dimensions. Vess did not need to explain why that was extremely bad. If the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III attempted to destructively phase through an alien warship, then Tusa's body would get left behind. Worse, the expert pilot's body would crash against the exterior hull plating of the ship at an effective speed of at least hundreds of kilometers per hour, thereby causing all of his organic tissue, as well as his piloting suit, to get squashed with so much force that all of that matter would get obliterated. Tusa's pupils shook in an uncontrollable fashion as he imagined this potential horror scenario. "NGH, even if that is a risk, can't you wait until you have finished the upgrade and allow me to test the new ability before resorting to this dangerous measure? I can die at any minute if you don't pull the face water out of my body." Vess shook his head in disapproval. "That is unnecessary. I believe in you, Tusa. I believe in the strength of your willpower. You are an expert pilot who has charged into entire alien fleets with just your expert Mech and come out on top every time. I am not too sure how our other expert pilots are doing, but as the earliest Larkinson to pilot an expert Mech of my design, I believe you possess the traits that grant you the qualifications to rise above your peers." "What are you talking about?" "Not even General Ark Larkinson or Venerable Benjamin Larkinson has survived the high-risk challenges that you have subjected yourself to. You are a light Mech specialist. You have managed to survive time and time again by piloting the smallest and most fragile variations of Mech types in widespread usage. How could you have survived all of this time without tempering your willpower to a higher degree than any of your peers in the Larkinson clan?" Tusa almost vomited out the contents of his stomach. A part of him felt tempted to, but the stubborn and proud streak within him refused to give in to his fears. "Is this a demented plot you cooked up to forcibly trigger a breakthrough? If it is, then the first thing I will do after I become a saint is beat you up until you are but a centimeter away from death. I know you're a phase lord. I know you can take it. I will board my Mech and punch you until I knock out all of your oversized teeth. You hear me, Vess?" "I hear you, Tusa." Vess grinned as most of his body continued to remain shrouded in darkness. "I am more than happy to accompany you. Just make sure you survive until then. I don't know how long it will take for your body to naturally expel the face water that you have just ingested, but I don't think you can suppress it long enough in your current state. You need to do better, Tusa. As strong as you may have become, there is still lots of potential in you. Stay put and don't move. If you want to overcome this challenge as honestly as possible, then try to rely on your own strength. Tame the face water. Control the space around you. The better you are able to command your own space, the more powerful you become after you finally get to pilot your new and improved expert Mech. Vess moved away from the pained and struggling expert pilot and reunited with his fellow Mech designers. He told no one about the ritual he had in mind, so each of them looked at him with utter shock. If anyone else attempted to poison a client with face water, I would have put a stop to this upgrade run, Gloriana said. I will not question whether any of this is a good idea in the first place. As long as Tusa's body has yet to rupture, I will perform my work as I have originally planned. Given Tusa's tortured state, I will leave him out of the design network. Don't, Vess commanded. Pull him in. Don't avoid him just because he is in pain. You have become even crazier than usual, Vess. I have no desire to share his pain when I am responsible for converting his dark Zephyr into an Archimech. I require the utmost concentration in order to fabricate the highest possible quality of Archimetal parts. I think you can handle it, Gloriana. More than that, I think it will make you produce better results. As long as you can filter out the worst of the distractions, Tusa's pain and suffering will motivate you into working faster and better. The best way to cure his condition is to deliver the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman 3 in the best possible state. As soon as he hops inside the cockpit and resonates with his machine, the powerful true resonance generated by the two can completely neutralize the face water that still remains buried inside his flesh. His wife carefully weighed this argument and found it plausible. She still looked at Tusa with concern. You are gambling with his life. He'll be fine, Vess said in a nonchalant tone. He looked and sounded a lot more evil when he continued to remain shrouded in shadow. Consider this as a set of trials. I have subjected Tusa to one trial. I have subjected the both of us to another trial. Each of us must work at our best and push our capabilities to the limit and beyond in order to produce the best possible outcome. If either of us falls short in any way, then there is a substantial risk that Tusa will not be in a shape to pilot a Mech for an extended period of time. If a bit of face water has entered his brain, then he may be forced to end his career. You madman, Gloriana gasped. Accusations won't change anything, my dear. The only way we can provide definite relief to Tusa is if we get to work right away. Vess was right. The Mech designers soon split up and began to engage in their respective work. This upgrade run was unlike any other. When Alexandria pulled the Mech designers, the agitated Dark Zephyr, and the tormented Tusa in a single design network, it took a lot of effort for Vess and Gloriana to maintain their composure. The Mech workshop itself remained poorly lit, though that did not hinder the Mech designers from their duties. Their augmented vision and the well-lit interfaces of the production machines ensured that they could still see what they were doing. Vess also employed a variation of his living workshop ability. Blinky sucked in a lot of ambient E-energy and converted it into life energy to saturate the entire workshop. Yet what was different was that Blinky kept the aperture that separated the universes from each other open. The Blinkhiverse continued to release its accumulated shadow energy into the main universe. Life energy, along with a bit of shadow energy, continued to engulf the workshop, causing everything to become affected in subtle ways. All of these abnormal conditions, and more, both tested everyone's ability to endure and adapt. Though Gloriana initially stumbled a few times and accidentally produced a couple of defective ache-metal components, she refused to allow her husband's latest antics to ruin her first attempt to produce an actual Archimech. After she spent a few minutes to pray to the Superior Mother, she regained much of her composure and began to work with considerably greater focus than before. Soon, she managed to fabricate her first functional Archimetal component of the current project. Chapter 59, 88 Professional Ethics. Everyone was confused. No one understood why Vess chose to conduct such an insane ritual. Although he had already built up a reputation for being obtuse, irrational, and outright crazy at times, his actions today far exceeded his usual pattern. On the surface, his decisions conformed to an underlying logic. He dimmed the light levels of the Mech workshop in order to set the right mood and produce a more conducive environment for a Mech aligned with the shadow element. Blinky pumped additional shadow energy into the Mech workshop to further saturate the materials and soon-to-be fabricated archimetal parts. He conducted a small ritual that ostensibly sharpened Vess and Gloriana work focus. He also forced Tusa to swallow a small but already deadly portion of Vess' face water-infused blood, with the intent to temper the expert pilot's willpower and increase his tolerance towards dangerous spatial phenomenon. On paper, none of these actions sounded detrimental, but the reality was quite different. Vess had become an outright devil by forcing all of these weird and dangerous conditions onto everyone. At the very least, Vess had crossed a very dangerous ethical line today, so much so that the observing Mech designers couldn't believe that their idol could be so unscrupulous. "Miss Alexa, are you sure that the professor is of the right mind?" One of the journeymen contacted Vess' deputy for a second opinion. "Mech designers exist to serve Mech pilots. According to this principle, we must never purposely cause harm or put our clients and customers at a clear disadvantage. Even if the professor's intentions for Tusa are benign, the ends do not justify the means, especially when the latter is outright lethal to any human." None of the high-ranking Mech designers of the Larkinson clan were stupid. The worst of them comprised elite graduates of renowned second-class Mech design universities. The best of them were genuine first-class Mech designers. Each of them took mandatory courses on the ethics and morality of their work. They had received thorough training on the scenarios where they learned how far they could go in putting Mech pilots at risk in order to achieve a better outcome. Mech piloting was an inherently dangerous occupation. It was impossible to coddle Mech pilots to the greatest possible extent. All soldiers had to accept the fact that their duties might not allow them to come back from the battlefield alive. Their Mechs may not strictly be their allies anymore, as the very act of piloting them might cause their lives to be cut short a lot sooner than if they stayed away from the battlefield. One of the most important factors that Mech designers needed to take into account was duty. The inherent dangers that Mech pilots had to bear over the course of piloting their machines had to be weighed against the expectations of their obligations to their employer, their state, or their civilization as a whole. It was through these considerations that Mech designers were able to justify actions that arguably put Mech pilots at greater risk of losing their lives than usual. For example, Mech designers could justify the development of cheap and inferior Mechs that arguably put Mech pilots in much greater danger than usual. There were plenty of mitigating factors that justified their use, such as limited resources or granting opportunities for Mech pilots with inferior genetic aptitude. Another case was the design and use of light Mechs. Compared to medium Mechs, light Mechs were obviously smaller and weaker. Centuries' worth of statistics also showed that light Mechs tended to get wrecked a lot more frequently than the Mechs that belonged to other weight classes. If that was not enough, light Mechs usually offered less protection to their cockpits, which meant that their Mech pilots had a significantly greater chance of losing their lives over the course of their service. Yet Mech designers still found enough excuses to justify the continued development of light Mechs. They were excellent at scouting, they were much more suitable for flanking roles, and the importance of superior mobility sometimes trumped every other parameter. Mech pilots themselves also did not reject the existence of light Mechs. Each pilot who chose to take the high-risk option of piloting light Mechs had years to weigh their decisions during their academy days. Their teachers and instructors always explained the pros and cons of piloting light Mechs to an exhaustive degree. Compared to other weight classes, light mechs were indeed a lot more fragile than other machines, but they possessed a completely different appeal that could not be replicated by more massive mechs. The constant adrenaline rush, the ability to choose when to advance and retreat, the extremely high skill ceiling of most light mechs, and the satisfaction of the weak overcoming the strong all attracted a certain range of mech pilots. Light mech pilots tended to be braver and more prone to making risky decisions than other mech pilots. They rarely possessed the smartest minds, but they were always quick on their feet. Each veteran light mech pilot developed their own means to survive, while enduring the elevated risks of piloting mechs that could break after getting struck by a couple of substantial attacks. Those that failed to do so either died, retired early, or changed their specializations so that they could pilot heavier machines. In short, light mech pilots willingly tolerated a lot more danger than normal. This granted mech designers greater allowances to subject their customers to risks so long as their intentions remained honest. Of course, there was a limit to everything. Mech designers could not break every rule just because they believed that doing so would benefit their target audience in the end. Most mech designers immediately judged that what Vess had done to Tusa clearly crossed the line. It was worse in this case, because Tusa was not just an ordinary mech pilot. He was an expert pilot, one that had managed to approach the peak of his rank at a remarkably fast pace. There was no need to subject such a talented and proven expert pilot to any elevated risks. As long as Tusa continued to serve his duty in a steady manner for a couple of decades, he would eventually temper himself to the point where he could break through to the rank of ace pilot sooner or later. A high-tier expert pilot who was in his 40s had a lot more breakthrough opportunities than another expert pilot who was over a century old. Younger mech pilots were more malleable and still had room to grow. Tusa's future was already bright, so there was very little reason to boost his chances further by resorting to extreme methods. This was why no one understood Vess' actions. Not even Alexa could justify an act as extreme as stuffing face water down Tusa's throat. A brief internal war raged within her mind. Her professional ethics clashed against her loyalty and belief in her mentor. This conflict did not last long. Her eyes firmed up as she offered an unambiguous response. Professor Larkinson is the most innovative and successful senior mech designer that has ever arisen. None of the star designers who we celebrate up to this day can match his accomplishments at this stage. He has made more contributions and saved more people with his works than anyone else in a comparable position. That has earned him a great amount of leeway. At the very least, unless his unorthodox actions have produced permanent material harm to venerable Tusa, the professor has earned the benefit of your doubt. That is not how this is supposed to work, miss. The journeyman did not mindlessly agree with Alexa's argument. The very act of gambling with the life of a high-tier expert pilot is already a violation in itself. Regardless of whether the outcome ultimately favors venerable Tusa or not, the mere possibility of endangering the life of a protected class of people according to the rules of the Red Association should be reported straight away. The Mechers may be able to treat Tusa straight away once they bring him back to their advanced medical facilities. Alexa frowned at that. If your conscience compels you to report a possible violation, then you are free to do so, but do not expect a response. The Red Association will not respond as you expect, especially during this changing climate. What do you mean, miss? Professor Vess Larkinson is an honorary member of the Red Association. He is no longer a subject. He has earned enough recognition from the association to become a member of this powerful institution. One of the dirty secrets of the mech industry is that the mechers often go easy on each other. As the people who enforce the rules, there are times where they believe they are above the rules. The professor is also a Tier 3 galactic citizen, though it could be argued that his actual contributions should have elevated him to a Tier 2 galactic citizen. Alexa added, "Have you forgotten how far that sets him apart from the rest of us? You are not even a galactic citizen as far as I know. A space peasant cannot shake the foundation of a Tier 3 galactic citizen unless the latter egregiously violates a taboo. Similar as before, high-tier galactic citizens are no longer strictly subject to the rules anymore. They are the individuals who make the rules. Every high-tier galactic citizen has amply proven themselves to the point where the institutions of our society are willing to extend him greater allowances. So nothing will happen to Professor Larkinson, even if he ends up killing Venerable Tusa. I did not say that, Alexa sharply responded. The professor has taken a calculated risk. If his bet pays off, then he is entitled to reap all of the rewards. If his bet turns against him, then he must take responsibility for his failures. This is a rule that he cannot escape from. The Mechers will not incarcerate him, but they will impose other sanctions on him, such as depriving him of his allowances and subjecting him to stricter monitoring. He will also have to account himself to his own clan. He has fostered an organization where every member treats each other as family. What he has done is as bad as killing his own brother. He cannot keep his position as patriarch in that case. That sounded extremely serious. This doesn't make any sense if that is the case. How could Professor Larkinson be so reckless as to put his relationship with the Red Association and his leadership of the Larkinson clan at risk? This is such an unreasonably lopsided trade-off that no normal Mech designer would choose to go through with such an ill-conceived experiment. His actions do not even conform to the scientific method. Alexa ruefully smiled. That is what separates Professor Larkinson from the rest of us. He is a genius, but he is also a madman. What prevents the Mech community from condemning him as a war criminal is his ability to succeed in his calculated risks. He is not as reckless as he appears. He might not seem meticulous, but he invests enough time and effort into estimating his chances of success before he takes on a substantial risk. If Professor Larkinson has built up enough confidence to feed Venerable Tusa with his blood, then there are enough reasons to be confident about the expert pilot's ability to cope with his situation. Even if Tusa cannot withstand exposure to face water any longer, he can still be saved before he suffers a fatal injury. It was the belief that Vess and the Larkinson clan had implemented enough safeguards that no one ultimately tried to stand up and put a stop to this mad experiment. That did not change the fact that a lot of Mech designers did not approve of this radical action. Their opinions of Vess no longer became as admiring as before. As the recent hires gradually realized that their new employer was not as heroic and upstanding as they thought, the Mech designers began to feel a lot more ambivalent about working for the Larkinson clan. Chapter 59, 89 Gloriana's Frustrations. While all of the observing Mech designers reacted with shock, concern, dismay, or resignation towards Vess' antics, the man responsible for causing this distress was having the time of his life. He had purposefully engineered this exceptional situation for multiple reasons. This included ones that he could not properly explain. He just knew that if he arranged stuff in this specific fashion, he would gain a small but important boost to his productivity. So far, the outcome matched his expectations. His recently acquired affinity towards darkness added a very helpful dimension to his work process. By acting according to the concepts represented by darkness, Vess experienced a range of improvements. He became more excited. His passion burned hotter. He became more interested due to the novelty of these unprecedented circumstances. Breaking expectations, raising the stakes, increasing his adversity, and putting Tusa in an underdog position all conformed to the darkness in his heart. Even though Vess knew that his outrageous actions wouldn't do his reputation any good, he still chose to act according to his whims because he sincerely believed that he would be able to produce the best iteration of the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman 3 in these special circumstances. Of course, not everything went well at first. One of the downsides of surprising his wife was that she had been pushed far from her comfort zone. The active design network, allowed Vess to clearly sense his wife's frustrations towards him by pulling off this stunt. Combined with the constant pain and resentment generated by Tusa, it did not surprise anyone that Gloriana failed to produce archimetal parts that were up to standard. However, Gloriana was not that weak. She hated it when her husband messed up her carefully laid plans, but she harbored an even stronger hatred towards failure. When two different hatreds assailed her at the same time, Gloriana could only set aside her lesser pet peeves and focus on making sure that she did not end up a loser due to an inability to adapt to changing variables. A perfect Mech designer never failed. A perfect Mech designer should be able to improvise under any circumstances. A perfect Mech designer should never lose control over herself due to encountering setbacks. Please bless my mind and help me stay in focus. Gloriana softly prayed to the superior mother. Please save my work from your misbehaving son. Whether the superior mother responded to her prayers or not, Gloriana did not wallow in her misery, but steeled her mind in order to ensure that she did not fail in this critical upgrade run. Upgrading a living Mech was much more challenging than fabricating a new one from scratch. There was only one Dark Zephyr. Any attempt to upgrade his Mech frame affected his spiritual foundation. A botched upgrade attempt could actually cause the living Mech to regress, thereby becoming weaker instead of the opposite. Even if Gloriana was able to repair the Dark Zephyr and bring him to his intended condition, the damage was already done at that point. Therefore, Gloriana believed that she only had one real chance of upgrading the Dark Zephyr in the most perfect fashion possible. That was not the only concern that weighed on her mind. She briefly glanced in Tusa's direction. After putting Tusa in lethal peril, Vess advised the expert pilot to not call for any medical assistance. This left Tusa to resist the harmful effects of face water ingestion by relying on his own limited means. With the help of Alexandria's active design network, Gloriana became much more familiar with Tusa's struggle than she was comfortable with. She sensed his persistent pain. She heard his curses towards Vess. She felt his willpower becoming more worn by the minute. She perceived Blackwing's frantic efforts to employ shadow energy to suppress the spatial activity of face water. Above all, she could feel his growing determination and conviction towards beating Vess' game. Tusa had vanquished many Mechs, beasts, and alien warships. He was not about to let a few drops of Vess' blood break his winning streak. He was stronger than this. He was stronger than Vess. The prospect of passing this test before subsequently teaming up with his new and improved Archimech to punch Vess in the face served as a powerful motivator to the struggling expert pilot. Tusa wanted to pay Vess back tenfold for all of the suffering he was forced to endure. All of this activity was distracting, to say the least. Even when Alexandria purposefully filtered out the worst of it all, Tusa's thoughts and emotions were still highly incongruent to Gloriana's ideal state of mind. It was as if she was trying to paint Tusa's portrait in the middle of a loud and chaotic dance club. How was she supposed to guarantee high-quality output when the entire workshop tried to disrupt her work rhythm? Vess, Gloriana gnashed her teeth for the umpteenth time. Though she wanted to do nothing more than to walk up to her husband and yell until his ears grew deaf, her work came first. The design network also allowed Gloriana to gain a clear impression on how Vess was faring in a challenging situation of his own making. She grew frustrated when she noticed that Vess did not appear to suffer any significant setbacks. To use the same dance club analogy, Vess embraced the moment and happily danced to the music. Somehow, he was able to dance while making sure to paint his portrait at the same time. There was no apparent conflict between these two activities. Vess acted as if he was completely in his element. Though Gloriana could never bring herself to embrace the moment like her husband, she could still draw strength from his mood, his optimism, and his surprising lack of concern towards failure. Mayo. As Alexandria's glowing red form continued to serve as a weak light source in the Mech workshop, She was working a lot harder than usual to regulate the design network. She was in full control of all of the connections, and she needed to make a lot of judgment calls on what sort of stuff she should pass. Gloriana knew that she would completely lose all of her strengths if she took in everything that was allowing Vess to work at peak efficiency. However, her companion's spirit still discovered enough positive aspects about Vess that could enable Gloriana to cope with this abnormal situation. It worked. Her mood grew steadier. Her nerves became less frayed. She oddly felt more comfortable in the darkness. She no longer became bothered by the massive deviations from her plan. Though she hated to admit it, there was no one who could improve better than her husband. As Gloriana continued to borrow from Vess' strengths, she increasingly adapted to the anomalous circumstances. She still felt bothered by Tusa's tortuous experience, but she no longer allowed him to disrupt her rhythm. Instead, she derived a greater sense of urgency from his pain. She knew that the harder she worked, the more she was able to provide relief to Tusa. Gloriana no longer tried to restore her plan at all costs. She became more willing to make adjustments and speed up her work. If she could finish the transformation of the Dark Zephyr a day or half a day earlier, then that could make a real difference for venerable Tusa. As Gloriana continued to work under pressure, she gradually felt she was on the right track again. Though the archimetal parts she fabricated with the help of the new machines still did not reach an acceptable quality standard, her output slowly improved on this front. She had practiced with fabricating archimetal components in the past, but she never approached this task so seriously until today. The archimetal components that she needed to produce were predominantly difficult and complex to make. Archimetal parts never fulfilled a single defined purpose. They often blended a lot of different functions together in order to achieve greater levels of redundancy. Gloriana had to mix in dozens more materials than usual, and also make sure to transform them into a huge number of subcomponents that seamlessly integrated with each other. Archimetal was nothing more than an artificial reproduction of an archshell. The production method therefore demanded a lot of attention from Gloriana, as she needed to form a lot of different integrated parts at the same time. If not for her massive cognitive boost from her recent cranial implant upgrade, Gloriana wouldn't have been able to keep up with all of the critical processes. She didn't have to make the production of archimetal so hard on herself. As long as she activated a few automated settings and drastically slowed down the fabrication rate, she possessed a lot more confidence in her ability to churn out higher quality parts. However, the additional sources of pressure prevented Gloriana from considering this alternative approach. She needed to complete this project with greater haste than before. Despite feeling frustrated about her inability to choose her approach, she did not remain upset for long. She appreciated Vess' attitude and enjoyment towards fabricating a Mech on a tight deadline. Hours into the upgrade process, Gloriana did not need to borrow as much strength from Vess anymore. This was because she had recovered her mood and adapted her mentality just enough to rely on her own motivations to persist in her work. The archimetal components started to get better over time. Their quality gradually improved. Gloriana not only felt more comfortable with the abnormal situation, but she also gained a large amount of practical experience in producing Architect. Her proficiency in operating the Architect fabrication machines rose quickly. Though she had already spent hundreds of hours operating the same kind of machines in virtual reality, none of those practice sessions could match the actual processes in reality. It was the rapid accumulation of practical experience that allowed her to increase her speed while making sure the quality of her output did not deteriorate. Though she still experienced difficulties in her attempts to fabricate the most challenging archimetal components, she did not experience the setbacks that she was afraid of. None of the work intimidated her to the point where she lost her confidence. Part of it came from Vess, but another part of it came from herself. Both Vess and Gloriana possessed an unflinching belief that they could overcome all of the challenges and turn the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman 3 into an Archimech that they could take pride in creating. Gloriana learned a lot of lessons so far, and not even an entire day had passed as of yet. She learned so much more about Vess, herself and Tusa, that she felt the urge to spontaneously change the design in order to incorporate her latest insights. She resisted the urge to do so. This was an action that Vess would gladly make, but she was not her husband. She possessed her own style and work approach. At best, she could implement her insights in her subsequent Mech design projects. The Dark Zephyr Mark Roman 3 design already satisfied her expectations. When Gloriana eventually suspended her work and took a scheduled break, she became satisfied when she looked back at her output so far. Their quality might not be the best, but she was confident that they would perform adequately once they were put inside the new and improved expert Mech. She supposed she could do better by remaking a lot of inferior archimetal parts, but this would delay the completion of the project far too much. Trying to remake all of the old parts would also disrupt her rhythm and weaken her momentum. She quite liked her current mood, to be honest. She knew that this approach suited Vess best, but it was not bad for her to embrace it as well, particularly given the circumstances. She glanced over at Tusa. The expert pilot was not doing much better than before, but he somehow managed to muster up greater strength than before. The face water circulating inside his body remained docile enough for the time being. She just hoped that it would last. Chapter 59, 90, the first ultimate module. Days went by. The Mech workshop continued to remain immersed in shadow. Blinky never ceased to pump more shadow energy into the chamber. Despite the fact that a lot of the energy quickly passed through the walls and dissipated into the environment, the companion spirit did not take notice of all of this waste and continued to make sure that the workshop remained shrouded in shadow. Combined with the effort to convert other forms of E-energy into life energy, the companion spirit single-handedly turned the Mech workshop into a mystical work facility. It was as if Vess and all of the other Mech designers had somehow teleported to a completely different time and place. By employing a novel variation of the living workshop ability, Blinky provided Vess with a much more supportive environment than before. Not only did Vess find it easier to imbue the archimetal parts with life, but the higher concentration of shadow energy also provided a more conducive environment to current endeavor. All in all, Vess started off strong from the beginning as his motivation remained high throughout the entire process. He had every reason to be excited about the novel set of circumstances of this upgrade run. Even though he could literally feel Tusa and Gloriana's growing frustrations towards him, he took their resentments in stride and continued to work with a lot of optimism towards the future. Although Vess eventually started to experience a bit of difficulty when he needed to fabricate more tricky archimetal parts, the challenges were not serious enough to force him to a halt. Gloriana had already assumed responsibility for fabricating all of the truly complicated archimetal components. That left Vess with all of the simpler and more trivial archimetal pieces. However, there was one notable exception to this arrangement. Vess insisted on fabricating all of the parts of the Dark Wind module in person. He wanted to be responsible for constructing and assembling his first full ultimate model by hand whenever possible. The challenge was not insurmountable. The Dark Wind module possessed a lot of remarkable properties, but its physical complexity was not too high. It essentially relied on a strong combination of hyper materials to bestow the Dark Zephyr with a powerful hyper ability. Vess invested a lot more time and effort into building up and optimizing the e-technology aspect of the Dark Wind module. The hyper materials provided all of the energy and resources to produce a strong effect, but it was the advanced and elaborate spiritual programming that enabled the Dark Wind module to produce powerful and focused effects. In other words, Vess had already completed the most difficult work in advance. The intricate work that Vess put into the Dark Wind module's e-technology could easily be reproduced onto the actual module once it came into existence. However, that did not mean that fabricating the physical form of the dark wind module would be easy. He had worked together with Gloriana to convert what was supposed to be a conventional physical module into a more compact and powerful archimetal counterpart. This made the ultimate module a lot smaller and easier to fit into the Dark Zephyr's cramped Mech frame, but the trade-off was that the difficulty of producing it had skyrocketed. Vess wisely chose to leave the fabrication of the Dark Wind module for last. He cherished the opportunity to get as much practice as possible by fabricating a lot of other simple archimetal components. Much of it comprised of exterior armor plating and other parts with less sophisticated demands. There was enough work for Vess to keep him busy for multiple days. Despite the relative simplicity of the archimetal parts that he was responsible for making, Vess still had to struggle a lot in order to produce parts that were up to standard. It couldn't be helped. Vess only invested a fraction of the amount of time that his wife had spent on studying and mastering Architect. Not only did Gloriana absorb a lot more theory on this alien tech base, she also invested enough time on fabricating and experimenting with actual archimetal parts. All of that granted her much greater comprehension and fluency when he produced her own archimetal parts. The difference was so great that she made Vess feel like an immature kid in comparison. Vess did not feel upset about the gap between himself and his wife. They possessed completely different specializations. The greater their differences, the greater their synergy. The active design network served as a lifesaver for Vess. By borrowing Gloriana's much more advanced insights and comprehension of Architect without too much friction, he was able to perform a lot better than if he was working by himself. His wife actually offered wordless corrections and advice in the first few hours. Vess' grasp on Architect was so shallow that he had inadvertently made a few beginner's mistakes. He quickly corrected that after Gloriana spared enough attention on his work to scold him and tell him how he could do better over the design network. The fact that all of this happened through spiritual connections as opposed to verbal communication allowed the both of them to maintain their rhythm throughout their exchange. Vess quickly managed to gain enough proficiency to perform all of the basic processes without any further supervision from his wife. He had practiced these steps enough times in virtual reality. As long as he paid extra attention to the aspects that did not conform to reality and made targeted adjustments based on changing variables, he should be able to maintain a consistent level of output. It was only when he was getting closer to fabricating the Dark Wind module that he began to grow more concerned. It was not particularly big, but its technical complexity still exceeded that of an exterior armor plate. One of his greatest concerns was trying to combine significant quantities of high-grade hypers and exotics without causing them all to conflict with each other and produce an explosion. This was a very real risk when attempting to produce high-quality miniaturized components. It was one of the many factors that drove up the production cost of such parts, especially if they couldn't be produced with materializers. In any case, Vess needed to work at a fairly brisk pace once he started to produce the Dark Wind module. If he worked too slowly, then the incomplete module would stay out of balance and become susceptible to uncontrollable reactions. However, working too quickly might cause him to lose control over the fabrication process, thereby making it much more likely for him to ruin this critical module. His wife briefly looked up from her own work and pointedly gazed in his direction. He met her eyes and shook her head. "This is my work. It won't be the same if you are the one who makes it. Let me try." Though Vess felt intimidated by the difficulty of this challenge, he did not allow himself to shy away from it. The Dark Wind module was his baby as far as he was concerned. Besides, if Tusa was willing to ingest a bit of face water, then why couldn't Vess produce an unprecedented archimetal part? Vess understood just enough theory and gained sufficient practice to handle a task like this. If he failed, then it wouldn't be because he was not equipped to do so, but because his mentality was too poor. In order to ensure that he developed the right mindset to success, he took a deep breath and pushed aside all of his doubts and fears. It was quite easy for him to do so. The living workshop ability made him feel at home. The fact that Tusa continued to endure the pain, despite straining his willpower for such a long time, gave Vess the impression that no limitations were absolute. "I can do this," he told himself. There was one more step he needed to take. He reached out to Vulcan. Before, Vess had been working without involving Vulcan too closely. His incarnation did not possess any better understanding of architect than him. Vess had already internalized a lot of Vulcan's craftsmanship, so he did not see much point in drawing upon the spiritual entity's power. This was different. The Dark Wind module was not a regular piece of architect. Vess practically considered it to be an artifact. In order to ensure that he would be able to successfully produce it in his first attempt, Vess wanted to cooperate with Vulcan more directly in order to ensure that the resulting product met his standards. Once Vulcan's glow began to emanate from his body, Vess gained a much stronger focus and began to operate the architect fabrication machine with a lot more intensity than before. Vess and Vulcan worked in near-perfect synchronicity as the Dark Wind module gradually began to take shape. The full design of the ultimate module resembled a fairly compact metal cube. If no one knew what it was capable of, they would have mistaken it for an incomprehensible piece of architect. However, the integration of high-quality materials and the exceptional implementation of e-technology elevated the Dark Wind module into a trump card that could elevate the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III into a besting-class expert Mech. If Vess successfully created a version of the Dark Wind module that matched his most optimistic estimates, then the new and improved Dark Zephyr would stand head and shoulders above any other Larkinson expert Mech. The superiority of the Dark Zephyr in comparison to the Phobos, the Lionheart, and the Bloodstar Mark Roman II would become so obvious that Vess gained all of the validation he needed to declare the arrival of the 6th generation of living Mechs. With so much progress at stake, Vess continued to work together with his dwarven incarnation to maintain a steady and stable output. The two of them did not try to be too ambitious and attempt to exceed the parameters set by the design. The Dark Wind module was already cutting-edge enough. There was no reason for them to take any further risks in this regard. Besides, the difficulty of controlling all of the additional variables and ensuring that nothing would go wrong already demanded their full attention. Darkness swirled around Vess with increasing intensity as the minutes went by. There were times where he almost slipped up, but he managed to recover in time. Gloriana provided timely help through the design network. She had gone back to supervising his work even when that caused her to shift her focus away from her own fabrication work. An hour went by. The Dark Wind module had become a lot more complete at this point. Seeing that Vess already managed to fabricate the most finicky and sensitive aspects of the Archimetal construct, he grew a bit relieved. Gloriana slowly started to draw back her attention as Vess, and his incarnation proved that they sufficiently mastered the production process to finish the work by themselves. By the time the Dark Wind module came close to completion, Vess brought out the key component that was designed to give it a powerful boost. He remotely retrieved the Fadestone from its decorative box. A small and delicate bot lifted up one of Tristan's latest hyper gems and carefully brought it to the architect fabrication machine. Once the bot deposited the gem into a tray, the fabrication machine absorbed it and began to transfer it right inside one of its internal chambers. The gem approached the nearly complete Dark Wind module, and before it got slotted into place, Vess and Vulcan observed the projected control panels with bated breath before they felt a strong influx of shadow energy. The entire Dark Wind module attracted 15% more shadow energy than before. The Fadestone somehow harmonized with Terrike's 063 and other compatible hyper materials used to construct the Dark Wind module. The ultimate module had become more reliable than before. Though Vess could not prove it, he believed that the integration of Tristan's hyper-gem made it significantly easier for the dark Zephyr to fade into a shadow dimension than before. Success. Chapter 59, 91, A Life of Struggle. Tusa Billingsley Larkinson was in pain. For days on end, he spent his time lying on a bed that had been moved to the darkened Mech workshop. His stomach and gradually, the rest of his body continued to suffer as tiny quantities of face water dispersed throughout his bloodstream and constantly threatened to tear open his veins and other body tissue. NGHH. He should have known that this would happen. He was not ignorant about the consequences of ingesting face water. There were so many warning stories on the galactic net that even children knew better than to get into contact with this lethal substance. Just because it had water in its name did not mean it was drinkable. Yet despite how foolish it was for him to do so, Tusa did not refuse Vess' challenge. The competitive part of his mind irrationally wanted to accept the challenge. Since Vess believed that Tusa could do it, then what was the harm of swallowing a bit of Phase Lord blood? He already regretted this decision, shortly after face water began to wreak havoc in his mind. Fortunately, Vess was right that Tusa's willpower along with Blackwing's shadow control could exert just enough suppression to keep the face water in line. It was not easy. Tusa constantly felt as if he was holding the leash of a bucking horse. He had to maintain constant focus and keep his willpower active on drops of face water that continued to circulate throughout his body. While Tusa had reasons to feel confident that he could stay in control at first, as the struggle to exert his willpower and keep track of the face water in his body dragged on, he became increasingly more strained over time. The difficulty of keeping face water in check constantly rose as a result. The struggle turned more and more life-threatening as Tusa found himself straining his willpower far longer than he used to whenever he was piloting his expert Mech. The battles he participated in never demanded Tusa to resonate with his Mech and strain his willpower for hours or days on end. Tusa had always considered himself to be a sprinter rather than a marathon runner. He excelled in quick and surgical strikes. Neither his combat approach nor the Dark Zephyr were suited for prolonged attrition warfare. Yet that was exactly what he ended up with after ingesting a bit of face water. Tusa cursed under his breath for the umpteenth time as he blamed Vess for accepting a challenge that happened to target one of his weaknesses. No wonder they call him the Devil Tongue. After accompanying Vess for so many years, Tusa finally fell victim to the Patriarch's infernal persuasion. The result was that Tusa unexpectedly entered into another struggle of his life. The hours that passed since the expert pilot got hoodwinked by Vess had become one of the most difficult tests of his life. The mental burden of exerting his willpower was already bad enough. Whenever he slipped up, he would have to endure the pain of feeling his own flesh shift in ways they shouldn't. He already began to suffer a few instances of internal bleeding. If not for the fact that his own piloting suit came with automated injury treatment functions, he would have been in much worse shape by this time. Unfortunately, the suit had never been designed to neutralize or remove any face water that happened to enter his body. Tusa could only rely on his own efforts to keep his body whole. P.F. I am not going to let that smug bastard's blood defeat my resolve. This isn't the first struggle of my life. Since the day he was born in the Larkinson family, he learned that he was a little different from his other cousins. Many Larkinsons took pride in their names. The spouses that married into one of the relatively famous military families of the Bright Republic mostly abandoned their old family names in order to embrace a more honorable mantle. Not so for Tusa's branch of the family. His parents and ancestors took pride in calling themselves the Billingsley Larkinsons. The implication at the time was that they considered the Billingsley family on the same level as the Larkinson family. Although neither family objected to the union, the Billingsley Larkinsons often stood out from the rest of their generation due to their names alone. Tusa had to fight against the childish suspicions and faint exclusions of the other children he grew up alongside. There were times where he cried in his bed because his cousins treated him as if he was an outsider rather than a Larkinson. For this reason, the first struggle of his life was to prove he was a genuine Larkinson. There was little he could do to prove himself as a child. Neither the adults nor the other kids took him seriously. However, Tusa quickly realized that the age of 10 was a watershed moment for every descendant of the Larkinson family. Each child who reached this age got tested for their genetic aptitudes. A large majority of boys and girls came out of the testing room with crushed expressions. It was not strange for them to cry every day of the week as they failed to recognize reality. Once they had no tears left to cry, the new teenagers reluctantly acknowledged the truth and went on to think about growing up to fulfill other jobs. Tusa did not want to join their ranks. There was nothing wrong with becoming a norm, but the young Billingsley Larkinson believed that it was 10 times harder to prove that he was a part of the family if he failed to distinguish himself this way. As a baseline human that never showed any notable talent, Tusa did not have anything special going for him. He was not an academic genius, nor an artist in the making. Unlike his grandfather, he knew nothing about business and got bored whenever he was forced to learn how to manage real estate. Tusa never wanted to study those boring subjects. He hated the thought of becoming a businessman. If he was fated to become a norm, then at least he wanted to enlist in the Mech Corps in order to support the true heroes of the Bright Republic. His odds were not the best. Unlike numerous other children, neither his parents nor grandparents were potentates. To children as young as Tusa, that meant that they probably faced an uphill battle when it came to acquiring the right genetic aptitude. The worst part about growing up in that age bracket was the complete inability for children to improve their developing genetic aptitudes. Each kid learned plenty of ways on how to reduce their chances of becoming a Mech pilot. In contrast, the Larkinsons always emphasized to their children that there was essentially nothing they could do to promote their chances. No matter whether they spent most of their time on playing sports, studying knowledge, or socializing with each other, no single activity had ever been correlated with the development of the right genetic aptitude. Getting their head hammered to the point of suffering actual brain damage was a surefire way to ruin one's genetic aptitude. Poor nutrition or outright starvation also weakened brain development to the point of sealing people's fates as norms. In contrast, the Larkinsons always emphasized to their children that there was essentially nothing they could do to promote their chances. No matter whether they spent most of their time on playing sports, studying knowledge, or socializing with each other, no single activity had ever been correlated with the development of the right genetic aptitude. This left a lot of children anxious and restless as they approached the critical age. Every 9-year-old kid became increasingly more aware that the first major turning point of their lives was about to arrive. Tusa was no exception. This was the only struggle where he truly felt helpless to change his fate. No amount of fighting or work could make a difference. He could only spend his days at school with constant doubts on his mind. This was why the outcome of the test granted him so much relief. "I'm a potentate. I can pilot Mechs." Discovering that he not only possessed the right genetic aptitude, but also above the threshold required to pilot combat Mechs in a serious capacity. "My genetic aptitude is C. I can enroll in any Mech academy." Third-rate states, such as the Bright Republic, never imposed high demands on genetic aptitude. Many Mech academies even accepted potentates with D-grade genetic aptitudes, as they could still serve as cannon fodder once they learned how to pilot frontline Mechs. His life started to pick up after that. It was as if he finally received compensation for all of the doubts and misery of his early childhood. Many other cousins failed to obtain the right genetic aptitude. The Larkinson family always raised a lot of descendants with the obvious expectation that only a fraction of them would be able to serve in the Mech Corps as Mech pilots. Instantly, many boys and girls that previously pretended to be better Larkinsons than Tusa had no leg to stand on anymore. How dare these norms claim that Tusa was a fake when they couldn't even contribute to their state as fighters? Tusa was over the moon. The Larkinson family possessed excellent connections with numerous Mech academies, so he had no issue with enrolling into one that already did a good job in training a lot of Larkinson descendants. In fact, it was not unusual for retired Larkinson Mech pilots to serve as Mech instructors in those very same Mech academies. It was then that Tusa began the second struggle of his life. Mech piloting is hard. It took 12 to 15 years of full-time studying and training in order to become a qualified Mech pilot. Tusa had to spend much of that time on learning math and science. Even if the Mech academies dumbed all of the complicated science down, it was still difficult for the Mech cadets to become proficient in subjects that did not interest them in the slightest. Then Tusa had to exercise his body and practice personal combat skills. Since the combat effectiveness of a Mech was highly dependent on the fighting skills of the Mech pilot, Mech academies always forced their cadets to become proficient fighters even without the involvement of a Mech. The physical training might not be too intense, but it often sapped their strength, causing them to retain less energy for other training. The piloting sessions were the most enjoyable moments for the Mech cadets. Tusa spent a lot of time on virtual reality training simulations where he could fool around with virtual Mechs without worrying about breaking anything expensive. Yet it was the real space practice sessions that excited him the most. The chance to interface with actual Mechs granted him validation and allowed him to feel that he had become an actual Larkinson. However, Tusa soon learned that piloting Mech was not easy. It did not matter if he crashed a virtual Mech, but the story was completely different with actual Mechs. He could not afford to make any mistakes and often had to practice the same repetitive movements and actions over and over again until he completely mastered all sorts of operations. Plenty of classmates began to overtake him. Tusa felt less worthy of the Larkinson name as his learning ability, and his genetic aptitude failed to make him stand out from the rest of his fellow cadets. Though the Larkinson family always helped out its descendants by offering private training, they only helped Tusa up to a certain point. It became too difficult for him to excel in any of his classes. This was why he decided to specialize in a single Mech archetype early on. If he wanted to become more than an ordinary grunt in the Mech Corps, then he needed to forget about mastering everything and put all of his effort into mastering a single Mech. This turned out to be a lot harder than he thought. As a young Mech cadet, he had yet to develop his skills, let alone put enough time in becoming familiar with every possible Mech type. How the hell was he supposed to figure out his specialization without wasting so much time on training combat skills that ultimately became irrelevant? Chapter 59, 92 Tusa's Anxieties. When Tusa looked back at his academy days, he thought of the central struggle that defined his teenage years. Mech cadets with C-grade genetic aptitudes were not special at all. They were so common and dispensable that they needed to rely on other strengths in order to earn higher grades. It was during those days that Tusa learned that being a Larkinson was not so great after all. Every fellow cadet looked at him and the handful of other Larkinsons among them with a lot of expectations. It was as if the Mech cadets were absolutely convinced that Larkinsons such as Tusa would be able to vanquish them in sparring sessions and reach the top of the ranking of their class. Though growing up in the Larkinson family, indeed, granted Tusa a lot of advantages, none of that translated into exceptional performance in any of his classes. His fellow cadets soon began to change their faces when they encountered him. Though they did not harbor any ill intent towards a descendant of a notable military family, Tusa did not like their glances in the slightest. He could guess their thoughts from the faint signs of doubt and content from their expressions. They thought that Tusa was not good enough to bear the Larkinson name. They dismissed Tusa as a talentless descendant who would never be able to make the Larkinsons proud. They began to assume that the Larkinsons weren't as good as everyone thought. Perhaps the media constantly hyped them up in order to keep up morale whenever the Bright Vija wars flared up again. Tusa, initially, did not bear the weight of disappointment well. His mood deteriorated, and he found it harder to make friends with other cadets. Commiserating with other Larkinsons cadets did not help that much either. It turned out that he was not the only member of the Larkinson family who had to meet people's inflated expectations. These were the days when Tusa treated his Larkinson name as a burden rather than a blessing. Fortunately, the Larkinson family was not ignorant of this problem. It had built up its reputation over many generations. Many descendants attended Mech academies on Rittersburg and elsewhere, and there were always family members who discovered the downsides of bearing a famous name. His name brought him far more grief than benefits as a young teenager looking to prove himself, found himself unable to do, as people already cast their judgment based on his disappointing class performance. Fortunately, the Larkinson family was not ignorant of this problem. It had built up its reputation over many generations. Many descendants attended Mech academies on Rittersburg and elsewhere, and there were always family members who discovered the downsides of bearing a famous name. During his stay at the Larkinson estate, an uncle approached Tusa one day. The older man looked down at the Mech cadet that was sitting in the back garden of the Larkinson estate, as if he was an abandoned son. "It is hard, isn't it, Tusa?" The morose teenage potentate sighed. "Is this what every Larkinson has to endure when they enter a Mech academy?" "Not every Larkinson, only the normal ones. There are only a few genuinely gifted ones who possess both talent and discipline. In my generation, Ark Larkinson stood out as the leader of us all. With his B+ genetic aptitude, he breezed through all of the piloting classes and won almost every sparring session. He also lived up to Elder Benjamin's legacy by being diligent and studious enough to rank at the top of his theoretical classes. Ark was a monster who everyone thinks of when they hear any mention of the Larkinson family." Tusa twitched his lips. Just like any other Larkinson, he was quite familiar with Colonel Ark Larkinson's illustrious track record. The two were nothing alike. "I can't measure up to that monster," the younger Larkinson said. "You don't have to," the uncle reassured Tusa. "A talent like Ark only comes once every couple of generations. Most of us can't replicate his success. Instead of treating him as a role model, you should follow the example of other Larkinson potentates. Do you know that Ark has a younger brother who entered the Mech Academy a few years later?" There were way too many members of the Larkinson family for Tusa to remember the name of every relative. He only memorized the most important ones. Since he couldn't recall the name of Ark's younger brother, he probably wasn't a big deal. The uncle smiled at Tusa. "Ringcall performed worse in every conceivable way. His genetic is C+, which is quite decent, but nothing special in comparison to that of his older brother. He is not as smart or diligent, so he scored much less in all of his theoretical classes. His discipline also wasn't the best, so he did not make the best use of his practice time. These issues became compounded by the constant looks of disappointment from his fellow cadets. Ringcall never had a chance of getting out of the shadow of his much more impressive brother. Do you think your suffering is any worse than that of Ark's younger brother?" "No," Tusa admitted. "I don't have an older brother or sister who has set a lot of expectations on my family line. I am the first potentate among the Billingsley Larkinsons in several generations. I cannot imagine how Ringcall managed to survive the Mech Academy when he is always seen as Ark's inferior sibling. Did he manage to become a successful Mech pilot?" "He did. Ringcall managed to make it through the academy and enlist in the Mech Corps. He fought and survived the last Bright Vija War, which is a better result than most. While he hasn't managed to become an impressive expert pilot and Mech commander like his older brother, Ringcall did not let down the Larkinson name in the slightest." Tusa perked up when he heard his uncle's story. If Ringcall was able to endure all of the disappointment and go on to become a veteran of the previous Bright Vija War, then how could Tusa do any worse? Can you tell me how Ringkal managed to do it, uncle? It is not that difficult when you think about it. His first correct decision is to listen to the advice of his elders in the Larkinson family. Benjamin had plenty of time to set Ringkal straight. His second correct decision is to stop getting captured by public opinion. So what if you are not a shining star like Ark? You are you. Instead of letting people's judgment of you drag you down, it is better to ignore it all and focus on your own development. Make your own goals. Set your own pace. Follow it through. This is all you need to do in order to graduate from a Mech Academy. Don't think about comparing yourself to better Mech cadets, even if they are blood relatives. This was exactly what Tusa needed to hear. He no longer felt as depressed as before. Ringkal's situation used to be a lot worse, but he managed to find his own way as a Larkinson Mech pilot. Tusa did not want to do any worse, when his circumstances were not as bad as that of Uncle Ringkal. That would be a personal failure that he would never be able to accept. He was stronger than that. He was a Larkinson. He needed to go all out in order to make his parents and grandparents proud. Now that Tusa found a guiding light, he shifted his attention to his most pressing problem. He explained his difficulty in choosing a suitable specialization for himself. I am not like those Larkinsons who pick up a rifle or a sword the first time and instantly feel a connection with a weapon. The Mech cadet spoke. I don't have any favorite weapons, and it is difficult for me to choose which ones I like the most. I am so new and unfamiliar with wielding them that I can't make a decision on which ones I should specialize in. I suppose I can wait until I become more familiar with the weapons, but I don't want to end up as a mediocre Mech pilot. I want to achieve more in my career. What do you think I should do, uncle? I can understand your difficulty. It is indeed difficult to excel in battle if you spend much of your early academy days on trying out so many different weapons. The only way you can solve this dilemma is to make a choice and hope that you are right. Is that it? Tusa hesitantly asked. Part of being a qualified soldier is to know when you need to make a move, even when you are operating with very little verified information. Since you don't have any obvious connection with any weapons, you should settle your choice by using another criteria. What sort of Mech pilot do you want to become? What Mech type speaks the most to you? Do you have any obvious favorites? Now that I think about it, I don't have a clear favorite. I don't like to pilot a heavy Mech, but there are so many good points about light Mechs and medium Mechs that I can't make up my mind. As long as they are not too difficult to pilot, I am fine with piloting any Mech type that falls within those weight classes. The older Larkinson looked at Tusa with greater comprehension. You are obviously worried about the ease of piloting a Mech. Why not specialize in piloting night Mechs if that is the case? They have the lowest skill floors. It is difficult to do bad when piloting them, as it doesn't take much effort to shelter behind a thick and imposing tower shield. Tusa thought for a moment. That makes a lot of sense, but I don't like to specialize in a night Mech just because it is easier to pilot. It feels like a cop-out, to be honest. I do not want to define my career by making a cowardly decision. Night Mech pilots are not cowards, Tusa. They are brave and heroic in their own way. They have to face a large amount of enemy attacks head-on. They cannot flinch or move away because there are many comrades who rely on their protection. While Tusa had nothing against night Mechs, and those who specialize in them, he really did not want to shackle himself to a clumsy machine that was characterized by low mobility. I want to pilot something that gives me more choice and initiative, Tusa spoke. Then, what about light skirmishers? That is the other extreme. They are much more dangerous to pilot since they are so lightly armored. Besides, they move so quickly that I can't catch up to their speed. I am too slow. My genetic aptitude is not good enough to pilot these fast machines. The uncle firmly shook his head. I disagree. You do not understand light Mechs as well as I do. There are many C-grade Mech pilots who have done well while piloting light skirmishers. They don't have as many parts as larger machines, so the data throughput is not too great. Your genetic aptitude will not limit your ability to pilot a light skirmisher. Then what about reaction speed? According to the latest tests, my reaction speed is not poor, but it is not great either. Reaction speed can help, but if you look into it deeply enough, you will find that many successful light Mech pilots throughout the Milky Way do not score particularly well in this area. There are many other strengths that can make a greater difference. Do you know why I think it is not a bad idea for you to specialize in piloting light skirmishers? No, I don't think I fit the profile for this Mech type. Tusa looked utterly confused. Forget about profile. What you should be thinking about is your goal and how much you are willing to endure in order to fulfill it. You don't want to become an average Mech pilot. You want to become a champion, an expert pilot. To do that, you need to excel in combat, and that is difficult to accomplish with most Mech types. You see, each of them require a lot of talent or a strong willingness to train with them day after day. I do not think this is suitable for you, because I do not think you are interested in becoming a weapons master. Compared to other Larkinsons, Tusa indeed found it difficult to muster up the same degree of passion when wielding a sword or a rifle. Then, why tell me that I should think about specializing in light skirmishers? Because it is the best way to transform your life. Chapter 59, 93 The Virtue of Courage. Why specialize in light skirmishers? Tusa was wondering about this ever since his uncle tried to nudge him in this direction. In his impression, light skirmishers were not easy to pilot at all. Their Mech frames may be smaller and simpler, but they moved and acted so quickly that the pilot in question needed to be incredibly sharp and responsible. Light skirmishers had a reputation for being unforgiving machines. Though Tusa admittedly enjoyed it whenever he piloted a virtual light Mech in a simulation program, that was because his clumsy operations and frequent mistakes never led to any permanent consequences. He became a lot slower and more apprehensive whenever he piloted a light training Mech during real space practice sessions. Even if the training versions of light skirmishers had been simplified to a very large extent, in order to make them safe to control for younger Mech cadets such as Tusa, he still performed worse than usual due to his constant worries. I like piloting light skirmishers, Tusa admitted. I like the speed. I like how agile they move. What I don't like is how little it takes to ruin it and endanger my life in the process. No Mech is perfect, Tusa. Many Mech pilots regard light skirmishers as death traps, and they are not completely wrong about that. If you can overlook this fault, then you may find that they can offer a lot to you. In my opinion, you may have what it takes to do well if you decide to specialize in this Mech archetype. Why? I don't understand, Uncle. As I have explained to you before, having a good genetic aptitude and possessing faster reaction speeds definitely helps. But when people pilot light skirmishers in actual battle, it becomes clear that they are not the most important traits that decide whether you can win or lose a battle. This is because light skirmishers rarely fight protracted duels against other powerful melee Mechs. Something has gone horribly wrong if they are forced to use their short blades to overpower a swordsman Mech or a spearman Mech. Tusa had yet to learn any lessons related to matchups. Even so, growing up in the Larkinson clan already allowed him to learn a lot about which sort of Mechs fared better or worse against other kinds of machines. In his opinion, light skirmishers might not be the strongest in melee combat, but they could hold their own against other melee Mechs. The older Larkinsons smiled knowingly at Tusa. Don't think that all of those virtual battles are all accurate. Real light skirmishers do not dare to rush the melee Mechs they see and try to outfight their formidable opponents or die trying. Actual light skirmishers are more akin to vultures. They pick on the weak and avoid the strong. The reason why they are so maneuverable is that they can do more by taking advantage of weaknesses spread across the battlefield. It is not their job to fight a standing battle and fight tough battles against melee Mechs that are larger, heavier, and possess more leverage. Tusa looked thoughtful as he processed this information. Are you saying that I do not have to possess a lot of skill in knife, fighting in order to do well in piloting light skirmishers. It helps, but it is not the most important quality a light skirmisher pilot should have. The advantage of specializing in light skirmishers is that Mech pilots do not have to be highly talented, skilled, or superior in mind and body. As long as they are decent enough, they can defeat many enemies, save the lives of many comrades, and make their mark in the history of our state. That appealed to Tusa. In the time he spent in the academy, he already recognized that he would never be able to imitate the likes of Ark Larkinson. That might be fine if all Tusa wanted to become was a normal Mech pilot. However, if he wanted to do well enough to have his name passed down to the Larkinsons of future generations, then he needed to find a way to do better. Though Tusa was not entirely convinced that this was the right way to go, he became more and more interested in this direction. What quality does a Mech pilot need the most in order to make the most out of a light skirmisher? Courage, the uncle responded. Yes, every Mech pilot that fights for a living already possesses a degree of courage. However, it takes a lot more courage to pilot a light skirmisher as opposed to a heavy artillery Mech. The more courageous you are, the greater the likelihood that you will rise to become a champion. Tusa looked confused. Out of all of the possible answers, courage sounded like a meaningless answer. What difference does it make for a light Mech specialist to possess a lot of bravery? Doesn't that make the pilot overly reckless to the point of becoming suicidal? Ha, bravery is not the same as courage. Most people don't think about it, but if you want to specialize in light skirmishers, then you must understand it well. Many servicemen of the Mech Corps are brave, yet that is not always good. To be brave is to confront your difficulties without fear. Brave Mech pilots tend to be heroic and unflappable, but they are also prone to suffering avoidable casualties. Courage is different. Courage is recognizing the dangers of confronting a powerful enemy, but choosing to press ahead because it is the right thing to do. Courageous Mech pilots do not erase their fears. They acknowledge it, but also overcome it in order to fulfill a greater goal. If this was correct, then the differences were easy enough for Tusa to understand. Brave Mech pilots sounded like brainless fools that rushed in at the first sight of danger. Courageous Mech pilots could be equated to more thoughtful soldiers who voluntarily performed dangerous missions out of duty. Tusa certainly knew which sort of Mech pilot he preferred to be. His concern was whether he possessed enough courage in the first place. Can I ever muster up the courage to not only pilot light skirmishers, but do better than others? No one can say for sure. The uncle shrugged his shoulders. It is not a mistake to feel apprehensive at the thought of piloting light skirmishers. Remember that courage does not require you to erase your fears. You can preserve them if you wish, but you need to defeat all of your fears if you want to excel in combat. No one can gift you courage. You need to build it up yourself. This will not be easy. I have seen many Mech pilots who can only grow their courage for a short time until they hit a ceiling. At that point, their sense of duty cannot overcome their fears and their selfish desires anymore. That is not necessarily a fault, but as long as you understand their type, you will learn that they have no chance of becoming expert pilots. Tusa narrowed his eyes. He began to comprehend his uncle's argument. Courage was an essential quality to any Mech pilot. It separated the good ones from the bad ones. It was one of the most essential criteria for breakthroughs. Since expert pilots tended to possess a lot more courage than ordinary Mech pilots, Tusa could not escape the fact that he needed to acquire lots of it. Since that was the case, he might as well specialize in piloting light skirmisher, which was a Mech archetype that did not impose too many demands on talent, skill, and physical qualities. As long as Tusa possessed a lot of courage, he had the makings of a great expert pilot. Yet, it was not so easy for Tusa to bring himself to commit to such a high-risk Mech type. How can I build up the courage to pilot light skirmishers well enough when I don't have much of a basis to begin with? My Larkinson bloodline doesn't do much for me, and you know how poorly I am doing in the Mech Academy. I have no source of confidence that I can rely on to produce enough courage. Who says that you need any of that in order to build courage? The older man amusingly asked. The thing about bravery and courage is that you do not necessarily need to possess a good reason, or any reason for that matter, to build them up. Sure, it is much easier to gather bravery than courage, but as long as you put in enough effort, I am sure that a fine Mech cadet such as yourself can learn to overcome any fear in a matter of years. How? The uncle reached out and pressed his hand on Tusa's chest. By believing in yourself, nothing more is required. Every light skirmisher specialist has their own unique way of gathering lots of courage, but generally speaking, it is best not to overthink this. Just believe in yourself and go from there. So long as you can take the first steps in learning how to master the art of piloting light skirmishers, you will find that you are not as bad as you think. What you need to do is take this realization and use it to build up more courage. If you are successful enough, you will perform better with light mechs, which allows you to obtain additional courage, and so on. This is what people call a positive feedback loop. As long as you start it up, you will become good at this mech type just in time to start your career. It sounded rather easy when the older Larkinson put it this way. Tusa did not believe it was that simple to gather so much courage. However, he became convinced that courage may be the decisive factor that would allow him to attain greatness while piloting light skirmishers. Many of his doubts and confusion faded away. Tusa still yearned to fulfill his original goal. If he did not want to turn his back on this, then the only way for him to go forward was to follow his uncle's advice and commit wholeheartedly to specializing in light skirmishers. Even if his courage was not sufficient at this time, Tusa could still make up for it in the following months and years. As long as he possessed the determination to become an expert pilot, then he could not allow himself to fail in this struggle. The difficulty of breaking through to the rank of expert candidate was much greater than mustering up the courage to pilot a light skirmisher. Tusa did not want to grow up to be a disappointment. Conquering the latter would give him much more confidence in conquering the former. A fire burned in his heart. Tusa no longer felt as morose as before. Now that he obtained a solid direction on what he needed to do in order to fulfill his dream, he felt more motivated to do well in the academy than before. As he stood up and faced his helpful advisor, Tusa made a sincere bow. Thank you for guiding me, Uncle. I appreciate your efforts to cheer me up. You have helped me so much that I will probably remember this conversation for the rest of my life. If I ever achieve greatness, I will honor you as best I can. That is a promise. The veteran Larkinson smiled in a good-natured manner. I do not owe any credit for your success. You are family. Larkinsons should look out for each other. I offer my advice freely, so do not think you owe me anything. It is up to you to make something out of your Mech piloting career. Any success you manage to attain in the following decades is largely thanks to your own hard work and effort. It will not be easy for you to build up your courage and avoid the many possible endings along the way. If you manage to make it through this difficult gauntlet, then do your best to use your newfound power for good. Tusa respectfully nodded in agreement. I can't waste my time anymore. I feel the urge to go back and practice with as many virtual light skirmishers as possible. Before I go, can I have your name? You vaguely look familiar to me, but I don't recognize you. You are not a resident of the Larkinson estate. The older Mech pilot grinned in response. I am not. After the last war, I chose to get away from the center of it all. I have settled on a quiet and boring planet called Cloudy Curtain. I have a son who is roughly your age who is just starting to become a Mech designer. Perhaps he will design a nice Mech for you one day. As for my name, you may call me Ringcall Larkinson. Tusa reacted with astonishment when he finally learned the name of his benefactor. You. Yes, I am that Ringcall. I am the younger, less talented and less successful brother of Colonel Ark Larkinson. I have made my fair share of mistakes in my life and career, but I do not regret any of them. I hope that my advice will serve you better. If you truly want to step on the path to godhood, then you must build up the courage to face greater challenges or die in the process. I hope that you will embark on this journey with open eyes. There may be times where you are asked to confront threats so severe that they may lead to certain death. The strongest pilots are formed in these crucibles. Expert pilots, ace pilots, and god pilots emerge exactly because they have mustered up the willpower to override their doom. Tusa remained inspired by Ringcall Larkinson's words for a long time. Chapter 59, 94, The Purpose of Skirmishing. When Tusa Billingsley Larkinson chose to specialize in piloting light skirmishers, he fully committed to this decision. Good Mech pilots always acted decisively once they settled on a strategy. The Larkinson family taught him that. There was a time and place for doubts and second-guessing, but doing so after the order had been issued was counterproductive. Tusa knew that committing to light skirmishers would lock in his career trajectory forever. All of the time spent on improving his capacity to pilot light Mechs took away time he could have spent on improving his competence with other Mech types. As a young teenage Mech cadet, it was impossible for Tusa to possess absolute certainty in his chosen course of action. There were many times throughout his teenage years where he couldn't help but question whether he had made the right choice. Was he truly cut out to become a light skirmisher pilot? Had he inadvertently missed out on discovering that he was much more suited to pilot another kind of Mech? What if he possessed a lot of talent in piloting heavy night Mechs, yet never found out because he did not sign up for the optional classes that allowed him to train in this Mech type? These questions and more constantly haunted him. Whenever he thought about giving in to his doubts, Tusa thought back on the advice provided by Ringcall and his other aunts and uncles. The father of Vess Larkinson was not the only family member who offered guidance to him. Tusa rediscovered the benefits of carrying the Larkinson name when he freely obtained guidance from a handful of light skirmisher pilots within the family. No Larkinson veteran refused to offer their advice to the younger generations of their family. It did not matter who his parents were or how well he performed in the Mech Academy. The older generations did not discriminate or play favorites. As far as the current Mech pilots of the Larkinson family were concerned, they possessed an unbreakable obligation to assist in raising Mech cadets that followed in their footsteps. The better the future Mech pilots of the Larkinson family became, the greater the likelihood that they would survive the next Bright Vija War that would inevitably erupt. The Larkinson family existed long enough to live through periods when entire generations of Mech pilots became decimated after the war. Although there were always plenty of norms left in the family to rejuvenate the bloodline, the loss of so many Mech pilots always dealt a severe blow to the survivors. This was why the Larkinsons developed such a strong collective attitude towards raising the next generation. In any case, Tusa's love and affection for his family deepened during this period. Tusa studied alongside descendants of other powerful families, but their internal relationships were a lot more turbulent. Even though he had no interest in gossip, he couldn't help but overhear instances of intrigue where different branches of the same family tried to sabotage each other. All of those stories only made Tusa more appreciative of the unconditional love and support of the Larkinson family. It was only later on that he understood that the reason for this was because the Larkinson family possessed a strong military orientation. Although the Larkinsons managed a sizable portfolio of real estate and business investments, they were ants compared to the true movers and shakers of the Bright Republic. The prevalence of honorable Mech pilots and the lack of strong economic interests engendered a lot of harmony within the family. Sure, the Larkinsons were a lot poorer and couldn't afford as many luxuries as the members of the founding families, but Tusa never had any reason to complain. From the moment he chose to specialize in piloting light skirmishers, his performance in his classes began to improve straight away. He recognized that much of it came from his newfound sense of confidence and certainty. The doubts and hesitation that tormented him in the past no longer distracted him anymore. Now that he found his mission and direction, Tusa was able to put more focus in his classes. This alone was enough to overcome his lack of talent and his average learning ability. Although every Mech cadet needed to become proficient in piloting night Mechs and rifleman Mechs, they could all choose to forego more advanced classes on those Mech types if they no longer saw any need to branch out any further. There were still Mech cadets who remained undecided about their future choice, but Tusa was different. Once he ceased to take any further classes in wielding swords, spears, rifles, and so on, he was much more able to concentrate on wielding knives and daggers in combat. Of course, Tusa was hardly the best knife fighter in his class. No matter whether he practiced with a single weapon or dual weapons, he regularly got trounced by classmates who practiced with them a lot longer or possessed greater fighting ability than himself. If it was the Tusa of before, he would have felt crushed and disappointed that he failed to live up to his Larkinson heritage. However, after getting enlightened by Ringcall, Tusa no longer fixated on becoming the best duelist. A good light skirmisher pilot did not have to be able to defeat every opponent head-on. He just needed to be able to fulfill his objectives, which wasn't always the same. Some of the tactical classes reinforced this lesson. Why are light melee mechs called light skirmishers? A mech instructor and retired veteran asked in front of his class of mech cadets. That is because they are designed to skirmish. These light mechs are not meant to form solid battle lines or clash against enemy mechs in the center. They do not have the weight or firepower to keep up against their heavier counterparts. Light skirmisher mechs are the equivalent to light infantry in humanity's pre-space period. The latter usually consist of light-armored irregular troops that provide a screen for the main army and fulfills a variety of objectives, ranging from scouting, harassment, anti-harassment, and more. The overall purpose of doing all of this is to soften up an enemy force and possibly win the battle before it has even started. In order to make this clearer to the Mech cadets, a projection appeared that showed simulations of ancient battles. All sorts of messy infantry stalked the forests and roamed across the lands while looking for enemy troops. Whenever the skirmishers encountered foes, they used slings, javelins, and later on rifles to take pot shots at their targets. If the enemy consisted of heavy infantry or other powerful unit types, then the skirmishers only stuck around for a short time before retreating. This left their enemies unable to retaliate. The simulated clips also showed other instances where light skirmishers made themselves useful. They circled behind enemy lines and destroyed the supply trains that kept enemy armies fed. They generated mischief at the periphery of an army camp, creating noise and launching projectiles throughout the night in order to prevent enemy soldiers from enjoying a good night's sleep. They chased after routed enemy soldiers, relying on their lighter loadouts to catch up to fleeing troops. The skirmishers either forced the soldiers to surrender or outright killed them in order to deny precious manpower to the enemy. "What is your first impression of skirmishers?" the Mech instructor asked. "They do not fight as honorably as line soldiers," a Mech cadet spoke. "Correct. Do you think that is wrong, cadet?" Maybe. Honor is not as important as winning." The Mech instructor looked disappointed when he heard this answer. "If you think that light skirmisher specialists have to abandon their honor in order to do their jobs, then you are sorely mistaken. Skirmishing used to be performed by irregular and non-professional combatants. This is why far too many people considered it to be dishonorable, but this does not have to be the case. In modern Mech combat, skirmishing is a vital and honorable activity. Many missions that used to be performed in the past by skirmishers still need to be performed today. From scouting to raiding vulnerable enemy artillery units, larger and slower mechs cannot fulfill these roles as well as light skirmishers. Tusa, along with every other cadet that decided to take classes related to light skirmishers, thoroughly learned what this specialization entailed. Light skirmisher pilots had to adopt a substantially different mindset and approach towards combat. They needed to be accustomed to operating by themselves or in small, isolated Mech units. They needed to be able to venture so deep into the field that they may cross into enemy territory. They needed to learn how to operate independently for days on end, without counting on any form of support. One of the most important lessons the Mech instructors taught was knowing when to commit and when to retreat. Many light skirmisher pilots need to learn how to read the battlefield and make decisions on their own. An instructor lectured to his class. Do not expect Mech lieutenants or Mech captains to be present and hold your hands all of the time. Centralized command will not be present as heavy jamming, and the need to keep your presence hidden will cut you off from any communication networks. Whenever light Mechs encounter a vulnerable gathering of enemy Mechs, the pilots of the former must decide if it is worth the risk to attack. In many cases, the answer to this question will be no. It is better for the light skirmishers to keep their distance than to commit to a fight. The Mech instructor adopted a stern expression. I cannot tell you how many friends and comrades I have lost because they chose differently. It is foolish to start a fight where your side will lose as many Mechs as the enemy. Light skirmishers are not supposed to fight equal battles. Just because you have a chance to attack does not mean you have to take it. Always maintain your awareness of the battlefield. Understand your place in it and how you can best contribute to your objectives. In many cases, the best course of action is not to go on the attack, but to do nothing. The Mech cadets all looked puzzled at that. How could they win a battle by doing nothing? Are you doubting my answer? You should not. I will present many combat scenarios over the course of this semester, where you shall learn that light skirmishers can already contribute to a battle by hovering in the background. You see, light skirmishers are valuable because they can act as a restraint. The threat of taking action can already prevent the enemy from acting too unscrupulously. For example, an enemy Mech army will become much more reluctant to launch an all-out assault when the opposing commander is aware that light skirmishers are waiting to swoop in on his vulnerable backline. This is but one of many examples where a company of light Mechs can achieve more results than an entire Mech regiment. Tusa grew fascinated by the tactical significance of light skirmishers. The lack of strong direction and coordination bothered him, but he also became attracted by the agency of this Mech type. A good light skirmisher pilot could easily affect the entire flow of battle by relying on underhanded means such as raiding supply lines, threatening enemies into assuming a defensive posture, and picking on the weak. Sure, none of these actions sounded particularly honorable, but professional light Mech pilots always made sure they adhered to a strong bottom line. Tusa learned that as long as his intentions were noble, he would still be able to remain as upright as any other Mech pilot. Although Tusa never considered himself to be particularly smart or cunning, piloting light skirmishers still appealed to him because they indeed did not require him to possess the best fighting skills. Just as Ringcall said, he just needed to possess the courage to take action whenever he judged it necessary. Being too reckless was a surefire way for a light skirmisher pilot to perish in battle, but being too timid would never allow the same pilot to exceed his limitations and become an expert pilot. If Tusa wanted to become a champion that would always be remembered by the Larkinsons, then he needed to balance between courage and forbearance. Chapter 59, 95, The Power of Incremental Improvement. By the time Tusa neared graduation, he had become a much different Larkinson than before. He grew taller and more athletic. His endurance had improved remarkably, as he had taken on long-distance running as a sport. Light skirmishers often traversed the longest distances in a typical engagement. They were expected to circle around the battlefield and perform exhaustive scouting duties. It made sense for Tusa to exercise his body by running a lot. Not only did the act of jogging clear his mind and allow him to review his prior lessons, but he also felt that he was becoming more in tune with how light skirmishers were supposed to operate in the field. The more he began to become proficient in them, the more he learned how he needed to be patient. Tusa learned that many of the simulated combat scenarios contributed to a distortion impression, on what light skirmisher pilots were supposed to do when deployed in the field. The simulated battles between virtual mechs often skipped out on a lot of boring sequences where light mechs tended to be most active. Before Tusa learned to be courageous, he first needed to learn how to maintain restraint. Light skirmishers were not that powerful when confronting other mech types on equal ground. Sure, Tusa frequently became impressed when a light skirmisher outfight a swordsman mech or a knight mech in the mech arenas, but competitive fighting was not representative of real combat. The Bright Vija Wars taught the Brighters how light skirmishers should actually fight. Every lesson and every combat tactic had been tested millions of times over dozens of wars. The mech academies of the Bright Republic had long phased out any lessons that proved to be useless or counterproductive. Combined with the private tutoring from the veteran soldiers of the Larkinson family, Tusa made steady gains with each passing year. He did not improve as quickly as the most talented mech cadets, but Tusa made sure to always attend his practice sessions and grind away at his own pace. Whereas the grades of many of his fellow cadets bounced up and down due to family drama, motivation problems, relationship issues, injuries, and so on, Tusa steadily stood out due to his consistency. He learned from Rinkal's example and did not allow others to affect the training and studying plan he set in advance. Tusa was ambitious. He did not let go of his goal of becoming a mech pilot, yet he could not possibly rise above the crowd from the beginning like Uncle Ark. This was why he decided to become the tortoise instead of the hare. He constantly reminded himself that as long as he kept improving, it shouldn't matter too much that he was taking his time. His steady pace of improvement also allowed him to work on building his courage. Tusa did not attempt to pursue quick gains. He just set small challenges for himself and tried his best to fulfill them over the course of a day or a week. The important part was that the challenges had to be beyond his current means. There was no gain in courage if he tried to pull off a move he already mastered. Doing it once or twice was not impressive at all. Any of his fellow cadets could do the same. Yet as long as he continued to expand his skill set, he eventually managed to make the jump from piloting land-bound light skirmishers to aerial light skirmishers. This was a massive improvement in his development. Aerial light skirmishers tended to be a lot more mobile, but also became a lot more exposed to the enemy. It took a lot of guts for Tusa to specialize in aerial mechs, and light ones at that. However, he mustered up the courage to commit to it anyway, because he gained much more agency and room for development. Not only would he be playing a more important role on the battlefield, he could also branch out to spaceborne light skirmishers with much greater ease. It was a lot more frightening for Tusa to pilot aerial light mechs, knowing that there were many more ways for him to die. The lack of cover and the absence of solid ground made Tusa extremely conscious about how easily enemies could snipe his light skirmisher from the skies. He became forced to strengthen his ability to leverage the strongest advantage of any light mech. He learned how to become good at evasion. Fortunately, the Mech Academy dedicated entire classes towards evasion, anticipating enemies and reading the battlefield for the purpose of avoiding strong anti-air defenses. There was so much depth and nuance about how to survive and thrive as a successful light skirmisher pilot that Tusa constantly found new challenges for himself. He successfully managed to create the positive feedback loop described by Uncle Ringkal. It sounded so simple, but it gave Tusa so much satisfaction and fulfillment. Both his skills and his courage grew with each passing year. By the time he graduated from the Mech Academy, he not only earned grades that he could be proud of, but also gained an easy entry into the Mech Corps. That was where his true life as a Mech pilot began. Everything he learned in the Mech Academy was child's play compared to the training he received in a military environment. The abundance of real war veterans and the use of actual military mechs as training devices gave Tusa a real taste of mech warfare. It just so happened that the last bright Vija war to ever erupt in the Komodo star sector kicked off, just as Tusa gained enough proficiency in piloting the predominant aerial light skirmisher models of the Mech Corps. Tusa still remembered his experiences during the brief but intense war. The Bright Republic and the Vija Kingdom had clashed against each other so many times that they understood each other well. On the one hand, this was good as the Brighters had learned how to excel in fighting defensive battles. On the other hand, this was bad because the Vijans had become masters on how to breach strong defenses. The Vijan Mech Legion crossed the border between the two third-rate states and assailed many different planets at once. Lesser star systems fell quickly, but the more strategic nodes became host to a lot of bloody actions. It was during the start of this war where Tusa started his third struggle of his life. "I don't want to survive the war," he told himself as he remained on standby in the cockpit of his dormant Mech. "My life should have greater meaning than becoming another retired veteran who passes on his wisdom to the next generation. If I want to be remembered, then I need to fight like a god, not as a man." He decided to use the same approach as before. He fought cautiously at first, knowing that rookies without any real combat experience like himself shouldn't be roaming around the battlefield like he owned the place. Tusa could never fight like a god. He would die in the first few minutes after deploying on the battlefield. He decided to use the same approach as before. He fought cautiously at first, knowing that rookies without any real combat experience like himself shouldn't be roaming around the battlefield like he owned the place. He followed orders. He listened to the advice of the veterans in his units and tried his best to build up a reputation for being a reliable soldier. Tusa learned from the other Larkinsons that he needed to learn how to walk before he could run. So that was what he did. He tempered his excitement and abided by his fears. He avoided action whenever he perceived a substantial amount of risk and did not try to earn commendations. This turned out to be a prudent course of action. Many light skirmisher pilots either lost their mechs or died within the first months of the war. Meanwhile, Tusa not only managed to keep his mech in one piece, but also improved rapidly just by doing his best to stay alive whenever he deployed on a contested planet. It turned out that the Mech Corps used the first half year of every Bright Vija war to separate the chaff from the wheat. Tusa only learned later on that the military only truly began to develop the potential of its younger Mech pilots after they had proved themselves in the field. As a Larkinson, Tusa already received recognition in advance, but his diligent performance earned him a promotion to more elite Mech units. Tusa began to pilot more powerful and capable aerial light skirmishers. His responsibilities also increased. He received more dangerous missions and found himself mustering up the courage to take riskier actions than normal. All of this would have overwhelmed him if he started to fight like this right after graduation. But because Tusa took the time to grind his way to elite status, the adaptation process was not as abrupt as he feared. When the Vijans steadily pushed the battle lines closer and closer to the Bentheim system, Tusa eventually had his dream come true. He broke through. He exceeded his limitations and pierced the veil that prevented him from exceeding his own mortality. He became an expert candidate. From the moment he returned from battle with a half-broken aerial light skirmisher and much stronger willpower than before, Tusa knew back then that he had finally lived up to the expectations of the Larkinson family. "I'm an expert candidate." Even though expert candidates only possessed a minute fraction of the power of an expert pilot, it was the starting point for every Mech pilot who yearned for greatness. A huge number of Larkinsons and other soldiers grew envious at Tusa for being one of the few Mech pilots who managed to cross this critical threshold. While there were no guarantees that expert candidates could advance to expert pilots, the success rate was a lot higher. No expert candidate lacked confidence in himself. From the moment he gained a taste of what it was like to wield the power of a demigod, Tusa's courage swelled as he became confident that he could break through so long as he threw himself into enough pitched battles. Then, the Bright Vija War came to an end. Tusa became perplexed. So did many other soldiers of the Mech Corps. How could the war end so early? Shouldn't it drag on for a couple more years? All kinds of rumors circulated. Tusa even heard that his cousin Ves actually played an integral role in facilitating the peace talks. Whatever the case, Tusa became crushed. Although he knew that it was of great benefit to the Bright Republic that the Vision troops withdrew from its space, Tusa felt incredibly regretful that he no longer possessed a stage where he could become the star of his own show. He felt guilty for harboring these selfish thoughts. Shouldn't he prioritize the protection of his state and its citizens over his own desire to become an expert pilot and a hero of the Larkinson family? Tusa became lost as the Mech Corps steadily winded down its troop deployments. Once the Bright Republic retreated from its war footing and entered into a recovery period, Tusa no longer had any chance to prove himself in the cauldron of war. He needed to find combat elsewhere. If that meant leaving the Mech Corps, then so be it. He could always rejoin the military once he managed to become an expert pilot elsewhere. It just so happened that the Larkinson family wanted to allocate more family members to Ves' growing organization. Tusa had no idea at the time what he was in store for. How could he have known that serving under the craziest and most audacious Mech designer of his generation could lead Tusa from a quiet corner of the Milky Way to the front lines of a displaced red ocean? One thing was for sure, though. Tusa received plenty of opportunities to prove himself. Ves possessed such a strong ability to attract trouble that Tusa unwillingly found himself fighting against enemies he couldn't even imagine in his wildest dreams. Suffice to say, Tusa felt very ambivalent about fighting under Ves. Chapter 59, 96 Constraint on Offensive Power. As Tusa Billingsley Larkinson continued to exert his willpower to keep the face water of his body in check, he had plenty of time to reflect on his time of service in the Larkinson clan. Damn it, Ves. He continued to lie on his bed, while his piloting suit occasionally injected fluids and nutrients to sustain his body. There was no need for him to visit the bathroom and risk losing his focus, as his advanced suit took care of that business with as little distraction as possible. While much of his attention was directed towards tracking and suppressing the drops of face water dispersed throughout his body, he stayed awake for so many hours that he could still reflect on his turbulent service in the Larkinson clan. Tusa still resented Ves for setting events into motion that ultimately led to the downfall of the Larkinson family and the deaths or arrests of so many family members. Even though many Larkinsons at the time had moved on from that dark period of their history, Tusa never forgot that Ves was the main culprit behind those tragedies. The Larkinsons became exiled from the Bright Republic. What was worse was that the Larkinsons also became split. The old family led by Ark Larkinsons turned mercenary for a time, while the clan founded by Ves grew explosively now that he had unshackled himself from the Bright Republic. One of the reasons why Tusa felt so ambivalent about joining the clan was because he grew much stronger than he ever could have imagined. He knew that if he continued to serve in the Mech Corps as a member of the Larkinson family, he might be able to advance to the rank of expert pilot, yet would likely retire as one. Third-rate states such as the Bright Republic could not support the development of ace pilots. Third-class expert mechs simply weren't powerful enough to boost the growth of more powerful expert pilots. Tusa did not have to worry about that problem while serving under a Mech designer like Ves. Unfortunately, the privilege of piloting the Blue Shift, a custom Mech designed by Ves, came with a heavy price. Too many Larkinsons died in those early days. Even when Ves made the radical decision to open the clan to widespread recruitment, Tusa still bore the guilt of failing to save as many lives as he could. No matter whether the clansmen were true blood or adopted, Tusa had an obligation to protect them from harm. He might not be as extreme about it as his cousin Janzi, but he still lamented every Larkinson that fell in battle, even if the individual in question accepted the risks of becoming a soldier. It was because of Vest's persistent habit of throwing the Larkinsons into battle that Tusa developed a greater urgency to grow stronger. As long as he became strong enough to single-handedly dominate a battlefield, he could reduce the amount of casualties by as much as 90%. It all came to a head during the battle against the Abyss. He could never have imagined that inside the Nyxian Gap, he, along with the rest of the Larkinson clan, was forced to confront an armada of pirate warships as well as 3 dark gods. Tusa gained a much better understanding of what they were today, but back then he became overwhelmed at the enemies he was supposed to fight against. The Blinding One, the Inexorable One, the Unending One. Those were the names used by the pirates and the cultists of the Nyxian Gap. He did not really care too much about the effort to defeat the Blinding One and the Unending One. All he remembered from that life-changing battle was his attempts to stop the Inexorable One. He despaired at first. How was he supposed to defeat a giant avian beast made out of energy that flew faster than his Mech and was impossible to slow down? Combined with an aggressive and opportunistic mindset, the Inexorable One terrorized the fleet of the Larkinson clan. Seeing that the big bird was about to slay a lot of Larkinsons, Tusa finally couldn't take it any longer and triggered his apotheosis. He could remember it even now. He not only managed to push back the Inexorable One, but also managed to avoid the avian entity's energy vortices. Tusa finally understood his true strength for the first time. It was freedom. He had conquered many of his struggles by freeing himself from the constraints that held him back. Whether it was the expectations set by his fellow Mech cadets or the obstacles placed by his enemies, Tusa defeated them all by denying their ability to hinder his efforts. It felt so liberating to gain the power to ignore the obstacles in his way and achieve his goals in ways that his enemies did not expect. After that battle, Tusa thought that his career would truly begin as he finally gained the power of an expert pilot. The reality was less than ideal. It took a long time for Vess and Gloriana to design and deliver the promised expert Mech. Fortunately, the wait was worth it. The Dark Zephyr was far greater than the typical low-tier expert Mechs that the Mech Corps issued to its expert pilots. The Dark Zephyr was a living Mech, one that had been tailored for Tusa's use from beginning to end. Even though the machine wasn't able to speak or communicate with clear sentences at the time, Tusa already knew that he would start an unforgettable partnership with the expert light skirmisher. Years went by as Tusa continued to get dragged in battle on occasion. He was glad that Vess started to become more measured when it came to seeking confrontation. However, the fateful decision to relocate to the Red Ocean brought so many changes and advancements that Tusa felt as if he could never take the time to settle down. So much had happened during the end of the Age of Mechs. Tusa fought for the Larkinson clan much longer than he did for the Mech Corps. He developed his piloting skills and steadily exercised his willpower. He married Rania Wadden Larkinson and started a family with the director of the Larkinson Biotech Institute. Life was going well for Tusa. Even if his progress started to slow down due to the lack of intensive battles, the relative period of calm and stability allowed him to polish his newly developed skills and consolidate all of the gains he made in the previous years. Just as Tusa thought that he would be able to grind his way up again by participating in the Trailblazer expedition, the Great Severing occurred. His entire life got caught by events outside of his control, yet again. The Red War turned into an existential crisis to Red humanity. Vess decided to become a lot more high-profile and attract lots of unwelcome attention in the process. The expeditionary fleet continued to fight against alien raiding fleets, yet without the presence of Vess, several Larkinson expert pilots, and a heap of veteran soldiers. Nothing was the same anymore. While the combined leadership of the Golden Skull Alliance was a lot more rational than Vess, the native aliens got a lot more serious as well. Tusa should have felt glad about getting into more fights, yet he felt anything but satisfied. Those alien warships are too frustrating to fight against. Even the worst alien warships took a lot of effort to destroy. Their transphasic defenses resisted a lot of attacks, and their abundance of powerful gun batteries always exacted a price from the Larkinson army. If not for the fact that the expeditionary fleet was accompanied by several ace Mech belonging to the other partners of the Golden Skull Alliance, the Larkinsons would have lost a lot more Mechs and Mech pilots from the repeated engagements. Some expert pilots started to unleash their greater potential. Venerable Isabel Cotin was a good example of that. Her Promethea was exceptionally good at burning down entire warships, so much so that she had to restrain her firepower for fear of turning every salvageable hull into worthless slag. Tusa had a much worse time in comparison. He entered into a brand new struggle where he tried to figure out his place in the battles of the Red War. Light skirmishers had a place in battles between Mechs. They had never been designed to fight in a battle between Mechs and warships. Even at the expert Mech level, the Dark Zephyr often struggled to neutralize enemy warships fast enough. The shadow dance that he learned from a mysterious fruit, gifted by Vess, had become irrelevant in the face of powerful transphasic energy shields, and hulls so big that they could fit entire cities. Tusa considered it to be a shame that he was forced to equip his Dark Zephyr with transphasic grenades in order to defeat enemy warships fast enough. He had no objections towards the existence of these powerful grenades. He just felt it was a personal failure for him to resort to these expensive boondoggles just so that he could carry his own weight. Compared to more destructive expert pilots such as Venerable Davia Stark and Commander Kaesela Ingvar, his capacity to inflict damage was the lowest. Not even the fact that he managed to master a powerful ability called the Leap of True Freedom could change this fundamental shortcoming. Tusa frequently thought back on what it meant to be a light skirmisher specialist. Light skirmishers were irregular combat units. They were never meant to confront enemies head-on. They were supposed to keep their distance from enemies that outmassed them and outgunned them. They were also supposed to rely on the superior firepower of other Mechs to make up for their lack of offensive power. The more Tusa thought about it, the more frustrated he became. Even though he agreed with the doctrine built around light skirmishers, he personally felt frustrated by the fact that he became so powerful, yet also stayed weak at the same time. His anger and frustration stimulated his willpower and caused the surrounding shadow energy to deform around his body. His grievances about his lack of hard combat power caused him to look forward to the long-awaited upgrade of the Dark Zephyr even more. Tusa opened his eyes and glanced towards the distance. Though much of the Mech frame was dimly lit, the expert pilot could still see and feel his high-tier expert Mech being reconstructed a single piece at a time. It would not be long before he finally gained an opportunity to command more power than ever. He particularly looked forward to activating the Dark Wind module that promised to transform his Dark Zephyr to a much more powerful threat than before. Even though the ultimate module was highly experimental and had never been properly tested, Tusa believed in Vess' work. His eyes burned as he thought of all of the ways his upgrade expert Mech could shatter powerful alien warships by destructively phasing through their hulls. From the moment the Dark Zephyr completed his latest transformation, he would no longer become trapped by the constraints of the light skirmisher archetype. The Dark Wind module effectively freed his battle partner from the expectation that light skirmishers were unable to inflict powerful blows. Tusa looked forward to his own liberation as well. The expected capabilities of the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III promised to open up his options and allow him to fight much more aggressively than before. His mind became so distracted that he failed to suppress the small amount of face water circulating in his left arm. Muscles tore apart while blood spurted from the open wound. Fortunately, his piloting suit instantly reacted by pressing on the tear in his skin, and injecting nano-machines that rapidly restored and knitted the damaged tissue back together. The painful slip-up reminded Tusa that before he could fully enjoy his transformed expert Mech, he first needed to transform his body to remove its weakness against face water. Tusa had managed to overcome many challenges throughout his life and career. He refused to let this one break his will. Chapter 59, 97 Restrained Upgrades. The Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III gradually began to take shape. Vess and Gloriana worked with utmost concentration, as much as they could under the circumstances. Vess clearly coped a lot better with the abnormal environment than his wife. The mutated living workshop ability rendered the entire hall into a space where he felt completely at home. They already obtained a lot of relief by overcoming a major hurdle. They successfully transformed a large batch of expensive and high-quality resources. Vess did not hesitate to add another massive expense to the Larkinson clan by investing over 500 million MTA credits in rare hyper-materials, high-performance, lightweight exotic alloys, and exclusive composite materials. Many of these materials could only be found in first-class expert mechs. While the materials far exceeded the parameters of second-class mech and quasi-first-class mechs, they were considered serviceable but not exceptional when compared to genuine first-class expert mechs. Although Vess tried his best to future-proof the Dark Zephyr by anticipating the living mech's needs, once Tusa grew stronger and transferred to the Premier Branch, there was a limit to how much he could elevate the machine's structural performance. The radical conversion into an archimech and the already massive anticipated boost in performance would definitely induce a huge amount of strain onto the expert mech. It was impossible for a human to transform into a true god in a single leap. Under normal circumstances, breakthroughs needed to happen step by step. If the Dark Zephyr was a product designed by other mech designers, then there was no need to pay attention to this matter. Let alone upgrade the Dark Zephyr with exceedingly high-quality materials worth as much as several billion MTA credits. Vess could have invested all of that money into designing and fabricating a brand new machine. The reason why he did not do so was because the Dark Zephyr was a unique living machine. The expert light skirmisher had painstakingly accumulated 14 ascension runes, each of which strengthened and specialized his spiritual capabilities along two distinct directions. As far as Vess was concerned, the value of those 14 ascension runes far exceeded a blank expert mech worth billions of MTA credits. Aside from that, the personality of the Dark Zephyr also held a lot of value in itself. The living mech grew up alongside Tusa from the beginning. As both of them became more powerful, their cooperation and coordination also became a lot more effective. The difference this made was huge. If Tusa and the Dark Zephyr dueled against a high-tier expert pilot paired with a non-living version of a high-tier expert light skirmisher, the former combination would win 8 out of 10 times without a doubt. This was the value of the excellent synergy of an expert pilot and a third-order living expert mech. This was the most direct expression of Vess' design philosophy. In any case, Vess and Gloriana both understood that they were pushing the limit of what the Dark Zephyr could tolerate. The material form of a living mech had a very large impact on the spiritual foundation of the same machine. Elevating the former usually brought up the latter, but if the transition was too big and abrupt, the probability that the spiritual foundation might tear or break increased dramatically. Vess never encountered this doom scenario before, but that was because he never took the initiative to get close enough for this possibility to come to pass. This was the first time he disregarded the safety rules concerning this possible outcome. Even though he wanted to play it safe, the situation did not allow for it. The current order in human space was beginning to deteriorate. Vess had read enough reports and observed enough clues to deduce that things would go worse from this point. Instead of settling down and pursuing stable development, Vess chose to speed up his pace and accrue greater strength at a more reckless pace. This was why he hoped that the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III would start off at a considerably stronger footing than normal. Vess and Gloriana made good use of the expensive materials and designed a complicated Archimech frame that largely conformed to high-quality first-class standards. Of course, the implementation of these first-class materials was relatively basic and simplistic. While Vess and Gloriana most definitely tried to make the most out of all of the hypers and exotics, they mostly focused on upgrading the structural components and armor plating. They deliberately kept the power reactor and a number of other key components at the quasi-first-class level in order to allow the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III to fight alongside other second-class mechs. In order to pave the way for the quasi-first-class expert mech's future ascension into a first-class ace mech, Vess and Gloriana designed the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III with enough semi-modularity that they could easily swap out the quasi-first-class components with genuine first-class components. They also made sure to increase the accessibility to the Dark Zephyr's original resonating materials. Once it was time to install the defining features of a genuine ace mech, it shouldn't take too long for a competent mech designer to swap out the remaining pieces of perfidious steel and bisonate and replace them with much more powerful ace mech-grade resonating exotics. There was a huge gap in performance between expert mech and ace mech-grade resonating exotics. In fact, Vess did not fully understand the differences as he never worked with the latter. Only master mech designers and higher possessed the qualifications to work with them. That meant that the Larkinson clan needed to gain the cooperation of an external mech designer in order to upgrade the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III into an ace mech. The necessity of resorting to outside help to further strengthen the most strategic assets of the Larkinson clan was a huge headache for Vess. He did not look forward to dealing with this problem. The best solution was to wait until he managed to advance to master mech designer and design an ace mech upgrade himself. However, Vess did not think he would be able to break through anytime soon, especially when he needed to spend much of his time on mastering the art of designing first-class mechs. Vess vaguely predicted that if he decided to stick with designing second-class mechs, he should be able to advance to the rank of master mech designer within a decade. His many insights, his innovative design applications, and his rapid progress so far all gave him the capital to challenge the polymath's record. However, rank was not everything. The Red Association already forced him to become a first-class mech designer. Since that was the case, he might as well go all in, trying to master enough principles of high technologies to be able to design the most powerful first-class multipurpose mechs. Even though he might delay his breakthrough by 1 or 2 decades, his foundation became much broader and stronger. All of this sounded nice, but it did not leave Vess in the best position in the short term. This was why he had already accepted the need to give up a lot of confidentiality and let another master transform the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III into an ace mech. He already formulated a few plans with regards to this future need. Pay attention, Vess. The incompatibility between architect and conventional technology is creating more issues than expected. Sorry, I am on it, Gloriana. The pair had already fabricated all of the necessary architect components. The two mech designers usually treated the assembly phase as a cakewalk. So long as the mech design did not contain too many finicky components, it was relatively easy to fit all of the parts together. Upgrade runs were different due to the need to keep an existing living mech alive throughout the entire process. However, the difficulty of the assembly phase for the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III exceeded that of any other project. The architect used to develop all of the new parts worked on a completely foreign tech base. Gloriana employed completely different technical standards, ranging from the standard voltage settings to the use of a completely different set of programming languages. Therefore, trying to upgrade a conventional mech by taking out old components and filling up the gap with new components was far more troublesome this time. Gloriana may have anticipated this problem in advance and constructed all kinds of bridges, stopgap components, and converters to force temporary mergers between two different tech bases. Handling them during the assembly phase was anything but simple. As the difficult work proceeded at a fairly slow but still risky pace, Vess felt as if he was trying to transform an ordinary human into an Orvan while keeping the individual's personality as intact as possible. Such a conversion process should have been impossible to pull off. Even if the conversion process was viable from a biological perspective, the mentality of the subject would have collapsed instantly due to the complete lack of familiarity. This was why Gloriana could not complete the transformation of the Dark Zephyr alone. She may be a lot more skilled and proficient in conducting the complicated physical conversion, but she did not possess the expertise to help the spiritual foundation adapt to the insertion of a completely foreign part. It's okay, Dark Zephyr. We expressly designed these archimetal parts for your use. Feel them out. They will feel as natural as your old parts as long as you spend a bit more time acclimating with them. Be patient. Once most of your Mech frame consists of archimetal components, the sense of incompatibility will fade. Vess and Gloriana stretched and abused the ship of Theseus concept much more extensively than before. It was a considerable gamble on their part. So long as the Dark Zephyr still managed to retain his core identity after such a radical upgrade, Gloriana would have no qualms about converting the other Larkinson expert Mechs into Archimechs. As time continued to pass, the miracle couple gradually gained more confidence in their work. The Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III was starting to take shape without any obvious signs of collapse or other undesirable complications. Although a few incidents happened here and there, Vess already anticipated them in advance and activated the appropriate contingency plans to prevent the irregularities from cascading into more serious problems. A lot more shadow energy and other E-energies began to accumulate into the increasingly more complete Archimech. Exchanging unending alloy for more specialized hyper-materials made the Dark Zephyr a lot purer and more efficient in his interactions with E-energy. His total capacity also grew by a moderate extent after Vess carefully installed the Dark Wind module. Vess had been worried whether the partially disassembled frame of the Dark Zephyr would produce a lot of disturbances when he installed the powerful Ultimate module, but the actual outcome was quite mild. Aside from saturating the Dark Zephyr with even more shadow energy, the expert Mech remained stable for the most part. This was a testament to Gloriana's excellent design work. The design of the Dark Zephyr was fairly solid and robust for a light Mech. This was also one of the advantages of working with Architect. As the reconstructed expert Mech neared completion, the pace slowed down even further as Vess and Gloriana were beginning to apply the finishing touches. Their main concerns no longer centered around the Dark Zephyr. They became more and more concerned about whether Venerable Tusa would be ready to pilot his new and improved expert Mech when the time had come. Is he? Give him more time, Gloriana. I can tell that his mental state is in an unusually active state at the moment. Let's see whether he can tame the face water rampaging inside his body by relying on his own strength. In any case, it is already admirable that he managed to last so long. The time had come for Tusa to prove himself. Did he need medical assistance in order to extract the face water from his body? Or would he be able to solve this problem by exerting his willpower? Chapter 59, 98 My Prison. After a lengthy and difficult upgrade process, the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III gradually neared completion. It became clear to everyone that the upgrade project no longer had any chance of failure. The Larkinson clan's first true Archimech was less than an hour away from becoming operational. This should have been good news, but none of the Larkinsons had any cause to celebrate just yet. Nobody could tell for certain whether the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III reached masterwork quality. Although the upgraded expert Mech could still evolve into a masterwork by relying on the God-body method integrated into the Archmech. It was different from becoming a masterwork by virtue of pure craftsmanship. The Red Association only awarded masterwork certificates in the latter case. Aside from that, creating masterwork mechs was the only reliable method for Vess to earn radiant lottery tickets. Vess was afraid that the Mech designer system might suspend this overly generous reward one day. Compared to his past state, where he had to rely on luck and serendipity in order to fabricate a masterwork mech, his craftsmanship improved so much that he could produce masterwork mechs every couple of months if he was in a good state of mind. Once he started to accumulate dozens of radiant lottery tickets, he was not sure whether the system would want to add to his collection. In any case, Vess had a good feeling about the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III. Sure, many of the early foibles related to producing archimetal components in the first day affected their quality to an extent, but the ones produced later on were remarkably superior. Vess had also put a lot of effort into preserving the Mech's spiritual foundation. Even now, the Dark Zephyr's existing personality was tentatively integrating with his brand-new archimetal frame. This was why he paid more attention to Tusa's delicate and volatile state. Through the design network, he gained a pretty good understanding of the expert pilot's mental journey. Although Tusa managed to adapt to his exposure to face water to an extent, it was not enough. The expert pilot relied a lot on Blackwing's control of shadow energy to suppress the spatial turbulence generated by face water. While that was not necessarily bad, as the companion spirit increased his familiarity with the properties of face water, the main point of the challenge issued by Vess was to force Tusa's willpower to undergo a significant improvement. Right now, Tusa had remained awake for almost a week. If not for the fact that he had already exceeded human limitations, he would have lost this struggle a few days prior. Even so, his lack of augmentations still meant that he needed to receive regular injections of stimulants to maintain his focus and awareness in the absence of sleep. This was not a sustainable form of treatment, but it was enough to keep Tusa awake on a continuous basis. Although the lengthy effort had strained his willpower far beyond his previous limits, his overarching desire to overcome this challenge and force the face water into submission had successfully allowed him to last all this time. The threat posed by the face water that was very clearly running through his body like time bombs had stimulated him into drawing out his potential. This was an amazing result, and one that Tusa should already be proud of. He had always considered himself to be a sprinter, but now he managed to fare surprisingly well in a marathon run. Yet this was not enough for Tusa. He never set out to win an endurance race. The only victory that mattered to him was vanquishing the threat of face water by himself. He did not spend the previous days in vain. Although Tusa had spent an awful lot of time reminiscing about the past and reviewing the journey that brought him up to this point, his increasingly severe exhaustion could not stop him from formulating a plan on how he could break this deadlock. NGH, I have won every struggle in the past by freeing myself from the constraints that hold me back. If this is true, then I should make use of this to deal with the face water in my body. It would have been a lot easier for him to do this if he was interfacing with the Dark Zephyr. The powerful true resonance generated by a high-tier expert pilot and a properly adjusted high-tier expert mech was already very strong. Although it was not as magical and far-reaching as the Saint Kingdom of an ace pilot and ace mech, Tusa did not think it would take much effort to neutralize the face water in his blood in a permanent fashion. Yet this challenge was never about borrowing the strength of his expert mech. He needed to solve this problem by himself if he wanted to prove he was worthy to pilot his new and improved mech. In the last 2 years, Tusa had gotten the sense that his growth had outpaced his expert mech. He always tried his best to treat the Dark Zephyr as an equal, but since they interfaced with each other so many times, he could never hide his true thoughts from his battle partner. Each day that passed by without an upgrade was another day where the Dark Zephyr was getting further left behind. This increasing tension was one of the reasons why Tusa urged Vess and Gloriana to upgrade his expert Mech as quickly as possible. Now that he was finally getting his wish, Tusa felt concerned for a different reason. He could tell that the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III had become much more powerful than before, so much so that the upgraded expert Mech exceeded the strength of his expert pilot. It was quite difficult to produce such a large and noticeable gap. Tusa had recently become an ace pilot candidate with the help of general cultivation elixirs, and fought enough battles against alien raiding fleets to digest most of his rapid gains. His multi-day Facewater torture session had also tempered his extraordinary willpower further. Tusa could feel that if he stepped away from this situation without any further improvements, he would continue to display a lot more endurance than before. Yet despite all of these improvements, Tusa still felt that he fell short of reaching parity with the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III. He should have been happy about this discrepancy, because it indicated that he would have plenty of room to grow. It should take a lot more years before he needed to crawl back to the design department and beg for another upgrade to his battle partner. However, his pride and ego did not allow him to accept the disparity in strength. He felt in the bottom of his heart that he could do better. The shadows around his body swirled faster as his force of will started to become more volatile. Tusa decided to be more proactive. Simply using his willpower as a defense against Facewater was not enough. He realized that he needed to utilize his willpower to change reality in order to force a permanent change. Doing so outside the cockpit of his expert Mech was nearly impossible, but Tusa no longer thought about other people's claims. An expert pilot should never compromise his ideals due to outside pressure. The more Tusa comprehended this truth, the more he was able to focus his willpower. As every Larkinson present in the darkened workshop continued to observe the struggling expert pilot in silence, Tusa finally gained an epiphany. I can already use the leap of true freedom to make my Mech ignore any transphasic energy shields in his path. This means that I am already familiar with using the power of freedom. If this is the case, then I should be able to use it for other purposes. That was easier said than done. Freedom was a very abstract concept, and Tusa never channeled this E-energy attribute outside of the cockpit. However, that did not stop him from trying. The only uncertainty left was how exactly Tusa wanted to leverage the power of freedom to solve his current condition. Should he pull off the leap of true freedom by himself and try to move aside while leaving the Facewater in his body behind? He shook his head. That was too clumsy and exhausting. His willpower shouldn't be able to pull off such a major feat. Should he employ his extraordinary willpower to liberate the drops of Facewater by displacing them from his body? This was a much less costly solution, but Tusa did not like it. His body still remained susceptible to the danger posed by Facewater. Besides, Tusa also needed to display a lot of fine control to pull it off. The likelihood of accidents was too high, as it was difficult for him to exert so much control over foreign contaminants, especially ones that possessed so many weird and powerful properties related to space. Should he employ the power of freedom to liberate his body's vulnerability towards Facewater? This was an option that aligned a lot more with his inclinations. It was a solution that could temporarily or permanently make him immune to the spatial disturbances produced by Facewater. Of course, Tusa did not expect that he could gain absolute immunity. Vess had only injected a small amount of Facewater. If the quantity and concentration of Facewater was much higher, then it would not be as easy to withstand the stronger spatial phenomena. It's enough. One of the lessons that Tusa learned over the course of his career was that he should never be too greedy. He was already pushing his limit by trying to resolve the threat of Facewater on his own. He had managed to make it this far by relying on a lot of incremental improvements. There was no need to break this pattern. Now that Tusa settled on an action plan, he began to execute it right away. NGGH, I need your help, Blackwing. Chirp, chirp. The avian companion spirit had almost completely blended in the surrounding shadows, but became a lot more visible when he strained in an effort to channel more shadow energy into Tusa's body. Although Blackwing couldn't keep up this intensive effort forever, he could still buy time for Tusa to shift the focus of his willpower. What he did next was extremely dangerous. He lowered his suppression of face water. This freed up much of his willpower, which he promptly focused on his body as a whole. Soon enough, Tusa began to exert more of his willpower than ever before. Even though he had abused his willpower to the point where he had squeezed out its potential, Tusa firmly believed that he could still produce another miracle. Come on, transform. Chirp, chirp. His willpower continued to surge across his body, yet without the suppression of before, the face water circulating inside began to wreak havoc. His right arm, his left thigh, and one of his lungs started to tear as Blackwing tried, and failed to suppress the face water that had spread to those areas. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Blackwing was already doing his best to limit the damage. The companion spirit prioritized the suppression of face water that had spread to Tusa's brain and heart. This meant that there were less resources left to prevent the face water located in less sensitive parts of the body from injuring Tusa. The outburst of injuries alarmed the medical team. The doctors were already on the verge of stepping in to stabilize the expert pilot's body and remove the face water in a hurry, but the pain and injuries only stimulated Tusa further. I shall not let my body become my prison. A barrier seemed to break. Tusa's willpower surged to the point a lot of wind suddenly flew in his direction. His body flashed as a fundamental transformation took place. By the time the doctors arrived alongside Tusa's bed, they discovered that the expert pilot had somehow stabilized the face water circulating in his body. Tusa had managed to overcome his vulnerability towards face water. Chapter 59, 99 Floating. Tusa felt unprecedentedly free. His body was no longer as weak as before. He managed to change it somehow. He did not understand the first thing about biology, so he was not able to quantify the changes like a scientist. The expert pilot could just feel that he was no longer inhabiting the same collection of meat and bone as before. He could vaguely sense that his plan succeeded. He managed to alter his body on a fundamental level. The changes might not be too strong, but it already made a huge difference as far as he was concerned. His willpower could still sense the presence of face water dispersed through his injured, but recovering body. As the doctors around him had already taken action to restore one of his lungs as well as the other parts of his body that had gotten torn, Tusa already started to laugh. Ha ha ha, I did it. Face water can't do anything to me anymore. While his statement was a bit exaggerated, he instinctively knew that his relationship with face water had changed forever. His perception of space had changed on a small but fundamental level. As Tusa disregarded his physical pain, he became fascinated by how much he gained from vanquishing the threat posed by face water. It was difficult to describe all of the changes. His body felt lighter somehow. His weight did not change, but it was as if he had become a little less anchored in reality than before. He had the illusion that as long as he flipped a switch that did not exist, he could phase his body out of the material dimensions in a similar fashion to Lucky. This was an amazing gain, if his judgment was correct. Tusa no longer had any fears that he would put himself in any harm if the dark Zephyr gained the capacity to phase through other objects. What mattered the most right now was that he successfully managed to neutralize the threat posed by the face water that was buried in various parts of his body. However, there were more changes than that. His perception of space was rather strange. It was not an effect that he expected or desired. It was not that strong either, as the sensitivity of this new awareness of space did not stretch across the entire Mech workshop. What mattered the most right now was that he successfully managed to neutralize the threat posed by the face water that was buried in various parts of his body. Somehow, his body and the space occupied by it just refused to give in to the harmful effects produced by face water. Even though Tusa and his companion's spirit no longer exerted any active form of suppression against face water, it was fine. As far as Tusa could tell, his transformed body simply refused to allow the space it occupied to bend and tear. He interpreted it as a more advanced form of evasion. The most straightforward form of evasion was to physically move his body out of harm's way. What he had done now was to occupy the same space, but somehow deceive reality into treating as if his body occupied a different location from where the face water was doing all of the harm. It was a bit more complicated than that, but Tusa felt this was as good of an explanation as any. All he cared about was that this new capability not only made him impervious to the harm posed by Vess' blood, but also gave him inspiration on how he should develop his ability to avoid harm when piloting the Dark Zephyr. This is our future. The Dark Zephyr had already been leaning in this direction from the start. The prime abilities and resonance abilities already granted his expert Mech the ability to draw fire at his apparent location without actually getting hit. The potential to allow his expert Mech to phase through attacks that were certain hits on command was the next evolution of his piloting journey. Freedom tasted sweeter than ever before. In the rush and euphoria of his weird sublimation, Tusa felt as if he could liberate himself from more shackles of reality. However, that was a consideration for later. Right now, he wanted to pilot the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman 3 more than ever before. He already knew, without entering the cockpit, that he had definitely improved his ability to phase through space alongside his expert Mech. He no longer felt he was holding back his expert Mech anymore. Tusa smiled as wide as he could. He did not disappoint himself. He just managed to catch up when his new expert Mech was about to assume his new and improved form. "Vess," he asked with a hoarse voice, When is my machine ready?" "Just 10 minutes to go," Vess responded from the open cockpit of the new Archimech. "We are putting the finishing touches to your new expert Mech. The upgrade has succeeded, as you can tell. We just need to make a few final adjustments to tune your machine in the most optimal state." Tusa almost couldn't wait. He restrained his urges as much as possible. He knew that the additional weight was worth it in the end. He had already managed to keep the face water in his body suppressed for almost a week. He could wait a little longer to get his hands on his new machine. "Then hurry up. I want to pilot it right after you are done." "Are you sure about that, Tusa? It is really impressive how you have managed to endure the test for so long, but your brain and willpower are probably stretched beyond their limits. You urgently need to rest in order to recuperate and heal." "No, I will not wait any longer. I have waited far too long for this. Don't stop me, Vess. I can still pilot my improved Mech." Though Vess had reasons to doubt that, did not attempt to deny Tusa his wish. The expert pilot may be in a bad shape right now, but his desire and enthusiasm had reached a new peak. Vess exchanged glances with Gloriana and continued to finish up the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman 3. By now, the entire machine had almost fully converted into his new architect configuration. Whenever Gloriana tested the archimetal parts to verify that they had fully integrated into the brand new Mech frame, she grew more pleased when she confirmed that the new components linked up with each other. Alas, she was only able to verify that the archimetal parts could successfully link up on a one-to-one basis. It still remained unclear whether the entire Archimech would be able to function as a single whole. The fact that the living Mech still remained intact throughout the comprehensive transformation of his physical form was a good sign. As the final minute ticked down, Gloriana completed her own task and floated over to the cockpit to see whether her husband was done with his own handiwork. Vess had just affixed an amended status plate below the main console. "Done, let's head back outside." When Vess and Gloriana quickly floated out of the cockpit, they looked back to see whether their expert Mech managed to pass muster. "It's happening," Gloriana gasped. She noticed it before Vess. As the living Mech fully settled into his new and massively improved form, a wonderful physical transformation took place. "The Dark Zephyr has turned into a masterwork," one of the journeymen standing at the side exclaimed. While the masterwork transformation was already familiar to the miracle couple, it was completely novel to the recent recruits. They had never seen a masterwork Mech take shape with their own eyes. This was the first time they received the privilege of observing it in real time. Every Mech designer could no longer keep their distance anymore. They hopped over the railings and moved towards the newly elevated masterwork Mech in order to observe and feel the mysterious transformation up close. Fortunately for them, neither Vess nor Gloriana cared about the presumptuous actions of their subordinates. The Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III was Vess' 12th and Gloriana's 11th masterwork Mech. Normally, that should have meant that they had already witnessed this transformation enough time to harvest most of the insights that they could obtain from this sort of event. The reality was different this time. The Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III was their first true archimech, and thus turned into a radically different masterwork Mech than the two had ever made before. Gloriana became delighted when she managed to harvest a dozen completely novel insights that she never came across in the past. This was just the beginning as the masterwork transformation began to expose other imperfections and areas of improvement that she never noticed before. It became clear that she was still so new to Architect that she had only scratched the surface of its greater potential. There were still a lot of nuances that she had yet to master. This partially resulted in a rough and less optimal archimech design. Gloriana briefly glanced towards Vess. As much as she wanted to take credit for turning the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III into a masterwork Mech, the decision to use Architect had dragged down the expert light skirmisher's quality. If not for the fact that Vess had been insanely brilliant by inventing his first new ultimate module and using a strange gem that possessed a remarkably useful effect, the only other way for the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III was to rely on her God-body solution to compensate for her many mistakes over time. All of this reinforced the fact that the Dark Zephyr's intangible properties had become even more impressive than his tangible properties. Soon enough, the new and unprecedented masterwork transformation had run its course. The Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III finally assumed his final form in truth now that he had managed to climb up to the second rung of the craftsmanship ladder. Silence descended onto the dimly lit Mech workshop. Though Vess and Gloriana had worked hard to successfully convert the Dark Zephyr to his current state, their exhaustion was nothing compared to that of Tusa. Everyone wanted to find out how Tusa fared with his new expert Mech. The expert pilot did not disappoint the crowd. With the help of a few more stimulants and a bit of emergency treatment, Tusa managed to regain enough energy and fitness to lift himself off the bed. He activated the antigrav module of his piloting suit and steadily floated up to the cockpit. "Can I?" "He's all yours, Tusa." The expert pilot reverently entered the cockpit and settled onto the new piloting chair. Almost nothing looked the same anymore. Though Vess and Gloriana had tried their best to make the layout and so on identical, the use of new materials and more advanced tech had left their mark on the entire Mech frame. Tusa did not regret the loss of familiarity. Change was inevitable. What he cared about the most was whether he could adapt to all of the improvements of his machine. From the moment he activated the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III, a very different neural interface began to form a stronger, but also more comfortable man-machine connection with an archimech. Tusa momentarily blanked out as he connected to a vastly different, but unquestionably more powerful archimech. As his mind and willpower began to resonate with the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III, his body began to experience sensations that made Tusa feel as if he was floating. What delighted Tusa even more was that he could feel as if his new expert Mech was floating in sync with his own body. As the activation sequence slowly ran its course, the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III already began to move. The gathered Mech designers all moved back in order to distance themselves from the large but very threatening machine. The dark Zephyr's glowing eyes seemed to focus on the floating form of Vess. The true resonance generated by the expert Mech also began to lock onto one of his progenitors. A strong sense of battle intent radiated from the freshly upgraded Archimech. The dark Zephyr raised an eager fist. "Let's fight." Chapter 6000, The Fuchsia Cell. A figure shrouded in brown robes strode through a gunmetal gray corridor with a purposeful stride. The underground base had been built in a hurry. Much of the construction of the hallways and the rooms deep underneath the surface of a barren rock hardly showed any refinement. The bare metal walls only occasionally bore markings. Meaningless strings of numbers, letters, and alien typography denoted the locations of research laboratories, material storerooms, and staff dormitories. The entire research facility only existed for less than 2 years, but it had already become a bustling site. Thousands of researchers and other staff lived and worked inside this underground base shortly after the start of the Age of Dawn. Researchers continued to move in and out of their labs. Bots carrying materials and caged biological specimens occasionally moved back and forth. Since the base was under the full control of the Cosmopolitans, the researchers and workers did not hide their true identities. The researchers predominantly wore lab coats or protective suits that always depicted gray scalpels on their backs. The gray scalpels distinguished themselves from other human researchers by mastering a human scientific field and at least 3 alien scientific fields. The visitor in black harbored great respect towards the gray scalpels. The scientists and engineers of the cosmopolitan movements had to study much more difficult and diverse sciences in order to earn the right to bear a gray scalpel on their uniforms. Their ability to blend advanced human high-tech and exotic alien tech was unmatched in human civilization. The junior researchers and assistants that had yet to meet the stringent requirements bore yellow shells on their backs. The yellow shells had yet to prove themselves. They ranked at the bottom, but possessed multiple promotion opportunities. Every cell managed their personnel differently, but the Fuchsia Cell generally allowed its members to freely choose their specializations. Due to the goals and strategy adopted by the Fuchsia Cell, most of its members consisted of gray scalpels. Research, and more specifically bioresearch, was absolutely vital to their current master plan. In contrast, the Fuchsia Cell did not produce a lot of white flags and black hoods among their ranks. The cosmopolitans of this cell did not have much demand for diplomats and infiltrators. At the very least, the Fuchsia Cell should only start to raise more white flags once it had completed its ambitious plan. As for black hoods, the Fuchsias generally left the job of infiltrating human organizations and institutions to other cells. As a cell that firmly belonged to the moderate camp of the cosmopolitan movement, the Fuchsias disdained the skullduggery that others liked to engage in. Too many cosmopolitans engaged in underhanded means without ever asking whether their actions had any meaning. The Black Hoods of the cosmopolitan movement had infiltrated and sabotaged the current human order for thousands of years. None of them had succeeded in convincing human society to reject their xenophobic ideals. The only thing the Black Hoods were good for was passing on information and technological secrets. As the man in black robes continued to move past gray scalpels and yellow shells, he contemplated the great cause that was on the cusp of changing the Red Ocean forever. All of the research conducted in this secretive facility, hidden deep away from the prying eyes of unenlightened humans, served a single overarching purpose: to engineer the revival of the cosmopolitan movement. The man shrouded in robes scowled at the thought of how little progress the other cells of the cosmopolitan movement had made since the Great Severing. Prior to this epochal event, the cosmopolitans secretly transferred many cells to the Red Ocean. This was because the cosmopolitans understood the potential of the Red Ocean before it opened up to the public. A new galaxy opened up new options, as many of the most powerful and stubborn enemies of the cosmopolitan movement, predominantly, chose to remain behind in the Milky Way. This was why the cosmopolitan cells that managed to build up friendly relations with the Red Cabal did everything in their power to encourage the aliens to initiate their ancient refuge plan. It had taken great effort to separate and isolate Red humanity from the Milky Way. Cut off from the immense power base of original humanity, the orphaned Red humans should have understood how hopeless it was for them to resist the full might of the Red Cabal by themselves. The cosmopolitans all believed that they only needed to nudge the lost and frightened leaders of Red humanity in the right direction in order to break the taboo against cooperating with alien races. Even if Red humanity only reluctantly considered the possibility of allying with weaker alien races that had never gotten along with the Red Cabal, this was already significant enough. The cosmopolitan movement had been trying to move humans away from their imbecilic human supremacist ideals for multiple millennia. None of the cells had made any progress during the Age of Conquest and the Age of Mechs. So many of the cosmopolitans in the Red Ocean hoped that the Age of Dawn would be different. Yet just when the machinations of the cosmopolitans were getting closer to bearing fruit, the Red too ruthlessly striked the Red Cabal's strongholds during Operation Night Jazz. The outcome was catastrophic for the cosmopolitan movement. No matter whether it was the radical cells or the moderate cells, each of their plans had to be scrapped or revised in order to account for the strong surge in human confidence. The people of Red humanity all witnessed multiple battles where god pilots defeated ancient phase whales with varying degrees of ease. This gave many humans the illusion that Red humanity's god pilots and dreadnoughts would be enough to safeguard their civilization in the new frontier. How wrong they are, the figure shrouded in brown robes uttered in contempt. Without cooperating with aliens, how can our unenlightened cousins possibly prevail against the numerical superiority of their adversaries? Unlike most humans, the cosmopolitans possessed a much better understanding of the state of alien civilizations in the Red Ocean. The aliens simply had too much of everything. They had so many soldiers, researchers, factories, home ships, and phase leaders that their victory was already inevitable. This was why the figure in brown robes chose to support the fuchsia cell. Many cosmopolitans wanted Red humanity to get humbled. The members of the cosmopolitan movement did not want all of those people to go extinct. After all, their ultimate ideal was to create a panspecies galactic community where humans could live alongside aliens in total peace and harmony. It was not their intention to exclude humans entirely. After all, the cosmopolitans were humans as well, and they all wanted to have a place in this ideal society. Soon enough, the figure in brown robes stopped before a well-defended gate. The man allowed the security guards to conduct a thorough inspection. The Red Claws were particularly thorough when it came to inspecting the brown mandible's cargo. The visitor had come to deliver a package to the leader of the fuchsia cell. While the Red Claws could not possibly understand the depth of the precious treasure locked inside the secure container, they gave the green light after confirming that it did not contain any weapons or tracking devices. The brown mandible nodded quietly to the Red Claws before stepping through the unlocked gates that led to the main research lab of the secret facility. The chamber was massive. Much of the biolab was occupied by workstations, biotech lab machines, and many different cages that contained a lot of biological specimens. The gray scalpels and yellow shells that previously worked in this large lab had already suspended their work. Instead, they gathered in front of a massive containment chamber that was enclosed by a thick transparent wall, as well as multiple transphasic energy shields. The fuchsia cell had clearly invested a lot of effort into keeping the key subject safely contained. As the man in brown robes strode past the rows of gray scalpels and yellow shells, He finally stopped in front of an older researcher who wore a dazzling golden coat. "Brown Mandible Zivnihar, at your service." The newcomer bowed and introduced himself. "I have a delivery for the leader of the fuchsia cell." "You have found him," the man in charge of the research facility responded. "I am Golden Wing Mihail Pentak. I have just transmitted my verification codes to you. Please present the object that you have brought." Cosmopolitans had many ways of identifying each other. Their checks went way beyond transmitting a bunch of encrypted data. The mention of verification codes was mostly designed to serve as a trap to fool would-be spies into thinking that was enough to infiltrate the cosmopolitan movement. The two cosmopolitans already completed the real verification process. Everything was in order, so the brown mandible was able to unlock the protected container and cautiously bring out the object stored inside. Many gray scalpels and yellow shells observed the fruit-like object with glee and satisfaction. They already heard so much about it. When they learned that it could possibly play a key role in their great endeavor, they had been waiting for this day for many months. One companion spirit fruit. Several allied cells have burned too many bridges to obtain it, let alone process it and transfer it to your cell. The orange, pear-like fruit radiated a sense of power and mystery to those sensitive enough to perceive it. The companion spirit fruit looked as fresh as if it had just been plucked from the tree that initially grew it. Multiple cosmopolitans already developed the urge to devour the fruit. "We will not forget the sacrifices made by our fellow cosmopolitans," the Golden Wing vowed as he carefully took hold of the precious fruit. "We shall fully compensate the cells involved with its acquisition once we have initiated our grand plan." Brown Mandible Ziv Nihar scowled. "You do not understand the magnitude of what we have done. Every companion spirit fruit tree is grown in highly secure facilities that are constantly being supervised by a god pilot or a star designer. Each companion spirit fruit grown from the trees are constantly being tracked and monitored until they are ingested by guests who visit from afar. In order to smuggle out a single fruit, our exalted benefactor risked exposure by removing it without triggering any alarms. Furthermore, our benefactor had to alter all of the digital records that record the existence of this fruit and distort the memories of every worker that was aware of its existence. Suffice to say, no average infiltrator could make all of this happen, especially in the middle of a stronghold controlled by the Red Association. Has our benefactor been exposed? We cannot say, the Brown Mandible responded. We cannot afford to make use of this asset again. He is not the only ally who has aided us. Each companion spirit fruit is mysteriously protected so that it will not produce its desired effect when ingested by unauthorized subjects. In order to remove the sight of the Earth Goddess and remove any other restrictions, our other exalted benefactor altered the fruit in accordance to your demands. Can the fruit be ingested by alien species? Yes, but our second benefactor has warned that his manipulation is not precise. There may be side effects, but multiple gray scalpels have confirmed that the fruit has retained its core function. The Golden Wing grinned as he held the precious fruit. That is good. Nothing else matters aside from the ability to produce a companion spirit. Only when an alien being is able to spawn a more rational personality that is divorced from the savage instincts of his biology can there be grounds for cooperation. The man in golden robes turned around and raised the fruit towards a large and very alien monstrosity that was currently being restrained in the middle of the enormous holding chamber. Rejoice, my fellow Fuchsians, our catalyst has arrived. From today onwards, our cell shall finally change the new frontier for the better. Instead of trying to change the minds of stubborn red humans or persuading the red cabal to seek coexistence with our species in vain, we shall enact true change in this dwarf galaxy. Too many ages have passed where our cosmopolitan movement has remained powerless and hidden in the dark. Our lack of power has long prevented us from possessing enough bargaining power to make our voices heard. No more. So long as we manage to enlighten the Devourer Queen with this companion spirit fruit, and bring her under our control, our cell shall become a galactic power that cannot be ignored anymore. This was the galactic parity plan of the fuchsia cell. Golden Wing, Mihail Pentak, no longer believed that they could produce meaningful change by persuading others from a position of weakness. In order for the cosmopolitan movement to get taken seriously, it needed to gain enough power to pose a threat against human and alien civilizations. What better than to weaponize and control one of the most ubiquitous, but often dismissed major alien races of the Red Ocean? Everyone turned to the so-called Devourer Queen. Even though the massive and highly mutated alien being was utterly unique, there were enough familiar biological features to indicate that she was derived from the infamous Voribug race.